Chapter 490. The sun hung high in the sky, and the blue sky was clear. Xianxia's mansion was bustling with activity. As if it was the new year, all the cultivators' faces beaming with joy. In last night's battle, Xianxia had almost become the only winner, so these cultivators who had followed him here were naturally excited. Inside the courtyard, there were thousands of alchemy and artifact refining materials, a dazzling sight to behold. All of these materials had been plundered from Yangkong and Yangshen's houses. Before the start of the Inheritance War, Xianxia had been collecting alchemy and artifact refining materials, so naturally everyone else had been doing the same. After the start of the Inheritance War, those who had taken refuge with Yangkong and Yangshen had also brought a lot of materials. Coupled with the materials they had collected over the past few months, it could be said that each of the young lords had amassed an amazing amount of wealth and materials. Now, the two sets of materials that originally belonged to Yangkong and Yangshen had been taken by Xianxia. Furthermore, every box and every material was labeled with the name of the material, its function, its age, and so on. As long as a skilled artifact refiner or alchemist came over and took a look, they would immediately know how to use these materials. The leaders of all the forces had gathered here, their faces filled with excitement. Take a look and see if there are any materials you can use for cultivation. If there are any suitable materials, don't hesitate to take them yourself. Xianxia ordered. When everyone heard this, they immediately became excited, not even bothering to exchange pleasantries, and immediately began searching through the many materials. The women were more sensitive and hesitated for a while. But seeing Huixing and the others put away a lot of materials, they also grit their teeth and stepped forward to begin searching. A short time later, everyone found one or two materials suitable for their own use and happily put them away. Even Xiao Yimeng found a pearl-like object that exuded a faint light. She carefully wore it close to her chest. "Aren't you going to look around?" Xiao Yimeng glanced over at Xianxia. "They're all mine. What am I looking for?" Xianxia smiled lightly and ordered, "Have someone sort out these materials and sort them out properly. Send them to the pill room and the weapon refining room." "And I know." Xiao Yimeng nodded, not complaining at all, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Who's the next target?" "We'll talk about it when the time comes." After last night's battle, not only had he obtained these materials, but he had also obtained the loyalty of the four blood warriors. Tu Feng, Tang Yuxian, Luo Hai, Yin Lingxing. All of them were masters among masters, each of them having reached the immortal ascension boundary 8th stage. However, Tu Feng and Yin Lingxing were both affected by the Qi binding seal and were currently seeking a way to remove it from Meng Wuya. Tang Yuxian and Ying Jiu had also suffered heavy injuries in the battle. Similarly, Ying Jiu also did not escape unscathed. Both of them used the Mad Tyrant blood skill, and in a real battle of swords and spears, neither held back. Friendship was friendship, but loyalty to the ideals of a Yang family made them protect the young masters. They spared no effort. Chu Gao Yi, while guarding the central temple last night, had once again suffered a heavy blow. The uncontrolled eruption of his yuan qi and spiritual energy had put a huge burden on his body. So at this time, although Xianxia seemed to have a strong army, he only had a few blood warriors. Only Xiao Shun and Luo Hai, who had recently joined them, relying solely on the two blood warriors and Old Demon to attack any one of the remaining three, they wouldn't be able to gain an overwhelming advantage. Especially now that Yang Ying had joined forces with Yangshen's people, his strength had greatly increased, and he had become the one with the most allies. Eldest brother Yang Wei had always given off a calm and composed feeling, so Xianxia estimated that he had not yet displayed his full strength. Needless to say, Yang Zhao was the most shrewd of the brothers and was probably even more difficult to deal with than the current Yang Ying. Therefore, Xianxia was not preparing to make any moves in the near future. First, the cultivator in his house needed to recover, and second, he himself needed to consolidate his yuan Qi 9th stage strength. As long as he waited for the blood warriors to restore their strength, he would be able to act freely. News of last night's battle quickly spread throughout the central capital and War City. The results of Yang Kai's two brothers' battle had also shocked everyone. Old Demon's cruel methods were even more exaggerated and described as extremely bloody. Everyone knew that Yang Kai's house had an evil demon with unfathomable means. Secretly, they were shocked by Yang Kai's boldness. The Central Capital's 8 great families and the ash-gray, cloud evil land had always had an irreconcilable relationship. More than half a year ago, the two sides had fought a terrible war, and both sides had suffered losses. The Yang family patriarch, Yang Inghao, had been injured by the profound Yin Ghost King and the annihilating Poison King, and had been forced to use a secret technique to expel his injuries at the cost of 30 years of his life. In this sensitive period, Kai Yang actually dared to collude with these evil demons. It was simply too bold. If this was used by someone with good intentions, it was likely to bring about some unimaginable changes and turnaround in the inheritance war. What was surprising, though, was that when the old demon was slaughtering people in War City, the 8 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters in the Seal Temple actually didn't intervene. Many couldn't help speculating whether the 8 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters had acquiesced to the actions of this demon. Looking back at the result of last night's battle, everyone knew that the Yang family had overreached themselves this time and helped Yang Kai achieve his amazing feat. The Yang family disliked the fact that the young lord's progress in the inheritance war was too slow, so they had used 1,000 artifacts as bait to lure them into battle. Finally, they had placed Qi binding seals on the 8 mysterious great artifacts, imprisoning the 6 blood warriors. Without these 6 blood warriors stirring up trouble, the progress of the inheritance war would undoubtedly be much faster. However, Ingzhou suddenly lifted the Qi binding seal, and Yang Kai now had Xiaoshun by his side, which meant that Yang Kai now had 2 more top-level combatants than the other young lords. Without these 2 people, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to achieve the feat he did last night. In other words, the artifact snatching at Pijing Lake by the Yang family had indirectly helped Yang Kai achieve his goal. The twists and turns of this story were complicated, but some people were still able to see the ingenious connections. After this battle, the strength of Yang Kai's house had completely surpassed that of the other young lords. Everyone knew that if this continued, the one who would have the last laugh in the inheritance war would undoubtedly be Yang Kai. There was almost no suspense. Inside Yang Kai's house, everyone found suitable materials for their cultivation and went into retreat to cultivate. Yang Kai was preparing to find his little senior sister to relieve his physical and mental exhaustion and asked for some pills to cultivate when suddenly a voice called out from outside. "Ninth Young Lord, Lu Liang requests an audience. I hope Ninth Young Lord will grant him an audience." Lu Liang. Yang Kai raised his brow and glanced over at Xiao Yimeng next to him. "Your uncle is here." Xiao Yimeng rolled her eyes and frowned. "I'm afraid it's because of Lu Song. You go see him, I won't bother." Yang Kai said casually. "That's not good. He's here to see you. If you refuse to see him, it's a bit suspicious." "What's not good about it?" "He's just here to apologize because of Lu Song's actions. If I really go out, I'm afraid he won't be able to say anything. Your cousins, it doesn't matter if you speak openly, that's all." Yang Kai finished speaking, not waiting for Xiao Yimeng to continue, walking towards the back hall. Xiao Yimeng sighed, thinking that what Yang Kai said made sense. She ordered the cultivator next to her to deliver the materials in the courtyard to the pill room and artifact refining room before walking out, a helpless look on her face. Lu Liang had come to see her for what reason, and what he would say, Xiao Yimeng could roughly guess, but because she had guessed it, she felt helpless. When she arrived at the door, Xiao Yimeng saw Lu Liang standing there, and behind him was the Lu family young master whose face was now swollen like a pig's head, Lu Song. Last night, he had been taught a terrible lesson by Dong Qinghan. When he thought of the fat man's outrageous methods, Lu Song couldn't help shuddering, but in his heart, he was filled with hatred. This hatred was clearly displayed on his face at this moment. Seeing this, Xiao Yimeng secretly shook her head, thinking to herself that this young man really was a pile of mud. Lu Liang's expression was also extremely awkward. The inheritance war was a matter for the younger generation. Lu Yang, as the patriarch of the Lu family, shouldn't have personally come to visit Yang Kai. But his son's actions were too disappointing, so Lu Yang had no choice but to shamelessly make a trip here. However, when he arrived at the door, he was stopped by two cultivator guards. Coincidentally, these two cultivator guards were from the Dong family. As soon as they saw Lu Song, they immediately sneered and ridiculed him, making him feel ashamed. Although Lu Yang couldn't help smiling, he couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't beat these two, even if he had the strength to do so. If he really did, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed today. After all, there were many masters in Yang Kai's house. Uncle Lu. Chiu Yimeng showed a smile and greeted him warmly, alleviating Lu Yang's embarrassment. Young Lady Chiu personally greets this old man. This old man is truly ashamed. Lu Yang's posture was extremely low, his words humble, and while exchanging pleasantries, he turned around and glared at Lu Song. You still don't want to be polite? Lu Song was somewhat reluctant, but he still cupped his fists and said, Cousin. Chiu Yimeng smiled and nodded, not bothering to argue with him, simply saying, Come in and we'll talk. Hearing her say this, Lu Yang suddenly felt relieved. Chiu Yimeng welcoming him and obviously meant she still cared about the relationship between the two families and didn't intend to punish him. This meant that he had a chance to resolve this matter. After entering the side hall, Chiu Yimeng asked someone to serve them tea. Taking a sip, she asked, Uncle Lu, why have you come to War City? Huh? Lu Yang sighed deeply. First, young lady, I won't hide it from you. This old man has come here with a thick face. Compared to the future of the Lu family, this old man's face is nothing. If it weren't for this bastard doing such a despicable thing, how could this old man have come here? Saying so, he turned to Lu Song and shouted, Kneel! Lu Song was dumbfounded, a look of astonishment appearing on his swollen cheeks as he said incoherently, On what basis? Lu Yang angrily shouted, Because this old master is your father. Lu Yang stubbornly refused. I won't kneel. From childhood now, I've never knelt before anyone. If you dare not kneel, I'll break your legs. If you're willing to, then go ahead and hit me. Lu Song wasn't worried at all. Since he was young, he had never been hit by Lu Yang. Lu Yang's attitude towards him was one of spoiling. R.S. Chapter 491. It had to be said that Lu Yang was an expert in managing the family, but when it came to teaching his son, he was somewhat lacking. The father and son pair continued to quarrel until Chiu Yimeng frowned and said indifferently, Uncle, if you just want to educate your son, you can go back to the Lu family. You don't have to stay here. Hearing the impatience and indifference in Chiu Yimeng's tone, Lu Yang was shocked. Ignoring his son, he walked over to Lu Song, lifted him up, and pressed him to the ground. Lu Song quickly restrained him. Lu Song's face flushed red as he knelt on the ground, feeling like his face had been swept away. Even his eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at Lu Yang. If you dare to be stubborn with this old master again, I'll cripple you right now. Lu Yang's expression was cold and calm. He wasn't joking. Seemingly aware of this, Lu Song didn't dare to say anything else. Eldest young lady must be joking. Lu Yang bowed slightly and cupped his fists. Chiu Yimeng suddenly felt a sense of loss. She naturally understood Lu Yang's intentions, but with such an unruly son, anyone would have a headache. This Lu Song, in terms of character, was even worse than Hua Xing. Even though Hua Xing was arrogant and domineering, at least he had good eyesight and knew to follow Yang Kai. Uncle, if you have something to say, just say it. Chiu Yimeng didn't want to look at Lu Song's face anymore, so she didn't even bother to exchange pleasantries. Lu Yang sighed and said, This time, this old master was going to the central capital to see your father. But on the way here, I learned some news that surprised me greatly. When this little bastard was driven out of the house by the 9th young lord, he didn't even send a letter to the Lu family telling this old master the truth. Instead, he deliberately concealed it. This old master always thought he was working under the 9th young lord, but now that I've come out, I know he is actually working under the 5th young lord. Uncle, Chiu Yimeng called out, implying that Lu Liang shouldn't talk about such trivial matters. Regardless of whether Lu Liang knew the truth or not, the most important thing right now was to find out what Lu Liang wanted to do. Lu Liang's expression became awkward, no longer continuing what he had just said, and simply smiled. Eldest young lady. This old man only wishes to ask, what is ninth young master's current attitude? His attitude? Xiao Yiming hesitated for a moment before smiling bitterly. Uncle, you making a big fuss over nothing. Huh? Lu Liang was somewhat puzzled. Yang Kai didn't take Lu Song seriously at all. He was beaten up like this only because of the Dong family. With Yang Kai's temperament, if Lu Song had really angered him, do you think he would have survived last night? He dares to kill me. The corners of Lu Song's mouth twitched as he questioned sternly. You could try and see if he dares to kill you. Xiao Yiming's pretty face suddenly became cold. Lu Song felt a chill in his heart and immediately withdrew the arrogance on his face. Uncle, Xiao Yiming turned to Lu Liang and said in a calm tone, Lu Song came to join us that day. I was also responsible for him being kicked out by Yang Kai because I felt that he was not suitable to stay in Yang Kai's mansion. You should know what your own son is like. He stayed in Yang Kai. Sooner or later, he would die an unnatural death. So I encouraged him to do something so Yang Kai could find an excuse to drive him away. Lu Liang smiled bitterly and nodded. First young lady's good intentions. This old man is grateful. The next day, I also talked to him and asked him to leave War City. However, he didn't listen and stayed. Joining Yang Kai is his freedom. Yang Kai doesn't even know about this news, and even if he did, he probably wouldn't care. He has no reason to blame you. If he doesn't want help, why can't he rely on others? Xiao Yiming tried her best to convince Lu Liang. Now that he's like this, he can only blame himself. He can't blame anyone. Xiao Yiming stared at Lu Liang. If you really want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for letting him participate in the inheritance war. It's this old man's fault for not teaching his son properly. Lu Liang said with a look of shame. He naturally knew what kind of character his son had, but the inheritance war was such a big event that he had wanted Lu Song to come out and experience the world so he could temper his character and inherit the Lu family's foundation. Before coming here, he had even warned Lu Song repeatedly. However, Lu Song had completely ignored his words. Yang Kai doesn't mean to blame you. Uncle can rest assured that even if Yang Kai really becomes the patriarch of the Yang family, your Lu family won't be implicated because of this incident. Hearing her say this, Lu Liang suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. This was what he was most afraid of. Looking at the current situation, Yang Kai was certain to become the next patriarch of the Yang family. If one day he decided to settle the grudges of the inheritance war, the Lu family would suffer an unexpected calamity. Many thanks for first young lady's guidance. Lu Liang thanked her profusely, his expression relaxing, pausing for a moment before asking, First young lady, this old man will ask again, does ninth young lord still need help? Xiao Yiming looked up at him and chuckled. Uncle, what do you want to do? Lu Liang rubbed his hands and smiled. This old man just wants this little bastard to atone for his crimes. Rest assured, as long as ninth young lord says the word, my Lu family will do its best this time without asking for anything in return. I'm afraid there won't be such an opportunity. Xiao Yiming slowly shook her head. First young lady, are you worried about that little bastard Lu Song? After suffering this loss, I think he should have learned his lesson. As long as... Uncle, when I was with Yang Kai and your Lu family, I said that if I were you, I would definitely choose Yang Kai as an ally. Yes. Lu Liang's expression was bitter. Xiao Yiming had indeed said such a thing that day, but he hadn't taken it to heart and had instead firmly believed in his own judgment. From the beginning, he had cared a little about Yang Kai, but later he had been irreverent towards him. The change in attitude was particularly obvious. But you, Xiao Yiming sneered. 3 million silvers, uncle, you're really generous. Lu Liang's old face went red, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. 3 million silvers was indeed a lot, but for the Lu family and the Yang family young lords who were participating in the inheritance war, It was nothing more than a drop in the bucket. When Xianxia left the Lu family, Lu Yang had only given him 3 million silvers, and this was only because he had a relationship with Xiao Fusheng from Medicine King's Valley, who knew that he would now be like the sun in the sky, bursting with popularity. If he had known earlier, Lu Yang would have firmly tied the Lu family to Kai Yang. If he wanted people, he would give them money. If he wanted supplies, he would give them supplies. How could he complain? How could he be irreverent towards him? Lu Yang's intestines turned green with regret. It's too late, uncle. Sending charcoal in snowy weather is not the same as adding flowers to a brocade. Xiao Yimeng finished and stood up. I have many things to attend to in the house, so I won't see uncle out. She then left. Lu Yang stood there in a daze, the expression on his face fluctuating, his heart filled with a complex mix of feelings and unspeakable depression. The Lu family was developed by him single-handedly. It was originally just a second-class force, but after hugging the big tree of the Qiu family, under the care of the Qiu family, it was gradually promoted to a first-class force. Over the years, Lu Yang had always wanted to further strengthen the Lu family, and the inheritance war was the best opportunity to do so. As long as he stood in the right position, the Lu family could definitely rise again. Unfortunately, there was originally a very good opportunity, but Lu Yang let it slip through his fingers. Even when Lu Song brought people and supplies to join the Yang family, there was still room to salvage the situation. If he had not sent Lu Song and instead sent another young disciple to preside over this matter, perhaps right now he would have been able to laugh along with the cultivator in Xianxia's house. Bastard! Lu Yang swung his hand and gave Lu Song a big slap in the face, directly sending him flying. His eyes were filled with resentment and disappointment. Father, why did you hit me? Lu Song covered his swollen cheek and stared at Lu Yang in disbelief. Lu Yang took a deep breath and quickly said, "The position of the family successor, you should step down. Your little brother Yuan is more suitable than you." After this incident, Lu Yang finally realized that if the family was really handed over to Lu Song, it would only take a few years for the family to completely decline. Little brother Yuan is second uncle's son. Lu Song was stunned. My decision is final. Go home. Lu Yang didn't even look at his son, crossing his arms behind his back and striding out. Behind him, Lu Song seemed to have lost his soul. It was as if he had never thought that because of the inheritance war, his position as the family's successor would be taken away. Inside his little senior sister's room, Xianxia had already regarded it as his own and would stay here for a few days if he had nothing to do. After receiving a batch of newly refined pills from Xianxia, Xianxia immediately devoted himself to his cultivation. Tu Feng and Yinling Xing's chi binding seals would take at least a few days to lift. Although Yingjiu, Chu Gao Yi, and Tang Yuxian had all taken pills to refine the myriad drug milk, it would still take a few days for them to fully recover. Xianxia was now only one step away from the immortal ascension boundary, so how could he slack off? While cultivating, Xianxia also began refining artifacts. The huge role played by the bone shield made Xianxia clearly realize the tyrannical power of mysterious grade artifacts. The mysterious grade mid-rank mirror was naturally included in the list of artifacts he urgently needed to refine. With the nourishment of the mysterious grade pills refined by his little senior sister, the yuan qi consumed in refining artifacts was quickly replenished. Not only that, but his spiritual energy was also constantly probing the mysteries of the true alchemic way. Xianxia's cultivation could almost be said to be multitasking, but in terms of efficiency and results, it was no slower than usual. Perceiving the complex and mysterious alchemic way of the true alchemic way, Xianxia's expression constantly changed as he silently comprehended it. The alchemic way of the true alchemic way was very different from the experience and techniques of ordinary alchemists, and the mysteries it contained were difficult to measure with common sense. Connecting all the knowledge he had obtained from the true alchemic way in the past, Xianxia now had a deeper understanding of alchemy. Imperceptibly, Yang Kai's precious experience had already far surpassed the standards of this world. The only thing he lacked was his own personal practice. However, he knew that there would be an opportunity. He was still young and had a long future ahead of him, so he could always try something different. Even prying into the mysteries of the martial Tao through alchemy was not impossible. Xiao Fusheng had also said that alchemy could not help one reach the peak of the martial Tao. Chapter 492. Time flew by, and Yang Kai immersed himself in cultivation, unable to extricate himself from it for a long time, until there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, but after a moment of hesitation, he waved his hand and opened the door, revealing Qiu Yimeng. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. The Qiu family's first young lady walked in and whispered, "The Yang family has sent an elder's order, ordering ninth son, Yang Kai, to return to the central capital quickly." Finished speaking, she stared straight at Yang Kai, a complex look flashing across her beautiful eyes. She didn't know why the Elder Hall had summoned Yang Kai back. Yang Kai's expression froze for a moment before he tilted his head and asked, "Only me back to the central capital? What about eldest brother, second brother, and seventh brother? It seems you're the only one." Qiu Yimeng pursed her lips. "I see." Yang Kai slowly got up, his brow furrowed. This time, the family's order was quite interesting. Why was he the only one summoned back to the central capital? The last time the Yang family had sent someone to the central capital was only a few days ago to convey the news of the artifact snatching battle at Pijing Lake to the various young lords. But this time? "Yang Kai, I don't know why, but I feel a little uneasy." Qiu Yimeng's voice was a little gloomy, her two jade hands constantly twisting together, showing the tension and restlessness in her heart. For the Yang family to summon Yang Kai back to the central capital for no reason, something big must have happened. As for what it was, she didn't know for the time being. On top of that, the road back and forth would be extremely convenient for others to take action. Since it's an order from the family, there's no need to worry about my safety on the way back. Yang Kai shook his head. If he were to be ambushed on the way back to the central capital and was defeated, it wouldn't be justified in front of the family. In any case, be careful, Qiu Yimeng said. "I've already asked Xianxia and Wuxia to prepare. The two of them will go with you." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Since the family had issued an order to return to the central capital as soon as possible, Yang Kai couldn't afford a delay. He immediately walked out. Outside the front door, Xianxia and Tang Yuxian, who had recovered from their injuries, were waiting, the reticent Xianxia as always. He didn't even want to say a word, but Tang Yuxian's mature and charming face was filled with a happy smile. "Little young master," she said softly. Returning to Yang Kai's service, whether it was Tang Yuxian or Tu Feng, both of them were sincerely happy. For the past half a year, although the two of them had been working under Yang Kai and performing their duties diligently, they had never stopped thinking about the day when they could join hands with Yang Kai again and create a miracle. "Is your injury almost healed?" Yang Kai asked Yinyu. "Thank you for your concern, little lord. I've already recovered." Tang Yuxian grit her teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. Using his mad tyrant blood skill, he engaged in a fierce battle with Xianxia. Logically speaking, it was impossible for her to recover so quickly, but under the miraculous effect of the pills given by Yang Kai, it only took her and Xianxia 1 or 2 hours to fully recover. Even though he had personally experienced such a miraculous phenomenon before, Tang Yuxian still couldn't believe it. "When there's time, I'll have to ask you to teach me how to use my soul skills." Yang Kai chuckled as he mounted his cloud-treading colt. "Subordinate is always waiting," Tang Yuxian responded in a deep voice. Among the many blood warriors, Tang Yuxian was the leader in terms of soul skills and divine sense cultivation. Each blood warrior had their own specialties. Chu Gao excelled in quick bursts of strength. Xianxia was good at concealment and assassination. Tu Feng was good at frontal combat, and Tang Yuxian's attainments and soul skills were second to none in the Blood Warrior Hall. "Go quickly and return quickly. Be careful on the way." Qiu Yimeng watched the three of them mount their mounts and whispered. Yang Kai nodded lightly, and the three cloud-treading colts set off towards the central capital. Outside the mansion, a gentle breeze blew, gently brushing Qiu Yimeng's hair. Under the setting sun, the Qiu family's first young lady's shadow stretched out, the uneasiness in her heart growing stronger and stronger. Pass down my order. Everyone suspend their cultivation and divide into two groups. Take turns to guard the area. If there is an enemy attack, kill without mercy until Yang Kai returns. Yes. As night fell, the huge central capital was like a sleeping dragon, sprawling across the vast earth, the stars in the sky like the sands of the Milky Way. The three cloud-treading colts rushed into the Yang family's south gate like lightning. The several guards at the gate didn't even have time to ask what was going on. Only after the three people had left did they wake up from their daze and chase after them. Ninth young lord, return to the family, withdraw. Tang Yuxian turned around and shouted, the several guards immediately stopping, their faces filled with fear. Ninth young lord, Yang Kai. This person's name was like thunder to their ears, so how could they dare offend him? Immediately retreating back to the gate and continuing to guard the night. In the fourth master's mansion, fourth master Yang and Dong Suju, who were cultivating, were simultaneously awakened by the noise made by the cloud-treading colts and hurried out to see Yang Kai, followed by Ying Jiao and Tang Yuxian. Kaya! Yang Yingfeng was startled, but Dong Suju's eyes were filled with tears as she rushed over and hugged Yang Kai tightly, kissing Yang Kai's forehead while inspecting him for any signs of injury. Since the start of the inheritance war, the mother and son had not seen each other again. The family had not allowed Dong Suju to visit Yang Kai in War City. Mother, Yang Kai couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into. Yu Xian and Ying Jiao were still behind him. If they saw him like this, what kind of prestige would he have in front of them? As he spoke, he glanced back and found that whether it was Yu Xian or Ying Jiao, both of them wore solemn expressions, their eyes drooping as they stared at their own feet. After a while, Dong Suju vented the longing in her heart and pulled on Yang Kai's hand. Her beautiful eyes filled with tears as a look of grievance appeared on her face. Kair, how come you're back? Fourth Master Yang asked in surprise. The Elder Hall sent an order. Yang Kai replied, his brow wrinkling slightly. It seemed that the Fourth Master didn't know anything about this matter. The Elder Hall. Fourth Master Yang really didn't know anything. Although he was a direct descendant of a Yang family, his status in the Yang family wasn't very high, so there was really no need to inform him about the Elder Hall. Come in first. Yang Yingfeng took a deep breath. Mother will cook something delicious for you, Dong Suju said, beckoning to Tang Yuxian. Yuxian, come help me. Inside the house, the lights were bright. The family of three gathered around the table, Ying Jiao and Tang Yuxian standing behind Yang Kai with solemn expressions. No matter how Dong Suju warmly invited them, they refused to sit. Why did the Elder Hall summon you back to the central capital? Did they say what the matter was? Fourth Master Yang asked, suddenly learning that his son had returned to the central capital on an order from the Elder Hall. The Fourth Master Yang couldn't help thinking about a lot of things, and he couldn't help feeling a little worried. They didn't say what it was. Yang Kai was also confused, but the Elder Hall's order was to return quickly, so Yang Kai could only rush back. It was already late at night, so he could only wait until tomorrow morning to go to the Elder Hall to see what was going on. Don't you have any idea what you're up to? Did you do something to attract the attention of the Elder Hall? Fourth Master Yang asked. Father, you want to ask about that demon, right? Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. It's not because of him that the Elder Hall summoned me back. I have reached a consensus with Supreme Elder Yang Li Ting about his existence. Supreme Elder has allowed him to participate in the inheritance war, but after it is over, he must leave the battlefield immediately. Supreme Elder also summoned you? Fourth Master Yang couldn't help feeling surprised. Yang Li Ting was a legendary figure in the Yang family. Even the Fourth Master Yang had never seen him before. Unexpectedly, his son was actually lucky enough to be summoned by him. In the eyes of Fourth Master Yang, this was a great honor. On the other hand, when Yang Kai mentioned Yang Li Ting, His expression became somewhat awkward, making Xianxia wonder what had happened between him and Supreme Elder. Kai, no matter what, we're still part of the Yang family. It's best to avoid making friends with evil demons as much as possible, lest we become the subject of gossip, Yang Yingfeng said earnestly. Xianxia nodded gently. He naturally understood what his fourth master meant. Over the years, the Yang family had played a leading role in the confrontation with the ash-gray cloud evil land's demon race cultivators. Now that Xianxia had become friends with a demon race cultivator, it was natural for him to attract criticism. On top of that, this powerful demon race cultivator was actually participating in the inheritance war. If Xianxia really won the position of Yang family successor with the help of this demon, it was easy for people to associate this matter with him. If it's not about that demon, Fourth Master Yang tapped his finger on the table, then it may be about Yingjiu lifting the Qi binding seal. As he spoke, he glanced over at Yingjiu. The Fourth Master's expression also filled with doubt. 6 blood warriors have been hit by the Qi binding seal. 5 of them were imprisoned and unable to use their Yuan Qi, but Yingjiu was safe and sound. This was the work of another Yang family supreme elder, Huang Jiuzhou. If Xianxia was recalled to the central capital because of this, it was possible that the family would want to ask him about it. Speculating now is useless. We'll see tomorrow. Xianxia shook his head, too lazy to think about it. Then let's have a good rest tonight. Being summoned by the Elder Hall, it's definitely not a good thing. Yang Yingfeng sighed. He had also been summoned by the Elder Hall several times, and each time he had either been scolded or punished by the family law, so he still had a faint impression of that place. Putting aside business, the atmosphere suddenly became harmonious. The family of 3 chatted and laughed, this warm and peaceful atmosphere also affecting Yingjiu and Tang Yuxian. It seemed that they had temporarily escaped from the tense and bloody inheritance war and were able to enjoy a short period of peace. The night passed without a word. The next day, Xianxia bid farewell to his 2 parents and led Tang Yuxian and Yingjiu to the Elder Hall under the reluctant gaze of Dong Suju. 9th brother. Just as they were about to reach the Elder Hall, someone called out. Xianxia turned his head and saw Xianxia standing there with his hands behind his back, seemingly waiting for him. Last night, Xianxia had broken into the south gate and returned to the family. The news had probably already spread, so it wasn't surprising that Xianxia would know. 3rd brother. Xianxia stepped forward and greeted. 3rd brother, what's the matter? Chapter 493. It's them who helped me. I must thank 3rd brother for sending me these 5 masters. Xianxia smiled lightly. On the first night of the inheritance war, Xianxia had captured Xianxia, but instead of using him to exchange for supplies with the family, he had let him go. Xianxia had returned the favor by ascending 5 masters from the Duan Mu family to accompany him, which had surprised Xianxia. However, these days, after several battles, the 5 masters from the Duan Mu family had indeed contributed a lot. After all, they were 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, one of whom had even reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage. Xianxia nodded lightly, his expression suddenly becoming dignified as he said in a low voice, "When you go to the Elder Hall, you must not shrink back, otherwise you will suffer." Xianxia was stunned and was about to ask more questions, but Xianxia had already left, not even giving him a chance to speak. Does 3rd brother know something? Xianxia wondered. Although Xianxia's personal strength wasn't very good, and his performance in the inheritance war was even worse, his father still had some authority in the Yang family. Compared with the 4th Master Yang, Xianxia's father's status was undoubtedly much higher, and he had access to some of the Yang family secrets. Could it be that 3rd brother heard something from his father? Xianxia frowned slightly, carefully pondering over his 3rd brother's words, his expression indifferent. Since he was already here, why the Elder Hall had called him back would soon become clear. With a smile, Xianxia walked towards the Elder Hall. This was the 3rd time Xianxia had come to the Elder Hall. The first time was because of the Golden Feather Eagle, and the second time was because of the Blood Warriors. Every time he came, Xianxia found that the white-haired elders of the Yang family seemed to have nothing to do. But this time, the situation was a bit different. When he led Jio and Tang Yuxian into the elder hall, Yang Kai was stunned to find that there were more than a dozen elders sitting inside. They were divided into 2 rows, each of them indifferent and dignified. Sitting at the head of the table was Yang Zhen, who had dealt with Yang Kai several times. Even more so, they seemed to be waiting for him. Judging from the situation, it seemed like they were about to be interrogated. Yang Kai didn't think he had done anything outrageous during the Inheritance War. So why did these elders present such a luxurious lineup? Although he was suspicious in his heart, he remained calm on the surface. He cupped his fists and said, "Yang Kai greets the elders." Jio and Tang Yuxian also saluted. "The 2 of you stand down." Yang Zhen waved to Jio and Tang Yuxian, his pair of eyes flashing brightly as they swept over Jio. He was like this, and so were the other elders. Everyone's faces and eyes were filled with bewilderment. Jio's foundation had been damaged, and Jio had been hit by the Qi binding seal. At this moment, not only had she returned to the clan with Yang Kai, but she had also returned to the clan. There's also a feeling that he was even more powerful than before. Those elders were naturally concerned. They didn't know why it was like this. Jio and Tang Yuxian glanced at each other, not daring to disobey Yang Zhen's orders, quickly bowing and retreating. Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly, his expression becoming playful. These elders not only greeted his arrival with a luxurious lineup, they had also waved away the 2 blood warriors he had brought with him, allowing him to face the pressure of more than a dozen of these elders alone. If it were anyone else, they would definitely feel uneasy, and their imposing manner would immediately weaken. Whatever these elders said later would be the truth. Most likely, they wouldn't have the guts to argue. A show of strength? What were they trying to do? After Jio and Tang Yuxian left, the dozen or so elders secretly observed Yang Kai's reaction. Finding that his expression hadn't changed and was still as calm as before, they couldn't help feeling a little surprised. It was the first time they had seen such a bold young man, even if it was Yang Wei. None of them had such willpower. I wonder why the elders have summoned this disciple back to the clan? Yang Kai ignored their probing gazes and went straight to the point, asking Yang Zhen bluntly, "Summoning you back to the clan is naturally for a reason." Yang Zhen sat in the elder hall all year round, dealing with all the big and small affairs of the family, so he had long since developed a cold demeanor. Most people who saw him couldn't help feeling frightened. "This old master wants to ask you, what method did you use to restore Jio's injuries and lift his Qi binding seal? In addition, as far as this old master knows, the blood warriors in your house are often injured, but after a day or 2 at most, they are all healed. What kind of mysteries are hidden in this?" Yang Kai's brow wrinkled. The elders didn't summon this disciple back at such a critical time just to ask about such a trivial matter, right? Although his tone was flat, everyone could hear the questioning in his words. This period was extremely critical for any Yang family young lord who was participating in the Inheritance War. If they summoned Yang Kai back just for such a trivial matter, it would be making a big fuss out of nothing. These old fogies in the Elder Hall might look old, but they weren't bored to such an extent. Yang Zhen lightly coughed and said with a serious expression, "Naturally not." "Then, is this question something the family wants to ask, or is it something the elders want to ask?" Yang Zhen was startled, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai to be so calm and clear in the face of more than a dozen elders. So he shamelessly said, "This old master is asking on behalf of all the elders here. Everyone is curious as to how you did it. Since it's not the family's intention." Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "Please forgive this disciple for not being able to answer." The dozen or so elders suddenly shook their heads slowly, their faces filled with disappointment. Yang Zhen's expression was even uglier. None of them had expected that Yang Kai would actually dare to refuse to answer this question, and the excuse he found was quite clever. If it wasn't the family's intention, then there was no need for him to answer. These old fogies couldn't take advantage of their seniority to force him to answer, right? "Elder, this disciple has many matters to attend to. If you have something to say, please speak." Yang Kai's tone gradually became impatient. From the moment he entered the elder hall until now, from the performance of these elders, Yang Kai had seen a lot of problems. If they wanted to take the initiative and use their momentum to oppress him, they would definitely say something that would endanger his interests. If not, why would they need to make such a big show of force? Since it was something that would endanger his interests, coupled with his third brother Yang Tai's words just now, Yang Kai naturally didn't need to be polite. If that's the case, this old master won't beat around the bush with you. Yang Jin nodded, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at Yang Kai, quickly saying, "It's about the blood warriors under your command. The family has made a decision." "My blood warriors?" Yang Kai's brow wrinkled, faintly feeling that something was wrong, not showing any weakness as he stared back at Yang Jin. Being stared at like this, Yang Jin couldn't help but have the urge to evade, but in the end he managed to hold back and calmly nodded. "And as far as this old master knows, you now have 7 blood warriors under your command, correct?" "Yes." Yang Kai took a deep breath. Ingjiu and Chu Gao, you were the first to follow Yang Kai. Xiao Shun had joined after his 8th brother Yang Quan was eliminated. Tu Feng, Tang Yuxian, Luo Hai, and Yin Lingxing had joined Yang Kai after Yang Kong and Yang Shun were eliminated. In total, Yang Kai now had 7 blood warriors under his command, each of them an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th-stage cultivator. If you don't have the means to lift the Qi binding seal, and if you don't have the means to quickly restore the blood warriors who have been seriously injured, then it's fine. With these 7 people gathered around you, I'm afraid they won't be able to exert much destructive power, but you have what ordinary people can't. Yang Jun stood up from his seat and walked a few steps forward with his hands behind his back before turning to look at Yang Kai. If this old master's guess is correct, the 7 blood warriors under your command have all been restored to their peak, yes. Inferring from Ingjiu and Tang Yuxian following him here, this result was obvious. Yes. Yang Kai nodded gently. This old master also knows what you need to do next. You need to lead these 7 people and defeat the remaining Yang family young lords one by one in an unstoppable manner. In the process of defeating them, you can also subdue the blood warriors who are now following them. Did this old master say something wrong? Elder is correct. If I hadn't been summoned back to the family, I would have acted tonight. Yang Kai admitted frankly. Yang Jun let out a soft breath. 7 blood warriors. Ha! No one could stop you. You've created a miracle. Even us old fogies are shocked. Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, and Yang Ying, although they have gathered a lot of forces around them, one of their blood warriors has already been crippled. You only need to lead these 7 people to attack, and you'll be able to easily capture them and win the final victory without shedding a drop of blood. When he said this, he seemed to have already seen the scene of Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, and the others being powerless to resist. Moreover, this was exactly what Yang Kai wanted to do. But Yang Jun suddenly changed the subject and said solemnly, "This is inconsistent with the original intention of the Inheritance War, and it is inconsistent with the original intention of the Yang family to send blood warriors to participate in it." Yang Kai sneered meaningfully. At this point, if he still didn't understand why the Elder Hall had summoned him back, he would be a real fool. Anger filling his chest, Yang Kai took a deep breath and stared at Yang Jun sarcastically. Does Elder want to recall the blood warriors around me back to the family? Although he had noticed a change in Yang Kai's attitude and tone, Yang Jun didn't care. Young people were all hot-blooded. If Yang Kai didn't become angry at this time, he wouldn't be a young man. Yes, it's good that you understand. Yang Jun nodded calmly. I don't understand. Yang Kai's expression became gloomy, not caring that the other party was an elder of the Yang family and his own elder, his attitude extremely tough. Yang Jun continued. As this old master just said, you leading 7 blood warriors to attack the other Yang family young lords is inconsistent with the original intention of the Inheritance War. What the Inheritance War is about, you should be clear, it's about the connections the young lords have made outside and their personal charisma. The more connections you have, the greater your personal charisma, the more support you can gather. Because what you want to seize is the right to succeed the Yang family's next patriarch. In the future, you will become the Yang family's patriarch. If you don't have the support of the majority of forces, how can you become the Yang family's patriarch? You only rely on the blood warriors from the Yang family to win. This proves nothing at all. Chapter 494. Elder, the fact that the blood warriors chose to side with me, isn't that enough proof of my methods and charisma? Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Yang Jin paused for a moment before quickly replying. This only means that your vision is longer than everyone else's. He was naturally referring to Yang Kai taking the risk of using Chu Gao, Yi, and Ing Jiao to win the respect of the entire Blood Warrior Hall. At first, he was also shocked by Yang Kai's boldness, but now it seemed that this little brat clearly had the means to cure Chu Gao, Yi, and Ing Jiao. However, only he had the ability to do so. None of the other Yang family young lords had such ability. Isn't this my method? Yang Kai's face became gloomy. Yes. Yang Jin hesitated for a moment before nodding. Another point is that the Blood Warriors will participate in the Inheritance War. The family's original intention is to protect your safety and the survival of the flag in the early stages. This has never changed since ancient times. If you really lead a large number of Blood Warriors to attack the remaining Blood Warriors, it would naturally be contrary to the family's original intention of sending the Blood Warriors into the Inheritance War. That's the family's miscalculation. What does it have to do with me? Yang Kai sneered. His face was filled with dissatisfaction. It had not been easy for him to gather enough strength to surpass his other brothers and was preparing to defeat the remaining enemies with a thunderous momentum to seize the final victory. But at this critical moment, he had been summoned back by the Elder Hall and told of such harsh requirements. How could Yang Kai accept this? It really is the family's miscalculation. No one thought that there would be a Yang family young lord who could gather so many blood warriors. Yang Zhan sighed. Over the years, in the countless inheritance wars, the Yang family blood warrior hall has participated from time to time, but after so many years, no one has been able to achieve such a feat. No one has ever been able to reach your level. You've earned everyone's admiration, and even this old man admires you. Elder, there's no need for such flattery. This disciple can't afford it. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Yang Zhen's face filled with anger, but he quickly suppressed it. The other elders present also felt a little relieved, happy to see Yang Zhen suffer, especially in front of a junior. I've already told you the reason. Most of the blood warriors around, you must be recalled to the family. Yang Zhen reiterated. This is clearly the family's way of suppressing me. Yang Kai shouted, arguing, no matter how many blood warriors I gather, they were all obtained through my own methods. Why should they be recalled by the family? How I use these blood warriors is also my freedom, if the family really does so. I'm afraid I'll be ridiculed. Elders, please have some respect for me. The inheritance war has been going on for so many years. It's not some child's play. The rules are not something you can just change. Yang to Yang Zhen's, Yang family's Yang. Yang to Yang Zhen to the family with him. Of the families of the family, are you, of the elders at you Hall? Elder, elders is T elder? Yang, of you Yang's Yang of this T, of him, of course of the family, the of Yang Zhen hesitated a few times, but eventually didn't say anything. Seeing the tense atmosphere, one of the elders suddenly stood up and said, Yang Kai, don't be angry. This time it is indeed the family's fault. After all, we didn't expect you to be able to gather all the blood warriors. But what Yang Zhen said is also reasonable. If you think about it carefully, winning the inheritance war by relying on the blood warriors isn't something to be proud of. However, I think that after this incident, in the next inheritance war, the family will carefully consider the issue of the blood warriors. I only value the result. The process, it doesn't matter. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Whether it is glorious or not, that is your elder hall's business. The next inheritance war has nothing to do with me. I didn't rely on despicable means to gather the blood warriors, nor did I threaten them. They did so willingly. In short, if the family wants to recall the blood warriors around me, it's impossible. After a pause, Yang Kai continued, if the family really does so, then this inheritance war, I won't participate in it. You dare threaten this old master? Xianxia narrowed his eyes, his aura gradually becoming dangerous. If Elder thinks so, then that's fine. It's just that the rules are constantly changing. It's no different from a child's game. I'm too lazy to participate. Yang Kai sneered, cupping his fists and saying, "Farewell." How dare you? Yang Zhen roared in anger. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped because a tall and straight figure with his hands crossed behind his back was approaching him. This man's expression was indifferent, but Yang Kai felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, his aura suddenly becoming chaotic. In just an instant, that kind of exaggerated pressure disappeared. Yang Kai took a deep breath and cupped his fists. "Greetings, great uncle." The person who had just arrived was actually the current Yang family patriarch, Yang Yinghao. Yang Yinghao nodded gently and walked over to him. "Don't be in such a hurry. Let me talk to you." "Greetings, patriarch." All the elders in the elder hall stood up and bowed. Although they were 1 or 2 generations older than Yang Yinghao in the Yang family, the patriarch represented supreme dignity. Even Yang Zhen and the others had a salute. "Sit down," Yang Yinghao said softly, walking to the seat that originally belonged to Yang Zhen and sitting down. Looking at the shattered table in front of him, he frowned and said, "Elder Zhen, you need to change your temper." Yang Zhen rolled his eyes and said, "It's been so many years, I'm afraid I can't change it." An elder laughed and said, "Wolves eat meat, dogs eat shit, that's the truth." Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere suddenly eased a little. Yang Yinghao had come here personally, clearly having guessed that there would be some unpleasantness here, so he specifically came to talk to Yang Kai. He had to give face to the patriarch. Even if Yang Kai was unhappy, he could only stay for the time being. "Looking at you, Yang Kai should already know, right?" Yang Yinghao asked. "Yes." Yang Zhen stood beside him with his head lowered and nodded. Looking up at Yang Kai, Yang Yinghao said, "This time it was the family's fault. Great uncle will apologize on behalf of the family." "I wouldn't dare." Yang Kai's expression was slightly relaxed, and his mood gradually calmed down. But the family's decision to recall most of the blood warriors around him was still unacceptable to him. Facing the strength of the family and the elder hall, he couldn't help feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. No matter what, he was still a Yang family member, and his parents were both in the Yang family. What's more, he had participated in the inheritance war because he still had an unfulfilled wish. "You're uncomfortable, I know, but this is the family's decision and cannot be changed. And in the future inheritance war, the blood warriors gathered around each young lord will also be the same. There will never be more than 2. When Yang Kai heard this, his mouth twitched and he sneered. "That is to say, even if I defeat Big Brother and Second Brother in the future, I won't be able to subdue the blood warriors around them." Yang Yinghao nodded. "The blood warriors are too powerful, especially those who use their Mad Tyrant blood skill. You should have already experienced this. Isn't this a rule change specifically aimed at me?" Yang Kai smiled. "I don't know whether to be proud or not. In short, my mood right now is very delicate and complicated. It's not specifically aimed at you. Before, the elders in the family were also worried that you would gather all the blood warriors around you. However, everyone generally believed that such a thing was unlikely to happen, so no one paid any attention to it. But now that you've done it, we have no choice but to inconvenience you." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "What's more, the people from Medicine King's Valley and Treasure Instrument sect gathered in your house have already given you a great advantage. These 2 forces shouldn't be involved in the inheritance war. You should have heard that when those people from Medicine King's Valley moved into your house, the Yang family's young lords jointly protested, but the family didn't pay any attention because that was your personal connection, so the family couldn't interfere. However, the blood warriors are different. The blood warriors belong to the Yang family, not your personal connection." Yang Kai's face was cold, and he didn't say a word, but Yang Yinghao's words had grasped the crux of the issue. "The family is fair. Since you've been asked to recall most of the blood warriors around you, naturally you will be compensated. If you have any request, As long as it can be met, the family will not refuse. We won't let you suffer a loss. Having reached this point, Yang Kai also knew that he was powerless to resist. He didn't have the qualifications or the ability to fight against the family. If he continued to speak arrogantly, he was afraid it would only be a thankless task. I do have a request. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before nodding. Speak. Yang Yinghao motioned. For my sect, High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Kai looked straight into Yang Yinghao's eyes. High Heaven Pavilion is not an evil sect, it's just that it has a demon lord. Hearing this, everyone's expression couldn't help changing slightly, a deep dread flashing across their eyes. Even Yang Yinghao, who had reached the above immortal ascension boundary. Demon Lord. In the war with the ash-gray cloud evil land, Yang Yinghao had also met this person. Although they were both above immortal ascension boundary masters, this person gave him a sense of oppression. Facing this person, Yang Yinghao even had the urge to destroy his own sanity. He knew that this demon lord was one of the top above immortal ascension boundary masters. This request, Yang Yinghao couldn't help showing a trace of embarrassment. The matter of the demon lord was of great importance. As the patriarch of the Yang family, he and the ash-gray cloud evil land were like fire and water. Suddenly wanting to restore the name of the sect where the demon lord came from was really difficult. That's all I have, Yang Kai said seriously. He didn't participate in the inheritance war for the position of patriarch of the Yang family, like everyone else. His biggest purpose was to use his own strength to restore High Heaven Pavilion's name, which was the common wish of him and the fourth Master Yang. As long as the sect was restored, Ling, Tai Su, and the other elders, as well as the wandering High Heaven Pavilion disciples, would be able to return to the place where they were born and raised. If Patriarch can agree to this request of mine, not to mention recalling my blood warrior, I would even be willing to withdraw from the inheritance war right now, Yang Kai said solemnly. Everyone present was shocked and stared at him in amazement. Chapter 495. Yang Kai's expression was calm, and his eyes were extremely clear. Obviously, he wasn't playing any kind of trick. Yang Yinghao's expression suddenly changed as he asked curiously, So, your biggest purpose in participating in the inheritance war is this? Yang Kai nodded. Only the Yang family patriarch has the ability to restore High Heaven Pavilion's name. You don't want to be the Yang family patriarch commanding the world, making clouds and rain with a flip of your hand? Yang Yinghao asked sharply. Yang Kai curled his lips, a trace of ridicule appearing on his face as he said lightly, What's so good about being the Yang family patriarch? After sitting in that position, I can't even guarantee my own cultivation time. Great uncle, aren't you the best example? Although you're also an above immortal ascension boundary master, in my opinion, your strength should be relatively poor, right? Impudence. Yang Zhen shouted angrily, his eyelids twitching. He had never seen anyone who dared to speak so boldly in front of Yang Yinghao. Yang Yinghao waved his hand, stopping Yang Zhen's reprimand, his mouth curling into a smile as he nodded. Among the above immortal ascension boundary masters, I am indeed not very good. I can only count as a floor modder. This is the tragedy of every Yang family patriarch. You being able to see through this is beyond my expectations. After pausing for a moment, he continued meaningfully, But do you know why every Yang family patriarch is an above immortal ascension boundary master? Why? Listening to him say this, Yang Kai suddenly wondered. According to the ancient records, every patriarch of the Yang family was indeed an above immortal ascension boundary master, without exception. The above immortal ascension boundary was the pinnacle of this world. Very few people could reach this level, overlooking all living beings. It was impossible for every Yang family patriarch to have such talent and aptitude, right? Moreover, Yang Yinghao's age wasn't too old, at most around 50 years old. Reaching the above immortal ascension boundary at such a young age, just how terrifying was his aptitude? Such a terrifying aptitude. Why was he at the bottom of the above immortal ascension boundary masters? Because the Yang family has the heritage to allow the patriarch to reach the above immortal ascension boundary. Yang Yinghao stared straight at Yang Kai and said. Yang Kai's expression changed. Suddenly, he realized that he seemed to have inadvertently overheard a Yang family secret. Do you understand what I mean? Yang Yinghao asked. Kai Yang shook his head, although he had some speculations in his heart. But he wasn't certain. Huh? Yang Yinghao smiled. Do you think being the patriarch of the Yang family is all about working hard for the family? Patriarch is patriarchizest. SSS father Ts is TSS father. Yang Kai's TS cultivations. He's TSS S's. Yang's words. Let's not talk about him first. Let's talk about me first. If I were to cultivate by myself, the current me would probably be at the peak of the immortal traversing realm. I'm well aware of my own aptitude. Peak immortal ascension boundary is my limit. Even if I were given another 50 years, I wouldn't be able to reach the above immortal ascension boundary. Many cultivators are, and peak immortal ascension boundary masters are not uncommon. However, above immortal ascension boundary masters are extremely rare. But since I became the patriarch of the Yang family, I broke through to the above immortal ascension boundary 5 years ago. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he asked, so the patriarch's position is related to your current cultivation? You can say so. Yang Yinghao gently nodded. As for what's the secret behind it, it's not convenient for me to tell you. You only need to know this. Why is Patriarch telling me this? Yang Kai was puzzled. Although listening to Yang Yinghao's words, he did have some interest in the Patriarch's position, but that was it. Just chatting, you don't have to worry about it. Yang Yinghao smiled lightly. Yang Kai frowned, secretly shaking his head and asking, Then what about my request? Yang Yinghao nodded. I do have the ability to restore High Heaven Pavilion's name. But if I agree to your request now, I'm afraid the world will misunderstand that I'm using this condition to force you to withdraw from the inheritance war. So, I refuse. Yang Kai's expression sank. If you want to restore the sex name, you must rely on your own ability. Or do you think that without a few blood warriors, you won't be able to win the inheritance war? Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he shook his head. Patriarch, this kind of provocation is useless against me. Then prove it with your own strength. Yang Yinghao smiled faintly. The blood warriors must be recalled, and your losses will be compensated by the family. State your request. The reason I came here today is to deal with this matter. Yang Kai took a deep breath, knowing that at this point, there was nothing he could do. The family had already decided that no matter how much trouble he made, he couldn't win. Frowning for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and declared, I want all the blood warriors who follow me now, including those who follow me in the future, to belong to me. Yang Yinghao's body stiffened as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Yang Zhen and the other white-haired elders all had their mouths wide open, none of them having expected Yang Kai's appetite to be so big. This request is too unreasonable. Yang Zhen coldly snorted. The masters of the Blood Warrior Hall had always been loyal to the family, never to a single person. But now that Yang Kai had made such a request, if he agreed, it would mean that at least 7 blood warriors would be under his name. I only have this request. Whether you agree or not is up to Patriarch to decide. Yang Kai reiterated, his expression serious. Even Yang Yinghao, as the patriarch of the Yang family, who was accustomed to great winds and waves, couldn't help feeling a headache. No one had ever made such a request to him before. It could be said to be extremely rude. But he had just refused another request from Yang Kai, and now he refused again. What's more, this was the family's proposal to compensate him for his losses. Smiling bitterly, Yang Kai asked, Most of those blood warriors can't participate in the inheritance war. What do you want them to be loyal to you for? Naturally, I have a use for them. Yang Kai replied faintly. Yang Yinghao let out a sigh of relief, his expression somewhat helpless, hesitating for a moment before nodding. Good, I agree. Yang Kai couldn't help looking at him with some surprise. not having expected him to agree so quickly. Yang Zhen hurriedly tried to stop him. "Patriarch, you can't. It's fine." Yang Yinghao waved his hand. Yang Kai is also a Yang family member. The blood warriors under his name are still part of the Yang family. Although that's the case, but good. That's enough. This time it was the family's fault. Yang Yinghao obviously didn't want to talk about this anymore, turning to Yang Kai and saying, "I agree to your request. I hope you can make good use of these blood warriors in the future. It wasn't easy for the family to cultivate them. I know, many thanks, great uncle. But you need to determine which 2 blood warriors will participate in the inheritance war. Once you've confirmed, the other blood warriors must not contribute anything in the inheritance war." "Are you sure now?" Yang Kai frowned. Now, Yang Kai suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Chu Gao, Yi, and Ying Jiao were the first to follow him. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were the first to meet him, and they were also the ones who had welcomed him back to the central capital. Xiao Shun, Luo Hai, Yinling Xing, and Yang Kai's friendship with them wasn't deep, so aside from them, there were still 4 blood warriors left. After hesitating for only a moment, Yang Kai's expression became firm. "Then Ying Jiao and Tang Yuxian will do." Decisive. That's the spirit of a Yang family member. Yang Yinghao praised. "That's all for now. You should return to War City as soon as possible." Disciple will take his leave. Yang Kai bowed and calmly withdrew from the Elder Hall. Outside, Ying Jiao and Tang Yuxian's foreheads were filled with sweat as they waited anxiously. The quarrel in the Elder Hall naturally did not escape their ears, and all of them secretly broke out in cold sweat for Yang Kai. When Yang Kai came out, the 2 of them nodded gratefully to him. Yang Kai choosing them as his helpers in the inheritance war naturally made them feel honored and proud. After coming out of the Elder Hall, Yang Kai didn't say anything, but anyone could see that his mood at the moment wasn't very good. After returning to the 4th Master's house, Yang Kai left behind some myriad drug liquid for the 4th Master and Dong Suju before flying back to War City with Ying Jiao and Yuxian. Along the way, Yang Kai's silence made both Ying Jiao and Yuxian anxious. Both of them wanted to ease the depression in Yang Kai's heart, but they didn't know how to comfort him. Just as they were feeling anxious, Yang Kai, who was riding his cloud-treading colt in front of them, suddenly burst into laughter. The 2 blood warriors glanced at each other suspiciously before quickly catching up. Glancing sideways, they saw Yang Kai's face filled with joy, all of his previous gloominess and unhappiness flying out of his eyes. Little Lord, Tang Yuxian pursed her red lips, not knowing why his mood had changed so much. Yang Kai laughed even louder. Tang Yuxian suddenly realized, so Little Lord's expression just now was just for others to see. After taking such a big advantage, of course I need to find some psychological balance for those around me. If I had been too excited, I'm afraid those elders would have been suspicious. Yang Kai nodded lightly. This time, it could be said that he had profited greatly. Although the family's orders had a restraining effect on Yang Kai's progress in the inheritance war, in the long run, Yang Kai was undoubtedly the biggest winner. So many blood warriors were now under his name, and from now on they would be at his disposal. This was a precedent that had never been seen in the entire Yang family. Blessings and disasters came hand in hand. It was true. What's more, only 2 blood warriors could participate in the inheritance war. So how could they not win? Yang Kai was full of confidence in his future. All the way, he felt refreshed. The 100-kilometer journey only took half an hour to complete. The roaring of the cloud-treading colt alarmed Qiu Yimeng, who had been waiting anxiously in the mansion. Young Lady Qiu hurried out to greet them, her pair of beautiful eyes carefully observing them, secretly wondering why the Yang family had summoned Yang Kai back to the central capital. After seeing Yang Kai's silent expression, her heart couldn't help trembling, secretly feeling that something was wrong. Chapter 496. From the look on Yang Kai's face, it was clear that he had encountered something bad in the Yang family. Qiu Yimeng thought to herself, but didn't dare to ask immediately, instead just silently leading him into the house. Inside the main hall, The leaders of many forces had gathered. They had all heard the news that Yang Kai had been recalled to the family and naturally wanted to know the reason. More than a dozen pairs of eyes stared straight at Yang Kai, waiting for him to speak. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. There's good news and bad news. Yang Kai took a deep breath and looked around. Which one do you want to hear? There's good news and bad news. Huastar smiled and shook his head. Then let's hear the bad news first. It can't be any worse than the news we heard this morning. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Although he didn't know what he was talking about, he didn't ask. If there was any good news in War City, Qiu Yimeng would definitely inform him. The bad news is that only 2 of the blood warriors in the mansion can participate in the inheritance war. The rest of them are not allowed to contribute. What? Everyone was shocked. Qiu Yimeng's brow furrowed as she asked, What do you mean? Yang Kai briefly explained the family's decision. After comprehending the profound meaning behind it, everyone became filled with righteous indignation, and their expressions turned ugly. Why? Huastar shouted. Isn't your Yang family taking this too lightly? How can you just change the rules of the inheritance war? That's right, how could this be? With this, the gap in strength between the Yang family and the other houses has been shortened in an instant. Everyone began to criticize the Yang family elder hall, even a woman as cold as Han Xiaoqi. A trace of anger also appeared on her face. Originally, the situation was good. With 7 blood warriors on Yang Kai's side, it was enough to sweep away all the enemies. But now, it was undoubtedly impossible. Yang Kai, why didn't you argue with the Yang family elder hall? These blood warriors all came to you of their own free will, yet you just let them be reduced for no reason? Huastar said angrily. Shut up. Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath and scolded. When she heard the news just now, she also felt a knot in her chest. Her heart was filled with anger, but when she calmed down, she realized that although Yang Kai had said so, he was still a man. However, there was not the slightest hint of displeasure on his face. She immediately knew that he actually didn't care about this result. What's the other good news? Qiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai and asked, Let's hear it. The crowd suddenly quieted down and looked at Yang Kai. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth slowly rose. With a light smile on his face, Yang Kai said, The good news is nothing to do with you, nor does it have anything to do with the inheritance war. It only concerns me. All the blood warriors who have pledged allegiance to me now and in the future will be under my name and swear allegiance to me. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Thinking about it carefully, they immediately realized the huge benefits contained within. What? Dong Qinghan's face filled with disbelief. Did your Yang family really agree to this condition? Not bad. Fuck. Huastars were also stunned. Qiu Yimeng smiled and slowly shook her head. Yang Kai, you've really gained a lot. All the blood warriors who had pledged allegiance to him now and in the future would only be loyal to Yang Kai. In other words, regardless of whether he won the final victory in the inheritance war, Yang Kai's status in the Yang family in the future would not be low. With so many blood warriors as his followers, how could his status be low? At the very least, he would be an elder, a Yang family elder. That was a character whose status was comparable to the sect master of a first-class force. The family probably went too far this time, so they agreed to my condition. Yang Kai chuckled. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have been able to obtain such a big benefit. Qiu Yimeng gently nodded. In the short term, this is indeed bad news for the inheritance war, but for your long-term development, it is quite beneficial. In any case, congratulations first. A burst of congratulatory voices sounded. Yang Kai smiled lightly, but when he looked around, he suddenly found that everyone was hiding a trace of worry, so he couldn't help asking, Did something happen last night? He had only been gone for one night, yet everyone's expressions had changed so much, it was obvious something big had happened last night. Everyone couldn't help coughing lightly and sitting up straight. Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly. I can't hide anything from you. I was just about to tell you. He sighed and said, Just like you, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? The bad news. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious. Yang Ying abstained. What? Yang Kai's face paled. You didn't hear wrong. Your seventh brother Yang Ing abstained last night. What happened? Yang Kai frowned. This was not something he could have expected. After the inheritance war, only 4 of the 8 great young lords remained. Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, Yang Kai, and Yang Ing. Among these 4, Yang Kai had the most masters gathered in his house. Just his 7 blood warriors were already superior to everyone else, not to mention the old demon and Meng Wuya. In addition, the one with the most supporters was Yang Ing. In this regard, the other 3 couldn't compare. After all, that night, after Yang Kai attacked Yang Shen's mansion and seized his flag, all of Yang Shen's subordinates, except for the 2 blood warriors, had gathered in Yang Ying's house. Yang Ing had the support of 2 young lords. No matter how one looked at it, Yang Ing wasn't the worst of the 4, but he had actually taken the initiative to abstain. This was beyond everyone's expectations, and it happened last night when Yang Kai left War City. I don't know the specifics. Xiao Yimeng shook her head. She only found out this morning. It is said that your second brother went to Yang Ying's mansion alone and negotiated with him for half the night. I don't know what kind of benefits and conditions were promised, but Yang Ing took the initiative to abstain. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and quickly said, So, 7th brother's subordinates, they're already in your second brother's house. Xiao Yimeng smiled bitterly and shook her head. After absorbing the people from Yang Ying's house, Yang Zhao's strength had now reached an incredible level. It was completely different from Yang Kai's current situation. He was the one with the strongest army. That night was really full of changes. Yang Kai's expression was gloomy as he sneered. He had only left for one night, and such a big event had happened in War City. His second brother had really taken advantage of this opportunity. If he hadn't been summoned by the Elder Hall last night, Yang Kai would have already taken the 7 blood warriors to war. But now, Yang Kai had completely lost the advantage he had originally accumulated. On the contrary, he had to be careful of his second brother's actions. The situation had taken a sudden turn, and the gap between the 2 was too big to bear. He had been summoned by the Elder Hall yesterday evening, and now his second brother had made a big move. Whether this was a coincidence or not, Yang Kai didn't know. But now, the trend of the inheritance war had become complicated and confusing. At the very least, Yang Zhao had become a difficult bone to chew. His eldest brother was definitely not easy to deal with. Of the remaining 3 brothers, who would emerge victorious was a matter of great concern to the entire world. What's the good news? Yang Kai calmed down and asked. The good news isn't very good for you right now. Xiao Yimeng's face showed a touch of helplessness as she clapped her hands and said, Come in. 2 people walked in from the door. Yang Kai only glanced at them and immediately understood what Xiao Yimeng meant. These 2 were the 2 blood warriors who had followed his 7th brother. Now that Yang Ing had taken the initiative to abstain, they had the opportunity to choose a new follower. Just like the other blood warriors, these 2 had also come to seek refuge with Yang Kai. However, since Yang Kai had agreed to the Elder Hall's request, these 2 couldn't contribute much in the inheritance war. Wu Ju, Fu Tsong, greet the little lord. Yang Kai nodded gently. Did you hear what I just said? We heard. The 2 nodded and smiled. Then we will ask the little lord to take care of us in the future. Likewise, subordinates will retire. The 2 came out to meet with Yang Kai. Immediately after, they retreated. What do you plan to do now? After the 2 blood warriors left, Xiao Yimeng asked softly. I'll observe the situation first. Yang Kai was also somewhat helpless. Although the forces he had gathered now weren't bad, with so many blood warriors at his disposal, he couldn't act as unscrupulously as he had expected. Not to mention, Yang Zhao also had a strong army now, so he had no choice but to be cautious. So much had changed in one night. The world was truly fickle. Although everyone felt some injustice for Yang Kai, when they thought about how he had so many blood warriors at once, they didn't think it was a big deal. After dispersing, everyone went back to cultivate. Yang Kai summoned all the blood warriors, including the 2 who had just joined this morning. There were now 9 blood warriors gathered in his house. This number was quite amazing. The Elder Hall's decision was something the many masters of the Blood Warrior Hall had heard from Yingjiu and Tang Yuxian. Looking at the masters in front of him, Yangkai said, "Of the 9 of you, I can only choose 2 to participate in the inheritance war. Yingjiu has been responsible for my safety, concealment, and assassination, so none of you can compare, so I chose him. As for Yuxian, she is proficient in soul skills and is the only woman among you, so I also chose her. I hope none of you have any complaints." Subordinates wouldn't dare. Everyone shouted in unison. "I know you won't." Yang Kai nodded. "In fact, there's another reason I chose Yuxian." Everyone couldn't help feeling curious. Yang Kai smiled. "I also want to be with a beautiful woman." Even Tang Yuxian, who had a calm temperament and rich experience, couldn't help blushing slightly. "Little Lord." The expressions of the group suddenly became ambiguous. Yang Kai's expression became serious and no longer spoke any nonsense. "Although the remaining 7 of you can't play a role in the inheritance war, in your spare time, you can teach the cultivator in the house how to cultivate. That's not a problem." Tu Feng nodded. They were all masters of a Yang family Blood Warrior Hall, each of them an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage cultivator. Giving pointers to the people in the house was a piece of cake. Presumably, the cultivator in the house would also be ecstatic. Being able to receive pointers from a Yang family Blood Warriors was not an opportunity that ordinary people could obtain. Chapter 497. After talking to the Blood Warriors for a while, Yang Kai let them disperse. Only Tang Yuxian was left behind. Just now, Yang Kai made a small joke about her, so Tang Yuxian was still blushing slightly, not knowing why Yang Kai had left her alone. "Yuxian, we're not outsiders, so I won't hide some things from you," Yang Kai said softly with a serious expression. "Little Lord, please speak. Yuxian is listening." Tang Yuxian also nodded. "I can't explain it clearly. Feel it." After Yang Kai finished speaking, a tyrannical spiritual energy burst out from his body and enveloped Tang Yuxian. Tang Yuxian's tender body trembled violently, her beautiful eyes flashing as she stared at Yang Kai incredulously. "Did you feel it?" Yang Kai asked. Tang Yuxian froze for a moment before nodding lightly. "Little Lord, is this your own spiritual energy?" "Yes." Yang Kai had already cultivated his spiritual energy, but Tang Yuxian and Tu Feng didn't know about it. But this time Yang Kai wanted to ask Tang Yuxian some questions about her soul, so he had revealed his spiritual energy in front of her. So that's how it is. The spiritual energy that broke out in Yang Tai's mansion that night was Little Lord's. Tang Yuxian suddenly realized. Even after a few months, she still remembered clearly that on the first night of the Inheritance War, a great battle had broken out in Yang Tai's mansion. At the same time, a tyrannical divine sense had enveloped Yang Tai's mansion, deterring everyone. At that time, she had been wondering which master this spiritual energy belonged to, but it wasn't until now that she understood. "Little Lord, you're only Yuan Qi Boundary 9th stage. How could he possess a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary spiritual energy? Moreover, it should have been several months ago." According to this, Yang Kai had been cultivating his spiritual energy for a long time. "I don't know." Yang Kai shook his head, not saying much. "Your attainments and soul skills are better than others. I just wanted to learn something from you." Meng Wuya, the old demon. All of them were masters among masters, and their attainments in the field of soul were definitely not weaker than Tang Yuxian's. But each of them had their own strengths. Yang Kai was only a step away from the Immortal Ascension boundary, so naturally he wanted to make some preparations in advance, especially when it came to breaking through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. The Yuan Qi state was a watershed for a cultivator. The Yuan Qi in the body would transform into Yuan Qi, becoming denser, purer, and stronger. The Immortal Ascension boundary was also a huge dividing line for martial artists. In this boundary, the cultivator would open up his own sea of consciousness, nurturing and cultivating divine sense. What does Little Lord want to ask specifically? Tang Yuxian calmed herself down and asked. For example, how did you open up your own sea of knowledge? Yangkai asked after thinking for a while. Subordinate remembers that I took some precious treasures to supplement my soul. Tang Yuxian recalled for a moment before slowly saying, I'm not too sure about that, but it's fine. Little Gongzi, let me demonstrate it for you. I still remember the situation back then. Demonstration? How? Little Lord, enter my sea of knowledge. Tang Yuxian didn't have any vigilance. She directly released the defenses of her sea of knowledge. Good. Yangkai nodded. His divine sense turned into a stream and rushed into Tang Yuxian's mind. Looking around, the sky was clear, the water was clear, and a vast ocean appeared in front of Yangkai's eyes. In that boundless sea, there was Tang Yuxian's divine sense. Yangkai couldn't help but frown slightly. So far, Yangkai had broken into the sea of knowledge of 3 people. The first was Xianxia Luo, the second was the little senior sister, and the third was Tang Yuxian. Breaking into someone else's sea of knowledge, he could clearly feel the changes in their hearts and thoughts. This was a very subtle feeling, as if he had become a worm in that person's stomach, and any changes in their mind could not be hidden from the prying eyes of the observer. Therefore, if the relationship was not particularly good, a cultivator would not release the defenses of their sea of knowledge to outsiders. The sea of knowledge of the 3 people gave Yangkai different feelings. Xianxia Luo's sea of knowledge contained a charming and seductive feeling. The vast knowledge sea seemed to be able to suck Yangkai's soul into it, making it impossible for him to extricate himself. Senior sister's sea of knowledge gave a refreshing and natural feeling. Staying in the little senior sister's sea of knowledge, he could forget all his troubles and worries. Her aura could quickly calm Yangkai, making his heart as calm as still water. Tang Yuxian's was more mature. Even the breeze on the sea was like the embrace of a plump woman, tightly wrapping Yangkai. At this moment, Tang Yuxian's soul was standing not far in front of Yangkai. All of a sudden, waves rolled up from the ocean below. The clear and boundless sky also changed for a while, becoming erratic and unsteady. Yangkai was stunned. Tang Yuxian said embarrassedly, This is the first time someone has broken into my knowledge sea. Subordinate is not used to it. The situation in her knowledge sea clearly reflected the changes in Tang Yuxian's heart, and now she was undoubtedly a little nervous. After all, she had revealed most of her secrets in front of Yangkai, which was a bit embarrassing for any woman. As long as Yangkai penetrated into her knowledge sea, he could even spy on all the bits and pieces of her life from childhood to adulthood, but Yangkai would certainly not do so. Listening to her say so, Yangkai just nodded and waited for her mood to calm down. Sure enough, after a while, the sea calmed down again. Little Lord, watch carefully, I'll show you once. Tang Yuxian whispered softly, and Yangkai suddenly felt his vision go dark. He couldn't see anything. The sea, the clear sky, the breeze, everything disappeared. There was nothing around him, as if he was in chaos. Knowing that Tang Yuxian was showing him the opening and formation of her knowledge sea, Yangkai held his breath and paid close attention. After an unknown amount of time, there seemed to be 1 or 2 free energies born in this chaotic void, like the first life at the beginning of the world, full of vitality and energy fluctuations. These were Tang Yuxian's soul threads. These 1 or 2 energies wandered in this chaotic void, like a canoe tossing in the waves, like a candle flame in the wind and rain, or like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Subtle but fragile, but it also caused some strange changes. Nothingness and chaos were no longer the only theme of this world. In the darkness, 1 soul thread after another appeared, lighting up this seemingly indestructible dark space. At first, these soul threads were scattered, not forming a circle, and as they formed, some of them shattered and returned to nothingness. However, even more divine soul threads were left behind. Gradually, this world of nothingness and chaos became like a star field at night, full of stars, beautiful and magnificent. With the passage of time, these divine soul threads gathered together. The subtle energy twisted into one, and there seemed to be the sound of flowing water. In that world of nothingness, a small stream appeared. The stream flowed, stretching into the distance. More and more magnificent, bigger and bigger. The stream became a river. The river became the sea, and the sea radiated in all directions with no end in sight. It was like the beginning of the world, without a trace of chaos. The darkness was dispelled, and Xianxia's eyes were filled with light. A gentle breeze blew, and the blue water below connected to the sky. Tang Yuxian still stood quietly not far in front of him, gently exhaling, a trace of fatigue appearing on her soul. The demonstration just now must have consumed a lot of her energy. Little Lord, do you understand? Yangkai nodded gently, not answering, but instead immersed himself in the concept of slowly growing from nothingness to existence. Opening one's knowledge, see, was equivalent to opening up a new world. It was just that this world belonged to only one person. It had to be said that Tang Yu Xian's demonstration this time had given Yang Kai a big harvest. In the future, he already had a lot of ideas on how to open up his own knowledge sea and how to break through to the immortal ascension boundary. Now, all he was missing was maturity and cultivation. Yang Kai believed that as long as he had enough strength to break through to the immortal ascension boundary, he would be able to open up his knowledge sea in the shortest time possible. Actually, if Little Lord wants to cultivate his spiritual energy, this subordinate has a suggestion. Oh, Yang Kai looked at her with some surprise. Little Lord can find a soul partner. And 2 people can dual cultivate. Tang Yuxian's face was a little red. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Isn't that soul sex? Yes. Tang Yuxian suddenly felt embarrassed, faintly feeling like she was encouraging the Little Lord to do something bad. I heard that once you try this kind of thing, it's easy to get lost in it. Yang Kai smiled strangely. Soul sex. When 2 people's souls intertwined, they could feel pleasure thousands of times greater than the physical union. This was a resonance between their souls. Although there was a lot to be enjoyed, the fusion of their souls could easily mix up their memories, which could cause their personalities to change drastically, to the point where they wouldn't even know who they were. Others may get lost, but Little Lord's heart is firm. There shouldn't be a problem. Tang Yuxian paused for a moment before saying, "There's absolutely no problem." "Are you sure?" Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "I'll consider it." He did have a candidate, but he didn't know where Yuran was right now. He and Su Yin had only reached the 2nd stage of the Yin-Yang joyous unification art. So as long as they reached the 3rd stage, they would definitely be able to create a resonance between their souls. Dual cultivating to enhance each other's spiritual energy wasn't a bad idea. Many thanks for this time. Yang Kai sincerely thanked her. Little Lord is too polite. This is a subordinate's duty. Tang Yuxian smiled. Yang Kai gently nodded and was about to withdraw from Tang Yuxian's knowledge, see, when suddenly his expression changed, and he couldn't help but frown. "What's wrong?" Tang Yuxian asked in amazement. "There's movement." Yang Kai's expression sank, and the next moment disappeared. Tang Yuxian was stunned for a moment before quickly withdrawing from her knowledge sea. Just as she opened her eyes, she saw Yang Kai hurriedly get up and walk out. At the same time, a creepy laugh rang out from the mansion. "Since you've come, why hide yourself? Show yourself." Immediately, an earth-shattering energy fluctuation spread out from the mansion, causing the ground to shake. From the corner of her eyes, Tang Yuxian even saw a red light rise up from a certain position in the mansion. Tang Yuxian's expression changed, not knowing what was happening. Chapter 498. Back in Yang Kai's mansion, accompanied by the strange laughter and shouts of the old demon, everyone was alerted. When Yang Kai arrived at the scene, he found that not far from the pill room, the mansion's cultivator had gathered in 3 layers. These cultivators' yuan qi was fluctuating, their faces filled with vigilance and fear as they stared towards the center. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, all of them opened a path for him and respectfully greeted him. Yang Kai nodded lightly, and calmly walked inside. In the innermost layer, Qiu Yimeng and the others gathered around the old demon, all of them staring at the scene in front of them with curiosity and amazement. "Young master, that person is here." The old demon's expression was a little excited as he spoke to Yang Kai, pointing his finger forward. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he saw several red lights rise from the ground about 5 meters in front of him, like burning iron pillars, forming a circle. Inside this circle, a vague figure was rampaging about, but was unable to escape the shackles of these red lights. The group of people watching this scene were amazed. Even Xiu Yimeng and the others were extremely surprised. Because this figure wrapped in red light was almost transparent, if one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it all. As this figure moved, it was like a clear stream of water flowing through the air, distorting the scene in front of them. Until now, no one had been able to see the true appearance of this figure. This kind of method was completely beyond the scope of everyone's knowledge and understanding. Ying Jiu was also a master of concealment and assassination. He could also make his figure fade into the air, but that was using a special technique in Yuan Qi to make others ignore his existence. But this mysterious person in front of him was not like that. She was clearly there, but no one could see her. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he realized that he had underestimated the methods of this mysterious master. This mysterious expert. She had appeared in front of Yang Kai twice, but each time she was able to escape unscathed. Last time at Pijing Lake, Yang Kai had cut off a strand of her hair and given it to the old demon so that the old demon could find a way to find her. Only today did the old demon sense the aura of this mysterious expert. He immediately used the great divine technique to trap her. Even if he was trapped, she didn't seem to be worried at all. She just casually walked back and forth in the small area surrounded by the red light. Vaguely, she seemed to be observing the people around her. It's a woman? Xiu Yimeng was extremely surprised. Just a moment ago, she had clearly seen the 2 large peaks on this vague figure's chest. Although it was only a fleeting glimpse, it allowed Xiu Yimeng to determine her gender. "Miss, reveal your true appearance." Yang Kai's expression was cold. He instructed calmly. The other party was non-committal. He did not answer, nor did he show himself. Just standing there quietly, Yang Kai felt a pair of eyes staring at him. "I just have some questions I want to ask. Please cooperate with me." Yang Kai frowned. Still no answer. Yang Kai's expression gradually became impatient. He didn't know what this person wanted to do by sneaking into the pill room again and again, nor did he know who had recruited her. However, if such a person was left alone, it would only make everyone in the house feel uneasy. Moreover, her current attitude of refusing to cooperate made Yang Kai feel that it was useless to say anything more. "I'll give you 10 breaths of time to think about it." Yang Kai's expression became cold as he waited quietly. Soon, 10 breaths passed. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, stared at the figure, and said lightly, "Do it if she dares to resist. It doesn't matter if you kill her." The old demon let out a strange laugh and stepped forward. The figure bound by the red light didn't seem to have expected Yang Kai to be so cruel and merciless. The figure once again solidified, but soon faded from everyone's sight. "Gather!" the old demon shouted, and the red light surrounding the figure suddenly moved closer to the center, bringing with it an extremely strange aura. "Oomph. You think you can catch me with just a few of you?" Just as the red light was about to bind the woman, she suddenly opened her mouth and spoke. When this voice entered everyone's ears, everyone's expression froze. It wasn't that this voice was very pleasant to hear, or that it was unpleasant to hear, but because it gave people a kind of tender feeling. A person, as they grew older, not only would their figure and appearance change slightly, but their voice would also change. The voice of an older person was different from that of a younger person. This mysterious master's voice was very tender and crisp, so just listening to her voice, everyone couldn't help thinking she was a young girl in her 20s. But soon, everyone secretly shook their heads. It was impossible for a young girl in her 20s to have such exquisite cultivation and profound strength. Xiao Meng was 22 or 23 years old, but was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary, first stage cultivator. Lu Qingyao was even older. This woman's aptitude couldn't possibly be better than Xiao Meng and Lu Qingyao's, right? Perhaps she was born with a tender voice, everyone guessed. As soon as the mysterious woman's voice fell, the old demon's expression suddenly became cold, and without hesitation, he quickly pulled out something from his sleeve. At the same time, accompanied by a triumphant chuckle, the figure bound by the red light suddenly burst apart. Suddenly, Kaiyang took a step forward and sent out a giant hand seal to grab the other side. He had seen this scene twice already, and each time, this mysterious master had escaped in this way. As the hand seal reached out, it only managed to grab a wisp of mist before the mysterious woman suddenly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone present couldn't help feeling shocked. Not only were there many young cultivators gathered here, but there were also many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters and several masters from the Yang family Blood Warrior Hall, but no one had seen how she had escaped. The old demon, on the other hand, was excited, holding the thing he had just taken out and pouring his yuan qi into it. As the yuan qi poured into it, the strange-looking thing suddenly lit up. "Fine!" The old demon shouted, the thing in his hand turning into a stream of light and disappearing in front of everyone's eyes, flying off toward a certain direction in War City at an incredible speed. Jia, this old master knew she would do that. The old demon smiled smugly as he watched the stream of light disappear. "Are you sure?" Yang Kai asked, glancing over at the thing the old demon had just taken out. It was made from the light blue hair he had given him last time. "This old master will take action, young. Young master, you just need to wait," the old demon said confidently. Yang Kai nodded gently, while the several blood warriors all stared at the old demon strangely. None of them were short-sighted people, but the method the old demon had just used was something none of them had ever heard of, so they couldn't help becoming interested in the old demon's background. War City, wind swept in. Inside one of the rooms, a young girl slowly opened her beautiful eyes and pouted. "How infuriating. He's actually been waiting for me all this time. So shameless. I didn't want to do anything bad. I just wanted to find someone. How infuriating." She had met this man 3 times who seemed to be younger than her, and the first 2 times he had seen through her concealment, causing the young girl to feel somewhat unconvinced. How could there be such a powerful young man in this barbarian land? It was just that his strength was too low. If he hadn't been born here and had instead been born in the place she had left, surely he would have achieved great things in the future, right? However, since he was born here, his future achievements would be limited. Thinking so, the young girl's mood suddenly became cheerful, as if she was gloating over Yang Kai's humble background. Asterisk Xiao. Asterisk the sound of something breaking through the air reached the young girl's ears, causing her skin to tighten as she immediately felt a sense of danger, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Before she could figure out what was going on, a stream of light flew in through the window. That stream of light struck the girl's body with lightning speed. Ouch! The young girl was caught off guard and fell to the ground, but by the time she got up, the stream of light had disappeared again. There was no trace of injury on her body, but after carefully inspecting herself, she felt like she was missing something. "What am I missing?" The young girl examined herself several times, but couldn't find anything, shaking her head in confusion as she tapped her red lips. In Yang Kai's mansion, everyone had already dispersed under Yang Kai's orders. Only the old demon remained. The master and servant were waiting quietly. After a long while, a stream of light flashed past their eyes. The old demon reached out and caught it. After examining it a little, he said with joy, "Young master, it's done." As he spoke, he handed over the thing he had caught. Yang Kai picked it up and looked at it carefully in his hand. He couldn't help but laugh. He had just casually glanced at it and didn't pay attention to what the old demon had made with the woman's hair. But now it seemed that it was actually a small person. The old demon actually had this kind of craftsmanship. The small person made of hair naturally had blurry facial features, but all 4 limbs were intact. It was just a rough model. At this moment, This small person was emitting a faint light, as if there was obscure energy surging within it. Young master, this is the soul-capturing spell that this old servant made. This small person is already connected to the woman's spirit. If you do something to this small person, the woman will feel it even if she is thousands of times weaker. What if I twist its neck? Xianxia glanced at the old demon. Then the woman will be dead. The old demon laughed. It can be said that the woman is now completely under your control. Young master. Not bad. A smile appeared on Xianxia's face, clearly very satisfied. The old demon laughed dryly. This seems to be a spell that this old servant researched in order to control my subordinates. That day, I had a flash of inspiration and suddenly remembered. So, you didn't have a good life in the past. If you want to use this method to control your subordinates, who would be willing to be loyal to you? Yes, this old servant was forced to do it. Xianxia shook his head and didn't ask anymore. He just stretched out his hand, bent his middle finger, aimed at the small person's forehead, and gently flicked it. Chapter 499. Night, Xianxia's mansion. Torches were burning everywhere, illuminating the entire mansion. The moon was bright and there were few stars in the sky, making the night in War City extremely quiet. She's here. Kai Yang, who was in the middle of meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. In the darkness, they shined brightly, and a playful smile appeared on his face. The old demon, who was standing guard beside him, also let out a strange laugh, making this quiet night seem extremely gloomy. Since you've come, why not show yourself? Xianxia shouted. The door suddenly opened, and Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he stared forward. Under the moonlight, an almost transparent figure stood at the door, as clear as day, like flowing water. This person stepped into the room and stood about 10 meters away from Xianxia. The old demon secretly circulated his strength, while Jiao, who was hidden in the darkness, also focused all his attention on this mysterious master, not daring to relax in the slightest. Timid as a mouse, for where the almost transparent figure stood, a voice filled with disdain rang out. It was still the same crisp and sweet voice of a young woman. Obviously, she was disdaining Xianxia for having two powerful masters guarding him when they first met. Show your true face. Xianxia didn't care and ordered lightly. A scoundrel like you isn't qualified to see this young lady. The person in front of him snorted, pausing for a moment before continuing. Unless you tell the two people beside you to withdraw. Xianxia smiled playfully as he played with the little figure made of light blue hair in his hand, not saying anything. He could clearly feel that the woman's gaze had already locked onto the little person. That pair of beautiful eyes seemed to be filled with fear and bitterness, as if she couldn't wait to snatch this little person and destroy it in her hands. After a long time, Xianxia waved his hand. Young master! The old demon's expression changed slightly as he called out in a low voice. It's fine. Xianxia shook his head. The old demon frowned. Nodding, he said, Then old servant and Jiao will wait outside the door. If you have any instructions, just shout. Saying so, he stepped outside. As he passed by the mysterious woman, the old demon suddenly laughed strangely. Don't provoke my young master, otherwise you won't have a good life in the future. The mysterious woman sneered. After old demon and Jiao left, the mysterious woman relaxed. Now that there were two masters in the room, she was finally able to relax. She was also a little nervous. Xianxia saw this subtle change in her expression. You don't seem to be very strong. Being afraid of Jiao and old demon, she was obviously not a top master. Not only young master. The woman coldly snorted, not showing any weakness. Kai Yang couldn't help but wrinkle his brow. This woman actually dared to argue with him. Her heart was obviously not mature enough. How old was she? Young. Xianxia is now. As you wish, my two subordinates have gone out. Show your true face. The woman giggled softly. Her almost transparent body was also visible, her graceful bearing becoming more and more graceful. She restrained her laughter. Do you really want to see me that much? Yang Kai slowly got up and walked towards her step by step. The mysterious woman's aura suddenly stagnated, as if she had not expected that Yang Kai would be so bold, daring to approach her without any attendance. Even as he approached, the woman who should have been fearless couldn't help feeling a sense of crisis. Slowly shaking her head, the woman dispelled the uneasiness in her heart, her aura suddenly becoming dangerous as she coldly said, "I'll give you one chance. Hand over that thing in your hand to me. And if I say no, those who provoke this young lady never have a good end." The woman coldly shouted, her tender body suddenly bursting into a mist that instantly filled the entire room. Inside this mist, a strange energy began to swirl around, wrapping around Yang Kai from all directions. Feeling the movement inside the room, Xianxia, who was standing at the door, wanted to rush in to help, but was stopped by the old demon. The old demon slowly shook his head and calmly said, "Young master will be fine. If something happens, you die," Xianxia said coldly. The old demon grinned strangely. "In terms of loyalty, this old master is no worse than you. Don't worry, that woman is out of luck. Daring to provoke young master, she definitely won't have a good end." As soon as his words fell, a mournful scream rang out from inside the room. It was the woman's voice, and listening to it, she seemed to be suffering some kind of inhumane torture. Mixed in with Yang Kai's wretched grin was Yang Kai's. Xiao's expression couldn't help becoming strange, as his mind couldn't help imagining a scene of a strong bully abusing a delicate girl who was powerless to resist. For a long time, his blood boiled. Inside the room, Yang Kai stood in place, holding the little figure in his hand, flicking his fingers lightly. Each time the woman's screams became louder and louder. A moment later, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The mist was so thick that he couldn't see her face clearly. However, under the torment of pain, this woman was curled up on the ground like a quail in winter. Her delicate body was shivering, and her light blue hair was scattered on the ground like a waterfall. She looked so delicate and helpless and pitiful. Yang Kai remained indifferent. Releasing his burning hot, true Yang Yuan Qi, he instantly evaporated all the water vapor in the room. Calmly walking in front of the woman, he stared down at her condescendingly. Looking at the light blue hair that was as clear as a lake, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little surprised. This was the first time he had seen such hair, soft, elegant, and beautiful. Anyone who saw it for the first time would fall in love with it. The mysterious woman's figure was also relatively petite. Her long hair even covered half of her buttocks. Her legs were bent, and her hands were covering her forehead. She was lying on the ground, motionless. Only the sound of her heavy breathing could be heard. Through the gaps between her fingers and her hair, Yang Kai saw a pair of bright eyes filled with hatred staring back at him. Moreover, although this woman looked miserable and pitiful, in fact, she had put up a perfect defensive counterattack posture. As long as Yang Kai took one more step forward, she would be able to launch a thunderous strike. Smiling lightly, Yang Kai stopped in his tracks. The beautiful eyes under her fingers suddenly became disappointed. "Get up." Yang Kai raised his head slightly and stared at her faintly. The woman slowly shook her head, her attitude firm. "Don't act like I'm raping you. I'm not interested in old women." Yang Kai snorted. "Who's an old woman?" Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, the woman immediately jumped up from the ground and glared at Yang Kai. Gritting her teeth, her full breasts heaved up and down, and her black hair fluttered left and right, covering her round buttocks. After she finished speaking and saw Yang Kai's proud smile, the woman realized that she had been tricked. She immediately puffed up her cheeks and showed a dissatisfied expression. Yang Kai's eyes became strange as he stared straight at the woman in front of him, his face full of suspicion. He found that this woman's face was like her voice, very young and tender. The flowing time Great Emperor didn't seem to have left too many scars on her face. No matter how good a woman was at maintaining her appearance, it was impossible for her to deceive the passage of time, unless she had taken some special heavenly treasures. For example, Dong Suju and Tang Yuxian, Although both of them looked young, and many people even mistook Dong Suju for fourth Master Yang's daughter. If one looked carefully, they would still be able to tell that they weren't young girls. But the woman in front of him was different. Yang Kai felt that if she hadn't taken some kind of precious treasure, then she really would be a young woman in her 20s. As for her cultivation, Yang Kai swept her with his divine sense and couldn't help feeling shocked. Immortal Ascension, Boundary, 8th Stage. This was the first time Yang Kai had clearly judged her cultivation. The last few times he had met her, his divine sense had been unable to detect her cultivation. Even Meng Wuya couldn't do anything about it. She seemed to have some kind of mysterious power that blocked his divine sense. What do you want to do? Being stared at by Yang Kai's aggressive eyes, the woman's beautiful face changed slightly, and she couldn't help shrinking back. I'd like to ask you, what do you want to do? Yang Kai stared at her. What do I want to do? Why do you want to torture me like this? The woman suddenly became aggrieved, her pair of beautiful watery eyes filling with a layer of mist. From childhood to now, she had never suffered such bitterness. This man was holding a doll made of her hair in his hand, and with this doll, he seemed to be able to control her life and death. I just came here to find someone. I haven't done anything bad. Why are you treating me like this? The woman said, her expression becoming agitated. Find someone? Find who? Yang Kai frowned. I'm not telling you. How old are you? Yang Kai suddenly felt a headache coming on. Judging from the strength this woman showed, it was absolutely impossible for her to be as young as she looked, but from her tone and demeanor, she really did seem to be a young girl. In this world, was there a young girl with such profound strength? Even Su Yin, at this moment, was probably only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 2nd or 3rd Stage cultivator. I'm not telling you. A woman's age is her biggest secret. The woman pursed her red lips, seemingly feeling that Yang Kai wasn't as vicious as she had imagined, her expression relaxing. Old demon, Yang Kai suddenly shouted. The old demon responded, Old servant is here. Take this woman's Yuan Qi and tie her up outside the house. Yes. The old demon responded quickly, without the slightest hesitation. The woman's face suddenly went pale as she stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, never having expected this man to be so vicious and shameless. The scene of her being stripped naked and tied up outside the house appeared in her mind. The woman couldn't help shivering from the bottom of her heart. Seeing the old demon grin and reach out to grab her, the woman's figure immediately disappeared, even concealing her aura. Do you think you can escape? Yang Kai sneered and flicked the doll again. Accompanied by a scream, the woman who had just disappeared appeared at the door again. She fell to the ground and lay there motionless. It was a tragic scene. Chapter 500. Inside the room, Yang Kai sat calmly in his chair. Ing Jiao and the old demon also returned to the room and stood behind him while the mysterious woman stood about 15 meters in front of Yang Kai. After suffering a few losses, she had become quite obedient. She knew that as long as that little figure made of hair was in Yang Kai's hand, she wouldn't be able to escape his grasp no matter what. Her two jade-like hands intertwined with each other, showing the nervousness in her heart. Lowering her head slightly, she seemed to be docile and submissive, but the pair of beautiful eyes hidden under her bangs were constantly observing Kai Yang's movements, waiting for the moment he would reveal a flaw. From time to time, her red lips would squirm a few times, as if she was cursing him. Your existence makes me very wary, Yang Kai said frankly. You seem to have some special abilities. For someone like you, if you can't be used by me, I will immediately destroy you. Really? The woman raised her head and glanced at Yang Kai somewhat timidly, only to find that his expression was extremely serious. Obviously, he wasn't trying to scare her, causing her heart to tremble slightly. This was the first time she had seen such a ruthless man, one who didn't seem to mind being ruthless at all. Yes. Yang Kai nodded lightly. So whatever I ask, you answer. If there is anything that displeases me, you understand. The woman rubbed her red forehead and nodded gently. Under such absolute strength, she didn't dare to resist. "What's your name?" "Shui Ling." The woman pursed her lips and replied somewhat reluctantly. "Shui Ling?" Yang Kai frowned. This was a name that was very much in line with the ability she displayed, but in Yang Kai's memory, there was no such person. Even this surname was quite strange. "Where are you from?" "Water Spirit Temple." Yang Kai's brow furrowed even more as he tried to think of the names of the forces he knew, but none of them had anything to do with Water Spirit Temple. It was even the first time he had heard of the name of this faction. The old demon, who was standing behind him, suddenly had a strange look on his face when he heard the words Water God Temple. There was a thoughtful look in his eyes, and there was also a trace of suspicion, as if some chaotic memories in his mind had been triggered. A moment later, he slowly shook his head. Due to his severe memory loss, the words Water Spirit Temple sounded familiar to him, but when he tried to think about it, he couldn't remember anything. "There's no need to think about it. You don't know anything about Water Spirit Temple." Shui Ling saw that Yang Kai was deep in thought and chuckled lightly, a hint of contempt in her voice. He seemed to be mocking Yang Kai for being an ignorant country bumpkin. "But I know that you didn't just randomly fabricate a faction to fool me." Yang Kai coldly snorted at the other party's arrogant gaze. This made him a little uncomfortable. Although she was clearly a prisoner, Shui Ling didn't feel the slightest bit of nervousness, just like a junior from a super force being captured by a second or third class force. It was as if she had nothing to fear. "I didn't. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well." Shui Ling slowly shook her head, her light blue hair swaying gracefully in the wind. "Water Spirit Temple. It is indeed a faction. You don't need to pursue this matter. The time has come. I'll tell you." Just as Yang Kai was feeling a little impatient, Meng Wuya's voice reached his ears. "I understand." Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions, thinking that this Water Spirit Temple was just a secluded force. But since this little girl is from Water Spirit Temple, you have to be careful when dealing with her, otherwise it is very likely that she will bring a devastating disaster to your Yang family. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. The Yang family was already the strongest force in the central capital, and even in the entire world, it was second to none. But listening to Meng Wuya's words, it seemed that this Water Spirit Temple strength was even greater than the Yang family's. How is this possible? How could a secluded force have such great ability? His expression changing slightly, Yang Kai continued to ask, "Age?" Shui Ling curled her lips, biting her lower lip lightly as she whispered, "Can I not say this?" Yang Kai firmly shook his head. 19 years old. Shui Ling's face was filled with displeasure. For a woman, age was a taboo, especially when being questioned by a man. Yang Kai took a deep breath, suddenly feeling as if he was in a dream. He could judge that Shui Ling's answer just now was the truth. In other words, she was really only 19 years old. Moreover, this was in line with her temperament and tone of voice. However, a 19-year-old Immortal Ascension Boundary 8-stage cultivator was simply unbelievable. Such aptitude and talent had already surpassed all the young talents Yang Kai knew of. In front of her, Lu Qingyao and the others didn't even have the qualifications to carry her shoes. In an instant, Yang Kai's evaluation of Water Spirit Temple rose to a new height. This secluded force was able to cultivate a genius like Shui Ling. Saying that it was superior to the Yang family was not nonsense. Although his heart was filled with shock, he didn't show it on his face, still remaining indifferent. Perceiving this, Shui Ling actually felt a little disappointed. She had been expecting to see Yang Kai's shocked and depressed expression. "How old are you then?" Shui Ling asked curiously. "Almost 18, Yang Kai replied, his attitude still quite amiable. "Really?" Shui Ling was surprised. "Your way of doing things doesn't seem to be the same." After a pause, she continued, "But your aptitude is quite sloppy." Her evaluation was quite natural, without the slightest awareness of her status as a prisoner. Her expression was quite natural, as if she felt she was qualified to make such an evaluation. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth rose as he chuckled lightly. "Your Water Spirit Temple must have many young people like me who possess great strength, right?" Shui Ling sneered. Let's put it this way. If you were to enter our water spirit temple among the younger generation, your aptitude would probably rank in the top 100. What about you? Yang Kai showed a look of interest. Shui Ling suddenly smiled proudly, raising 3 white fingers, top 3. Oh, I see. Yang Kai nodded slightly. If I have time, I will definitely pay a visit to your water spirit temple and exchange pointers with some of your younger generation's masters. Shui Ling smiled contemptuously. You think you can do that? I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications. When I say you're good, I mean you're good here, but where we are, you're not good enough. What do you mean by here and there? Yang Kai frowned. Humph. Shui Ling raised her head proudly, disdainfully glaring at Yang Kai. I know you're trying to trick me. So what? But that's the truth. Don't you feel quite shocked? Yang Kai stared back at her with a smile, his eyes seemingly burning with fighting spirit, calmly saying, I will definitely go to Water Spirit Temple. Shui Ling's arrogance gradually converged as she stared at Yang Kai like she was looking at a fool. She really couldn't understand why this man could still be so excited after hearing those words. What kind of person is he? I still have a few questions. Yang Kai didn't pursue the previous topic. This woman was still young, so it was pointless to argue with her. After I finish asking, can I leave? Shui Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. Do as you wish. Yang Kai smiled. Then hurry up and ask. Shui Ling's expression became excited. Her eyes filled with expectation, as if she couldn't wait to sprout wings and fly out of here. You said you came here to find someone. Who are you looking for? Yang Kai's expression became serious as he asked. I don't know. Shui Ling shook her head. She's wearing a veil, so I don't know what she looks like. Why are you looking for her? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Shui Ling suddenly felt as if she was being stared at by a poisonous snake, as if she said the wrong thing, she would be mercilessly killed. Shui Ling's heart couldn't help trembling as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement, not understanding why his aura had suddenly changed. After a moment of silence, she cautiously replied, Her physique is very strange, and her aptitude is even better than yours. I want to pull her into my water spirit temple. Yang Kai suddenly stood up, his yuan qi fluctuating. Shui Ling was startled and quickly retreated a few steps, assuming a defensive posture as she asked in a trembling voice, What are you doing? How do you know her physique is strange? Yang Kai approached Shui Ling step by step, his tyrannical spiritual energy enveloping the space around her. The person Shui Ling was looking for was undoubtedly Xianxia. This explained why she had snuck into the pill room. However, she was able to see through Xianxia's special physique, which made Yang Kai feel slightly uneasy. Xianxia's physique was indeed not ordinary. It was the sacred spirit medicine body, a physique that was born for alchemy, a physique that could allow one to reach the peak of alchemy. Meng Wuya had always been protecting Xianxia, not letting her be coveted by others. However, if the news of Xianxia having the sacred spirit medicine body were to spread out, even Meng Wuya would not be able to protect his little senior sister. At that time, no matter whose hands his little senior sister fell into, Yang Kai wouldn't want to see the result. Yang Kai had no choice but to take precautions. If there was no other way, he didn't mind killing her here to silence her. I just know, Shui Ling screamed, seeing the murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes, her heart filled with fear as she retreated again and again. How do you know? Yang Kai continued to interrogate her, not giving her any time to breathe. How am I supposed to know? When she entered the city that day, I saw her and immediately knew it may be related to my special physique. Yang Kai's footsteps came to a stop less than half a foot away from Shui Ling, staring at her from top to bottom. Shui Ling couldn't help feeling a chill run down her spine, as if under this gaze, she had been stripped naked and presented in front of this young man. You also have a special physique? Yang Kai was surprised. Shui Ling nodded gently as she gasped for breath, her full breasts heaving up and down. She suddenly discovered that this young man, who was even younger than her, gave off a strong sense of oppression, so strong that even an elite from Water Spirit Temple like her couldn't withstand it. At such a close distance, she could easily launch an attack with her strength that surpassed his by nearly an entire great realm. But Xue Ling didn't dare. She had a feeling that even without that little person restraining her, this young man was not someone she could kill. Chapter 501. Restless thoughts flashed through Xue Ling's mind several times, but she still couldn't condense her yuan qi. What kind of special constitution do you have? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. Listening to her words, Yang Kai immediately realized that this woman in front of him also had a special constitution. A special constitution Yang Kai had only ever seen his little senior sister. This kind of special constitution was a blessing from the heavens and was extremely rare. Moreover, each special constitution played a different role, so it was rare for two people with the same special constitution to appear. His little senior sister's special constitution was particularly suited for alchemy, so now that another person with a special constitution had appeared in front of him, Yang Kai was naturally very interested and wanted to know some details. Xue Ling looked at Yang Kai vigilantly, somewhat unwilling to answer. Just as Xianning Chang's sacred spirit medicine body was strictly kept a secret, Xue Ling's special constitution was also something she wanted to hide. But now that she was under someone else's roof, she had no choice but to lower her head. After hesitating for a long time, Xue Ling finally said, "Water spirit body." Yang Kai nodded slightly, knowing that this woman wasn't lying to him. From the way this woman had acted so many times, her special constitution should be related to water. Moreover, her name should also be derived from this. Is there anything special about it? Yang Kai asked in a pleasant tone. I could transform my body into a flowing stream of water, Xue Ling said, activating her yuan qi to demonstrate. Yang Kai didn't show any signs of guarding against her. Under the watchful gazes of the several pairs of eyes in the room, this petite woman with long light blue hair really became as transparent as water, leaving behind only a humanoid outline. Gradually, she even transformed into a round ball of water. Even Jiao, who had always been calm and collected, couldn't help gaping, his face filled with disbelief. That's more than that, right? Yang Kai smiled and reached out to touch the ball of water in front of him. Asterisk, pung asterisk, the ball of water suddenly burst, scattering a mist. Xue Ling's body suddenly appeared not far from Yang Kai's side. Her face flushed red as she crossed her arms. Clutching his chest, he gritted his teeth and glared at them. He seemed to be trembling with anger. Yang Kai was stunned. Twisting his fingers, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Touched where you shouldn't have touched. What do you think?" Xue Ling gasped for breath, grinding her teeth so hard they creaked. "I didn't do it on purpose, and I didn't feel anything." Yang Kai's expression remained calm. Just now, he had only felt as if he had touched a stream of water, not a human body. But for Xue Ling, he was certain this wasn't the case. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so indignant and angry. "I'll remember you," Xue Ling said, her eyes filled with hatred. "There are many people who remember me." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He didn't care. But those people didn't end well. "I'm very curious about the abilities of your water spirit body." Seeing his indifferent expression, she casually brushed aside the matter of the molestation just now. Xue Ling couldn't help feeling a sense of powerlessness. She had never seen such a shameless man before. It was as if he had spent all of his cultivation training on his face. "I'm not in the mood to talk about it," Xue Ling coldly snorted. "If you want to kill me, do as you see fit." Yang Kai scratched his forehead, knowing that his unintentional actions just now had truly angered this woman, so he didn't force her any further. He was afraid of this mysterious woman only because he didn't know her intentions before. He also didn't know her background. Now that he knew, he didn't care much. As long as she wasn't a subordinate of one of his brothers, as long as she wasn't trying to harm Xianning Chang, Yang Kai wouldn't care about her. "Is there anything else you want to ask?" "If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now." Yang Kai shook his head. Xue Ling's expression froze for a moment, not having expected him to be so easy to deal with, immediately stretching out her hand and saying, Give me back my hair. That's impossible. Yang Kai chuckled. You can go, I won't stop you. But this thing must remain in my hands because I don't know if what you said just now is true or false. I also don't know if you'll come here to stir up trouble in the future. How can you be like this? Shui Ling was depressed. With that thing in your hands, I won't be able to escape from your control for the rest of my life. Yet you still dare to say you'll let me go? Where can I go? Do what you want, as long as you don't come to my house to make trouble. The world is big. You can go wherever you want. After a pause, Yang Kai chuckled. Of course, if you're willing to work for me, I'll welcome you. Work for you? Shui Ling sneered. Do you think you have the qualifications? If you don't want to, we can cooperate. As long as you're willing to stay, anything can be discussed. Yang Kai continued to persuade her. Only a ghost would want to stay. Shui Ling coldly snorted, turned around, and walked away, secretly raising her yuan qi to guard against Yang Kai's blatant lies. But even after she left Yang Kai's house, she didn't hear any movement behind her. Obviously, the other party didn't want to embarrass her. Looking back, Shui Ling couldn't help stomping her foot in anger. This time she had really suffered a big loss. Not only had she not been able to escape from that person's control, even her pure and innocent body had been touched by him, but the person herself had said she didn't feel anything. How infuriating. Also, who was the one who made that little doll? Why was it able to connect my essence to it? That damn bastard. Sooner or later, I'll make him pay. Shui Ling swore to herself. Inside the mansion, Yang Kai stood up and put down the psychological burden he had been worrying about for the past few days. Young master, why didn't you let that woman stay? If she could display her abilities properly, it would have been of great benefit to you. The old demon asked, somewhat puzzled. A forcibly picked melon isn't sweet. Yang Kai shook his head, tossing the little doll in his hand. By relying on this, I do have the ability to forcibly keep her here. But what about after that? If she were to deliberately retaliate and cause trouble in the house, who would be able to suppress her? If we really fought, she definitely wouldn't be old servant's opponent. Even the several blood warriors in the house would be able to defeat her, but her physique is truly a headache. The old demon nodded. The water spirit body was indeed very strange. If it weren't for the strand of hair Yang Kai had cut off at Pijing Lake that day, the old demon wouldn't have been able to do anything to Shui Ling. What's more, as long as I have this, she won't be too far away from me. When I want to use her in the future, what need do I have to worry about her not yielding? Yang Kai smiled. Young master is wise. The old demon felt a chill run down his spine as he couldn't help worrying about Shui Ling. That little girl probably believed Yang Kai's words and thought that from now on, she and Yang Kai wouldn't interfere with each other's business. Little did she know that Yang Kai only saw her as a hired thug. 19 years old, Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage. Yang Kai murmured, taking a deep breath as a look of yearning flashed across his eyes. What kind of great force was this water spirit temple? It was actually able to cultivate such a genius. And Shui Ling had also said that she was only ranked 3rd in Water Spirit Temple. This meant that there were at least 2 other existences in Water Spirit Temple who were on the same level as Shui Ling, perhaps even stronger. Such a great force actually exists in this world. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling an urge to see for himself. Treasurer Meng. After pondering for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly called out. Meng Wuya's voice immediately reached his ear. Don't ask anything. When the time comes, this old master will naturally tell you. For now, you should focus on breaking through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. Good. Yang Kai sighed. That night's confrontation with Shui Ling, besides Meng Wuya, the old demon, and Ing Jiao, no one else in the house knew about it. Perhaps a few powerful blood warriors had investigated the situation, but without Yang Kai's orders, none of them dared to approach, so naturally they didn't know the details. That night, Yang Kai announced that he was going into retreat to prepare for his breakthrough to the Immortal Ascension boundary, while Qiu Yimeng took over all the affairs of the house. The current situation in the Inheritance War was complicated and confusing. Yang Kai only had 2 blood warriors at his disposal. Although he had a great advantage in terms of financial and material resources, Yang Kai's forces were far superior to Yang Kai's in terms of manpower. Acting rashly would only give the enemy an opportunity to take advantage of. So in the short term, Yang Kai didn't intend to fight with Yang Zhao, only ordering Qiu Yimeng to take some people to harass him. Although eldest brother Yang Wei's strength wasn't weak. In comparison, he was undoubtedly the weakest of the three remaining brothers and had long been excluded from the list of possible winners of the inheritance war. All eyes were now focused on Yang Kai and Yang Zhao. The next patriarch of the Yang family was bound to be one of these two. However, for Yang Kai and Yang Zhao, neither of them was willing to attack Yang Wei, even if they already had the strength and heritage to do so. Firstly, attacking Yang Wei would definitely cost them a lot and weaken their own strength. Secondly, after defeating Yang Wei, the two blood warriors around Yang Wei would no longer be able to help in the inheritance war. Yang Wei's allies would definitely choose to join the other side to strengthen the enemy's strength. Perhaps this would be enough to reverse the situation of the inheritance war. It was precisely because of these constraints that although Yang Wei was the weakest, he was also the safest. It was even possible that Yang Zhao and Yang Kai would both suffer heavy losses, while Yang Wei would be the fisherman who would reap the benefits. This wasn't something everyone could see clearly. Only those who had a strong sense of the overall situation would be able to see it clearly. Time flew by and soon, 2 months had passed. The entire war city had been silent for 2 months after the last upheaval and the Great Reshuffle. Occasionally, the remaining 3 parties would have some small-scale conflicts, but they were all quite restrained, so there weren't too many casualties. More often than not, the cultivators from these forces who participated in the inheritance war were working hard to cultivate and strengthen themselves. After more than 2 months of development, Yang Kai's forces had not changed much, but their overall strength had risen several levels. With mysterious grade pills being taken every day and artifact refiners from Treasure Instrument Sect constantly refining artifacts, it would be ridiculous for their strength to remain stagnant. Every day, a large number of cultivators would break through their bottlenecks and break through to the next level. During this time, many of the leaders of the younger generation had broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. Chapter 502. Today it was possibly perhaps, the Astral Ascension boundary was a threshold for martial artists. Many people would not be able to break through in their lifetime. However, this bottleneck wasn't too difficult for the young leaders of the various forces. After breaking through to the Immortal Ascension boundary, how far they could go in the future would depend on their own efforts and opportunities. However, for most people, the peak Immortal Ascension boundary was their limit. Because of the appearance of these Immortal Ascension boundary masters, the number of pills produced in the pill room had also increased. Profound grade pills were used to cultivate one's soul, so the consumption of materials was also enormous. Fortunately, Yang Kai had accumulated a lot some time ago. The flags he had seized from Yang Kong and Yang Shun's houses had also been exchanged with the Bamboo Knot Gang for supplies, so the supply of materials wasn't a problem for the time being. In addition to the frequent breakthroughs of the younger cultivator, the older cultivator had also made significant breakthroughs. For example, Guanxi Lu of Blood Battle Gang had been stuck at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage for 7 or 8 years. He had always thought that this was the limit of his cultivation and that he had reached his limit, but never had he imagined that after coming to Yang Kai's mansion and taking a mysterious grade pill to cultivate, in just half a month, the bottleneck that had plagued him for 7 or 8 years began to loosen, and after another half month, he successfully broke through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th stage. Since then, his cultivation had been slowly increasing, and now, his Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th stage cultivation had completely stabilized. When he broke through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th stage, Guanxi Lu couldn't hold back his tears and had to be comforted by the Hu sisters. Not only Guanxi Lu, but most of the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the various great forces were in their 40s or 50s or even 60s. At this age, it was very difficult for them to improve their strength any further. However, ever since the alchemists from Medicine King's Valley began to refine pills, all of them began to show signs of loosening their bottlenecks, and they began to feel their ability to absorb world energy much faster than before, giving them the illusion that they had been reborn. None of them knew why this was happening. Although the quality of the mysterious grade pill was high, it was impossible for it to change a person's cultivation aptitude. However, the pills produced by Xianxia's mansion's pill room had such an effect. The younger generation and older cultivator had all made breakthroughs, but the most gratifying one was the Blood Warriors' breakthroughs. Although, because of the family's interference, the 9 Blood Warriors could only use Yingjiu and Tang Yuxian to participate in the inheritance war, Qiu Yiming still didn't withhold their share in the supply of pills. Because the Qiu family's first young lady knew that these blood warriors were Yang Kai's future capital to establish himself in the Yang family. How could she neglect them? Today, most of the 9 great blood warriors had broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary 9th stage. First, Yang Kai, Yang, Tang Yu, and Xiao, and Xiao. Yang, Yangs, Yang. S Yang, Yang. Yang, Yang, Yang. Yangs, Xianxia. All of the blood warriors were ecstatic and grateful. The hardships and difficulties of breaking through from the Immortal Ascension boundary 8th stage to the 9th stage weren't something that could be explained in words. Given enough time, each of them had the capital and aptitude to break through to the Immortal Ascension boundary 9th stage. But that was a matter of 5 years, 10 years, or even longer. The rapid improvement of everyone's strength was a joy to all who saw it. In the end, everyone could only deceive themselves by saying that Yang Kai's mansion's feng shui was very good. In fact, everyone knew that this was all thanks to the mysterious grade pills. The mysterious grade pills produced by Yang Kai's mansion seemed to have some magical and mysterious effects that could fundamentally improve a person's aptitude. Everyone kept it a secret. Inside his room, Yang Kai's expression was calm as he played with a small sword in his hand. This was the artifact Dong Qinghan had obtained from Pujing Lake, a heaven-grade top-rank soul-type artifact. These past 2 months of retreat had greatly increased Yang Kai's strength. It was rare for him to have such a long period of time where he didn't care about anything else and only focused on cultivation. In his memory, the only time he had broken through to the Yuan-Chi boundary in that isolated world was when he had entered retreat for several months. He was only 1 step away from the Immortal Ascension boundary. The cultivator in the mansion had a supply of mysterious grade pills, so how could Yang Kai, as the master of the mansion, not have any? On top of that, these pills were specially refined for him by his little senior sister, so their effects were much stronger than any other pill he had ever seen. His Yuan Qi had reached the standard of the Immortal Ascension boundary, and his soul had also become much stronger. After closing his eyes and concentrating, Yang Kai could even see the dazzling 5-colored soul-warming lotus. This Supreme Saint grade pill had finally appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes again. During these 2 months, Yang Kai had done nothing but cultivate, and refine the remaining 2 artifacts. The mysterious grade mid-rank mirror had long since been completely refined by him. At this moment, the small sword in his hand was also ready to be used. However, he was just a little bit away from breaking through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. Yang Kai always felt that this small sword was not completely compatible with his soul. Perhaps it was because he still did not have a knowledge C. After all, this was a soul-type artifact. Although he could use it before reaching the Immortal Ascension boundary, he would not be able to fully display its functions. If he could fully integrate this small sword with his soul, Yang Kai believed that it would be time for him to break through. Thinking hard about it, Yang Kai was not in a hurry. He had been sitting like this for more than 10 days, observing the small sword in his hand with his divine sense, trying to integrate with it. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, waking Yang Kai from his contemplation. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Come in." The door opened, and Xiao Yimeng walked in cautiously. Glancing at Yang Kai and seeing that he did not show any displeasure, she felt relieved. She knew that Yang Kai was in retreat trying to break through to the Immortal Ascension boundary and had not dared to disturb him for the past 2 months. But today she had no choice but to come, so naturally she was a bit nervous. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai looked up at her. After not seeing her for 2 months, the Chiu family's first young lady had become more and more radiant, causing Yang Kai's eyes to light up. Because of the difficulties in his cultivation, his mood had improved a lot. "There's a man named Pang Qi who wants to see you," Xiao Yimeng whispered. "Pang Qi?" Yang Kai frowned. "What is he doing here?" Pang Qi, the Bamboo Knot Gang sect leader, was one of the first forces Yang Kai had gathered in the central capital. Yang Kai had not allowed them to participate in the inheritance war because, firstly, the strength of these people was uneven, so even if they entered the battlefield, they would only be slaughtered. Secondly, they were responsible for collecting supplies for Yang Kai in the central capital, inquiring about various intelligence, and delivering messages. After the start of the inheritance war, every month or so, the Bamboo Knot Gang would secretly transport a batch of supplies to Yang Kai's mansion in War City. After so long, Pang Qi had done a good job. However, each time he would not show up. After all, he was Yang Kai's ally, so it was definitely not safe for him to show up in War City. This time, however, he had come in person. Obviously, there was something he wanted to report. Xiao Yimeng frowned slightly and replied, "He didn't say what it was. He only told me to tell you 2 words. I found it." Found it. In an instant, Yang Kai understood why Pang Qi had taken the risk to come to War City. As soon as Xiao Yimeng finished speaking, she felt her body become light and the wind whistled past her ears. The scenery in her field of vision quickly disappeared, and when she recovered, she found that Yang Kai was holding her waist with one hand and running at full speed. "Where is he?" As they hurried, Yang Kai asked anxiously. "The side hall," Xiao Yimeng replied, her expression changing slightly. From the time she had met Yang Kai until now, she had rarely seen him lose his composure, but now he was undoubtedly showing a look of nervousness and expectation, his pair of eyes flashing with infinite anxiety. For some reason, Xiao Yimeng's heart trembled, and she subconsciously grabbed Yang Kai's clothes and clung to him. She couldn't even figure out why she was doing this. The Chiu family's first young lady had never been a timid little girl. She had always been a wise and intelligent woman. The two of them looked very intimate as they flew through the house, like a whirlwind blowing past Wuxia and Dong Qinghan. The Hua family young lord didn't even have time to say anything before Yang Kai disappeared. A moment later, a gust of wind came from behind, rolling up a cloud of dust. Wuxia waved his folding fan and frowned. "Who is young Lord Kai carrying and running so fast?" "It seems it's young Lady Chiu." Dong Qinghan wiped the sweat from his forehead and couldn't believe his eyes. "No way." Wuxia couldn't help but stare. In broad daylight, young Lord Kai couldn't have encountered a problem while cultivating. Why is he so anxious? Junior brother isn't that kind of person. Lan Shudai, who was next to Dong Qinghan, suddenly glared at Wuxia. Wuxia couldn't help smiling. "Beauty, I didn't say anything about him." "Oomph." Lan Shudai took a deep breath, her full breasts almost bursting out of her clothes as she turned around and left. After she left, Wuxia slowly shook his head. "I'm afraid that girl won't be able to win young Lord Kai's favor. She and young Lord Kai are not the same kind of people." Dong Qinghan also smiled helplessly. Regarding Lan Shudi's thoughts, Dong Qinghan naturally understood, but falling flowers was not something he could interfere with. Especially now that there were so many beautiful women in the house. There were many who had a good impression of Yang Kai, but he had been in retreat for the past 2 months, like an ascetic monk with strict self-discipline, not leaving his room at all. If it were Wuxia instead, he would likely spend every night indulging in debauchery. From a certain point of view, Fatty Dong also quite admired this cousin of his. He believed that the only one who could match Yang Kai was probably Xiao Yimeng. Lan Shudai, although good, was still missing something. In the main hall, Pang Qi was waiting. Although he had come with important information, he was still very nervous, constantly checking his clothes to see if there were any problems, sitting motionless in his chair. At the door, a figure flashed, and Yang Kai appeared in Pang Qi's field of vision, holding Qiu Yimeng. Pang Qi stared blankly, quickly coughing and shifting his gaze. Chapter 503. Slowly putting down Qiu Yimeng, Yang Kai stepped forward and walked over to Pang Qi. The Qiu family's first young lady's expression was calm, not showing the slightest hesitation because her intimacy with Yang Kai had been seen, but her doubts had only deepened. Because when Yang Kai released her just now, she clearly felt Yang Kai's hand tremble slightly. Being able to make such a determined man show such a reaction. This Pang Qi, what news did he bring? Little Lord. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Pang Qi quickly stood up and bowed, not bothering with any nonsense. The Bamboo Knot Gang's several hundred people have spent more than half a year searching and finally found the person Little Lord is looking for. We've found it. Yang Kai took a deep breath and asked, where? Before the start of the Inheritance War, Yang Kai had ordered the Bamboo Knot Gang to inquire about Su Yin and the others, and now they had finally found some clues. Northwest of War City, about 3,000 kilometers away, there's a small village surrounded by mountains. Those people seem to have been living there all this time. Are you sure? I'm basically sure, although I haven't had any direct contact with them. According to Little Lord's description, they should be the people you're looking for. That village is a newly built one, more than a year ago, and the people inside are all cultivators, about 100 in total. Good. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, a big stone falling from his heart, reaching out and patting Pang Qi on the shoulder. Very good. Pang Qi suddenly became very excited, his face flushing red as he said, somewhat incoherently, this subordinate should do what he should. Saying so, he hurriedly took out something from his sleeve and handed it to Yang Kai. This is a map drawn by my subordinates. I hope it will be of some help to Little Lord. Good job. Yang Kai grinned and took the map, opening it up to see the location of the small village surrounded by mountains, instantly understanding it. This also confirmed Pang Qi's deduction, because this location was not far from the location where Yang Kai and Ling Tai Su had been teleported out of the void. Su Yin and the others should have found their current location not long after leaving the void path and settled down in seclusion. Yang Kai, are you looking for someone? Qiu Meng came up and asked. She had been observing Yang Kai's reaction without saying a word. She noticed that the man's expression had changed drastically. She immediately realized that the person he was looking for must be very important to him. Okay. Yang Kai nodded and carefully put away the blueprint in his hand. What kind of person is he? Qiu Meng smiled slightly, intentionally or unintentionally inquiring. Some fellow disciples. Yang Kai took a deep breath, recalling Su Yan's appearance in his mind, his gaze softening. It's more than just fellow sect members, right? Qiu Meng smiled, also noticing something. Since you found him, what do you plan to do? Go get them. Yang Kai smiled at her. No. Qiu Meng slowly shook her head. Yang Kai's smile quickly converged as he stared at her coldly, narrowing his eyes. What do you mean? Qiu Meng softly said, Don't be angry. Listen to me first. Since they're fellow disciples of your sect, they should be disciples of High Heaven Pavilion, right? High Heaven Pavilion is still an evil sect, the sect that produced the Demon Lord. If those people aren't exposed to the world, I'm afraid they won't be a problem, but if you bring them to War City, it will definitely arouse criticism. If they really come, do you think your second brother won't do something to disturb your mood? Especially now, all of your actions are related to the direction of the Inheritance War. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled. Although he knew that Qiu Meng was telling the truth, he still couldn't agree. Qiu Meng continued. The Yang family's inheritance war has been going on for more than half a year now. Even if your fellow disciples live in seclusion in the mountains, I'm sure they have heard about it. They know that you are in War City, but they still haven't come to seek shelter. Obviously, they don't want to cause you any trouble. You rashly bringing them here will only waste their efforts. I know. That's why I need to bring them here. Yangkai quickly said, although the place where they live in seclusion is good, since it was found by the Bamboo Knot Gang, it can also be found by others. Su Yan's group strength was mixed. When they parted more than a year ago, there were a few Immortal Ascension boundary masters, but their cultivation wasn't high. The rest of the disciples were Yuan Qi boundary, separation and reunion boundary, and even a few Wudong boundary masters. If they were discovered by some great force, they would certainly not be able to escape. Only by arranging for them to stay with him could Yangkai feel relieved. Qiu Yimeng's brow furrowed as she asked, "Do you really want them to come here?" "Yes, this point is not negotiable." Yangkai nodded. Knowing Yangkai's temperament, the Qiu family's first young lady knew that it was useless to say anything more, so she nodded. "Good. Then I'll go for you." Yangkai shook his head. "No, I'll go myself." "No." Qiu Yimeng suddenly became anxious. "What's wrong with you? Even if those people are very important to you, with your current situation and status, you can't just leave War City. How many people do you want to take with you?" "I'm just going to pick them up, not fight. Sneaking out and sneaking back isn't enough. 3,000 kilometers is only a matter of days." Yangkai frowned. "What if your whereabouts are exposed? Even if you don't want to think about yourself, you have to think about your allies. They've paid so much, sacrificed so many people. Don't tell me they don't want to see you reach the end of the inheritance war. If something happens to you, how can you face them?" Saying so, Qiu Yimeng stepped forward, stretched out her hands, and grabbed Yangkai's neck like a little girl, her eyes filled with stubbornness as she put on an unyielding posture. Although he knew that Qiu Yimeng was thinking about him and the overall situation, Yangkai still insisted and shook his head. "I have to go. If I don't go, they won't come." Since Su Yin and the others hadn't come to War City, they must have had many scruples. If Qiu Yimeng went to find them, not only would they not come to War City, they would likely disappear from the world's eyes again, making it difficult to find them again. "I don't care. If you want to pick them up, I'll go for you. In any case, you can't leave. Can't you be a little more mature? I'm a little woman. Why would I need to be mature? Do you like mature women? Then who do you think caused all this?" Yangkai's expression became impatient. He didn't like to be entangled with people. His style of doing things was also sharp and straightforward. Now that Qiu Yimeng was holding on to him, he was very depressed. Thinking about Su Yin and the others, he couldn't wait to grow wings and fly 3,000 kilometers away. "What?" Qiu Yimeng was stunned. "Nothing." Yangkai wasn't willing to say more. If Qiu Yimeng hadn't brought people to High Heaven Pavilion to cause trouble, Yangkai wouldn't have been sent to the ash-gray cloud Evil Land and wouldn't have been separated from Su Yin for so long. Speaking of which, the Qiu family's first young lady was the culprit behind the separation of Yangkai and Su Yin. It was precisely because of this that Yangkai's attitude towards Qiu Yimeng was very bad, but after the start of the Inheritance War, his feelings of resistance and disgust slowly faded. "There's still something I need to do in the gang. Little Lord, subordinate will take his leave first." Pang Chi felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Finally finding an opportunity to interject, he quickly prepared to leave. "You can't go." Qiu Yimeng glanced at him. "Stay in the house for a few days." "Yes, subordinate will take his leave." Pang Chi knew that Qiu Yimeng was staying with him because she was afraid he would leak information. Although Qiu Yimeng's actions made him feel like he wasn't being trusted, he didn't dare complain. After Pang Chi left, Qiu Yimeng released Yangkai, a look of reminiscence flashing across her eyes as she slowly said, "I remember when Xiao Man and I went to High Heaven Pavilion under the coiling dragon stream. We saw you being very intimate with a woman. Is she the one you're thinking about?" Yangkai nodded. "What about Xia Ningchong?" Qiu Yimeng suddenly became curious. "It seems that your relationship with her is also not ordinary." Yangkai looked at her strangely. "Can't I have two women?" Qiu Yimeng's face went black as she angrily shouted, "Shameless, shameless, just like that star's Hua." "Sure enough, all men were like this. You could do whatever you want. I won't care about you anymore." Saying so, The Chiu family's first young lady angrily left. Chiu Yimeng also knew that she couldn't persuade Yang Kai. Once this man made up his mind, no one could persuade him otherwise. What's more, what Yang Kai said was also reasonable. If he didn't go, those people from High Heaven Pavilion would definitely not come to War City. However, considering the overall situation, Chiu Yimeng had no choice but to try her best to stop Yang Kai. Unfortunately, she failed. Fortunately, War City had been calm recently, and even if Yang Kai wasn't in the house, the strength of the people in the house was enough to resist the enemy's attacks. That night, a figure disappeared into the night sky. No one noticed. Only Chiu Yimeng knew it was Yang Kai. He had taken Yingjiu with him. Among all the blood warriors, only Yingjiu, who was proficient in concealment and assassination, had the qualifications and strength to quietly act with him. No one else was allowed. Once they acted, they would immediately be noticed. Meng Wuxia and the old demon may have this ability, but Treasurer Meng didn't like to intervene in Yang Kai's affairs. As for the old demon, he had to stay behind. Otherwise, with only one top master in the house, Tang Yuxian, there may be some accidents. With the old demon and Tang Yuxian together, Yang Kai could sit back and relax. I hope he's fine. Chiu Yimeng sighed slightly. Because of the inheritance war, she still had to worry about the safety of this man, making her feel helpless. At the same time, in Yang Zhao's house, Yi Xianro walked into Yang Zhao's room and smiled. Second young lord, there's news about what you wanted to inquire about. Oh, Yang Zhao's brow rose as he suddenly showed a happy expression. Reporting, Pang Chi of the Central Capital's Bamboo, not Gang, seems to have arrived in War City today. After entering the Little Lord's house, he hasn't come out since. Chapter 504. They haven't come out yet? Yang Zhao's expression suddenly became playful, tapping his fingers on the table for a long time before asking, has there been any movement in Ninth Brother's house? Yi Xianro shook her head. Nothing. Yang Zhao stood up, an excited smile on his face as he clenched his fists. That's right. Second young master, I don't quite understand. Yi Xianro wrinkled her delicate brow. Why is there no movement? No movement means there has already been some movement. Yang Zhao smiled slightly. Ninth Brother and Yingjiu have already moved out. They've already moved out? Yi Xianro was surprised. If the second young master's words were true, then Yang Kai's courage was simply too big. Yingjiu is proficient in concealment and assassination. He can come and go without a trace, entering and leaving War City without our people noticing. Yang Zhao explained patiently. What about the Little Lord? Does he also have such ability? Yi Xianro couldn't help curling her lips, subconsciously thinking that even if Yang Kai was strong, it was impossible for him to disappear silently like Yingjiu. One had to know that Yang Zhao had placed many spies around his house, so if there was even the slightest movement there, they would immediately be alerted to this place. I didn't believe it at first, but I think Ninth Brother has this ability. Last time, when he attacked Fifth Brother's house, Eldest Brother brought people to restrain me. Do you know why? Obviously, the eldest young master and Little Lord have formed an alliance. Yi Xianro was puzzled. I naturally know this, but what's the problem? That's the problem. No one knows when Old Ninth formed an alliance with Big Brother. This means that he has the ability to go to Big Brother's residence and have a detailed discussion with him without us noticing. Otherwise, Big Brother wouldn't have acted rashly. If he could do this at that time, he can naturally do it now. What's more, Pang Chi in her Ninth Brother's house and didn't come out. Obviously, he brought some particularly important information and was temporarily detained there. If this information wasn't important, Pang Chi should have left. Yi Xianro listened to Yang Zhao's analysis and couldn't help her beautiful eyes lighting up, feeling that what he said was very reasonable. Interesting. Yang Zhao laughed. The Bamboo Knot Gang is one of Ninth Brother's subordinate forces. I've known this for a long time. I also know that he asked the Bamboo Knot Gang to help him find something, whether it was someone or something. It doesn't matter if he's looking for someone or something. The little lord is determined to get it. And now, he's already gotten the information he wants. Xianxia's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly, her thoughts having been enlightened by Yang Zhao, her mind gradually becoming clear. If that's the case, we can do something about it. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yang Zhao smiled lightly. The key is that I don't know where Ninth Brother went. If I did, the inheritance war had been deadlocked for 2 months now, and although his own forces had grown a lot during this time, Yang Kai's side wasn't any worse. Yang Zhao naturally wanted to use all possible means to break this deadlock. Yang Kai going out was undoubtedly the best opportunity. As long as he could capture him, no matter how many masters he had in his house, they would be useless. Yang Zhao was still very wary of the masters in Yang Kai's house. Second young master, do you want me to go back to the central capital and ask the Bamboo Knot Gang for information? Xian Rose suddenly proposed. It would be impossible to obtain any information from Yang Kai's house, but since this news was obtained by the Bamboo Knot Gang, there should be someone on their side who knew the details. The Bamboo Knot Gang. As far as I know, since the beginning of the Inheritance War, it has annexed a lot of small forces. Pang Qi's ability is limited, his management isn't very good, and his internal unity isn't very good. In particular, Munan Do, who joined later, isn't very convinced by Pang Qi and isn't very loyal to Ninth Brother. It's only because of the Yang family's prestige that he's satisfied with the status quo. You should go find him. As long as you offer him the right conditions, I think he'll be willing to cooperate. Yang Zhao said. And if he doesn't cooperate? Yang Zhao smiled lightly, reaching out and pinching Xian's smooth chin, raising it slightly. I don't need to teach you that. I know. Xian's cheeks blushed, her beautiful eyes blurring as she nodded gently. There's no time to lose. You leave now. By tomorrow afternoon, I want accurate information. Xian smiled lightly, turned around, and rushed off into the night. Under the darkness of the night, 2 figures flashed through the air, crossing 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai rushed ahead while Ing Jiao followed behind. Even if the gap in strength between the two of them was an entire great realm, Ing Jiao still had to use 80% of his strength to catch up with Yang Kai's speed. Knowing that Yang Kai must be extremely anxious, Ing Jiao just silently followed behind Yang Kai, not saying a word. Only the sound of their clothes fluttering in the night sky could be heard. After a day and night of galloping, even a master like Ing Jiao was slightly out of breath and had to take a pill to supplement his yuan qi to maintain his peak state in case of any unexpected situations. On the other hand, Yang Kai's face didn't turn red, nor did his heart beat faster. In addition to his expression becoming more and more excited, he didn't seem tired at all. Ing Jiao didn't even see Yang Kai take a pill. He couldn't help feeling shocked. He really didn't know how much yuan qi Yang Kai had stored in his body for him to be able to act so leisurely. After a day and night of nearly 2,000 kilometers, Ing Jiao was sure that the little lord had been flying at full speed. Was this not a burden or consumption for him? Yang Kai didn't stop to rest. Another night passed, and when the sun rose from the east, Yang Kai suddenly stopped, stood mid-air, and looked down. Below them was a dense forest, as if there were tens of thousands of mountains. It stretched up and down, and one couldn't see the end of it. Those ancient green trees towered into the sky, verdant and lush. Mist lingered around, and it was like an otherworldly paradise, ethereal and misty. In this mountain forest, there seemed to be some traces of monster beast activity, as well as a lot of high-grade herbs. The 100 or so people from High Heaven Pavilion were living in seclusion in this mountain forest. It's a good place. Yang Kai smiled slightly, instantly spreading out his tyrannical spiritual energy in all directions. Closing his eyes and extending his divine sense, he could clearly see every blade of grass and tree. The Bamboo Knot Gang members being able to find this place was probably due to luck. After all, this was not an easy place to find. After a while, Yang Kai took back his divine sense, a look of disappointment appearing on his face. Although the range of his divine sense was very large, he still couldn't detect anyone's aura, Not even a trace of human activity. "Little Lord, should we split up and search?" Ingzio asked. "No need." Yang Kai shook his head. "As long as we're within a certain range, I'll be able to detect them." Although Ingzio didn't know what method Yang Kai used to detect them, he didn't say much. The map Pang Chi gave Yang Kai only had a general location and didn't describe it in detail, but based on this map, Yang Kai was still able to determine the direction he should be looking for. After an hour, Yang Kai, who was flying away, stopped again, his face suddenly filled with joy as he turned his head and looked in a certain direction. "Come with me." Calling out to Ingzio, he quickly flew in that direction. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Ingzio really found a cluster of newly built thatched huts in a mountain valley. The arrival of the two seemed to have alarmed the people who lived in seclusion here. Immediately, several Immortal Ascension boundary masters came out of their huts and stared towards them, their eyes filled with vigilance. Ingzio quietly glanced around and found that the strongest of these Immortal Ascension boundary masters was only an Immortal Ascension boundary 4th stage master, and he wasn't young either, so his Yuan Qi wasn't that pure. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little strange. Shouldn't the sect where the Little Lord came from have an above Immortal Ascension boundary master? Now that a rising star like the Little Lord had appeared, how could the strength of these people be so poor? The people down below seemed to have seen Yang Kai's face and couldn't help letting out a light sigh as they pointed towards him, the vigilance on their faces quickly dissipating, replaced by joy. Before they arrived, Yang Kai smiled and waved to the people down below. The people down below quickly responded, one of them shouting a few words, and in an instant, the doors of all the huts opened and nearly 100 people walked out one after another, all of them extremely excited. Yang Kai also saw Sassafras, Li and Tian, and the others and couldn't help feeling a sense of familiarity. After a while, Yang Kai and Ingzio landed on the ground and hurriedly walked up, cupping their fists and greeting. Disciple greets several martial uncles. "How did you find us here?" One of the martial uncles, about 40 years old, asked suspiciously, "Shouldn't you be in War City, participating in the Inheritance War? There's nothing going on over there. Disciple has been looking for your whereabouts and only received accurate information a few days ago, so he hurried over." Yang Kai took a deep breath and replied while turning his head to look around. Many familiar and unfamiliar faces entered his eyes, but whether they knew him or not, whether they were familiar with him or not, at this moment, everyone was looking at Yang Kai excitedly. "Brother-in-law." Sassafras rushed to the front and called out. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and patted him on the shoulder. Looking at Sassafras again, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling slightly moved. He had not seen him for more than a year, and Sassafras had actually grown from separation and reunion boundary 9th stage to Yuan Qi 5th stage. Although this kind of strength wasn't very high among the younger generation, for Yang Kai, it was already quite good. "Come in and talk," the several High Heaven Pavilion martial uncles warmly called out. The construction of this place was very simple, probably only enough for people to live in. After entering the house, the several martial uncles intentionally or unintentionally inquired about Ingzio's identity. After learning that he was a Yang family blood warrior, all of them were suddenly shocked and became extremely cautious. The Yang family blood warrior, for them, was already in existence they could only look up to. Ingzio didn't put on any airs and simply nodded slightly to anyone who came to greet him. But his naturally cold face still made the people from High Heaven Pavilion not dare to approach him. After serving tea, Yang Kai began to inquire about their situation over the past year. His martial uncles and martial uncles also began to talk about what had happened during this period. Chapter 505. Ever since they left the Void Edge sect, they had been hiding their identities and wandering around. Later, they learned that the sect had been burned down, and the whereabouts of the sect leader and several elders were unknown. They did not dare to rashly return, so they found a place here and temporarily settled down, waiting for the future to decide. This time, they had lived here until now. The news of the Yang family's inheritance war They had indeed heard about it. Although they had been living in seclusion, every month they would send people out to inquire about various aspects of the situation. It was at that time that they learned about Xianxia's true identity and the inheritance war. However, as Xianxia had said before, even if they knew about the inheritance war and wanted to help Xianxia, it was still not convenient for them to go to War City. Because High Heaven Pavilion's name as an evil sect had not been removed, going to War City would only bring unnecessary trouble to Xianxia. After living here for more than a year, although it wasn't very convenient to communicate with the outside world, there were a lot fewer disputes. Except for the occasional monster beast attacks, everyone in High Heaven Pavilion was bitterly cultivating, looking forward to the day when they would be able to restore the sect's glory. So you're saying that you don't know that the sect has been rebuilt? Yang Kanyan asked after they finished speaking. The sect has been rebuilt. The several martial uncles all looked stunned. It should be rebuilt, but for the time being, I don't dare hang up the sect's signboard. High Heaven Pavilion can only be regarded as a temporary property of mine. I can only wait until the sect's name is restored before restoring it. I'm afraid that you're the only one who can do this. Thank you, Martial Nephew. The several martial uncles all saw the crux of the matter and firmly said, then we will have to trouble Martial Nephew in the future. Xianxia gently nodded. This is disciple's duty. Then he asked, what about Sect Master and the several elders? Those martial uncles all had gloomy expressions on their faces. We don't have a clue at the moment. We only send a few people out every month to scout around. We don't know where the sect leader and the other elders are. Is that so? Xianxia sighed and comforted them. It's fine. Sect Master is already an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. There aren't many people in this world who can hurt him. Hearing this news, everyone couldn't help but feel excited. Although they had heard about it before, when it came from Xianxia's mouth, the weight of it was different. I came here this time to ask all of you martial uncles and brothers to accompany me back to War City. If martial uncles have no objections, then let the disciples pack up and we'll set off as soon as possible. The martial uncles looked at each other, and one of them said with a smile, we didn't want to trouble you to avoid making things difficult for you. However, since Martial Nephew has taken the initiative to invite us, it would be unreasonable for us to refuse. Even if we enter War City under the name of evil sect's disciples, as long as we have Martial Nephew's protection, no one should dare say anything, right? Xianxia smiled coldly. Those who dare to say that won't live long. Only then did the martial uncles let go of the worries in their hearts and agreed. Then I'll go find her first. Su Yan. Xianxia scratched his nose awkwardly. The expressions of the several martial uncles suddenly became awkward, the one who had spoken before nodding. Yes, I actually forgot about this matter. Please don't blame me, Martial Nephew. Turning his head, he shouted, Sassafras. Disciple is here, Sassafras responded and walked in. Lead Brother Yang to the frozen ice cave. Yes, Sassafras smiled lightly and gestured to Xianxia. Brother-in-law, come with me. Xianxia lightly coughed and walked out. Yingjia wanted to follow, but was stopped by Xianxia. Walking out with Sassafras, Xianxia asked, Frozen Ice Cave? What is that place? It's the place where Elder's sister cultivates. Sassafras replied, It was precisely because we found a cold place here that was suitable for Elder's sister to cultivate that we decided to temporarily live here. But when I went to see Elder Sister last time, she seemed to have said that she was going into retreat. I don't know if she's done yet. She's indeed in retreat. Xianxia nodded. If she wasn't in retreat, how could Su Yan not come out to greet him? Dozens of kilometers away, Xianxia sensed the existence of Su Yan. The art of yin-yang joyous unification had created an indelible bond between the two of them. Since Xianxia could sense her, she could naturally sense Xianxia's existence as well. But now, it was probably inconvenient for elder sister Su to leave a retreat, so she didn't show up. As the distance between the two of them closed, Xianxia's yuan qi began to fluctuate uncontrollably, as if there was an invisible vortex that was pulling at his yuan qi. That was Su Yan's energy. After not cultivating the art of yin-yang joyous unification for such a long time, No matter who it was, both of them desperately wanted to be comforted by the other. Xianxia's usually calm mood began to fluctuate. The ice cave was not far from where they lived, only about 3 kilometers away. After a while, Sassafras led Xianxia to a cave that was overflowing with cold air. Even from the outside, they could clearly see the cold air pouring out of the cave. It was a spectacular sight. Around the cave, there was not a single blade of grass, and there was frozen soil everywhere. Sassafras had already reached the 5th level of Yuan Qi, but when he was about 10 feet away from a cave, he stopped and said, "Brother-in-law, you should go in yourself. That damn place is too cold. I don't know how it was formed. Only elder sister can withstand it. Even the other martial uncles can't go in." "Okay, you can go back. Hee brother-in-law. Enjoy your meal." Sassafras laughed and turned to leave. Xianxia shook his head, took a deep breath, and entered the ice cave. A cold feeling came from all directions, as if even the Yuan Qi in his body could be frozen. Circulating his true Yang secret art, Xianxia dispelled the obstruction of the cold and walked step by step into the cave. All around him were smooth and cold blocks of ice. This ice cave did not have any traces of artificial excavation. It was completely a natural place. He did not know where the light came from, but the ice was like a mirror reflecting the light, so the cave was not dark. The deeper he went, the colder it became. Xianxia circulated his true Yang secret art faster and faster. After walking for a full cup of tea's time, Xianxia's field of vision suddenly opened up. This should be the innermost layer of the ice cave. The cold was incomparably strong, and it was no longer as narrow as before. Instead, it was an open space. With just a glance, Xianxia saw Su Yan. Her beautiful hair that was like silk and satin hung down like a cloth, covering her round and perky buttocks. Her skin was white as snow and suffused with a sheen that was like the most exquisite porcelain. She had an exquisite nose, pink cheeks, cherry lips that exhaled like orchids, and delicate dimples that were white as snow and sparkling like jade. Su Yan was the same as before, like an exquisite ice doll. At this moment, she was sitting cross-legged on a crystal-clear ice bed, her eyes closed in meditation, her tender body trembling slightly, showing the excitement in her heart at this moment. Suddenly, the Yuan Qi in Su Yan's body fluctuated, clearly visible. Her tender body, her face, and even all her exposed skin was quickly covered with a layer of frost. Xianxia could not help but change his expression. His figure flickered and appeared in front of Su Yan, directly sitting down cross-legged, gently holding her hands, and circulating the yin-yang joyous unification art. At the same time, the Yuan Qi in Su Yan's body also began to circulate according to the joyous unification art. The fluctuating Yuan Qi stabilized, and the Yuan Qi fluctuations in their bodies, the rhythm of their breathing, and the frequency of their heartbeats gradually began to coincide. After an unknown amount of time, Xianxia gently exhaled and opened his eyes. Opposite him, Su Yan's beautiful eyes also slowly opened, her long eyelashes trembling, as if she could not believe that Xianxia had actually found her. But soon, an intoxicating blush and a happy smile appeared on her cold face. "But even if I'm here, you don't need to be so excited, right? Something almost went wrong." Xianxia chuckled. Su Yan obviously had not yet finished her retreat, because she had sensed Xianxia's arrival. Her breathing had become chaotic. If it were not for Xianxia's timely help, who knows what would have happened? Su Yan's face reddened, and she was about to speak when she felt a strong force pushing her onto the ice bed, causing her to involuntarily cry out in panic. Looking up, she saw Xianxia's eyes burning with a raging fire, his breathing heavy, like a ferocious beast choosing its prey. His eyes seemed to want to swallow Su Yan alive, full of undisguised aggression. Being stared at by such a pair of eyes, Su Yan could not help but breathe heavily, suddenly realizing what was about to happen. "Yang!" Just as she spat out the first word, Su Yan felt Xianxia press down on her, directly blocking her mouth and preventing her from spitting out the next word after a slight squirming. Su Yin stretched out her two white arms and wrapped them around Yang Kai's neck, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. Their breathing gradually became heavy. In this extremely cold environment, on that sparkling jade-like ice bed, a man and a woman were entangled with each other. There was no need to say anything. There was only intense violation and selfless response. Their clothes were scattered, and although this cold could freeze the world, it could not freeze the young man and woman's body and mind. Su Yan's crystal white skin was quickly exposed to the air. Her soft breasts were full, her snow-white skin was tinged with a rosy glow, and her pair of slender legs were covered in fragrant grass. Every inch of her skin caused Yang Kai to linger, leaving behind a rich aftertaste. Su Yan's face was flushed red, her eyes glowing with a strange light. She felt that Kai Yang was like a wild beast that had just been released from its cage, releasing himself on top of her delicate body without the slightest bit of tenderness. What made her feel ashamed was that this kind of roughness actually made her feel even more pleasure, causing her heart to flutter and her mind to be in a daze. Accompanied by a stifling yet heart-wrenching moan, Su Yan's body tensed up as she bit her lip, bracing herself for the storm-like impact. Lashing to his heart's content, Su Yan's cries grew louder and louder, stimulating Kai Yang's nerves more and more. It was as if everything in the world had disappeared, leaving only the two of them who were engrossed in each other. The dragon pattern on Yang Kai's back and the phoenix pattern on Su Yan's back also seemed to come to life, quickly swimming across their skin. Chapter 506. The two slowly woke up, their lower bodies still tightly joined together, and the air was filled with a rotting smell that made Su Yin shy. She couldn't help but shrink into Yang Kai's arms, but just as she was about to move, she couldn't help but cry out in alarm, looking at Yang Kai's eyes with both fear and expectation. She felt that the thing inside her body had once again become hard, like a red-hot iron, burning her whole body, causing her to twitch uncontrollably. With just a slight movement, it brought about an incomparably strong stimulation. Yang, just like before, she had only managed to utter a single word when Su Yan's voice was replaced by a moan. The tidal wave of impact made it impossible for her to open her mouth and utter a complete sentence. Only whispering and moaning could be heard. The two gave and took as much as they liked, blending together like water, without any distinction between each other. Su Yan didn't know how many times she had woken up, but her body was still trembling unconsciously. Her snow-white body was suffused with an enchanting red light, and between her slender legs, there was a pool of mud. Yang Kai, biting her thin red lips, Su Yin stared at the ceiling of the ice cave, her beautiful eyes blurred, like a fish on the brink of death, weakly saying, "Let me go, I can't do it anymore." Even now, she still felt like she was floating in the clouds. This feeling made her infatuated, but also terrified her. She couldn't resist Yang Kai's demands, and even though she knew in her heart that it was time to stop, her body still reacted instinctively, fiercely responding to his demands. Towards this man's impact, she was both afraid and in love with him. "Then let's stop here for now." Yang Kai grinned. "We'll fight another day." Su Yin slowly got up, resisting the soreness in her waist, and glared at him. "It's all your fault. You only cared about we haven't even started cultivating yet." Yang Kai laughed dryly. The yin-yang joyous unification art with Su Yin had already reached the second stage, so there was no need for them to have sex to dual cultivate, but Yang Kai still chose to use the most instinctive and barbaric method to possess the woman in front of him, not even thinking about cultivating. "I'm afraid it's too late to cultivate now. Let's talk about it when we get back." Yang Kai shook his head. "We seem to have been here for more than 2 days. The several martial uncles should be anxious." Su Yan's face suddenly became bright red. A man and a woman alone together for 2 days, even a fool could guess what would happen. Even if Su Yan's temperament was mild, she couldn't help but feel a kind of shyness from not being able to see anyone again. She slowly got up, like a virtuous wife to a husband's heart, to help, twos to help Yang Kai. Yang, SSSSS, SSSSSS, SSSSSS. Su's TSSS, twoses. SSS to break. Almost. Just a little more. Yang Kai nodded, his eyes flashing as he stared at Su Yin. But you've already reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage. It seems that if I want to catch up to you, I'll have to work harder. That's all thanks to the medicinal liquid you gave me. Su Yin nodded lightly. That thing can really cleanse my body. My cultivation speed is now much faster than before, and here, there's a very suitable cultivation environment for me. More than a year ago, when he separated from Su Yin, she was only at the peak of the Yuan Qi boundary, the same as Yang Kai now, only a step away from breaking through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. Now that they met again, she was already at the Immortal Ascension boundary 3rd stage. Such a cultivation speed was simply incredible. After all, after a cultivator reached the Immortal Ascension boundary, the speed at which their strength increased was relatively slow. No matter how good your external strength is, if you don't have a solid foundation, it's not enough. In the end, it's all because of your talent. Yang Kai reached out and gently stroked Su Yan's cheek, suddenly burying his head between her 2 peaks and taking a deep breath, as if he wanted to imprint this enchanting scent deep in his mind. Su Yan smiled softly and quietly hugged him. After a while, Yang Kai straightened up and glanced down at his crotch, helplessly saying, I seem to have, Su Yan was shocked. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became firm. In any case, they've already waited for more than 2 days. It doesn't matter if they wait a little longer. Saying so, he pulled Su Yan into his arms. After an hour, Yang Kai was satisfied and watched Su Yan quickly dress herself before helping Yang Kai with his clothes. After suffering a loss once, how could she dare to show her body in front of Yang Kai again? If she allowed this man to continue like this, she feared it would be 10 days or half a month before they could leave the ice cave. After the 2 of them were fully dressed, Su Yan reluctantly looked back at the ice cave. After leaving this place, she didn't know when she would be able to return. This place was very suitable for her to cultivate and gather cold qi very quickly. It wasn't easy for a cultivator to find a suitable place to cultivate. What do you want to take away? Yang Kai saw Su Yan's reluctance and asked. Su Yan shook her head and said with some regret, I can't take it away. I'll have to come back later. I can take it away. Yang Kai's lips curled into a smile. Su Yan glanced at him and chuckled. This ice bed, can you take it away with you? Yang Kai nodded, a serious expression on his face. No need, this seems to be 10,000-year-old ice. I tried to lift it, but I couldn't. Even if you can move it, it's impossible to take it elsewhere. The small bag you gave me before couldn't hold this thing. Su Yan had a universe bag in her hands. This universe bag was originally given to Yang Kai by Ling Tai Su, and after opening the black book space, it was transferred to Su Yan by Yang Kai. However, the space in that universe bag wasn't big enough to hold such a large ice bed. Look, Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and walked over to the ice bed that still had their auras on it, reaching out and covering it with his hand. Su Yan's expression froze. Although she didn't know what Yang Kai was doing, she faintly felt a sense of expectation, as if this man would do something very unexpected. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, she saw a flash of light appear on the ice bed that weighed 10,000 kilograms and immediately disappear. Su Yan's mouth opened slightly, almost unable to believe her eyes. She immediately released her divine sense, but couldn't find the slightest clue, causing her brow to wrinkle slightly as a look of suspicion appeared on her face. Where did it go? Looking at the proud Yang Kai, Su Yan hurriedly asked. I have another artifact that can store things, and its space is much larger than your universe bag. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Su Yan gently nodded. No wonder. Learning that Yang Kai had such a priceless treasure, Su Yan was only slightly shocked before immediately feeling a sense of pride in her heart. Because this was her man, his methods were amazing and his heritage was strong. Su Yan secretly thought to herself, sharing glory and glory together, feeling a sense of pride. It seemed that as long as Xianxia made a move, even if he pierced a hole in the heavens, it was only natural. The frigid cold in the ice cave was all because of the ice bed. It could be said that the ice bed was the only treasure in this place. As long as she had it, Su Yin could create her ideal cultivation environment wherever she wanted. In the village, everyone was ready to go. Several of the High Heaven Pavilion's martial uncles sat down, their expressions meticulous and their attitudes cautious. To the side, Yingjiu also sat there silently. The atmosphere was particularly dignified. Several of the High Heaven Pavilion's martial uncles had been accompanying the Yang family blood warrior for 2 days now, not moving at all. At first, they wanted to talk to Yingjiu, but Yingjiu was a man of few words, so how could they have a conversation? In the end, the several martial uncles stopped talking, and everyone waited like they were sitting on pins and needles, not to mention how uncomfortable it was. Everyone was wondering in their hearts why Xianxia hadn't returned yet. The younger generation of disciples seemed to have noticed the strange atmosphere here and didn't dare approach within 300 meters, all of them hiding far away, lest they be dragged along by their martial uncles and become scapegoats. Just as they were feeling anxious, Sassafras rushed in from the outside and cupped his fists. Several martial uncles, Brother Yang and elder sister, have returned. Returned? The several martial uncles felt as if they had been granted amnesty and quickly got up, their faces filled with a mixture of wanting to cry and laugh as they hurried out. They weren't willing to stay here for even a breath longer. Facing such a powerful and indifferent Yang family blood warrior, any one of them would feel a great deal of pressure. Just as they stepped out of the door, they saw Xianxia and Su Yin walking over together. One of the martial uncles had tears in his eyes as he stepped forward and grabbed Xianxia's big hand, shaking it vigorously as he said, "Martial nephew, you've finally returned. We've been waiting for a long time." HM? Xianxia frowned, wondering why these martial uncles had suddenly become so enthusiastic. We came here 2 days ago. They weren't like this. Su Yin, who was standing to the side, misunderstood and overheard these words. Her face couldn't help blushing bright red, somewhat embarrassed to meet these people. Her cold face flushed red, making her more attractive than ever. "We're all ready. Martial nephew, please. If you're ready, then let's go." Xianxia nodded. "Let's go." The martial uncle waved his hand and shouted loudly. Then he and the other martial uncles rushed out in a hurry. Xianxia was stunned, not understanding why these martial uncles were so anxious, as if they were about to be reincarnated. "Little Lord." Yingjiu came up and greeted him. "What happened?" Xianxia frowned and asked. "Nothing." Yingjiu shook his head, inadvertently glancing over at Su Yin, his expression changing slightly. He discovered that although this woman with a cold temperament and stunning appearance was not very old, her cultivation had already reached the Immortal Ascension boundary 3rd stage. The Lu family's Lu Qingyao was only an Immortal Ascension boundary 3rd stage cultivator, but he was the Central Capital's #1 genius, the future successor of the Lu family. But what about her? This woman was incredible. In an instant, Yingjiu realized just how terrifying High Heaven Pavilion was. The Demon Lord was from High Heaven Pavilion. The Little Lord was also from High Heaven Pavilion. And this woman in front of him was even more so. This sect even had an above Immortal Ascension boundary master. It seemed that the veiled Xia girl who was performing alchemy in his house and Meng Wuxia, who lifted his Qi binding seal, were both from High Heaven Pavilion. Was this sect really just a second-class sect? Yingjiu suddenly became confused. Chapter 507. More than 100 people from High Heaven Pavilion, under the leadership of Xianxia, were quickly rushing towards War City. When they arrived here, it had only taken Xianxia and Yingjiu less than 2 days, including the time it took to find them. But now, Xianxia estimated that it would take at least 4 or 5 days to return. After all, the strength of these brothers and sisters was somewhat mixed. Although many of them had broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary, there were still many separation and reunion boundary and chi transformation boundary cultivators. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry, though, simply chatting and laughing with Su Yin as he led the way, enjoying this moment of leisure. After not seeing Su Yin for more than a year, the physical and mental bond between the two had not faded and had instead become even stronger. Walking side by side with her, Yang Kai could even feel that the Yuan Qi in their bodies was fusing in a very strange way. From time to time, it was as if a single thought from the other could be faintly understood by the other. This feeling was quite wonderful. Heart and body as one, heart and heart as one. It was likely they were not far from each other. At this moment, nearly 2,000 kilometers away from War City, a large number of people were lurking in the thick grass, quietly waiting. At the head of this group was Qiuzi Ruo of the central capital's Qiu family, Qiu Yimeng's half-brother. Qiuzi Ruo was originally an ally of the Yang family's sixth young lord, Yang Shun, but on that night, Yang Kai had attacked Yang Shun's house and taken away his flag, forcing him to withdraw. Yang Shun's forces had been transferred to the seventh young lord, Yang Ying, and Qiuzi Ruo had followed Yang Ying. A few days later, Yang Ying took the initiative to forfeit and gathered his cultivators in Yang Zhao's house. Qiuzi Ruo had now changed his allegiance 3 times, causing him to feel extremely depressed. Although this kind of change was inevitable, it was still a loss of face for him. At the very least, his vision was very problematic. Whichever Yang family young lord he followed, that Yang family young lord would be eliminated. Before the start of the inheritance war, he, Qiu Yimeng, and the Qiu family patriarch, Qiu Shoucheng, had discussed the direction of the inheritance war. Qiu Yimeng was very optimistic about Yang Kai, so she didn't hesitate to temporarily leave the family and bring a group of Autumn Rain Hall members to join him. Facts proved that Qiu Yimeng had chosen a good ally. As for Yang Shun, who Qiuzi Ruo and Qiu Shoucheng both thought highly of, he was unable to last until the end. Qiuzi Ruo also held his breath and vowed to assist Yang Zhao in winning the inheritance war in order to consolidate his position as the family successor. In addition to Qiuzi Ruo, the Kang family's Kang Zhan was also here. These two were the young lords of the central capital's 8 great families, as well as the future patriarchs of the 8 great families. If they wanted to deal with Yang Kai without the help of the 8 great families, it would be impossible to control the situation, so these two had been sent out by Yang Zhao. As for Yang Zhao himself, he had to remain in War City. If he left, he would likely follow in Yang Shen's footsteps. Beside them were the Xiang clan's Xiang Chu and the Nan clan's Nan Sheng. These two families had countless grievances with Yang Kai, so when they learned that they were going to send troops to deal with Yang Kai, they naturally took the initiative to volunteer so that they could wash away their previous humiliation. Yang Zhao readily agreed. Apart from that, there were 3 or 4 other forces that weren't weak, and they were all gathered here. Brother Kong, is the information second young lord obtained accurate? That Yang Kai wouldn't act so recklessly, right? After waiting for more than a day without any news, Qiuzi Ruo couldn't help feeling a little impatient. Kang Zhan heard this and chuckled. Brother Qiu, please wait patiently. Since second young lord said so, there should be no problem. Qiuzi Ruo couldn't help glancing over at Kang Zhan suspiciously. Brother Kang seems to hold second young lord in high regard. Kang Zhan smiled lightly. I'm not afraid Brother Qiu will laugh at me. In fact, at the beginning of the inheritance war, I wanted to ally with second young lord, because I felt that with second young lord's methods, he would be able to achieve great things. Oh, then why did you choose seventh young lord? Qiuzi Ruo raised his brow, not quite understanding. Kang Zhan was originally an ally of Yang Ying's seventh young lord, but after Yang Ying abstained, he switched allegiance to Yang Zhao. I had no choice. Kang Zhan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Second young lord chose the ex-Enro of the Yi family, so I could only choose someone else. Qiuzi Ruo's eyes flashed a trace of understanding and ambiguity as he nodded. Beautiful women always have some advantages. All men like beautiful women, especially Xin Ro's delicate appearance. Kang Zhan licked his lips. Xiao Ziruo also grinned meaningfully. As young lords and young ladies of the central capital's 8 great families, the two of them were quite familiar with the Xian Rose character and background. Naturally, they knew that this woman's relationship with Yang Zhao was not ordinary. It was also because of this that Yi Xian Ro was now very important to Yang Zhao. Although Qiu Ziruo and Kang Zhan were both Yang Zhao's allies, their status was not as high as Yi Xian Ro's. However, they didn't care much about this. Obviously, their status wasn't low either. This news is said to have been obtained by that woman herself when she went to the central capital to inquire about it. Kang Zhan smiled wretchedly. With the Yi family's first young lady personally taking action, how could a trivial vice-sect leader of an underground force not be able to handle him? I'm afraid that with just a little bit of sweetness, she'll fall head over heels for him. That's true. Qiu Ziruo nodded, thinking that if Xian Ro used a beauty trap on him, would he be able to keep this a secret? Especially when his life was on the line. Even if Yang Kai is smart, I'm afraid he never imagined that with just a few clues, the second young lord would be able to infer that he had left War City. Kang Zhan smiled softly. He thinks his plan is watertight, but in fact there are still some flaws. No one is perfect. Qiu Ziruo shook his head slightly. Yang Kai is about the same age as us. If he had been too perfect, how could we still live? And Kang Zhan nodded. Having said that, it was still undeniable that Yang Kai's methods were extraordinary. If it weren't for the second young lord's meticulous attention to detail, it was likely he wouldn't have been able to grasp this rare opportunity. Young Master Xiang, Young Master Nan, Yingzhou by Yang Kai's side, I'll have to rely on the masters from your 2 families to contain him. Kang Zhan suddenly turned to Xiangchu and Nan Sheng and said. Xiangchu nodded and faintly said, "It's my duty." Nan Sheng's face flashed a trace of malice and viciousness as he stroked his broken finger and coldly declared, "This time our 2 families have dispatched 2 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters in order to contain that Yingzhou. As long as we can avenge my broken finger, my Nan family will follow the 2 young lords' orders." Kang Zhan glanced at him and nodded slightly, no longer saying anything. Yang Kai had a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Demon in his house, and it was because of this Demon Master's provocation that Yang Zhao had asked the Xiang and Nan families to send 2 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters to assist him. Such a master would rarely appear in the Inheritance War. After all, even first-class forces didn't have many peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. If one of them died in the Inheritance War, it would be a big loss for those forces. However, Xiangchu and Nansheng obviously hated Yang Kai to the extreme, so in the face of Yang Zhao's request, they readily agreed. These 2 masters had only been in Yang Kai's house for about a month. Their original intention was to prepare for a rainy day and suppress the evil demon masters who were targeting Yang Kai's house. But now, they had come in handy. Although Yingzhou was a Yang family blood warrior, and his strength was also at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8 stage, 2 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters should be enough to contain him, right? Regarding this battle, no matter who it was, everyone was full of confidence. None of them could have imagined that the current Yingzhou was already a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. More and more people were sent out to investigate the surrounding situation, all of them holding their breaths and restraining their auras as they waited quietly. A day later, there was finally news. About 100 people were approaching this place. In about an hour, they would arrive here. Kang Zhan's expression shook as he shouted, "Everyone, if we can eliminate Yang Kai here after returning to the house, Second Young Lord will definitely look upon us in a new light. I hope all of you will not underestimate this enemy." Everyone nodded. "Should we launch a sneak attack?" Xiao Ziruo asked excitedly. Kang Zhan glanced over at him and frowned, shaking his head. "Our scouts were able to discover them, so they must have also discovered us. How can we launch a sneak attack? Let's fight openly. I want Yang Kai to regret offending me." Nan Sheng grinned, his yuan qi rising fiercely. "That's right, we'll go out and fight openly. After today, There will no longer be a Yang Kai in the Inheritance War. Kang Zhan shouted, "Let's go." 30 kilometers away, Yang Kai's expression was gloomy, unable to figure out where he had gone wrong. Yang Zhao had only been able to infer his actions based on the movements of Bamboo, not Gang's sect master Pang Qi. So how could Yang Kai have known? When he discovered that someone was spying on them from a distance, he immediately realized that something was wrong. The other party had been able to block his path back so clearly. Obviously, they knew where he was going. It was impossible for Pang Qi to betray him. He should still be in Xiao Yimeng's house, and Xiao Yimeng wouldn't have leaked this information. The problem lay with the other members of the Bamboo, not Gang. In an instant, Yang Kai came to a conclusion. It seemed that he would have to clean up after returning. However, even so, Yang Kai didn't regret his actions. If he could choose again, he would still choose to come out and greet the High Heaven Pavilion people. All for the sake of meeting Su Yin earlier. Perceiving the change in Yang Kai's mood, Su Yin couldn't help asking, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai smiled slightly and shook his head. "Nothing. There's just someone blocking the way." Su Yan's face immediately became gloomy. Last time, she and Yang Kai had agreed to travel the world hand in hand, but Xiao Yimeng had disrupted their plans, causing them to be separated for more than a year. This time, she had only just reunited with Yang Kai, but now she had run into trouble again. Su Yin hated these people who disrupted her time with Yang Kai. Who's blocking the way? The several High Heaven Pavilion martial uncles behind suddenly became nervous. "It's probably my second brother's people." Yang Kai took a deep breath. Yang Wei shouldn't have done such a thing, nor did he have the capital to do so. Inferring, the people blocking the way should be Yang Zhao's subordinates. "Several martial uncles, there may be a fight. You don't need to worry about me. Just protect the sect's disciples." Can't we avoid them? The current strength of High Heaven Pavilion's people was too weak, so the several martial uncles were obviously fighting. They came prepared. We can't avoid them. Yang Kai shook his head helplessly, his heart filled with annoyance. Chapter 508. Even though High Heaven Pavilion was only a second-class sect, it still had several thousand disciples. However, after the last calamity, only 100 or so disciples remained loyal to the sect. Although there were still many people in High Heaven Pavilion, their loyalty to the sect was obviously not as good as the disciples here. These people were the foundation of High Heaven Pavilion's revival. They absolutely could not suffer any more losses. The news of a possible battle quickly spread, and although many of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples were somewhat surprised, none of them showed any fear. On the contrary, people like Sassafras actually showed some excitement. They had been hiding from the wind and waves for more than a year, and they had had enough of hiding. Now that they had Kai Yang's protection, they naturally didn't need to fear anything. Instead, they felt a little ignorant because they didn't know what kind of enemy they were about to face. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Yang Kai sending people to intercept them was completely beyond his expectations. Since the other party dared to do this, they must be confident they could at least delay Yingjiu. This meant that the other party had a peak Immortal Ascension boundary master. However, the other party, sending such a large number of people, would certainly not be able to hide from Xiao Yimeng's spies. Perhaps the people from his residence were also rushing over here. Considering all this, Yang Kai suddenly felt relieved. Moreover, this wasn't a dead end. They had probably misjudged Yingjiu's true strength. Now that he had reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage, his combat power was much greater than before. They didn't know his true strength, and there was also the variable Su Yan. If Yang Zhao's manpower was based on the previous situation, then this time was a good opportunity. But soon, Yang Kai found that he had underestimated Yang Zhao's fear of him. Suddenly, a dense crowd of people appeared in front of him. Yang Kai swept the crowd with his divine sense and couldn't help smiling bitterly. The other party had dispatched at least 7 forces. Among them, Yang Kai recognized 4 of them, the the Qiu family and Kong family of the central capital, as well as the Xiang family and Nan family of the first-class forces. It could be said that this was a group of well-trained and well-trained people. At first glance, seeing so many people, the High Heaven Pavilion members couldn't help but be surprised. They hadn't expected the other side to have so many people. The martial uncles were even more shocked. They instantly understood how important Yang Kai was to the enemy. In order to capture him, they didn't hesitate to send so many people, so many experts. In the wilderness, the two groups of people collided. They were separated by a distance of over 300 meters as they looked at each other from afar. Two pairs of venomous eyes swept over. Following their gazes, Yang Kai rushed towards Xianxia and Nansheng and sneered. Xiu Ruo's expression was complicated as he stared at the fearless Yang Kai, not knowing what to think. Kang Zhan, on the other hand, remained calm. On the other hand, many of the others were pointing at Su Yin, who was standing beside Yang Kai. Such a person with such a tranquil temperament was naturally very eye-catching. Looking at her, whether man or woman, old or young, all of them couldn't help feeling a sense of inferiority. Even the two young lords from the central capital felt the same. It wasn't that they hadn't seen beautiful women before. With their identity and status, they could have as many as they wanted. However, Su Yan's temperament made them feel that even they weren't qualified to associate with her. On the contrary, when Yang Kai stood next to her, it was as if they were a perfect match. Thinking so, Qiu Ruo and Kang Zhan's faces couldn't help going black. They didn't think they were any worse than Yang Kai. Lightly coughing, Kang Zhan cupped his fists and shouted, "Ninth young lord, it's been a long time." "Brother Kang." Yang Kai nodded lightly, his expression calm. "Is my second brother not here?" "Second young lord is busy. This time it was me and Brother Qiu who were entertaining ninth young lord. I hope ninth young lord can be magnanimous." Yang Kai sneered and stepped forward, proudly saying, "My second brother didn't come personally and instead sent you two here to be scapegoats." Kang Zhan's face sank as he coldly said, "Ninth young lord, Brother Qiu and I are friends. You don't need to speak so harshly, right? I and you too have some kind of friendship?" Yang Kai tilted his head and chuckled. "How come I don't remember?" With Kang Zhan and Qiu Ruo, it could be said that Yang Kai didn't have any communication with them. The former, on the other hand, had a few drinks with him not long after returning to the central capital, but they ended up parting on bad terms. As for Qiu Ruo, he hadn't even spoken to him. Kang Zhan let out a sigh of relief and shouted, "Since ninth young lord says so, this Kong won't waste any more words. We really don't have any kind of friendship. Let's see who's the real deal. If you offend me in any way, you can only blame yourself for ninth young lord's bad luck." Likewise, Kang Zhan continued, "Before we left, second young lord told us that if ninth young lord was willing to surrender, we shouldn't embarrass you, so as not to harm your brotherly relationship. So this Kong still has to ask, regarding second young lord's good intentions, is ninth young lord willing to accept?" Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "Already know, why bother asking?" "Good." Kang Zhan nodded firmly. "Why bother talking nonsense with him? The masters from my Xiang and Nan families will hold back Yingjiu. The rest of us will rush up and capture him." Nansheng's eyes flashed with anger, wishing he could defeat Yang Kai right now and thoroughly humiliate him in order to vent the resentment in these bastard hearts. Kang Zhan's brow wrinkled, but he didn't say anything. He knew that Nansheng's resentment towards Yang Kai was quite deep. Moreover, this was exactly what he planned to do. Although Yang Kai had brought a lot of people with him, only a few of them had reached the immortal ascension boundary, so the people from High Heaven Pavilion were nothing in Kang Zhan's eyes. Just as he was about to give the order, Yang Kai's voice called out again, "Brother Kang, how about we discuss this? What's the matter?" Kang Zhan frowned. "In this battle, only Yingjiu and I will fight. If you can defeat me and Yingjiu, then you'll have earned a great merit in front of my second brother." Listening to him say this, Kang Zhan and Qiu Ruo couldn't help staring at him in disbelief. They hadn't expected that Yang Kai didn't intend to use the 100 or so helpers he had brought with him. Although those 100 or so people were nothing in Kang Zhan's eyes, if they really fought, they would definitely be able to cause some losses to his side. So when he heard Yang Kai's proposal, Kang Zhan subconsciously thought that Yang Kai wanted to play some kind of trick and hesitated. On Yang Kai's side, the several High Heaven Pavilion martial uncles and martial seniors all expressed their willingness to lend a hand. Even if they had to die in battle, they couldn't just stand by and watch, all of them resolute. You can't afford to lose anything. Yang Kai shook his head and refused their good intentions, his expression dignified. I am a Yang family member. They won't dare kill me. If they can't beat me, I can run. They can't do anything to me. But if you go up and suffer casualties, how can I explain this to Grandmaster? Martial uncles and martial seniors don't have to help, but I will. Su Yin stared at Yang Kai firmly. Yang Kai looked at her, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. Su Yin's strength was the same as his own, so he couldn't judge her based on her cultivation. On top of that, if she dual cultivated with him and fought side by side, there may be some unexpected effects. Su Yin smiled. Brother Kong, I've changed my mind. I have 3 people on my side, me, Ying Jiao, and my senior sister Su Yin. Yang Kai shouted casually. Defeat us, and I'll withdraw from the inheritance war. Kang Zhan was still trying to guess what Yang Kai was planning to do, but when he heard this, his expression became strange. He felt that Yang Kai really did have such a plan and wasn't trying to play some kind of trick. It seems that those people are very important to Yang Kai, even making him want to protect them. Nan Sheng grinned, his aura becoming dangerous, like a cold viper as he stared towards the High Heaven Pavilion group. Xianxia also sneered to the side. Kang Zhan frowned and asked, Ninth Young Lord, can you tell me why? No reason. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. These people are my sect's martial uncles and brothers and sisters. If any of them were to be injured, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to control myself. And if I were to kill them, if I were to kill you and young Master Chiu, you wouldn't be able to return to War City and would have no way to explain to the Kong family and Xiu family. Evil sect's High Heaven Pavilion? Kang Zhan and Xiu Zirua's expressions changed, suddenly understanding what sect these 100 or so people belonged to, a trace of dread appearing in their hearts. High Heaven Pavilion couldn't be treated the same as other second-class sects. It was a sect that had produced a demon lord. This proposal is good for both you and me. How about Brother Kong consider it carefully? Yang Kai urged. Young Lord Kong, don't agree. Nan Sheng licked his lips as he gloomily stared at the group. Evil sect's people can be killed by anyone. Who knows when a new demon lord will appear among these people? Killing all of them now would be a good precaution. I think so too. Xianxia nodded in agreement. Kang Zhan glanced over at them and snorted, knowing that they wanted to take advantage of the situation. Yang Kai had already made his intentions clear, yet they still wanted to counterattack Yang Kai, obviously wanting him to suffer in order to avenge their past grievances. Xiu Zirua shook his head and said, Brother Kong, I don't think there's anything wrong with agreeing. In this situation, we have the absolute advantage. At the right time, we can sell him a favor. I don't think Second Young Lord is willing to go too far. In Xiu Zirua's opinion, capturing Yang Kai this time was already a foregone conclusion, without any suspense. Since that was the case, there was no need to really provoke him. Killing the 100 or so people from High Heaven Pavilion wouldn't help them win the inheritance war. It would only make Yang Kai bear a grudge against everyone here. Xiu Zirua didn't want to be targeted by Yang Kai. After all, he was a somewhat unruly man. Hearing this, Kang Zhan nodded gently. What Brother Qiu says makes sense. Nan Sheng and Xianxia glanced at each other and couldn't help seeing the annoyance in each other's hearts. In front of them was a perfect opportunity to retaliate against Yang Kai, but they didn't have the right to choose, so naturally they were feeling depressed. Ninth Young Lord, I agree. Kang Zhan shouted loudly. This battle won't affect your sect's people, provided they don't intervene. Otherwise, they'll be responsible for their own deaths. Of course. Yang Kai gently sighed and smiled. In fact, I'm doing this for your own good. Chapter 509. Listening to Yang Kai's words, even Kong Zhan, who had a good temper, couldn't help coldly snorting, shameless boasting. Agreeing to his proposal was nothing more than not wanting to annoy him. In Kong Zhan's opinion, he was simply giving him face, but now the other party was actually saying it was for his own good. Naturally, he was annoyed by this kind of excuse of waiting for an advantage and pretending to be obedient. Not bothering with this, Kong Zhan waved his hand. Brother Xiang, Brother Nan, send your people out. Xianxia and Nansheng nodded, and in the next moment, 2 streaks of light shot out from the crowd. Their speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of Yang Kai and the others. One of these 2 was from the Xiang family, while the other was from the Nan family, both old men at the peak immortal ascension boundary. If it weren't for Xianxia and Nansheng asking for help from their families, the Xiang and Nan family wouldn't have sent them to participate in the inheritance war. Without any hesitation, the 2 of them immediately attacked Yingjio. Ferocious attacks filled the air as they flew towards Yingjio, intending to severely injure him. 2 peak immortal ascension boundary masters attacking at the same time was truly extraordinary. In just a moment, all the High Heaven Pavilion members felt like they were about to fall apart. This unparalleled power seemed to have created a vortex that sucked in all of their lives. Everyone was shocked, their faces pale. Under such overwhelming power, the High Heaven Pavilion members couldn't even muster up the will to resist. Nansheng and Xianxia both sneered proudly, secretly looking forward to the moment when Yingjio would be forced to use his Mad Tyrant blood skill. Yingjio's expression remained indifferent, and just as this violent attack was about to reach him, he suddenly disappeared. The masters from the Xiang and Nan families were startled, instantly losing their target. Immediately, a sense of foreboding filled their hearts. Hurriedly retreating, a murderous intent quietly approached them from behind. A silhouette so fast that the naked eye could not see it clearly was waving 2 daggers that flickered with cold light, coming from behind to attack. Shadow, dancing kill. The void was filled with violent energy, and ripples spread out in all directions like ripples that were created when something was thrown into a lake. Xianxia and Nansheng's proud expressions instantly froze, their eyes trembling violently as they stared at the sky in disbelief. Kong Zhan and Xiaozi Ruo were also stunned. Everyone shuddered at the strength Yingjio had displayed. Yang Kai chuckled and said lightly, "Martial uncles, please lead the brothers back a little." Oh, the several martial uncles seemed to have awoken from a dream. In the midst of a battle between 3 peak immortal ascension boundary masters, they instantly understood that even if they joined the fray, they would only be able to cause more unnecessary deaths. So they quickly led everyone away. Only Yang Kai and Su Yin were left standing side by side. A gust of wind blew past, sweeping up Su Yan's long hair, covering half of her face. Turning her head, she and Yang Kai exchanged a glance, both of them smiling knowingly. Swish, swish, swish. In the sky, the 3 people fighting fiercely separated and looked at each other. Yingjio was the same as before, his expression indifferent, his body unscathed. On the contrary, the faces of the masters from the Xiang and Nan families were ashen. Many of their robes were torn, and although they weren't injured, this battle made everyone realize that Yingjio was no longer the same Yingjio as before. It also made them realize just how terrifying the combat power of the Yang family blood warriors was. Invincible within the same realm, fighting above one's realm was a common occurrence. This was a Yang family blood warrior. 2 isn't enough. Yingjio gripped his 2 daggers in both hands, faintly shaking his head towards the 2 masters from the Xiang and Nan families. These words irritated the 2 masters, causing their expressions to become even uglier. Brother Kong, Yingjio seems to have broken through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage. Xiaozi also saw the situation had taken a turn for the worse. In their original plan, with 2 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters entangled with Yingjio, As long as they lost this powerful ally, the rest of them would be able to capture Yang Kai. But now, Xian was actually an Immortal Ascension boundary 9th stage Ingjio, ruining their original plan. If 2 isn't enough, then send more people up. Kang Zhan was also stunned for a moment before coldly saying. Xiao Thuan nodding to several masters in his camp who immediately flew up and stood behind the 2 masters from the Xiang and Nan families. 2 Immortal Ascension 8th stage and 2 Immortal Ascension 7th stage masters. In addition to the 2 Immortal Ascension boundary 9th stage masters from before, a total of 6 people were confronting Ingjio, but Ingjio's expression remained unchanged. Instead, the 4 masters who had just stepped up looked uneasy. Still not enough. Ingjio shook his head. You want to restrain me? Send more people. Kang Zhan and Xiao Zirua's expression became cold, secretly thinking that this Ingjio was too arrogant. Even if he was a Yang family blood warrior, even if he was an Immortal Ascension 9th stage master, in the end, he was still just one person. Mad Tyrant Blood Skill. Ingjio suddenly shouted, his vitality madly rising, his Yuan Qi also fluctuating violently. Everyone's expression changed greatly, never having expected Ingjio to so decisively use the Blood Warrior's forbidden technique. This was a secret technique that forcibly increased one's vitality at the cost of one's own vitality. Every time it was used, a Blood Warrior's lifespan would be greatly reduced. Therefore, the Yang family Blood Warriors, no matter how strong they were, generally didn't have long lifespans. In the blink of an eye, Ingjio's aura changed, his previous indifferent aura becoming extremely violent, his entire exposed skin becoming as red as a roasted crab. A terrifying red. Shua. Ingjio seemed to move, but also didn't. But the masters who were confronting him were all shocked, all of them involuntarily retreating a few steps. Pooh! The sound of blood splashing rang out, and a moment later, an Immortal Ascension boundary 7th stage master who hadn't even had time to exchange a single blow with Ingjio suddenly fell from the sky with a dull look on his face. From his throat, blood spurted out like a fountain, and before he even hit the ground, his entire body exploded into a bloody mist, not even his bones remaining. A chill rose from the bottom of everyone's heart, causing them to shiver. Do you think it's enough? Ingjio twirled the 2 daggers in his hands, his fingers dancing gracefully like butterflies, emitting a despairing aura of death. If you think it's enough, then I'll kill you all. As soon as his voice fell, the Immortal Ascension boundary 9th stage masters from the Xiang and Nan family shouted, Be careful. At the same time, all of them stepped forward, summoned their most prized artifacts, and displayed their best methods, sending out a violent wave of energy. Ingjio's figure shuttled back and forth in this wave of energy, like a lone boat in the midst of a violent storm, rising and falling but never sinking. All Immortal Ascension boundary 8th stage masters go. Kang Zhan no longer dared to underestimate Ingjio. With his Immortal Ascension boundary 9th stage strength and his Mad Tyrant blood skill, Ingjio was already capable of exchanging blows with an above Immortal Ascension boundary master. The few people standing in front of him weren't enough to contain him. Kang Zhan immediately issued an order for reinforcements. Asterisk schwa, 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 asterisk from the crowd. 4 or 5 figures appeared one after another, all of them Immortal Ascension boundary 8th stage cultivator, the number of people these 7 forces could gather. With the addition of these people, Ingjio's leisurely demeanor finally stagnated for a moment, but it still couldn't stop his strange pace. He was like an indestructible sharp blade. Wherever the 2 daggers slashed, there would be panic in the hearts of the people there. Ingjio, who was proficient in concealment and assassination, in this one versus many situation, actually held the complete dominance, his figure constantly flickering, causing everyone to feel as if a big stone had been lifted from their hearts, not daring to relax in the slightest. It's still not enough. Kang Zhan's eyes flashed a look of despair, but just as he finished speaking, the only remaining Immortal Ascension boundary 7th stage master in the sky let out a scream and fell to the ground. Elder, Someone exclaimed. This person was from one of the seven forces. His force wasn't too strong, so the loss of an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7-stage master was not a small blow to the entire force. Glancing around, the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7-stage master's 2 arms had suddenly been separated from his body as he fell, the place where his severed arms had been severed from his body, blood spurting out from them. Send more people. Kang Zhan's face went pale as he continued to order. The several Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th-stage masters in the crowd glanced at each other before helplessly rushing forward. With the addition of these people, Ying Zhio's movements were truly restrained, no longer being able to act as freely as before. With his own strength, he was able to pin down 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th-stage masters, 6 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th-stage masters, and 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th-stage masters. The strength of the Yang family blood warriors had exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Ying Zhio himself was quite surprised. Before his breakthrough, he had often imagined how much his strength would increase after he broke through. He had also accurately estimated that after his breakthrough, his Mad Tyrant blood skill might be able to pin down some masters, but it was absolutely impossible for him to face so many of them now. Such a number and level of masters had greatly exceeded Ying Zhio's original estimation of himself. He didn't understand why, but he knew that he had done just that. Although it was somewhat difficult for him to cope with this situation, he wouldn't have to worry about his life in the short term. Was it because of the mysterious grade pills produced in the pill room? Ying Zhio didn't know, but all he could do now was exert his strength to the greatest extent possible and reduce the burden on Yang Kai as much as possible. Looking at Ying Zhio, who seemed to be struggling, Kang Zhan and Xiao Zirua couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. This situation was something they had never imagined before, so they secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, the second young lord had prepared ahead of time and had allowed the 2 of them to bring so many people. If the 2 of them had followed their original proposal, they probably wouldn't have been able to deal with Ying Zhio alone, let alone capture Yang Kai. The second young lord was truly far-sighted. At this moment, both Kang Zhan and Xiao Zirua couldn't help feeling a trace of admiration for Yang Zhao. It's our turn. Kang Zhan took a deep breath and turned his eyes to Yang Kai, who had been standing in place all this time. Ying Zhio had already been pinned down, so all that was left was to capture Yang Kai. Although most of the masters had been sent out, Kang Zhan was still confident in capturing Yang Kai. After all, he and Xiao Zirua each had 2 Immortal Ascension 5th-stage masters from the 8 great families, as well as many from the other forces. With such a lineup, Kang Zhan didn't believe they couldn't capture Yang Kai. Chapter 510. It's our turn. Yang Kai withdrew his gaze from the sky and softly said to Su Yin. Su Yin nodded slightly, brushing her hair back behind her ear as she smiled. This seems to be the 3rd time we've fought side by side. 3 times? Yang Kai was stunned. Did you forget? Su Yin turned her head and glanced at him. The first time was in the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, when you saved my life. The second time was under the Coiling Dragon Stream, when you brought up the rear. This is the 3rd time. Does the first time count? Of course it counts. Su Yin smiled happily and whispered, You helped me the first 2 times, but this time, I'll help you. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her, chuckling and nodding, Good. Seeing the 2 of them whispering to each other, seemingly flirting with each other, Kang Zhan and Xiao Zirua couldn't help feeling their noses become crooked. They felt like they had been completely underestimated. Waving their hands coldly, the 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th-stage masters from the Kang and Xiao families stepped forward to meet Yang Kai and Su Yin. Their movements were neither fast nor slow, and their expressions were indifferent. It was obvious that they had full confidence in capturing Kai Yang. The 1,000-meter distance between them was quickly closed. The smile on Yang Kai's face gradually converged as he stared at the 4 approaching masters with a dignified expression. These 4 were not ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th-stage masters. They were immortal ascension boundary masters from the 8 great families, each of them possessing extraordinary means. I should be able to deal with 1.5. Su Yin wrinkled her brow, also feeling a lot of pressure from these 4 masters. I'm about the same. Yang Kai nodded gently, relying on his own strength. He could only accomplish this much, but if he used all of his means, he might not be able to. The 4 masters arrived a few dozen meters in front of Yang Kai and stopped, politely cupping their fists and greeting him. "Ninth young lord, please excuse us. Life or death is your own responsibility." Yang Kai grinned. His arrogant words caused the 4 people's faces to darken. One of them coldly shouted, "Ninth young master, just make your move." Before he had even finished speaking, Yang Kai and Su Yin both moved at the same time. One was as hot as the sun, while the other was as cold as ice. 2 completely different energies burst out at the same time. There was no prior communication, no verbal connection, only a spiritual bond, allowing the 2 of them to see through each other's thoughts. A fiery red yuan qi rushed towards them like a raging inferno, enveloping the 4 of them. Perceiving the power contained in this pure and surging yuan qi, all 4 of them couldn't help but frown. Only now did they realize that the reason Yang Kai was able to tie with Lu Qingyao that day was not because Lu Qingyao wanted to let him win. He had the strength and capital to do so. Behind the raging flames, sharp icicles lined up like swords, emitting ear-piercing whistling sounds as they shot towards the 4 people. Tens of thousands of icicles, densely packed together, were like a swarm of locusts, unstoppable, and filled the air with a bone-chilling chill, leaving the 4 people with no way to advance or retreat. Each icicle contained an extremely cold qi, and its impact was extremely shocking. These icicles were condensed from the ice qi in her body, and even the immortal ascension boundary masters from the 8 great families didn't dare underestimate them. As soon as Su Yin made a move, it was clearly extraordinary. On the contrary, Yang Kai's hot yuan qi seemed insignificant in comparison. Of the 4 people, 2 didn't move, but the other 2 let out a deep roar at the same time. 7 colored lights shot out from their bodies, forming a thin film in front of them. When the hot true qi and icicles hit them, they were all blocked. Not only that, but the 2 of them also stretched out their hands and sent out a burst of powerful qi, shattering the overwhelming icicles. Yang Kai and Su Yan's first joint attack had been completely ineffective. Just as the 4 immortal ascension boundary masters relaxed their vigilance, the hot yuan qi and ice qi that had been blocked suddenly underwent an unexpected and mysterious fusion. The attacks that had been blocked for a moment and were about to be annihilated suddenly surged like a tide, pressing in with even more intensity. Compared to before, they were more aggressive and more intimidating. The 4 people's expressions changed greatly, and the 2 immortal ascension boundary masters who hadn't yet taken action also hurriedly used their own methods. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk like a tidal wave, each attack stronger than the last. The 7-color defensive film in front of the 4 immortal ascension boundary masters was shattered, and a cold and hot energy enveloped them, making them thoroughly understand what it meant to be tortured by ice and fire. Kang Zhan and Qiu Ziruo watched this scene in a daze. The scene in front of them immediately made them realize how big the gap between them and Yang Kai was, and they couldn't help feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. Facing Lu Qingyao, they could still think of catching up, hoping that one day they would be able to catch up to him. But facing Yang Kai, they couldn't bring themselves to do so and could only look up at him from behind. This sense of cowardice and inferiority made Kang Zhan angry, shouting angrily, "Don't show mercy! The 9th young lord won't die so easily." The 4 masters who were resisting the impact of the hot and cold energy all wore cold expressions and no longer held back, madly condensing their strength, and with a roar, they tore open a gap in the ice and fire barrier and leapt out, using all their martial skills and artifacts to greet Yang Kai. Yang Kai had just summoned his bone shield and swallowed a few attacks, But before he had time to counterattack, the two masters from the Kong family had already closed in. At such a close distance, the bone shield was unable to absorb enough energy to counterattack. Accompanied by two loud roars, Xianxia sent out his white tiger seal and divine ox seal, fiercely tearing at the two masters. Gaining a little time to catch his breath, Xianxia quickly opened up some distance between himself and the two masters, glancing over at Su Yin and quickly discovering that she was being entangled by the two masters from the Qiu family. Xianxia and Su Yin both cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art, which allowed the two of them to display extraordinary strength when fighting side by side. But the other four had obviously noticed this at a glance, which was why they had separated him and Su Yin in an attempt to defeat them one by one. If they really fought like this with the Bone Shield's protection, there wouldn't be any problems. No matter how powerful these four's methods were, they wouldn't be able to hurt him, but Su Yin would be in imminent danger. Xianxia wanted to help and join up with Su Yin, but the two masters from the Kong family continued to entangle Xianxia, not leaving his side. There shouldn't be a problem. Seeing that the situation was good, Kong Zhan finally relaxed and nodded lightly. Xiaozhuo also secretly wiped his cold sweat and smiled bitterly. I didn't expect Ninth Young Lord's methods to be so amazing. He's strong. I can understand that. But who is that woman? How is she so strong? Kong Zhan stared at Su Yin, a puzzled look on his face. That woman is definitely the most important one to Xianxia. Nansheng grinned meaningfully, his expression becoming somewhat restless, since he wanted to retaliate against Xianxia. Naturally, he wanted to teach him the most profound and painful lesson. If this woman was accidentally killed by the two masters from the Qiu family, that would be interesting. Nansheng was secretly looking forward to it. Although he knew it was unlikely to happen, he couldn't help thinking so. He even wondered if he should intervene and create some kind of unexpected situation. However, when he saw the tyrannical strength of this woman, Nansheng still felt a little discouraged. His strength wasn't high, so even if he went up, it would be useless. Young Lord Nan, this time we're only here to capture Xianxia. Kong Zhan saw through his thoughts and warned. Haha, I know. Nansheng nodded. While they were talking, the four Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters began suppressing Xianxia and Su Yin more and more. The Masters from a super force were really different. Even if there were only two Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters, Xianxia was still able to suppress them. Between the two of them, he couldn't rush to Su Yan's aid, nor could he release the energy in his bone shield to counterattack, so he could only passively defend. Seeing that the situation on Su Yan's side was getting worse and worse, Xianxia's expression gradually became cold. The bone shield in his hand that had been acting as a defensive shield suddenly disappeared and was replaced by an antique-looking mirror. This mirror exuded a bone-chilling aura, and on its surface there was even a faint snowy white image. A dangerous aura spread out from the mirror. Realizing that something was wrong, the two masters from the Kong family both paled and rushed towards Xianxia, trying to interfere with his actions. But it was too late. Suddenly, a ripple spread out from the mirror. As the ripple spread, an icy chill instantly enveloped this part of the world. An incomparably huge, snowy barrier suddenly appeared, enveloping Xianxia, Su Yin, and the four Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Kong family and Qiu family. A mysterious grade artifact, Kong Zhan exclaimed. Looking around, he couldn't see anything but the white snow around him. Inside the enchantment on the ground, there was only wind and snow that filled the sky. Just by looking at it, one could not help but feel a bone-piercing chill, let alone being inside it. A few strange peaks were faintly discernible within the barrier, and they were covered in a silvery white color. How could it be a mysterious grade artifact? Kong Zhan's face went pale. Although he knew that Xianxia had another mysterious grade artifact in addition to his bone shield, he had never expected it to be of this type. When such an artifact was summoned, it was tantamount to isolating the two sides inside the barrier, making it impossible for them to come out until a winner was decided. As the owner of this artifact, Yonkai undoubtedly had an absolute advantage in this battle. The attributes of this artifact seemed to be the same as that woman's secret art. In an instant, Kang Zhan realized that the situation wasn't good. The power of a mysterious great artifact was something he had experienced deeply. As the young lord of one of the central capital's 8 great families, he naturally had a mysterious great artifact on him. Hurry up and break the defenses of this artifact, Kang Zhan instantly ordered, leading a group of people with Xiaozi Ruo to quickly rush forward. Inside the silvery white world, Yang Kai and Su Yin finally reunited. Looking around at the snowy white scenery and the towering ice mountains, Su Yin couldn't help taking a deep breath, her full breasts bouncing up and down as a look of excitement appeared on her face. Being in this place, she felt like she was in heaven, her yuan qi circulating several times faster than usual. Chapter 511. As soon as this mirror-shaped, mysterious great artifact was summoned, Su Yan's aura underwent an earth-shattering change. She was obviously standing right next to Yang Kai, but in the eyes of the 4 masters from the Kong family and Xiu family, she seemed to be everywhere. In other words, this woman, at this moment, had become one with this mysterious great artifact, inseparable. The 4 masters paled, unable to understand why this was happening. This mysterious great artifact was clearly taken out by Yang Kai. How could this woman produce such a resonance with this artifact? This phenomenon was also noticed by Yang Kai and Su Yin, both of them exchanging a glance with each other, seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. Before using this mirror artifact, Yang Kai had not expected such an effect, but now he understood. He and Su Yin both cultivated the joyous unification art, so their bodies and minds were bound together. The artifacts he refined could, to a certain extent, be used by Su Yin. Correspondingly, the artifacts Su Yin refined could also be used by Yang Kai. It was equivalent to the 2 of them sharing each other's artifacts. In particular, this ice attribute artifact was very compatible with Su Yan's yuan qi attribute. It could be said that it was tailor-made for her. Su Yin could fully utilize the functions of this artifact, something even Yang Kai could not do. After all, Yang Kai's yuan qi attribute was completely opposite to this artifact's. When Yang Kai had obtained this artifact at Pijing Lake, it was only because he felt that its grade might be relatively high, an unintentional action that had led to the current situation. It's a barrier-type artifact. One of the Kong family masters observed the surroundings, his expression becoming dignified. The others also nodded. They were all knowledgeable people, so naturally they could see the tyrannical nature of this artifact at a glance. The periphery of this artifact was covered by a layer of barriers and barriers, creating a territory suitable for battle. Without breaking this barrier, it was impossible to break through the blockade of this artifact. However, wanting to break through this barrier was definitely not an easy task, especially under the watchful eyes of Yang Kai and Su Yin. How could the 4 of them dare to act rashly? The chilly wind whistled, the ground was covered with a thick layer of snow, and the sky was still constantly sprinkling snow like goose feathers. Even the yuan qi seemed to be frozen. The 4 masters madly circulated their secret arts, but they were still unable to resist the erosion of the cold. In just a moment, their hair, beards, and clothes were all covered in frost. How do you feel? Yang Kai did not pay any attention to the 4 masters and instead asked Su Yin. My strength has increased. I feel like I'm to the point of omnipotence. Su Yin lightly breathed in the cold air, but to her, it was to no avail. Su Yin, Yang Kai, and Yang Kai. To her, to him, to say to her, to him, to her, to him, she was to him. Yang Kai laughed. Good. Then this artifact will be yours to use from now on. Yes. Su Yin nodded lightly, not showing any intention of refusing. Accepting a gift from her man was a matter of course. The conversation between the 2 reached the ears of the 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, causing them to suddenly become displeased. Although this mysterious great artifact was amazing, they were not mediocre. How could they be so willing to be despised by 2 juniors? I'll try, Su Yin said softly, waving her hand casually towards the four masters. The cold wind suddenly became even colder, causing the faces of the four masters to change. Although they still stood firmly in place under the howling cold wind, their hair and beards began to form slender icicles at a speed visible to the naked eye. The madly circulating yuan qi was unable to resist this cold wind, causing the bodies of the four masters to show signs of trembling slightly. Su Yin also began to move, her brow furrowed slightly, seemingly familiarizing herself with the power of this artifact. As she moved, her cold yuan qi slowly began to connect with the frozen world around her. Cracking sounds could be heard from the ground as dense ice spikes suddenly shot out from the several feet deep layer of snow, bringing with them a strong wind and rolling up thousands of layers of snow. It was as if a snowy mountain was collapsing as it enveloped the four of them. There was no road to heaven, no door to earth. The four masters from the super forces all felt extremely troubled. The speed of the yuan qi circulation had been greatly affected by the cold, causing them to be unable to react as quickly as they had been at their peak. Hurriedly, they used their martial skills and artifacts to block this attack, but before they had time to catch their breath, Su Yan's next attack had already arrived. On the surrounding icebergs that were wrapped in silver, rays of light as bright as day flashed. It seemed that in the distance, someone was throwing a fierce attack at the four of them. Xianxia stood beside Su Yin, motionless, his mood fluctuating. He hadn't expected that with the help of such a mysterious great artifact, Su Yin would be able to display such strength. With just her own strength, she was able to force four Immortal Ascension 5th stage masters from the central capital 8 great families to such an extent that they could only defend without any opportunity to counterattack. This artifact had created the most ideal battle environment for Su Yin. In this world, she was the master of all. He, who should have been the owner of this artifact, had instead become a spectator. The power of this artifact was indeed terrifying, but Su Yan's strength was also indisputable. The combination of the strong and the strong had created the scene in front of him. Defeating these four masters was only a matter of time. Seeing Su Yan's performance, Xianxia's heart calmed down. Outside the barrier, Kang Zhan and Xiaozirua had already rushed over with their own people, none of them daring to approach within a 300-meter radius. The cold aura emanating from inside was too strong, so even if they were 300 meters away, they still had to circulate their secret arts to resist the cold. "Break it!" Kang Zhan roared, taking the lead, taking out a mysterious great artifact he normally wouldn't use, pouring his yuan qi into it, and attacking the semicircular barrier in front of him. Layers of ripples quickly appeared on the barrier, and the wind and snow drifting inside seemed to suddenly stop for a moment. After this attack, Kang Zhan was slightly out of breath. His strength wasn't very high, so using a mysterious great artifact put a heavy burden on him. Fortunately, Xiaozirua also had an artifact of the same grade, and the other cultivator were also frantically releasing their own attacks. After a series of attacks, the barrier seemed to show signs of weakening, allowing Kang Zhan to see some hope, shouting excitedly, "Don't stop! Hurry up and break it open!" The longer this battle dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be for his side. Most of the masters had already been sent out to contain Xianxia. So if the four Immortal Ascension boundary masters from the central capital 8 great families were also killed inside this barrier, Kang Zhan really couldn't think of any means to capture Xianxia. Right now, Kang Zhan was more anxious than anyone else. Everyone was unceremoniously pouring out their yuan qi, only wanting to break open the semicircular barrier in front of them as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a few shouts came from not far away, causing Kang Zhan to be startled. Quickly turning his head to look, his face suddenly became livid as he shouted angrily, "Xianxia, Nansheng, what are you doing?" Over there, Xianxia and Nansheng had actually led the Xiang and Nan family forces to sneak over to where the High Heaven Pavilion group was. Since the start of the battle, these people had been standing here, quietly observing the situation, as if Yang Kai and Kong Zhan had agreed, not intending to intervene in the battle. However, when everyone was attacking the barrier, Nansheng and Xianxia turned their attention to them. After a brief moment, they were discovered by Kong Zhan. Nansheng, who was facing off against the High Heaven Pavilion group, suddenly showed an impatient expression, ignoring Kong Zhan's questioning and shouting towards the High Heaven Pavilion group, "Obediently surrender, otherwise I'll make you suffer. I don't have time to play with you." The several martial uncles and grandmasters all wore ugly expressions as they stood in front of the young disciples. Although their hearts were filled with anger, they couldn't do anything about it, quickly asking, "Two friends, just now my martial nephew Yang reached an agreement with your leader. Why do you still want to go back on your word?" Nansheng sneered, "What agreement? I don't know, but if you want to find someone who reached an agreement with Yang Kai, then go find them. Do you really think your High Heaven Pavilion is a tiger's ass that can't be touched? This young master will make a move today and see what Yang Kai can do to me." "Your Excellency, don't go too far." "Go too far?" Nansheng laughed. "Go tell that to Yang Kai and see if he knows what it means to go too far." Saying so, he coldly shouted, "Surround them. Anyone who dares to resist, kill without question. Doesn't Yang Kai care about you? I'd like to see how much he cares about you." The people from the Nan family and Xiang family all rushed forward and surrounded the High Heaven Pavilion group, all of them glaring at Nansheng. The High Heaven Pavilion group was furious, and the younger generation disciples were even more enraged. Seeing that the situation was about to escalate into a fight between the two sides, Kong Zhan hurriedly rushed over and grabbed Nansheng's collar, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "What are you doing?" Nansheng didn't seem to care and just smiled lightly, reaching out and breaking Kong Zhan's grip, lightly saying, "Young Lord Kong, do you think the four masters from your Kong family and Xiu family can catch Yang Kai?" Kong Zhan frowned, his expression becoming unpleasant as he coldly snorted, "What does catching him have to do with what you're doing now? Naturally, it has something to do with it." Nansheng's expression was calm, not showing the slightest tension. "If those four people can't catch Yang Kai, this operation can basically be considered a failure. We've dispatched so many people, yet we can't even defeat 3 of them. If word of this spreads out, young Lord Kong, I don't need to explain what the consequences will be, right?" "What do you mean?" Kong Zhan gradually calmed down. Just now, when he saw Nansheng and Xianxia acting against the High Heaven Pavilion group, he thought these 2 guys were going to start a massacre to vent their anger. Naturally, he was furious. First, Nansheng and Xianxia didn't put his orders in their eyes, and second, he didn't want to offend Yang Kai too much. However, since no one had died and no one had been injured, Kong Zhan was willing to listen to his explanation. Moreover, the current situation wasn't optimistic. If they really allowed Yang Kai to escape, they wouldn't be able to explain it to Yang Zhao. Their status wasn't as good as the Xian Rose, so if they were to do this, their status would likely be even lower in the future. Chapter 512. Nothing. Facing Kong Zhan's question, Nansheng smiled coldly. "I just want to say that as long as we have a bargaining chip in hand, even if the 4 seniors fail, we can still occupy the dominant position. Whether Yang Kai will surrender because of them, I don't know, but it's unlikely, but we can still retreat. Young Master Kong has also seen the power of that mysterious great artifact of his. If he is determined to kill us here, who can stop him?" Kong Zhan's expression changed as he carefully considered Nansheng's words and couldn't help feeling that what he said made sense. It was obvious that Yang Kai really cared about these people from High Heaven Pavilion, otherwise he wouldn't have negotiated with Kong Zhan. With his temperament, if anyone dared to stand in his way, Kong Zhan was certain he wouldn't hesitate to attack. Using these people as bargaining chips to force Yang Kai to submit? Even if that didn't work, they could still retreat calmly. Young Master Kong shouldn't still be worried about your verbal agreement with Yang Kai, right? Nansheng saw his hesitation and sneered. Kong Zhan's expression became ugly, but he didn't deny it. Although the agreement just now was only a verbal one, for a young lord like Kang Zhan, he still cared about his promises. Since he had agreed with Yang Kai not to move against these people from High Heaven Pavilion, if he went back on his word, it would be inappropriate. Young Master Kong, do you really want to see Yang Kai use that artifact to kill all of us here? Nansheng struck while the iron was hot and continued to persuade him. Xiang Chu, who had not spoken until now, also spoke up. Young Master Kong, please reconsider. Perhaps you think we're doing this to avenge a personal grudge. I won't deny that I hate Yang Kai to the extreme, but Big Brother Nan and I are also thinking about everyone here. Taking a deep breath, Kang Zhan's hesitation turned into determination, nodding, fine, let's do as you say. He was really afraid of Yang Kai and didn't have any expectations for these 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Nansheng and Xiang Chu heard this and were overjoyed. Since participating in the Inheritance War until now, they had finally seized an opportunity to retaliate against Yang Kai. Naturally, they were quite happy. Don't be too ruthless, just capture 2 people. Kang Zhan frowned and ordered. All right. Nansheng nodded and grinned, his eyes sweeping over the High Heaven Pavilion disciples. Reaching out, he pointed at a High Heaven Pavilion disciple and immediately had someone rush in to grab him. That martial uncle didn't resist and even stopped the younger generation of disciple from stirring. He slowly shook his head at the crowd. Right now, the enemy was strong and they were weak. If they really fought, it wouldn't be strange for them to be completely wiped out here. It would be better to endure for a while. Seeing that the High Heaven Pavilion members didn't resist, Nansheng and Xiang Chu couldn't help showing a look of disappointment and disdain. Cowards. Kang Zhan's brow furrowed. He didn't like the way they were trying to provoke High Heaven Pavilion, but he didn't say anything. Nansheng's eyes continued to wander through the crowd, looking for a suitable target. Suddenly, he felt a ruthless gaze directed towards him. He couldn't help but sneer as he pointed at that person and said, "Capture him too." As soon as these words were spoken, the Nan family's masters captured the High Heaven Pavilion disciple. This person didn't look very old, even younger than Yang Kai, and his strength wasn't very high, only Yuan Qi Boundary 5th stage. Obviously, his aptitude wasn't bad. It was because of this that Nansheng had chosen him. The 2 High Heaven Pavilion disciples, one old and one young, were captured and brought before Nansheng. The older generation disciple's expression was calm, neither servile nor overbearing, while the younger disciple simply sneered and stared at Nansheng stubbornly and proudly. Your eyes aren't bad. Nansheng nodded, suddenly swinging his hand and slapping out. With a loud bang, the young disciple's face was painted with a 5-finger mark and one of his teeth was knocked out. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as his head was slapped to the side. Turning his head, he still stared at Nansheng with that same ruthless gaze, not saying a word. The veins on Nansheng's forehead throbbed. He had never expected this person to be so stubborn. Feeling annoyed, he sent out another slap and sneered, "Ignorant fool." After the 2 slaps, the young disciple's cheeks were swollen and his mouth was full of dirty blood. However, the look in his eyes did not change at all. He did not even show any fear. There was only a kind of determination that could be killed, but not humiliated. Kang Zhan couldn't help but be slightly moved, seemingly surprised by the performance of this High Heaven Pavilion disciple. "What's your name?" Kang Zhan asked. The young disciple glanced at him faintly and proudly said, "Sassafras." "Sassafras." Kang Zhan took a deep breath and murmured, nodding, "High Heaven Pavilion really is extraordinary. If an ordinary young disciple had such courage, what about the others? These people, even if they were killed, would they surrender and beg for mercy?" Kang Zhan didn't know why, but he was certain of this. Sassafras sneered, "You can only act ruthlessly in front of me. When my brother Yang comes out, you'll show him what you've got." Kang Zhan's face went black. Just as Sassafras said, he really didn't dare act ruthlessly in front of Yang Kai. Nansheng became even angrier and kicked Sassafras's knee. Sassafras didn't resist and knelt to the ground. The next moment, Nansheng sent out a flurry of slaps. Kong Zhan didn't even have time to stop before Sassafras was slapped a dozen more times. The sound of these slaps was extremely harsh. No one from High Heaven Pavilion moved, only the sound of their breathing gradually becoming heavier. Everyone's eyes were red as they stared at Nansheng like man-eating beasts. The silent and calm atmosphere was like the calm before a storm, causing Kong Zhan to shudder and quickly shout, "Enough!" Nansheng stopped and took a deep breath before reaching out and pinching Sassafras's mouth, pulling out a sword from one of the men beside him and placing it across Sassafras's neck, coldly saying, "You think I don't dare kill you? You don't have the guts." Sassafras's mouth was covered in blood, but he still sneered, as if he had lived long enough. Nansheng's expression suddenly changed, and it was particularly interesting. He looked hesitant and struggled. He slowly increased the strength of the sword in his hand and drew a red line of blood on Sumu's neck, but he still didn't have the courage to directly cut it. Killing Sassafras wouldn't take much effort. But if Yang Kai were to retaliate, Nansheng would have to consider whether he could afford it. On the other hand, Sassafras looked calm, without the slightest fear. He was certain that Nansheng was afraid of Yang Kai. "Let him go." Kong Zhan took a deep breath and slowly shook his head. Nansheng looked ruthless, but in reality, he was nothing more than a pushover who only knew how to squeeze a soft persimmon. Nansheng clenched his fists and ground his teeth. He wanted to kill this reckless person who dared to provoke him, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. Kong Zhan's words suddenly made him feel like he was riding a tiger. Letting him go was tantamount to admitting that he didn't have the courage. As a young lord of a first-class family, how could Nansheng afford to lose face like this? His expression becoming fierce, Nansheng swung his sword in an arc. Asterisk puff, asterisk blood splashed out. The right side of Sassafras's chest was pierced through by the sword. Nansheng's expression was fierce as he threw Sassafras to the ground. The High Heaven Pavilion disciples were shocked and quickly rushed forward to help him up. "You really think I don't dare to touch you?" Nansheng spat, his face twitching. "You bastard." Kong Zhan was also stunned, roaring angrily as he kicked Nansheng's body, causing him to stagger. When Nansheng hit Sassafras just now, he hadn't tried to stop him. After all, it was just a superficial wound, so even if he was beaten miserably, it wouldn't hurt his muscles or bones. After a few days of rest, he would be fine. In Yang Kai's eyes, this sword strike was enough to kill him. However, it was also obvious that Nansheng had hesitated when he attacked. He had chosen to stab Sassafras in the right side of his chest. If it had been the left side where his heart was, Sassafras would have immediately died. Shouts and curses came from the mouths of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples, many of them frantically attacking the Xiang and Nan family cultivator. "Don't resist!" Kong Zhan roared at the Xiang and Nan family cultivator, rushing forward, taking out a jade bottle from his sleeve, shaking his hand as he poured out a pill and stuffed it directly into Sassafras's bloody mouth. During this time, Kong Zhan was also attacked a few times by the High Heaven Pavilion disciples, but fortunately he was wearing a defensive artifact armor, so he wasn't injured. Perceiving his intentions, the people gathered around Sassafras didn't embarrass him anymore. Several of his martial uncles even hurriedly helping Sassafras neutralize the effects of the pill. Asterisk qua. Asterisk a crisp sound suddenly came from not far away. Kong Zhan turned his head to look and saw the barrier created by the mysterious grade mid-rank artifact shatter and disappear with a bang. The snow and wind that had filled the sky also disappeared. At the center of the barrier, Yang Kai and the woman from before appeared in front of everyone's eyes, wrapped in a cold wind. Near them, there were 4 things that looked like ice sculptures. They were arranged in all kinds of strange poses and stood there quietly. These were the 4 masters belonging to the Kong and Chiu families. From the stiff expressions on the faces of the 4 ice sculptures, it was easy to see just how shocked they were before they were frozen. Kong Zhan couldn't help feeling his scalp go numb and the soles of his feet cramp. Although he had faintly felt that these 4 Immortal Ascension boundary masters wouldn't be able to capture Yang Kai, he hadn't expected such a result. When the cultivator gathered around the barrier, saw the figures of Yang Kai and Su Yin, all of them retreated, their faces filled with horror and fear. Among them, there weren't many masters left, and even if there were some immortal ascension boundary masters, they were only at the 4th or 5th stage. The masters from the 8 great families had all been frozen into ice sculptures, so how could they dare think of resisting? Xiao Zira, who was the leader of this group, went pale, his lips trembling as a sense of horror filled his heart. Yang Kai glanced over at him and said lightly, "They won't die, but if they want to come out, it will take them at least half a day." Xiao Zira nodded unconsciously and forced a smile. "Many thanks for 9th Young Lord's mercy." Yang Kai nodded lightly and didn't say anything more. After all, these 4 people were from the central capital's 8 great families. If he wanted to teach them a lesson, injuring them would be fine. Even seriously injuring or crippling them would be fine, but he couldn't kill them. Sometimes, when it was necessary to show mercy, it was precisely because of this that Yang Kai had asked Su Yin to spare their lives. He believed that even if they managed to break out of the ice sculptures, it would still take them at least 1 to 2 months to recover. Chapter 513. Looking around, Yang Kai immediately noticed the commotion in High Heaven Pavilion's camp. Although he didn't know what was going on, he realized that something was wrong, and his expression couldn't help sinking. "Senior brother Yang, senior sister Su," Li Yin Tian cried out in a heart-wrenching manner. "Young Master Su? Young Master, Su has been stabbed." Su Yan's beautiful face suddenly lost all color, her white figure transforming into a stream of light as she rushed into the crowd, Yang Kai following closely behind. Looking around, Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes as his face paled. In the crowd, Su Mu looked pale and sat cross-legged on the ground. There was a sharp sword in the right side of his chest, which came out of his body. Blood was foaming from his mouth and nose. His chi and blood were weak, and he gasped for breath, like the old bellows in the blacksmith shop. A High Heaven Pavilion martial uncle was standing behind him, his hand pressed against his back as he poured yuan qi into his body. Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned red. She and Sassafras had a sibling relationship. Seeing her little brother in such a miserable state, how could she not feel distressed? Yang Kai pushed through the crowd and quickly stepped forward, reaching out and placing his hand on Sassafras' wrist, examining it for a moment before opening Sassafras' mouth and pouring some myriad drug milk into it. Once the myriad drug milk entered his mouth, Yang Kai reached out and pulled out the sword from Sassafras' right chest, causing blood to spurt out. Pouring out a few strands of yuan qi to seal the flow of blood from Sassafras' wound, Yang Kai comforted Su Yin, "It's all right now." Su Yin nodded gently. With the myriad drug milk, Sassafras really wouldn't have to worry about his life, and might even have gained some benefits from this disaster and improved his strength a little. But if he and Su Yin hadn't come out in time, half an hour later, it would have been difficult to say what would have happened to Sassafras. Even if he didn't die, he would likely be permanently disabled. Slowly standing up, Yang Kai's expression was calm as he turned around and looked at Kong Zhan, who was standing nearby. Kong Zhan suddenly felt his lips go dry. Yang Kai's silence made him feel at a loss for what to do, suddenly realizing that this was not good. "Who did it?" Yang Kai stared at Kong Zhan and asked softly. Kong Zhan gulped and hesitated. "9th Young Lord, this was just an accident. Who did this?" Kong Zhan frowned. Although he was well aware of Yang Kai's tyrannical strength, he was the one in charge of this operation and was also a young lord of the central capital. Naturally, he wouldn't act too timidly, quickly saying, "9th Young Lord, this is the inheritance war. 1 or 2 deaths are normal. You and I are enemies. Not to mention that this friend's life isn't in danger now. Even if he really died, it wouldn't matter. How many people have died at 9th Young Master's hands?" "Indeed, there are quite a few." Yang Kai nodded. "I did kill a lot of people. If their friends and family want revenge, they can come to me. Now that someone has hurt one of my people, I want to take revenge, so I want to know who did it." Kang Zhan was suddenly at a loss for words. Yes, if there was resentment, if there was hatred, then there was no need to stop others from taking revenge. What's more, the two of them had agreed before that High Heaven Pavilion's people would not intervene in this battle. Under this premise, if High Heaven Pavilion's people were seriously injured, Kang Zhan really couldn't claim any responsibility. But if he had to betray his own people, Kang Zhan couldn't do it. Doing so would only make him seem too spineless and afraid of Yang Kai. It's that guy. Li and Tian suddenly stood up in indignation, pointing to the side and shouting. Two groups of people just came from that direction. It was that guy who wanted to kill young Master Su. Following the direction of his finger, Yang Kai's eyes landed on Nan Sheng, not far away. Kang Zhan's brow furrowed as he suddenly discovered that Nan Sheng and Xianxia had at some point slipped away and returned to their camp. He had stayed here to clean up their mess, yet they had slipped away without a word, causing Kang Zhan to feel extremely annoyed. I know. Yang Kai nodded lightly, glancing over at Kang Zhan and saying, Young Master Kang, I already said that not allowing High Heaven Pavilion's people to participate in this battle was for your own good. If they were injured, I really would have killed them all. It seems you don't believe me. Kang Zhan was startled, but soon his eyes filled with horror. He found that Yang Kai's aura had suddenly become violent and bloody, and a thick, murderous aura soared to the sky. Subconsciously, Kang Zhan hurriedly retreated. Yang Kai stared at him coldly, waving his hand and pulling out the sword he had taken from Sassafras's right chest. Wrapped in a cold light, he thrust it towards Kang Zhan. Kang Zhan's expression changed greatly. He hadn't expected Yang Kai to suddenly kill him, hurriedly using his martial skill to resist, but the destructive power contained in this sword was not something a cultivator of his level could block. Pooh. Kang Zhan groaned as the sword pierced through the right side of his chest, just like what had happened to Sassafras a moment ago. Under the huge force, he was forced back a dozen steps before he was able to stabilize his footing. His eyes trembling, Kang Zhan stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Everyone was silent, their faces filled with horror. From the beginning of the Inheritance War until now, a young lord from the central capital's 8 great families had finally been injured, and seriously injured at that. When the young lords and young ladies from the 8 great families participated in the Inheritance War, it was generally impossible for them to be injured, let alone risk their lives. No one dared to kill them. At most, they would be defeated and forced to retreat. But now, this precedent, which had been maintained for countless years, had been broken. Kang Zhan stared down at the long sword piercing his chest, the stinging pain gradually spreading. Even now, he still couldn't believe that Yang Kai's courage was so great, to the point where he could defy the laws of heaven. Ninth young lord, Kang Zhan muttered, his mouth filled with the taste of blood, his breathing becoming quite labored. Yang Kai glanced over at him coldly. If you weren't from the 8 great families, today you would have died. Kang Zhan's face twitched as a chill spread across his heart. Not daring to fight back, he quickly sat down cross-legged on the ground, took out a pill, and swallowed it. The wind howled as Yang Kai stepped forward, as if a mountain of blood was pressing down on them. Everyone felt the aura of death wash over them. Of Yang Zhao's group, besides Kang Zhan, who was still circulating his secret art to heal himself, the 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters from the 8 great families who had been frozen into ice sculptures, and the dozen or so masters who were being held back by Ying Jiao, the rest had all gathered together at this moment. Led by Xiaozi Ruo, all of them looked over in horror. What do we do? What do we do? Xiaozi Ruo's face went pale as he constantly asked the people around him. This time's operation should have been commanded by Kang Zhan, but now that he couldn't even protect himself, this heavy responsibility naturally fell to Xiaozi Ruo. Facing such a strong opponent, even daring to seriously injure Kang Zhan, Yang Kai, Xiaozi Ruo didn't have the courage to resist. He was afraid he would end up in the same situation as Kang Zhan. If he didn't have an idea, how could anyone else? Nan Sheng, this is all your fault. Tell me, what do we do now? Xiaozi Ruo turned to Nansheng and roared. Nansheng's previous arrogance and domineering attitude had long since disappeared. Hearing this, he couldn't help feeling a little dazed, pursing his dry lips, not saying a word. Xiangchu's eyes flashed a trace of contempt and ruthlessness as he said, "Young Lord Xiao, no matter how strong Yang Kai is, he's still just one person. What is there to be afraid of? Besides, young Lord Kong also said that this is the inheritance war. One or two people dying is nothing, not to mention that one person is still alive. Yang Kai is clearly making a mountain out of a molehill. Even if news of this spread back to the central capital, he won't be able to hold his ground. Now is a good opportunity to eliminate Yang Kai. Young Lord Xiao should seize it. We are willing to follow your orders." "Bullshit," Xiao Ziruo roared. "Yang Kai and young Lord Kong already made an agreement, yet you insisted on provoking High Heaven Pavilion's people. Moreover, Yang Kai showed mercy to our people just now, but you, fuck your 18 generations of ancestors." Xiangchu's face went black as he suddenly felt extremely disappointed with Xiao Ziruo's cowardice. As they spoke, Yang Kai had already arrived 20 meters in front of the crowd. Facing the 7 forces alone, he wasn't afraid at all. Although the top masters of these forces had all been restrained, there were still a number of them, including a few Immortal Ascension boundary masters. "Xiao Ziruo," Yang Kai shouted, "You're Qiao Yimeng's little brother. I don't want to embarrass you, so scram to the side." Xiao Ziruo's face suddenly showed a hint of joy, but just as he was about to open his mouth to agree, he suddenly shook his head and said, "Ninth young lord, this Qiao is unable to comply with this request." Yang Kai nodded. "At least you have some backbone." All of a sudden, light flashed from his hand, and a bone shield appeared in his grasp. "It's that mysterious grade artifact." Xiao Ziruo and the others' expressions changed slightly. This bone shield had been used by Yang Kai when he attacked Yang Kai's compound, and just now, so everyone naturally knew how powerful its defensive power was and how it could absorb energy attacks. With this bone shield in hand, Yang Kai's defense could be said to be impregnable. But at this moment, when Yang Kai took it out, everyone was somewhat confused, secretly wondering if Yang Kai was going to defend himself. But before they could finish their thoughts, a dangerous aura suddenly filled the air. On the bone shield, black lightning flashed, and in the center of the bone shield, a violent energy burst out from the beast's maw. Asterisk Xiao. Asterisk, a series of lightning dragons the size of human legs suddenly burst out from the bone shield's maw, each one swaying back and forth, each of them more than 100 meters long, exuding a heaven-destroying momentum as they rushed towards the 7 forces. "How is this possible?" Xiao Ziruo exclaimed in shock. There are many types of artifacts, some defensive, some offensive, and some auxiliary. The bone shield in Yang Kai's hand was clearly a defensive artifact, so how could it have become an offensive one? Furthermore, he seemed to have heard of this lightning dragon somewhere before. This is the power of Yang Kang's mysterious grade artifact. Xiangchu screamed, suddenly realizing that the bone shield in Yang Kai's hand could not only absorb energy attacks, but also reflect them back. These lightning dragons were clearly the power of the mysterious grade artifact that Yang Kang had displayed when he had fought Yang Kai more than 2 months ago. At that time, these lightning dragons were swallowed by Yang Kai's bone shield and were only released by Yang Kai 2 months later. Chapter 514. Who could resist the power of a mysterious grade artifact? Unless it was also a mysterious grade defensive artifact, like the bone shield in Yang Kai's hand. When the 7 or 8 lightning dragons rushed out from the beast's mouth in the center of the bone shield, everyone was dumbfounded. Their faces were instantly filled with horror and fear. The call of death rang in their ears, and no one could remain calm. If there were still masters here, they could have relied on their heaven-defying methods to block the lightning dragons. But with so many of them trapped or frozen, the rest of them were powerless to resist. Everyone was thrown off their feet. All of them panicked and fled in all directions, trying to escape from the lightning dragon's onslaught. Xianxia's mind was still clear, shouting for everyone to work together to resist. But this chaotic scene made him feel powerless. Even Xiaozi Ruo had run away. How could anyone else stay in place and wait for death? Hong hong hong, asterisk kacha, asterisk those lightning dragons were like invincible sharp swords, wrapped in unparalleled power, wreaking havoc in the crowd. Those who were touched by the lightning dragons all convulsed and fell to the ground, unable to get up. There were even some who were directly electrocuted to the point that their entire body was charred. The remaining Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters all protected their own young lords as they tried to avoid the lightning dragon's attack, like stray dogs that had lost their homes. Screams rang out one after another. In front of the power of a mysterious great artifact, human life was as cheap as grass. Kang Zhan, who had been circulating his secret art to heal himself, slowly opened his eyes and stared at the miserable scene before him, his heart going cold. Only now did he realize that what Xianxia had said before was true. Him not allowing High Heaven Pavilion's people to participate in this battle was really out of consideration for them. Nansheng had only injured one of High Heaven Pavilion's young disciples, yet he had provoked such a slaughter. If High Heaven Pavilion's people really suffered heavy casualties because of this melee, then would he still be able to return to War City alive? Kang Zhan didn't dare to think about it anymore, closing his eyes in defeat, no longer paying attention to the battle. All of High Heaven Pavilion's people suddenly became excited, each of their faces flushed red as they clenched their fists. The humiliation and forbearance that he had just endured seemed to have all been found at this moment. Xianxia had single-handedly thrown the 7 families' cultivator into chaos. Those people could only dodge, and they couldn't even find the time to attack. Streaks of purple light suddenly exploded in midair, spreading out ripples visible to the naked eye. Like pebbles thrown into a calm lake, the ripples enveloped the cultivator who was dodging the lightning dragon's attacks. And within those layers of ripples, there was a crazy, destructive, and brutal divine sense attack. Divine soul skill. Xianxia unleashed his soul skill almost without restraint. Wherever the consciousness spread out, most of the cultivators' expression suddenly became sluggish. Their faces were filled with pain, as if some evil had invaded their minds. They stood there in a daze, not knowing if they were dead or alive. The lightning dragon that followed turned them into charcoal. Only the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were able to slightly resist the attack of this soul skill, but they still wore a pained expression. A charred smell that made one want to vomit filled the entire area. After a while, the lightning dragon gradually disappeared into the air. The power of the mysterious great artifact had finally been fully exerted, and Xianxia no longer released his soul skill. In the wilderness, screams filled the air as countless people died. The 7 forces originally had nearly 300 cultivators, but at this moment, only 200 remained. Corpses littered the wilderness, all of them black as charcoal. Plumes of smoke rose from these corpses, rising into the air like smoke from a kitchen chimney. At some point, Xiaozi Ruo had fallen to the ground, his eyes blank, his 2 rows of teeth chattering fiercely. Escaping from death, his mood was very complicated. Compared to the others, he could be said to be unscathed. When he participated in the Inheritance War, he was fearless and didn't think he would encounter any life-threatening danger. But today, he didn't dare to think so. He didn't know if it was because Xianxia was worried about Xiao Yimeng showing mercy to him, or if it was because of his good luck that he didn't encounter the lightning dragon, but Xianxia's slaughter this time really frightened him. Deep in his heart, a huge shadow loomed over him, as if it was grinning at him, wanting to take his life. Young Lord Xiaorun, an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master from an unknown force, saw Xiaozi Ruo lose his wits and quickly rushed to his side, helping him up and flying towards War City without looking back. Facing a man who even dared to severely injure Kang Zhan, Xiaozi Ruo couldn't muster up any fighting spirit. Now he just wanted to run as far away as possible. Most people thought so and quickly got up and fled, no longer caring about anything else. What are you running for? Xianxia roared. He can't use his artifact anymore. After using that kind of attack, he should be at his weakest. We should capture him in one fell swoop. Young Lord Xiao, where is young Lord Xiao? No one paid attention to his shouts. Not to mention that Xianxia didn't have the qualifications to issue orders. Even if he did, these people wouldn't be willing to stay in this purgatory any longer. Just as he was shouting, Xianxia suddenly felt a sharp gaze land on him. Looking over, Xianxia's eyes met Yang Kai's cold gaze. Feeling his heart clench, Xianxia couldn't help retreating a few steps. Brother Xiang, let's go. We can't do anything about this. Nansheng rushed up and pulled him back. Xianxia grit his teeth and shot a vicious and resentful glare towards Yang Kai before stomping his foot and shouting, "Let's go." A bunch of cowards. Joining forces with such a group of people. How could he possibly achieve anything great? Xianxia was extremely depressed, imagining that if he hadn't offended Yang Kai that day at the foot of Taifeng Mountain, or if Yang Kai had accepted his goodwill, would he have been able to achieve something great by following him today? However, there was no turning back in this world. Xianxia could only hate himself for being so blind that he had actually offended such a person. The seven forces had either fled or died, and in the blink of an eye, not a single one remained. Do you think I'll let you go? Yang Kai's voice suddenly reached everyone's ears. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was extremely clear, causing everyone to feel as if they had been plunged into an ice cellar. Nansheng and Xianxia glanced back as they fled and saw that Yang Kai was still standing quietly in place, not chasing after them. Both of them couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, thinking that he was just trying to scare them. Their speed became even faster. All they wanted to do was return to War City and hide in Yang Kai's compound. Once Yang Kai's anger subsided, they could ask Yang Zhao to come forward and mediate. Yang Kai's blood and qi surged, clearly showing the restlessness in his heart. Turning his eyes to the still unconscious Sassafras and the red-eyed Su Yin, he said, "Wait for half a day before you set off. By that time, Sassafras should be fine." Su Yin was startled and quickly looked up. "What about you? Daring to touch my sex people, you must pay the price." After saying this sentence, Yang Kai's figure flashed like a bolt of lightning, his murderous intent filling the air. Of the seven forces, the surviving cultivator was desperately trying to escape, only gradually relaxing when they were 100 kilometers away. When they looked back and didn't see any pursuers, they couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Recalling what had just happened, everyone couldn't help shuddering as they rejoiced at the thought of surviving a calamity. Turning their heads and looking around, there were only 20 or so people gathered together while the rest had long since fled. "It should be fine, right?" Someone asked in horror while the others remained silent, gasping for breath. That ninth young lord simply doesn't take human lives seriously. This sentence was immediately met with agreement from everyone. And that Nansheng and Bai Chu, if it weren't for those two idiots, how could we have ended up in such a sorry state? "What did you say?" Suddenly, someone stood up angrily. "My young master, and was only thinking about the overall situation. Who do you think you are? You dare insult young Master Nan? Am I wrong? Thinking about the overall situation? What a joke." Nansheng and Xianxia were clearly venting their anger on that group of people. "Do you really think we don't know that your Nan family and Xiang family once suffered a loss at the hands of the ninth young lord and participated in the inheritance war this time just to get back at him? Bullshit. I'm just telling the truth. Who do you think your Xiang and Nan families are actually daring to challenge the Yang family's young lord? Even if the second young lord really won the inheritance war, so what? What can Xianxia and Nansheng do to Yang Kai? At most, they can only vent their anger. Are you from the Nan family?" As the two were arguing, a low voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. The cultivator who defended Nansheng raised his head proudly and said, "So what if I am?" But before he could finish his words, a blood-red petal suddenly pierced through his head, causing the man's eyes to bulge and his face to turn white. The moment his consciousness blurred, a figure that terrified him appeared in front of him. Ninth young lord. After seeing the face of the person who had killed the Nan family cultivator, everyone paled and quickly stood up, staring towards Xianxia in horror. None of them had expected that Xianxia would really catch up to them. Among these 20 or so people, only one had reached the Immortal Ascension boundary, and it was only an Immortal Ascension boundary 3rd stage cultivator. Suddenly, seeing Xianxia appear here, the 20 or so people couldn't help moving closer to the Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator, seemingly trying to find a little sense of security. On the other hand, the Immortal Ascension boundary 3rd stage cultivator couldn't help gulping. He was indeed an Immortal Ascension boundary master, but his combat strength wasn't high. Xianxia could fight evenly with Lu Qingyao, so wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with him? He knew he definitely wasn't Lu Qingyao's opponent. However, what made him feel a little relieved was that after Xianxia killed the Nan family cultivator, he didn't kill him again, instead staring at them and asking, "Who else is from the Nan family and Xiang family?" The 20 or so people looked at each other and suddenly realized what Xianxia wanted to do. Every injustice had its perpetrator, every debt its debtor. The 9th young lord wanted to kill the Nan family and Xiang family. No one dared to answer. The more words they spoke, the more likely they were to slip up. No one knew what Xianxia was thinking. Chapter 5:15. In the face of Xianxia's questioning, no one dared to answer, only the sound of their hearts beating wildly. After waiting for a moment, Xianxia lost his patience and coldly said, "If you don't speak, all of you will die. Speak, and I'll spare your life." He's from the Xiang family. Immediately, someone couldn't bear such a huge pressure and pointed to a person beside him. The man couldn't help cursing and running away. A blood-red petal flew out from the corpse of the man who had just died and pierced through the back of the fleeing man's head. With a thud, the man fell to the ground and rolled a few times on the ground before he gradually stopped moving. "Is there anyone else?" Xianxia asked again. Everyone kept shaking their heads, indicating that there was no one from the Bai and Nan families here. Xianxia nodded lightly and no longer asked any questions, disappearing from everyone's sight in the next moment. Seeing that he kept his promise and really let them go, the remaining cultivators gasped for breath and fell to the ground weakly. Their bodies were covered in sweat, and when the breeze blew, they felt cold all over. "Don't let me see you in War City again." From a distance, Xianxia's voice rang out. Everyone was startled again and quickly nodded, "Understood, understood." After this time, none of them dared to return to War City again. After experiencing what had just happened, none of them had the courage to continue to face this murderous Yang family young lord. If he alone could accomplish such a feat, what more with the many powerful helpers in his house? Originally, this group of people was quite optimistic about Yang Zhao, thinking that he would be able to rely on his numbers and strength to win the final victory in the inheritance war. They would also be able to follow behind Yang Zhao and drink the soup and meat. But now no one dared to think so. A moment later, 50 kilometers away, Xianxia once again killed 3 cultivators from the Xiang and Nan families, leaving behind a group of people who had just escaped with their lives. He wasn't the kind of person who would indiscriminately slaughter all living beings. He was a man who would be tough when he needed to be tough, and when he needed to be merciful, he would show mercy. Just like how he hadn't allowed Su Yin to kill the 4 Immortal Ascension boundary masters from the Qiu family and Kong family. It was also because of the complex relationship between the 8 great families. But this time he was really annoyed by Xiangqiu and Nansheng. These 2 had been enemies with him since the beginning of the inheritance war. Whenever he had a dispute with them before, Xianxia didn't care. Since they walked different paths, there was no common ground. Since they had participated in the inheritance war, their relationship was naturally antagonistic. They killed their own people, and they killed their own people. It was only right and proper. But this time was different. These people were High Heaven Pavilion's last hope for revival. What's more, despite the agreement between him and Yang Zhan, Nan Sheng and Xiang Chu still dared to attack them. Of course, Yang Kai did not intend to go around the Xiang and Nan families. He wanted to let the world know that High Heaven Pavilion was indeed a tiger's ass that shouldn't be touched. All the people from the Xiang and Nan families were killed mercilessly. Everywhere they went, there was a trail of blood. After a day and a night, Yang Kai finally saw the figures of Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng in the distance. The two of them were desperately escaping with a group of people and hadn't stopped to rest all day. So at this moment, Yuan Shi couldn't help gasping for breath. They had thought they would be able to return to War City safely. So the reason they had run so fast was to prepare for the unexpected, but who knew that Yang Kai would really chase after them? When they felt the murderous intent behind them and the smell of blood, the group of people turned around in horror and suddenly panicked. Ninth Young Lord is chasing after us. What? Nan Sheng and Xiang Chu both paled, quickly turning their heads to look back and really seeing Yang Kai's figure, like a meteor, closing the distance between them. Is he crazy? Nan Sheng was stunned. Just for a single High Heaven Pavilion disciple, Xiang Chu's expression was gloomy, a deep sense of powerlessness and fear flashing across his face as he nodded gently. I'm afraid we've really touched his defiant wail. Brother Xiang, what do we do now? Nan Sheng was sweating profusely. Hurry up and come up with an idea. Return to War City. There's no other way. As long as we can return to Second Young Lord's house, we'll be safe. Xiang Chu grit his teeth and sped up again. Nan Sheng cursed under his breath, thinking to himself that the most important thing right now was to find a way to escape from Yang Kai's pursuit. After a day and night of fleeing, his group of people was almost completely exhausted. Whether or not they could outrun Yang Kai was still unknown. Inferring from Yang Kai's speed, they didn't have much hope. What did this bastard get so much Yuan Qi to squander? After chasing him for so long, he was still full of murderous intent, full of fighting spirit, and determined not to give up. With no time to complain, Nansheng quickly stuffed a few Yuan Qi replenishing pills into his mouth and also sped up. You can't escape. Yang Kai's voice suddenly came from behind, causing everyone's hearts to clench. None of you from the Xiang and Nan families will survive. Ninth Young Lord, we're not from the Xiang or Nan families. A young leader from one of the forces couldn't bear the pressure of Yang Kai's pursuit and quickly shouted, Then kill the people from the Xiang and Nan families around you, and I'll let you go. Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng's expressions changed, immediately turning vigilant towards the people around them, fearing that these people would turn on them. The people from the Xiang and Nan families added together numbered only about 70 people. First, they had been slaughtered by Yang Kai, and then they had scattered during their escape. Now, there were less than 20 people gathered around them, while the people from the other forces outnumbered them by 2 to 3 times. If these people really listened to Yang Kai's words and decided to attack them, Xiang Chu and Nansheng both felt that they would be doomed. Fortunately, when these people heard Yang Kai's words, they only hesitated slightly. After all, they were on the same side as the Xiang and Nan families, so when Yang Kai suddenly said such words, they didn't dare to attack them. Seeing their hesitation, Xiang Chu hurriedly shouted, Everyone, my Xiang and Nan families are both reputable families. If you really decide to attack us here, you should think about the consequences. Those hesitant people suddenly sobered up. If they were in a hostile relationship, no matter how they fought or killed each other, no one would say anything. But now that they were all under Yang Zhao's command, if word of this were spread, their families would no longer be able to maintain a foothold in the future. Compared with their own lives, naturally the honor of their families was more important. What's more, whether or not Yang Kai would be able to catch up was another matter altogether. Even if he did, he would first attack the Xiang and Nan families, giving them a chance to escape. Young Master Nan, young Master Xiang, rest assured, we will never attack you. Someone immediately said, That would be for the best. Xiang Chu nodded slightly, feeling relieved. Behind them, Yang Kai seemed to have noticed the changes in their expressions and couldn't help coldly snorting. Since you're not willing to tear apart face with the Xiang and Nan families, I won't force you. As long as you can stop Xiangchu and Nansheng for me, I won't bother you again. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. The atmosphere that had just been harmonious and relaxed was once again warped by these words. Compared to the previous conditions, Kai Yang's conditions were much more attractive and feasible. If he only blocked Nansheng and Xiangchu's path slightly and didn't kill them, they could accept it. Nansheng and Xiangchu both realized that the situation was not good and quickly led their people away from the cultivator. Nansheng was even angrier and roared, "Yang Kai, do you really think you're so great? If it weren't for your identity, how could this young master allow himself to be chased by you?" Yang Kai sneered, "I've already experienced this in Taifang Mountain. Your Xiang and Nan families only know how to bully the weak. Don't you like to divide people into 3, 6, and 9 classes? Under Taifang Mountain, you were so arrogant and despotic, taking people's lives as you please, but now, facing a young lord from a super family, you only have the courage to run away?" Yang Kai's cold sarcasm rendered Nansheng speechless. At the foot of Taifang Mountain, he was really too arrogant and despotic. He bullied Kai Yang, Stormhouse, and Blood Battle Gang, and even forced the Hu sisters. His face was extremely ugly. Fortunately, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian had come to find him at that time and revealed Yang Kai's true identity, immediately silencing him and Xiangchu. Otherwise, after that battle, Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall would have suffered heavy casualties, and even if Yang Kai could escape, he would have had to pay a heavy price. Old and new grievances, it was time to settle. Yang Kai didn't have the patience to continue entangling with these two people he didn't put in his eyes. "Not good. Ninth Young Lord is catching up," someone exclaimed. Many cultivators turned their heads to look, and their expressions changed greatly. They found that while Yang Kai and Nansheng were talking, he had silently closed the distance between them. It was likely that he would really be able to catch up with them soon. Xiangchu and Nansheng also panicked. Behind them, there was a surge of energy fluctuating. It seemed that Yang Kai was preparing some kind of killing move. This discovery made everyone more and more confused. The shocking blow released by the bone shield was still fresh in everyone's minds, so naturally, they were afraid he would use such a devastating attack again. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa, asterisk the wind whistled behind them as sword chi filled the air. Tens of thousands of yuan chi sword chis lined up in rows, like a sky full of arrows, fiercely flying towards them. This overwhelming and indiscriminate attack immediately hindered everyone's escape. These cultivators were forced to turn around and use their martial skills and artifacts to resist the oncoming sword chi. After some resistance, a few more cultivators with inferior strength fell to the ground. Xiangchu's expression became gloomy to the extreme, realizing that if they continued to flee like this, they wouldn't be able to escape Yang Kai's pursuit. Yang Kai's speed was much faster than his own. "Elders, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to stop him for a while." His expression suddenly becoming firm, Xiangchu turned to the several Immortal Ascension boundary masters around him and said, these people were the only remaining Immortal Ascension boundary masters from the Xiang and Nan families, the strongest among them only at the Immortal Ascension boundary 4th stage. However, there were quite a few of them, 7 in total. Chapter 516. With these 7 Immortal Ascension boundary masters behind him, no matter how powerful Yang Kai was, it would be impossible for him to catch up. Moreover, War City was already in sight, only a few hundred kilometers away. Although Xiangchu was helpless, he could only come up with this idea to delay Yang Kai's pace. When the 7 masters heard Xiangchu's words, all of them wore bitter expressions, but they quickly regained their composure and nodded. "Young Lord can rest assured, even if we have to risk our lives, we will stop him." Xiangchu nodded firmly. "Good. Everyone be careful. don't be careless. Understood. Saying so, the 7 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Xiang and Nan families suddenly stopped, turned around, and stared behind them. Xianxia and Nan Sheng led the remaining group of people and continued to flee without looking back. Seeing the 7 masters stop, Yang Kai's expression became cold, sweeping the area in front of him with his divine sense, immediately understanding their cultivation and strength, causing a look of impatience to appear on his face. Ninth Young Lord, if you want to catch up with our young master, you'll have to pass through this old master first. One of the 7 masters shouted. The 7 of them simultaneously circulated their yuan qi, releasing a burst of brilliance from their martial skills and artifacts as they fiercely attacked Yang Kai. They didn't intend to say anything to Yang Kai, but now that things had developed to this point, they could only wait and see. Just with you lot? Yang Kai laughed wildly as the mysterious grade, low-rank bone shield appeared in his hand, blocking in front of him as he rushed forward to meet the storm of attacks. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a series of loud bangs rang out as a violent wave of energy surged out. Every collision caused Yang Kai's pace to falter slightly, but the giant mouth in the middle of the bone shield swallowed up all of these energy waves. As this energy was swallowed up, the surface area of the bone shield also began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a round of attacks, Yang Kai remained unscathed, but his speed had been slowed down. Scatter. Knowing the mysteries of the bone shield, none of the 7 masters dared to remain in place, so with a shout, they scattered in all directions. The giant mouth on the bone shield suddenly emitted a burst of light as the incomparably sharp bone spikes sticking out of it began to clatter. Asterisk hua. Asterisk the energy that had just been swallowed up was all returned. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bone spikes on the edge of the bone shield were also released, bringing out streaks of light as they attacked the 7 people. The 7 of them were already prepared, summoning defensive artifacts to protect themselves as they hurriedly dodged. After a series of clashes, the 7 of them avoided the attacks from the bone shields. They also used various methods to block the bone spikes. Although they were battered and exhausted, they were not injured. The bone shield was indeed powerful. Without an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage cultivator, it was impossible to break its defenses. However, if he specifically targeted the characteristics of the bone shield, it would be very difficult to make it play its role. After all, secret treasures were dead, while humans were alive. On top of that, these 7 people didn't have any intention of fighting against Yang Kai. They just wanted to delay him. As long as they could delay him for a cup of tea worth of time, with Nan Sheng and Xianxia's speed, they would be able to safely return to War City and return to Yang Kai's compound. Seeing their plan succeed, the 7 people's expressions became excited, suddenly realizing that Yang Kai wasn't as terrifying as they had imagined. Perhaps he was indeed invincible among cultivators in the same realm, even capable of fighting Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, but he was only able to slaughter hundreds of people at once by relying on external forces. Once there was no external force to support him, no matter how powerful he was, there was a limit to his strength. Perhaps this time, not only would they be able to delay him, they could even take advantage of the fact that there was no master around to protect him and capture him. With this idea in mind, the 7 people became extremely excited, their originally somewhat lacking confidence instantly replaced by a high fighting spirit. Without any hesitation, a series of soul skills were launched towards Yang Kai, the spiritual energy from all directions intertwining and wrapping around Yang Kai like a spiderweb. Standing at the center of this gathering of spiritual energy, Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a look of disdain filling his face. Ever since he had refined the essence of the soul-type evil spirit in the evil cavern, the one thing he was least afraid of was divine sense attacks. In front of him, the 7 people's divine sense attacks were like a vast ocean compared to a stream, unable to shake him at all. On the contrary, Yang Kai's sudden burst of spiritual energy caused these people's knowledge seas to go cold, as if they were about to be frozen solid. Suddenly, all of them were horrified, wondering what kind of soul-type artifact Yang Kai had on him that allowed him to achieve such a feat. Xianxia left you all behind just to be scapegoats. Why bother trying so hard? Yang Kai shook his head, not wanting to be entangled with these people any longer. Even if he can escape back to War City, I will still take his life. All of you will only die a worthless death. The 7 people's faces sank, one of them quickly saying, "Ninth young lord, there's no need to sow discord. We were born as members of the Xiang and Nan families. Even if we die, we will still be ghosts of the Xiang and Nan families. Protecting the young lord's safety is our duty. Since Ninth young lord is so confident, why not let us see your heaven-defying methods? Then I'll fulfill your wishes." Yang Kai nodded gently, his expression calming down, the bone shield in his hand disappearing as he slowly raised his right hand. As Yang Kai raised his hand, the 7 of them suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, as if everything in this world had suddenly come to a standstill. 7 pairs of eyes involuntarily bulged, filled with horror and fear as they stared at Yang Kai, wanting to attack, but finding that no matter what they did, they couldn't move their hands or feet. In this world, the only one who could move was Yang Kai. The middle finger of his right hand touched his forehead, and a dreamlike whisper suddenly sounded. "Become the demon race." The sky trembled and the earth buzzed. A kind of illusion that the heavens were falling apart appeared in everyone's hearts. A mass of darkness that seemed capable of swallowing all light and hope suddenly burst out from Yang Kai's body. This black energy was as dense as ink, and a bloodthirsty, brutal, and evil aura filled the air, causing the 7 people to involuntarily feel a trace of panic. As Yang Kai's aura grew, a deep sense of powerlessness filled each of their hearts. The power Yang Kai displayed had completely shocked them. The evil energy inside the unyielding golden skeleton had not been used for a long time. Yang Kai was also concerned about the irreconcilable relationship between the 8 great families and the ash-gray cloud evil land, so he had not shown his evil side. But now, in order to kill Xianxia and Nansheng, he no longer hesitated. The ink-black evil energy only appeared for a moment before it was suddenly swallowed up by Yang Kai's body. Looking around, Yang Kai was still the same Yang Kai, but the feeling he gave off to the 7 people was completely different from a moment ago. A moment ago, the 7 of them had been fantasizing about joining forces to capture Yang Kai and set up a meritorious service for Nansheng and Xianxia. But now, none of them dared to think so. They didn't know why, but facing the current Yang Kai, the 7 of them couldn't help feeling like they had reached a dead end. The 7 people's eyes also seemed to be covered by dark clouds, swallowed by darkness, unable to see the slightest trace of light, unable to find their bearings. Facing this cold and cruel gaze, the 7 people couldn't help retreating a few steps in horror. Yang Kai raised his hand slightly and sent out a few small black streaks of energy towards one of the 7 people. The man's complexion changed greatly, and he hurriedly dodged. But just as he was about to do so, his body shook violently, and his exposed skin was instantly covered by the black chi, causing him to fall to the ground. With a single blow, an Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage cultivator had been killed without even being able to fight back. The remaining 6 people all paled and remained silent out of fear. They hadn't even seen how this man had been struck and hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so powerful at this moment. Back at Taifeng Mountain, Yang Kai was able to kill 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 2nd Stage Masters with just his Yuan Qi 5th Stage cultivation. Now that he was only 1 step away from breaking through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary, the strength he could display was naturally much greater than before. These Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd or 4th Stage Masters were nothing in his eyes. "Those who block my path die." Yang Kai's low voice rang out, and the sky suddenly became dim as a black palm print, like a rolling cloud, slammed down towards the 6 people. It was like a giant hand that covered the sky, growing larger and larger as time passed, making them feel like they couldn't avoid it. The 6 people screamed in horror as they madly circulated their yuan qi, trying to escape, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't avoid this giant palm print. With a bang, the earth trembled. The black palm print slammed down, creating a deep crater in the ground as the sound of bones breaking rang out. The 6 people, some crawling backwards, all fell into the giant palm print. Although none of them died, the evil energy had eroded their souls and bodies, causing their consciousnesses to become blurred. With so many broken bones, it was likely they would never be able to recover in this lifetime. I already said you were scapegoats, yet you still refused to realize your mistakes. Yang Kai shook his head. Nan Sheng and Xianxia knew he could greatly improve their strength, but they didn't seem to have told anyone. If the 7 people who had stayed behind to intercept Yang Kai had known about this information, they would never have had any hope of capturing Yang Kai, nor would they have been beaten so miserably. Ignoring the life or death of these 6 people, Yang Kai glanced towards War City 100 kilometers away, coldly snorted, and chased after them. Even if Xianxia and Nansheng had really hidden in Yang Zhao's mansion, they would still die today. War City. Nansheng and Xianxia both looked panicked as they rushed into the city with a group of cultivators. At first glance, the passers-by saw their distressed appearance and couldn't help feeling surprised, wondering who was chasing these 2 and why they had ended up in such a sorry state. All of them were sweating profusely, their yuan qi completely exhausted, yelling at the passers-by to get out of the way as they hurriedly rushed towards Yang Zhao's mansion. The news quickly spread to Yang Wei and Yang Kai's houses. Yang Wei's brow furrowed. He didn't know what was going on, but he realized that something big was about to happen. Immediately, he and the blood warriors who followed him quietly left the mansion and walked towards Yang Zhao's compound. In Yang Kai's mansion, when Xiao Yimeng learned of this news, her beautiful face couldn't help turning pale and quickly issued orders to all the forces in the mansion to prepare for Yang Kai's return. She wasn't sure what had happened to Nansheng and Xianxia, but she faintly felt that it had something to do with Yang Kai. Chapter 517. The cultivator from Yang Kai's mansion was about to set off under Xiao Yimeng's leadership when the old demon suddenly appeared beside Xiao Yimeng and frowned. "No need to go out. Young master seems to have returned." "He's back." Xiao Yimeng breathed a sigh of relief. When Yang Kai took Ying Jiao out, she had been on tenterhooks, fearing that Yang Kai had encountered some kind of accident. Now that she heard the old demon say this, she couldn't help feeling relieved and hurriedly asked, "Where is he now?" The old demon's expression became cold as he secretly probed for a moment before replying, "He's back, but he doesn't seem to have any intention of returning to the mansion. Instead, he's heading southeast." "Southeast," Xiao Yimeng muttered, her expression suddenly changing. "That's the location of Yang Zhao's mansion. Who provoked young master? He's very angry right now." The old demon took a deep breath. This old master must go and protect him. As soon as his voice fell, the old man transformed into a bloody light and disappeared. Xiao Yimeng's beautiful face suddenly went pale, and she didn't dare to hesitate, hurriedly leading the masters from the mansion to rush out. At the same time, Meng Wuxia, who was meditating in his room, slowly opened his eyes, his brow furrowed as he turned his gaze towards Yang Kai's location, muttering to himself, "What's wrong with that little bastard? Why is his evil qi so thick?" Muttering to himself, Meng Wuxia quickly stood up, opened the door, and stared at the horizon. Up above, dark clouds covered the sky, blocking out the slightest bit of sunlight. It seemed that the entire War City had fallen into darkness, the rolling black clouds like ink-splashed cotton, weighing down on everyone's hearts. Sighing slightly, Meng Wuxia took a few steps forward and flew a few thousand meters away. Back in the Seal Temple, The 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, sitting on the high platform, also withdrew from the small world where their divine senses had merged. Glancing at each other, their seemingly turbid old eyes flashed with some surprise. Xiao Daoren hesitated for a moment before saying, "Brother Yang, that little brat of yours seems to be showing signs of becoming the demon race." Yang Liting's expression remained indifferent as he closed his eyes and said nothing. The fat elder laughed and said, "You don't care? If he continued like this, he might really become the demon race." Only then did Yang Liting open his eyes and say indifferently, "He has to walk his own path. This old master doesn't have the leisure to care about his life or death. What if he really has a change of heart and turns into a demon?" The Kong families above Immortal Ascension Boundary elder frowned and asked, "A young man with such a thick murderous aura around him would sooner or later be affected by it and fall into the demonic Tao, becoming a murderous maniac who didn't even recognize his own family. When the time comes, this old man will personally clean up the sect. Brother Kong need not worry about it." Yang Liting responded coldly. Hearing this, the other 7 no longer tried to dissuade him, all of them slowly shaking their heads, secretly feeling that although the Yang family was strong, it wouldn't last long. Their familial feelings were really too weak. If it was a young disciple of their family who was in such a situation, how could they sit still? He would have left the mountain long ago to capture him and properly train him to suppress the evil genes in his body. What's more, this little brat had outstanding talent and was very likely to be a rising star of the Yang family in the future. Yet Yang Liting was actually willing to ignore him. The 7 grand elders really couldn't understand. However, this was someone else's family matter after all. They had all lived for many years and were naturally indifferent to this matter. Because both of them had heard Xianxia and Nansheng's desperate and panic cries. Both of them immediately realized that something was wrong. If these two had really brought back the good news Yang Zhao was looking forward to, it would have been impossible for them to behave like this. Second young lord. Second young lord. Outside the door, the sound of footsteps and Xianxia's and Nansheng's cries rang out. Yang Zhao's expression sank as he quickly stepped out, opened the door, and glanced at Xianxia and Nansheng. His face couldn't help becoming pale. The two of them were in an extremely sorry state, their bodies covered with scars, their faces pale, and the yuan qi flowing through their bodies was almost undetectable. They were like stray dogs that had been chased back home. EXN exclaimed and quickly hid herself on the bed, covering her tender white body with the bedding, so as not to let any light leak out. "What happened?" Yang Zhao took a deep breath, trying to calm his mood as he asked. Seeing the appearance and expression of these two, Yang Zhao also understood something, but he still couldn't believe his guess was correct. Second young master. Nansheng pursed his dry and pale lips. After calling out his name, he couldn't say anything else. Yang Zhao immediately turned his eyes to Xianxia, the latter's expression also flickering with shame and resentment. "Did you fail?" Yang Zhao asked coldly, a cold light flashing across his face. Nansheng remained silent, his face red. Xianxia had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "Second young lord is disappointed." Yang Zhao couldn't help but stagger slightly as he stared at these two in disbelief. Although he had some faint speculations in his heart, when they were confirmed, Yang Zhao still couldn't believe it. He had dispatched so many people, a perfect lineup, and impeccable strength. How could they still fail? "Tell me the reason." Yang Zhao's expression suddenly became cold as he shouted. "Ingjiu has reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage." Xianxia grit his teeth and replied. This was something no one had expected. Ingjiu, who had reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage, was already enough to give Yang Zhao a headache. He had even summoned 2 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters to deal with him. How could he have known Ingjiu had broken through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage? An Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage Blood Warrior was likely only a Blood Warrior or an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master of the same level could deal with him. Hearing this explanation, Yang Zhao couldn't help feeling startled, his expression relaxing a little. This false information obviously accounted for most of the reason for the operation's failure. What else? Even if Ingjiu was an immortal ascension boundary 9th stage cultivator, you shouldn't have failed. The people I gave you were more than enough to restrain Ingjiu. Recovering from his shock, Yang Zhao asked coldly. Ingjiu was indeed restrained. Xianxia's expression was bitter as he recalled his previous encounter and couldn't help shuddering. But Yang Kai had 2 mysterious grade artifacts. Immediately, Xianxia briefly recounted his previous encounter. The more Yang Zhao listened, the colder his heart became, only now realizing how terrifying his 9th brother was. What about Kang Zhan and Xiao Zirua? How come only the 2 of you came back? Yang Zhao suddenly recovered and asked. Young Master Kang? He was pierced through the right side of his chest by Yang Kai and was seriously injured. He should still be healing. What? Yang Zhao's eyes widened. Yi Xenro, who was lying on the bed, also called out in shock, covering her mouth with her hand as a strange light flashed across her eyes. Kang Zhan had been pierced through the right side of his chest by Yang Kai. This news was simply too shocking. Since ancient times, no young lord of the 8 great families had ever suffered such a serious injury while participating in the inheritance war. According to the ancient records, the young lords and young ladies had at most suffered some superficial wounds that would heal after a few days of rest. But this time, the future successor of the Kang family had actually been stabbed. This news dumbfounded Yang Zhao and Yi Xianro. They hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so bold. What about Xiao Zirua? I don't know. We separated on the way back. I don't know where he is now. Good. Yang Zhao suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter like thunder, rolling across the room. Both Xianxia and Nan Sheng couldn't help feeling their cheeks burn, wishing they could find a hole to crawl into and hide. You're quite strong. You were actually beaten to such a state by my 9th brother. You really are all young lords from first-class families. Your skills are extraordinary. Usually you're all proud and arrogant, but now you're like stray dogs. You brought so many people with you, yet you couldn't even capture my 9th brother. What use do I have for you? Xianxia and Nan Sheng were scolded so harshly that they couldn't help feeling annoyed. Although they felt sullen in their hearts, they didn't dare to refute. Chapter 518. Just as Yang Zhao was reprimanding Xianxia and Nan Sheng, an angry roar suddenly rang out. Xianxia, Nan Sheng, your time of death has come. This voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Xianxia and Nan Sheng, who were both filled with shame and anger, couldn't help panicking when they heard these words. Yang Zhao's expression suddenly became strange as he glared towards Xianxia and Nan Sheng, sneering. What do you mean? Why is 9th brother here? Nan Sheng closed his mouth, not daring to speak. Xianxia braced himself and said, Yang Kai seems to have chased us all the way here. Nonsense. Yang Zhao ground his teeth and roared. Of course I know he chased us all the way here, but why is he doing this? Are you hiding something from me? When he was describing the battle with Yang Kai, Xianxia hadn't mentioned anything about High Heaven Pavilion because he was afraid Yang Zhao would think too much. But now, Yang Kai had arrived outside the mansion, so Xianxia suddenly understood that he couldn't hide anything. Speak. What did you do to provoke him and make him so angry? Yang Zhao took a deep breath and tried to calm his tone. It was High Heaven Pavilion's people. Big Brother Nin injured one of their disciples. High Heaven Pavilion? The sect 9th brother came from? Yang Zhao frowned and continued to ask. It's not that simple, is it? Second young master, please calm your anger. Xianxia frowned and helplessly explained the whole story. After listening, Yang Zhao nodded gently. Opposing each other and resorting to any means necessary, what you did wasn't wrong. Xianxia was overjoyed when he heard this, thinking that Yang Zhao didn't want to hold them accountable. But just as his smile bloomed, Yang Zhao's expression became cold again as he glared at him and said, If you had the ability to withstand 9th brother's revenge, I I would have clapped my hands in joy. But do you have the ability? If you don't have the ability, then why would you do such a stupid thing? I only want to say that you two idiots have been blinded by hatred. Xianxia kept quiet out of fear. Nansheng raised his head and said, regardless of whether we are right or wrong, Yangkai is making such a ruckus outside the mansion right now. If second young master doesn't respond, I'm afraid the world will look down on you. Trying to goad me? Yang Zhao laughed. Nansheng, you really look down on this Yang Zhao too much. No wonder you and Xianxia suffered such a big loss at the hands of my ninth brother. Nansheng couldn't help but panic, his voice trembling as he said, this Nin didn't mean that. Second young master, please forgive me. Glaring at him coldly, Yang Zhao said, but you're right. Ninth brother daring to provoke me outside my house in broad daylight. I can't just ignore him. When Xianxia and Nansheng heard this, they couldn't help feeling overjoyed and quickly said, many thanks, second young lord. No need. Yang Zhao slowly shook his head and said flatly, this time I will protect you because you are still my allies. After today, all of you can return to your respective clans. War City does not need you, nor does the Yang family's inheritance war. With a cold snort, he turned around, picked up his clothes, and walked out. Behind him, Nansheng and Xianxia's faces were completely drained of blood. They hadn't expected that because of this incident, Yang Zhao would actually expel them. The Xiang and Nan families were quite powerful and had long since attached themselves to the great tree that was Yang Zhao in this inheritance war. For so long, they had braved wind and rain, experiencing all kinds of hardships, fighting side by side with Yang Zhao. For the sake of the inheritance war, the Xiang and Meng families had also invested a lot of manpower, material, financial, and so on. But now, at the end of the inheritance war, they were actually going to be expelled by the main family. If news of this spread out, the two families would definitely become laughingstocks. After paying so much, not receiving any benefits was only secondary. The family's honor would definitely be tarnished. After offending Yang Kai and failing to obtain his protection and favor, wanting to establish a relationship with the Yang family in the future would be somewhat unrealistic. The other great forces in the world may also alienate the Xiang and Nan families because of this incident. When that time came, the family's development would definitely be difficult. It was also very likely that because of this incident, the two of them would lose their positions as family heirs. Considering all this, Xianxia and Nan Sheng couldn't help shivering in cold sweat. Immediately, their eyes filled with hatred and resentment. Both of them couldn't help grinding their teeth and clenching their fists. If it weren't for Yang Kai, how could they have fallen to such a state? Two young lords, a delicate voice suddenly called out from the side, causing the dazed Xianxia and Nansheng to look up and see Yexen rose smiling charmingly, reaching out to cover her chest with a quilt, exposing her two delicate shoulders, giving off an alluring luster like that of porcelain. Normally, Xianxia and Nansheng would definitely have imprinted this beautiful scene into their eyes, but right now, they weren't in the mood to do so. Yexen Ro giggled, not caring about her exposed skin, reaching out and lifting the quilt, revealing the front of her chest, whispering softly, "You're standing here, it's not easy for me to get dressed. Can you two step back for a moment? Also, second young lord has already left. Don't you want to chase after him?" Xianxia and Nansheng awoke from their stupor and quickly ran out. Although Yang Zhao had said that he would protect them this time, who knew if he was telling the truth? After the two left, Yexen Ro curled her lips and muttered discontentedly, "Why didn't you help me close the door?" Muttering to herself, her cheeks flushed red as she muttered to herself, "This Yang Kai is quite interesting, even daring to stab Kong Zhan. His courage is quite big." Although she had been in contact with Yang Kai several times, she had never spoken to this youngest Yang family young lord, so she didn't know what kind of temperament he had. But today, after experiencing it for herself, she couldn't help secretly paying attention, wondering who would win the inheritance war between him and second young Lord Yang Zhao. Outside Yang Kai's house, Yang Kai stood alone, his demonic chi soaring to the heavens, his huge divine sense enveloping the entire compound, penetrating every nook and cranny. A steady stream of people rushed towards Yang Kai's house and slowly gathered. These people had all been attracted by Yang Kai's voice, and none of them knew what was happening. Inside War City, a storm was brewing. A few thousand meters away, inside a tea house, Yang Wei, who had concealed his appearance, squinted towards Yang Kai from a few thousand meters away and couldn't help feeling surprised. He found that although Yang Kai seemed calm right now, in fact, his murderous intent had been locked onto a certain spot in Yang Zhao's house, and the look on his face was also extremely firm. It was as if he would never give up until he had killed his target. What does Ninth Brother want to do? Yang Wei was stunned. War City had been peaceful for more than 2 months now, and everyone had been working hard to develop and strengthen themselves in order to achieve the effect of suppressing the enemy. Ninth Brother suddenly making such a move made Yang Wei quite confused. However, faintly, Yang Wei felt like he had missed a good show. There should be some kind of conflict between Ninth Brother and Second Brother that he wasn't aware of, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to make such a big fuss in broad daylight. At that moment, a blood-red light broke through the air, bringing with it an unparalleled demonic chi. Yang Wei's breath came to a halt as he stared towards this blood-red light. A moment later, the blood-red light fell beside Yang Kai. It was the evil demon master who had suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's house 2 months ago. Young Master. As soon as the old demon appeared, he stood not far from Yang Kai, vigilant of the surrounding movements. Yang Kai nodded gently, already knowing that this old man would come, so he didn't show much interest. Where did this person come from? Yang Wei thought bitterly, really unable to figure out the origins of this old demon. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Yang Wei saw a familiar figure calmly sit down in the chair across from him. Turning his head, Yang Wei found that it was actually Lu Xianxia of the Lu family. Yang Wei nodded slightly and raised his hand to pour him a cup of tea. No one knows where that person came from, Lu Xianxia suddenly said. This person seems to have appeared out of thin air. All we know is that half a year ago he was active in the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land and killed a lot of people. Oh, Yang Wei raised his brow, so he's from the Evil Land. Unlikely. In the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, there is no such person under the command of the 6 great evil kings. Lu Xianxia shook his head. The old demon had displayed shocking strength 2 months ago, so Lu Xianxia was naturally more concerned about him. Even after using the Lu family's strength to inquire about him for a long time, he still couldn't find any clues. But it seems that he is very respectful to Ninth Brother. Why is such a strong person so docile in front of Ninth Brother? Yang Wei gently sighed, still puzzled. These were masters who were only 1 step away from the above immortal ascension boundary. Even the central capital's 8 great families didn't have many such masters. These people, even if their status wasn't as high as those at the above immortal ascension boundary, weren't far behind. Once they broke through, they would receive the respect and admiration of the masses. Not to mention him, your Ninth Brother is also not a fish in a pond. Lu Xianxiao's expression became dignified as he stared off into the distance, fixing his eyes on Yang Kai. Yang Wei glanced over at him and suddenly smiled. I didn't expect young Lord Lu to praise someone so highly. If Ninth Brother knew, he would definitely be proud. Lu Xianxia shook his head. I'm not qualified to evaluate him. His future achievements will be higher than mine. He's higher than you now. Yang Wei smiled meaningfully. Yang Kai's vitality was now extremely vigorous. Although he was only at the Yuan Qi boundary 9th stage, even from such a distance, Yang Kai could still feel a huge amount of pressure coming from Yang Kai. He estimated that if he were to fight with Yang Kai now, he would be defeated in less than 10 breaths. Even if Lu Xianxia was stronger than him, he was definitely not his Ninth Brother's opponent. Since Yang Wei could see this, Lu Xianxia naturally could as well, but he didn't refute Yang Wei's words and instead nodded. It's just that if he continues like this, he will sooner or later fall into the Demon Dao. When that time comes, no matter how strong he is or how good his aptitude is, it will be useless. The yuan qi in his body is filled with too much malevolent evil qi, something he won't be able to suppress. Hearing this, Yang Wei couldn't help wearing a bitter expression, knowing that Lu Qingyao wasn't exaggerating. But in his heart, he couldn't help wondering how Yang Kai had become like this. Could it be that ninth brother has been cultivating some kind of demonic secret art these past 2 months? Yang Wei secretly guessed. Chapter 519. More and more people rushed out of Yang Kai's house to confront him, but when they saw the old demon guarding Yang Kai, their faces filled with horror and none of them dared to act rashly. The old demon's bloody and cruel methods that night had given them too much of a deterrent. Not long after the old demon arrived, Qiu Yimeng also appeared beside Yang Kai with a group of people. When she saw Yang Kai's current state, the Qiu family's first young lady couldn't help being startled and quickly rushed over to ask, "Yang Kai, what happened to you?" Hua Xing's eyes also trembled as he felt the demonic qi emanating from Yang Kai's body, causing his heart to go cold. The crowd was also pointing at Yang Kai and whispering, discussing whether the youngest young lord of the Yang family was really on the verge of becoming the demon race and was about to lose his mind and be driven by evil. If this was the case, it would be a big joke. The central capital's 8 great families and the ash-gray cloud evil land had always been like fire and water, and the cultivator of the 8 great families had always been responsible for eradicating the demon race. The Yang family's rising star, who was expected to win the right to inherit the patriarch's position, was actually about to become an evil demon. If this news spread, it would only become the talk of the world. Tang Yuxian, the Hu's sisters, Dong Qinghan, the 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace, Luo Xiaoman. All of them looked over with concern, their faces filled with worry. "Are you still sober?" Qiu Yimeng asked in a trembling voice, her pair of beautiful eyes staring straight into Yang Kai's eyes, trying to find a trace of humanity in them. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. Yang Kai's eyes, although clear at the moment, were filled with murderous intent, as if he had been affected by hatred and murderous intent, obliterating his true nature. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help trembling as she felt somewhat at a loss. Although her performance in the inheritance war was excellent, and she had been acting as Yang Kai's deputy, directing the actions of the many cultivator in the house, in the end, she still regarded Yang Kai as her backbone, and all her actions and commands revolved around him. If Yang Kai had an accident, all her efforts would have been in vain. Yang Kai turned his head to look at her and shook his head. "It's okay." Qiu Yimeng was stunned, seemingly unable to believe that Yang Kai was able to suppress the demonic qi in this state and maintain a clear mind. If it was any other martial artist, they probably wouldn't be able to do it, right? Old Demon curled his lips and grinned. "Young master, your current aura is very much to old servant's liking." "Ha ha, us master and servant really do share some kind of fate." Qiu Yimeng couldn't help glancing at Yang Kai. "Yang, since you're back, why did you come here?" "To kill." "Kill who?" "Xiangchu and Nansheng." Hearing to Yang Kai's family Xiangchu and Nansheng, although their status wasn't comparable to the young lords and young ladies of the central capital's 8 great families, they were still the future successors of first-class families. Such people couldn't be killed just because Yang Kai said so. Even a hateful person like Lu Song, Yang Kai didn't intend to take his life, so why would he want to kill Xiang Chu and Nansheng at this time? Qiu Yimeng, who had just calmed down, couldn't help thinking that Yang Kai had gone crazy. "Yang Kai, can we go back first?" Qiu Yimeng stepped forward and grabbed Yang Kai's arm, pleading softly. "Let's go back and discuss this matter. We need to see if there is a suitable method to kill Nansheng and Xiang Chu without too much effort." Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her strangely. "I'm serious. Even if you block the way, there's no way to kill them. Yang Zhao has a lot of cultivators. Even if we all rush in, we may not be able to kill them." Xiao Yimeng continued. Let's go back first, okay? Huastar's eyes couldn't help bulging. He had never seen such a gentle side of Xiao Yimeng before. The Qiu family's first young lady had always been intelligent and far-sighted, giving people a sense of shrewdness and ability, making everyone overlook her feminine side. Once such a woman became gentle, she was a fatal temptation to any man, an irresistible temptation. Huastars thought that if he were treated so gently by Qiu Yimeng, his bones would melt and he would become completely obedient to her. Yes, Yankai, let's go back first. We'll accompany you to discuss this matter for a few days and nights. Luo Xiaoman didn't know where her courage came from, but she actually dared to speak to Yang Kai. The 10,000 Flower Palace girls all nodded in agreement, each of them trying to persuade Yang Kai one by one. Although their words were different, without exception, all of them were extremely gentle, their faces filled with the radiance of motherly love. The rest of the crowd couldn't help looking at each other strangely. Yang Kai frowned, sweeping his eyes over the crowd, his eyes finally landing on Qiu Yimeng's face. Do you all treat me like a child? However, even though he said this, Yang Kai still felt a burst of warmth in his heart. No matter what, these people were concerned about his condition. All the women present blushed, only now realizing that his mind was really clear and there were no signs of confusion. Yang Kai chuckled lightly, a trace of gratitude and tenderness appearing on his face as he said lightly, I'm really fine. You don't need to worry. Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath, her expression becoming solemn. Good. I believe you're really fine, but you said you want to kill Xianxia and Nansheng. How are you going to do that? This is Yang Zhao's house. There are nearly 1,000 cultivators here, 4 or 5 times our number. Even if you can kill them, most of the people here will die with them. Do you really have the heart to do that? You think too highly of them. Yang Kai's expression became cold as he slowly shook his head. Numbers don't mean everything. Second brother is a cautious person. Without absolute certainty, it's absolutely impossible for him to fight with me. He has scruples about big brother. He wants to win the inheritance war. Heh, I don't care. Yang Kai sneered. Qiu Yimeng was stunned. She hadn't expected that Yang Kai would not only be fine, but also have such a clear mind. One was free to act recklessly, while the other was cautious and overcautious. The development of the situation was likely to be exactly as Yang Kai had said. While Qiu Yimeng was in a daze, Yang Zhao had already strode out of the house, his face gloomy, and under the protection of the numerous cultivators, he coldly shouted, Ninth brother, what is the meaning of this? Yang Zhao was also furious. The failure of Xianxia, Nansheng, and the others had greatly disappointed him. Although he was secretly surprised by Yang Kai's strength, being blocked outside his house like this made Yang Zhao feel like his face had been damaged. It was still daytime, and although dark clouds had gathered in the sky, making it impossible to see the sun, his ninth brother acting like this was clearly not putting him in his eyes. Second brother, Yang Kai nodded lightly to him. Second brother's methods are quite good. This time, ninth brother almost lost. Yang Zhao's expression became bitter as he coldly snorted. No need to ridicule second brother. It was I who underestimated your strength. This time, if I had gone out personally, you wouldn't be standing here talking to me right now. Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. Even if second brother had gone out personally, I'm afraid he wouldn't have succeeded. Yang Zhao's expression suddenly became cold as he said in a low voice, Ninth brother, second brother now realizes that you are the most arrogant person in the Yang family. Pausing for a moment, Yang Zhao slowly shook his head. Ninth brother, for a single high heaven pavilion disciple, is it really worth it? I've heard what happened, and indeed, since you had an agreement with Kong Zhan, the Xiang and Nan families still dared to make a move against them. That's their fault. Their deaths aren't worth regretting, but you've already killed so many people, your anger should have subsided by now. You bringing people to block second brother's door? Don't you think that's a bit inappropriate? Or do you think second brother is easy to bully? At the end of his words, Yang Zhao's tone became stern. As he questioned, The other cultivators around him all began to secretly condense their true qi, causing the scene to suddenly become tense. Yang Kai's expression remained calm as he coldly said, "Second brother, this time I don't want to argue with you. I just want to kill people. Once I kill those 2 people, I'll leave immediately. With me here, can you kill them? Then there's nothing to say." Yang Kai's face filled with disappointment as he slowly shook his head, his eyes sweeping past Yang Zhao and landing somewhere behind him. At some point, Xianxia and Nansheng had sneaked out and were currently hiding in the crowd, observing the situation from afar. Perceiving Yang Kai's gaze on them, the 2 of them couldn't help going pale. "Today, no matter who is protecting you, you'll all die." Yang Kai suddenly showed an impatient look as he coldly shouted, a cold light flashing across his eyes. Kacha. Suddenly, the ground began to freeze and an incomparably cold aura descended. With Yang Kai as the center, the fan-shaped territory in front of him was instantly frozen solid. Feeling the danger and murderous intent contained within this cold aura, the cultivators gathered around Yang Zhao's mansion all paled and quickly flew up into the air to avoid the encroaching cold. Unlike the true Yang Yuan Qi cultivated by Yang Kai's true Yang secret art, the energy contained within the unyielding golden skeleton was both evil and cold, the polar opposite of the true Yang Yuan Qi. As soon as Yang Kai used this evil energy, the surrounding temperature suddenly plummeted. The old demon let out a strange laugh as he stretched out his hand and sent out a blood-red light. The frozen earth was suddenly covered in a crimson light, and within this crimson light, a figure strangely appeared. This was the blood demon puppet refined by the old demon. As long as this sea of blood existed, it was immortal. The blood demon stood quietly above the sea of blood, not making the slightest movement, only a monstrous evil aura pulsing from its body. At the same time, Tang Yuxian also let out a shout as she released her powerful spiritual energy. The cultivators around Yang Kai no longer hesitated and summoned their artifacts. Roar. A loud roar rang out as a huge triangular head suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. This was a head made of pure black energy. This triangular head swayed back and forth as its 2 copper bell-sized slender eyes exuded a terrifying chill. Being stared at by this pair of eyes, no one dared to act rashly. Gradually, this head finally revealed its full ferocious appearance, causing cries of alarm to ring out. This head was actually a jet black flood dragon. Its several dozen-meter-long body hovered above Yang Kai's head, as lifelike as a real creature. When Xianxia and Nansheng saw this black flood dragon they had not seen in a long time, their legs couldn't help going soft, and they almost fell to the ground. At the foot of Tai Fong Mountain, Yang Kai had relied on this black flood dragon condensed from Yuan Qi to bite off the body of an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Chapter 520. The several dozen-meter-long black flood dragon slowly moved forward, causing many of the cultivators present to feel a sense of panic, and their attitude towards Yang Kai also quietly changed. These cultivators from Yang Kai's house had thought that they could rely on their numerical advantage to defeat Yang Kai's group. But after seeing the strength of Yang Kai's display of strength, all of them immediately restrained such thoughts. Such strength and heritage was not something an average person could capture. In today's battle, even if they could defeat the cultivators from Yang Kai's house, they might not necessarily be able to capture Yang Kai. What made them feel a little relieved, though, was that whether it was the old demon or Tang Yuxian, after showing their strength, neither of them made any moves, as if they were only here to deter and had no intention of actually starting a massacre. Yang Zhao's expression suddenly changed as he shouted, "Ninth brother, do you really intend to fight with second brother here?" As Yang Kai had said before, Yang Zhao had more concerns than he did. Although he had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, in terms of strength and number of masters, he was inferior to Xianxia's house. Once a fight broke out, the result would only be a lose-lose situation. At that time, the fisherman who reaped the benefits would be Yang Wei. He didn't want others to take advantage of him. Before he had an absolute advantage, he didn't intend to face anyone head-on. Unfortunately, Yang Kai's tyrannical display this time made Yang Zhao realize that the course of the inheritance war would not develop as he expected. Second brother, as I said, I only want to kill those two people, hand them over, and I'll immediately withdraw. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Impossible. Yang Zhao also shook his head. If he really handed over Xianxia and Nansheng, what would become of him? However, he also understood from Yang Kai's words that Yang Kai also didn't want to start a war here. A lose-lose situation was something no one was willing to accept. Yang Zhao was afraid that Yang Wei would take advantage of the situation, while Yang Kai was unwilling to let his friends face danger. The starting points of the two were different, but their considerations were the same. After pondering for a moment, Yang Zhao suddenly chuckled and said, "Ninth brother, since you and second brother both have concerns, I have a suggestion. Would you like to hear it?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed, not knowing what kind of plot Yang Zhao was trying to play, but he still nodded gently. "Speak." This time, let's just treat it as an internal struggle between our Yang family members. Since it's an internal struggle, only the Yang family members can participate. You want to kill, and I want to protect. Let's use our own methods. How about it? The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up as he smiled playfully. Internal strife? Not bad. Only the Yang family members can participate? Yes. Including blood warriors, right? Of course, the blood warriors may not be surnamed Yang, but they are still members of my Yang family. I understand. Yang Kai nodded lightly, then suddenly looked up, his eyes shining brightly. We'll do as second brother says. This time, it's an internal struggle between my Yang family members. It's a deal. Yang Zhao couldn't help laughing, as if he had just succeeded in some kind of plot. Yang Kai also laughed, but his laugh was extremely strange. Qiu Yimeng's brow furrowed, faintly realizing that something was wrong, but she couldn't figure out what it was. Inside the tea house, Yang Wei and Lu Qingyao both wore confused looks, neither of them understanding what Yang Zhao was trying to do. Why was he acting so smug? Even more so, they couldn't understand what Yang Kai was trying to do, his expression completely calm and confident. Of these two brothers, one was confident he could protect Nansheng and Xianxia, while the other was confident he could kill them. In the end, no one knew who would succeed. Since only the Yang family members could participate in this battle, Tang Yuxian and the blood warrior beside Yang Zhao would definitely face off, so Yang Zhao's opponent would be Yang Kai. Although the current Yang Kai's aura was ferocious and brutal, showing signs of becoming the demon race, his oppressive momentum and tyrannical strength were obvious to all. Was Yang Zhao confident he could stop him? Yang Wei and Lu Qingyao weren't optimistic. Even if Yang Zhao was outstanding, it was impossible for him to be Yang Kai's opponent. In less than 3 breaths of time, Yang Zhao would be defeated. "You Xian," Yang Kai suddenly shouted. Tang Yuxian nodded gently, her delicate body flickering as she flew up into the air. The blood warrior beside Yang Zhao smiled lightly, and without the slightest hesitation rushed up to meet Tang Yuxian. The two blood warriors didn't even exchange a single word before they immediately began fighting. However, no one paid any attention to them. Even though they were both Immortal Ascension boundary masters, today's focus was still on the two Yang family young lords. "Ninth brother," Yang Zhao shouted. To everyone's surprise, facing Yang Kai at this moment, he actually didn't defend himself and instead launched a fierce counterattack, stomping his foot hard on the ground. Suddenly, several strange bulges appeared on the ground, as if there were giant earthworms rapidly moving up and down. Traces of terrifying energy surged up from below and rushed towards Yang Kai. Earth Demon Dragon technique on the first night of the Inheritance War. Yang Zhao had used this martial skill to deal with Huastars. Each of these Earth Fiend dragons was condensed from the soul of a fifth-order monster beast and was stored in Yang Zhao's body. When facing an enemy, he could use them flexibly, often catching his enemy off guard and catching them off guard. At that time, Yang Zhao could only use 7 Earth Demon Dragons, but now, with the growth of his strength, he could use 10 of them, and the power each of them could display was incomparable to before. Facing Yang Zhao's killing move, Yang Kai's expression didn't change in the slightest. With a single thought, the black flood dragon hovering above his head suddenly opened its bloody maw and shot out a jet of black energy. Asterisk Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. Asterisk each wave of energy struck the Earth Fiend dragon art below the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Yang Zhao's Earth Fiend dragon art was scattered before it could do anything. Yang Zhao, on the other hand, didn't seem to care at all. Instead, a strange grin appeared on his face as he stared towards Yang Kai, his eyes filled with pride and pity as he muttered softly, "Ninth brother, you're finished." Yang Kai didn't intend to waste any more time and immediately attacked with his full strength. In the face of such a violent attack, Yang Zhao suddenly felt suffocated and couldn't help feeling like he was unable to resist. On the other hand, the blood warrior beside him suddenly released a burst of powerful energy fluctuations from his body, and a white light enveloped him and Yang Zhao at the same time, protecting them. Asterisk Kung Kung Kung. Asterisk the black aura impacted the white light, and in the blink of an eye, the white light was suddenly stained like clear water that had been splashed with ink. The blood warrior's expression changed greatly, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai to display such strange means. Not daring to neglect, he hurriedly pulled Yang Zhao away. However, the black aura seemed to have eyes of its own and followed them like a shadow, relentlessly pursuing them. A resounding dragon roar rang out again as the several dozen meter-long black flood dragon rushed towards the heads of the blood warriors and Yang Zhao, opening its bloody maw. A violent wave of energy, centered on the black flood dragon, suddenly burst forth and spread in all directions. The black aura also seemed to be ignited and burst apart. Chapter 521. All the spectating cultivators showed pained expressions under this strange power. All of them suddenly felt that even breathing had become difficult, as if there was a mountain pressing down on their heads, causing them to feel the urge to kneel on the ground. Only the old demon grinned, his eyes flashing a look of enjoyment and pleasure. This violent and evil aura was exactly the kind of power he longed for. Run! Get away from that black chi. How was that possible? How can this little lord use such a powerful force? Am I seeing things? The cultivators in Yang Zhao's house all shouted, their eyes filled with disbelief and fear as they hurriedly dodged, fearing they would be eroded by this black chi. A heaven-splitting, earth-shattering wave of power suddenly erupted from the black flood dragon's body, and a black vortex appeared in its maw. This vortex rapidly rotated, producing an unparalleled suction force that pulled Yang Zhao and the blood warriors around him towards it. Under the influence of this power, Yang Zhao had almost no strength to resist. If it weren't for the blood warriors guarding him, he would have already been sucked into the black flood dragon's maw and crushed to pieces. His face going pale, Yang Zhao realized for the first time that the gap in strength between himself and his ninth brother was so huge. It was like the gap between heaven and earth. Yang Zhao feared that even if he worked hard for a lifetime, he would never be able to catch up to his ninth brother. Thinking so, Yang Zhao suddenly felt a little disheartened, suddenly feeling that all struggles, resistance, the inheritance war, the Yang family patriarch, all of them were meaningless. Second young lord. The blood warrior shouted in Yang Zhao's ear, causing Yang Zhao to shiver as if he had just been struck by lightning, his dazed eyes recovering a trace of clarity. Don't be affected by this aura. The blood warrior quickly reminded. Xianxia sweated profusely and nodded quickly. He was not a man who easily admitted defeat. The reason why he had such negative thoughts just now was purely because he had been affected by Yang Kai's strange power. After being awakened by the blood warrior, Xianxia had also guarded his mind, not wanting to be affected by Yang Kai's aura again. Yuxian, Yang Kai also roared. Up in the sky, Tang Yuxian, who was fighting with the other blood warrior who was following Yang Zhao, grinned at her opponent and sent out a powerful spiritual energy towards him. Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage? The blood warrior who was fighting Tang Yuxian suddenly exclaimed. Ah, you saw through me, Tang Yuxian chuckled. I wanted to hide it for a while. How is that possible? The blood warrior swept his eyes over Tang Yuxian, as if trying to get to know her again. How did you break through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage so quickly? The blood warriors were as close as brothers and sisters and knew each other well. What level Tang Yuxian was at right now, her opponent was naturally well aware of and knew exactly when she would break through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage. But now, the sudden burst of spiritual energy made him realize that Tang Yuxian had actually broken through. How did you do it? The blood warrior asked eagerly. Originally, his aptitude and strength were about the same as Tang Yuxian's, but now that a woman had surpassed him, he was naturally both happy and anxious. He was happy because another of his blood warrior hall brothers and sisters had broken through, but he was anxious because he had fallen behind. I'm not telling you. Tang Yuxian grinned. The man slowly shook his head and smiled bitterly. Yuxian, it seems that after following the little lord, even your mentality has become younger. You weren't so naughty before. Tang Yuxian's face sank as she coldly asked, What do you mean? Are you saying I'm old? The man's heart clenched as he immediately realized that he had touched Tang Yuxian's taboo and quickly waved his hand. Yuxian didn't say that. Oof. I didn't want to teach you a lesson, but now I'm going to teach you a lesson. Tang Yuxian said angrily, no longer showing any mercy as her opponent began to complain. Although there was only a single step gap between them, it was this one step gap that allowed Tang Yuxian to possess strength far superior to her opponent. Moreover, during the battle, Tang Yuxian could constantly release her soul skills to assist Yang Kai. With Tang Yuxian's assistance, Yang Kai's situation became more and more relaxed. Little Lord, please excuse me. The blood warrior who was guarding Yang Zhao suddenly shouted, immediately releasing his grip on Yang Kai and circulating his Yuan Qi. A green beam of light shot out from his body, forming a huge pillar of light that rushed towards Yang Kai. Asterisk crack. Asterisk before this beam of light could reach Yang Kai. He stretched out his hand, and a black beam of energy rushed out, intercepting it mid-air and dispersing it. The attack condensed by the Yang family blood warrior, even if it wasn't his full strength, was still extremely terrifying and was unable to block Yang Kai's attack. Everyone was shocked, none of them knowing just how powerful Yang Kai's combat strength was at this moment. On the other hand, Yang Kai, although his vitality was extremely vigorous, his brow furrowed. This head-on confrontation with the blood warrior had made him realize that it was impossible for him to defeat his opponent. The Yang family blood warrior's reputation was not undeserved. Even if he had transformed into the demon race at this moment, with the assistance of Tang Yuxian's soul skill, it was impossible for him to defeat him. In other words, if it weren't for his need to protect Yang Zhao, he might have been defeated in a one-on-one fight. Yang Kai was not the blood warrior's opponent. Thinking quickly, all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Yang Kai coldly snorted and summoned the black dragon and all the evil energy back to him, wrapping him up. Flicking his wrist, Yang Kai summoned a small sword into his palm. This was the heaven-grade top-rank soul-type artifact. Since refining it until now, Yang Kai still felt like he hadn't been able to fully integrate with it. But at this moment, in order to kill Xianxia and Nansheng, Yang Kai had no choice but to use it. Success or failure, it all depended on this one move. Glancing behind Yang Zhao, Yang Kai saw Xianxia and Nan Sheng hiding in the crowd, their faces filled with hatred and resentment. I said, "No one can protect you today, you must die." Standing in place, Yang Kai let out a deep roar as a cold light flashed across his eyes. Xianxia and Nan Sheng trembled, suddenly feeling uneasy, subconsciously wanting to retreat and find someone who could protect them. Unfortunately, all the masters from the Xiang and Nan family had been killed by Yang Kai during his pursuit. The only two remaining peak Immortal Ascension boundary masters had fought with Jiao and had yet to return. After searching for a long time, they still couldn't find a master they could rely on. Facing Yang Kai's cold eyes and shout, the two of them couldn't help feeling a bad premonition. Yang Kai's performance was beyond their expectations. None of them had expected that Yang Kai would actually dare to pursue them all the way to Yang Zhao's mansion and even make such a big fuss here, not giving any face to anyone, making it seem like he wouldn't give up until he killed both of them. "We are heirs of first-class families. Yang Kai, if you dare kill us, you will definitely regret it." Nanshin couldn't help screaming hysterically. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and coldly said, "I don't care if you're heirs of first-class family or not. If you had injured my people in a frontal battle, I wouldn't have had anything to say, but since you dared to take advantage of me while I wasn't paying attention, you must pay the price." Saying so, Yang Kai suddenly closed his eyes. Asterisk Zheng. Asterisk, a crisp and melodious sound rang out from the small sword in his hand, as if someone was gently flicking it. A strange aura began to spread from Yang Kai's body. "Quickly stop him." Yang Zhao saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse and quickly shouted, summoning his mysterious great artifact at the same time. This was a shining golden ring-shaped artifact, one of his spoils from the artifact-snatching battle at Pijing Lake. Madly pouring his yuan qi into the ring, Yang Zhao casually threw it out, causing the ring to suddenly split into 2, then 4, then 8. In the blink of an eye, the golden ring blotted out the sky and flew towards Yang Kai. The flood dragon roared, swayed its body, and used its huge body to protect Yang Kai, leaving no room for escape. Mad Tyrant Blood Skill. At some unknown time, Tang Yuxian had also rushed down from the sky, an unimaginable strength erupting from her delicate body as she stood in front of Yang Kai. The two blood warriors who followed Yang Zhao also rushed up. A violent wave of attacks shot towards Tang Yuxian. The scene was chaotic. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was as calm as still water. The noise, the sounds of battle, and the violent explosions of energy were all blown away by the wind, as if he was standing on a calm lake. Asterisk drip. Asterisk, Yang Kai's heart throbbed, and for some reason, his spiritual energy and the small sword-like soul-type artifact had reached an unprecedented state of harmony at this moment. Yang Kai seemed to have integrated himself into the small sword. Asterisk Xiao. Asterisk, the small sword transformed into a stream of light and shot out from Yang Kai's hand at a speed that was impossible to see with the naked eye or even capture with one's divine sense. With his consciousness inside the small sword, Yang Kai saw Tang Yuxian, who had used her Mad Tyrant blood skill to fight against the two Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Blood Warriors, sweat dripping down her face, but she did not retreat. He saw the Black Flood Dragon, who had been guarding him, being battered by Yang Zhao's mysterious great artifact, its black qi tumbling. He saw the surrounding cultivators' jaws drop in disbelief. He even saw his own figure reflected in Xiao Yimeng's beautiful eyes, as well as the worry in them. A few thousand meters away, in a tea house, Yang Kai saw Yang Wei and Lu Qingyao standing by the window with dignified expressions. At this moment, time seemed to slow down, and Yang Kai's thoughts and feelings were 10,000 times clearer than before. Everything he saw was imprinted in his mind. A mysterious feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. Under this kind of sensation, Yang Kai experienced an unprecedented feeling. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk, it was as if a layer of shackles in his mind had been broken, causing him to suddenly feel light, as if he was a fish leaping into the sky. The speed of the small, sword-like soul-type artifact also increased by a fraction. High up in the sky, the dark clouds that covered the entire war city suddenly condensed at this moment, becoming thicker and more oppressive than before. Xianxia was immersed in a state of selflessness, locking his sights on Nansheng. Chapter 522. As if realizing something, Nansheng immediately panicked and shouted, "Save me! Save me!" Yang Zhao heard this, but unfortunately didn't do anything. Facing Yang Kai, who was so powerful, he had already used all the means at his disposal, but all he could do was break through some of the Black Flood Dragon's defenses. He couldn't even touch Yang Kai's body, so how could he spare any energy to help Nansheng? Even if he had the strength to spare, he wouldn't be able to react in time. In the next moment, Nansheng felt as if his throat was being squeezed by an invisible hand, his heart-wrenching cries suddenly becoming stuck in his throat. Xianxia, who was standing not far from him, stared at him in amazement, his eyes trembling violently. He found that his big brother Nan's eyes had lost all light, and his vitality was rapidly dissipating. Asterisk Xiao. Asterisk, a brilliant light burst out from Nansheng's head and returned to Yang Kai's hand, transforming back into the small sword. Nansheng fell on his back, his eyes wide open, as if he had died with a grievance. His eyes had lost all light. Everyone present was dumbfounded. In the field, with the exception of a few powerful Immortal Ascension boundary masters, no one had been able to clearly see when this small sword had attacked. Even the masters who had seen through the mysteries of this soul-type artifact couldn't help furrowing their brows as they secretly felt apprehensive. They didn't know if they would be able to resist Yang Kai if he used this soul-type artifact to deal with them. Soul-type artifacts were different from ordinary artifacts. They were driven by one's divine sense and would only damage one's soul and knowledge see. The power they could display was directly linked to the strength of the cultivator's spiritual energy. The stronger one's spiritual energy was, the greater the effect they could display, and vice versa. Although this small sword was a heaven-grade top-rank artifact, its grade was not low. If one didn't have a powerful divine sense, it wouldn't be able to display its full power. After seeing such a blow, the two blood warriors who were fighting Tang Yuxian no longer dared to hesitate, and quickly retreated to protect Yang Zhao. They were afraid that Yang Kai would use this move to deal with their second young lord, and if that happened, the situation would become even worse. Tang Yuxian didn't pursue and instead stood in front of Yang Kai, panting slightly. The Black Flood Dragon coiled around its body, its huge triangular head and slender eyes staring at Xianxia in the crowd. A cold light flashed in its eyes. Nansheng's sudden death had scared Xianxia out of his wits, only now realizing that Yang Kai really had the ability to kill him under Yang Zhao's protection. His heart was filled with fear as he looked at Yang Kai in horror. He didn't know if his death would come in the next moment. He wanted to look for experts who could protect him, but when he looked around, everyone was far away from him, their faces filled with fear. Many of these people used to be brothers with Xianxia and Nansheng, drinking and having fun together and talking about the future, but now they all avoided Xianxia like a viper, afraid that they would be implicated by him, leading to them being targeted by Yang Kai and dying without knowing why. The ways of the world were like drinking water. Only the person who drank it would know whether it was hot or cold. Xianxia suddenly felt a little disheartened and cynical, his expression becoming ferocious as he sneered at those who were avoiding him. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and gripped the small sword in his hand, his brow furrowed as his yuan qi fluctuated. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk, a muffled sound of thunder rang out from the sky, like the beating of war drums from the depths of the earth, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble and their hearts to pound violently. As the wind blew, The dark clouds that covered the entire War City became thicker and thicker. Gradually, War City fell completely into darkness, without a trace of light. In this pitch-black darkness, no one knew what was happening. All the onlookers were whispering to one another as they stared at the dark clouds gathering in the sky, unable to help feeling anxious and uneasy. Somewhere, Meng Wuya, who had been quietly observing the situation with his hands behind his back, suddenly had a gleam in his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai, who was standing motionless in place, with a look of expectation on his face. "Master, master!" Xianning Chong gasped for breath, running out of the house at some point. Meng Wuya glanced at her and put a finger to his lips, shushing her. Xianning Chong couldn't help shrinking her neck and asking softly, "Master, what happened to Junior Brother?" "I don't know. It looks like he's become the demon race, but he's still conscious. I don't know what happened to this bastard. He's really a troublemaker," Meng Wuya said with a depressed expression. Since coming to War City, he had helped clean up Yang Kai's mess many times. Although he had repeatedly said to Yang Kai that he wouldn't intervene in the inheritance war, when Yang Kai was facing some difficulties, he had no choice but to help. "Then is he all right now?" Xian Ningchang's beautiful eyes filled with worry as she asked anxiously. "He should be fine." Meng Wuya slowly shook his head, a strange look appearing on his face. "Not only is he all right, but looking at him right now, it seems he's about to break through." "He's about to break through." Xianing Chong cried out in surprise and covered her mouth. She raised her head to look at the thick black clouds in the sky. Feeling the destructive power hidden within the clouds, she couldn't help but turn pale as she suddenly realized. "Master, you're saying that this is the phenomenon caused by Junior Brother's breakthrough?" "It should be." Meng Wei was also shocked. There had never been a cultivator who had broken through to the immortal ascension boundary that would cause such a great disturbance. The world energy contained in these clouds was not something an immortal ascension boundary cultivator could withstand. Even at this moment, Meng Wuya was not certain he could withstand it. Can Junior Brother withstand such a baptism? Xian Ningchong panicked. Every time a cultivator broke through to a new great realm, they would cause some changes in the surrounding world energy, drawing in the surrounding world energy to baptize their body. During the process of baptism, a cultivator could absorb the surrounding world energy to strengthen their body. However, each cultivator had a different aptitude and physique, so during the process of baptism, the benefits they could obtain were also different. The better one's aptitude and physique were, the greater the benefits they could obtain. When Xianing Chong broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, she had also experienced this process, but at that time, the amount of world energy she could draw and was less than a tenth of what she was now experiencing. This kind of world energy could no longer be called a baptism. It was called destruction. "It's up to his luck," Meng Wuya said in a low voice, a trace of deep worry between his brows. Not to mention that his precious disciple was deeply in love with that bastard brat. If something really happened to him, his precious disciple would definitely be heartbroken. He actually liked that bastard brat quite a lot, so he did not want him to die early because of some accident. This brat could break through the shackles of this world and reach a higher level of mutant. Meng Wei really wanted to see just how far he could grow. How could he break through at such a critical moment? Xianing Chong was about to cry. There was clearly still a battle going on over there, but Yang Kai was about to break through and undergo the baptism of world energy. If he was disturbed by someone, the consequences would be unimaginable. Maybe he comprehended some mysteries during the battle. Meng Wuya sighed. Opportunities were things that could only be encountered, not sought. Yang Kai breaking through his shackles at this critical moment could be considered a blessing. Since the breakthrough was imminent, there was no way to suppress it, so he could only let nature take its course. After a pause, Meng Wuya said, "Don't worry. If there really is a moment of danger, this old master will not sit idly by." Xian Ning Chong nodded gently, her pair of beautiful eyes turning towards the other side. Although there was no light in War City, for a powerful cultivator, they could still see some things. On the other side, Yang Zhao also suddenly woke up and stared at Yang Kai strangely, asking in a trembling voice, "Ninth brother, you're not about to break through, are you?" Yang Kai looked up at him, took a deep breath, and nodded solemnly. Tang Yuxian's expression shook as she suddenly felt a little uneasy. Yang Zhao laughed bitterly as he clenched his fists and ground his teeth. "Do you think second brother will let you break through and let you become stronger? I don't think so." Yang Kai shook his head. "If second brother wants to stop me, then stop me, as long as you can afford the price." Yang Zhao's expression became cold, his eyes filled with dread and hesitation. He couldn't make up his mind whether or not to start a full-scale war with Yang Kai here. With just him and the two blood warriors, it was impossible to stop Yang Kai. At this moment, he was already so terrifying. Once he broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, he would only become even more powerful. At that time, Yang Zhao may never be able to catch up to him. Right now was a great opportunity. If he didn't take it, Yang Zhao felt he might regret it for the rest of his life. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk the sound of thunder rang out again, and Yang Kai's face changed slightly, becoming somewhat pained. Above his head, the rolling black clouds slowly rotated, forming a huge vortex. From this vortex, an irresistible suction force emerged and pulled Yang Kai's body upwards. A violent, destructive, cruel, bloodthirsty, and evil aura burst out from Yang Kai's body as he rose, filling the entire war city, as if the city had suddenly become an Azura purgatory. Of the tens of thousands of people in War City, about 60% of them suddenly felt their heartbeat accelerate at this moment as the evil energy hidden in their bodies began to stir. A moment later, Yang Kai came to a stop a few dozen meters above the ground, becoming motionless. The rotating black clouds began to rotate faster and faster. Suddenly, a jet black energy descended from the sky and slammed into Yang Kai's body. With a muffled groan, Yang Kai's body seemed to have become a bottomless pit, and in just a few breaths of time, this violent, destructive energy was completely swallowed up. Yang Zhao's expression changed dramatically. He hadn't expected that Yang Kai would be able to cope so easily, his hesitant expression suddenly becoming firm. Xianxia's voice suddenly rang out. "Second young master, this opportunity will never come again." Nansheng had died right in front of him, so he was worried that he would follow in Nansheng's footsteps. But now that Yang Kai had actually broken through at this critical moment, he suddenly saw a glimmer of hope, so naturally he was eager for Yang Kai to give the order to attack. If Yang Kai didn't die, he would die sooner or later. He was a man of his word. Moreover, Yang Kai, who was currently in the middle of a breakthrough, probably wouldn't have any spare energy to deal with him. Seeing this clearly, Xianxia naturally urged loudly. Chapter 523. Qiu Yimeng and the others suddenly showed nervous expressions. They could all see Yang Zhao's restlessness. Moreover, under the influence of the evil energy in Yang Kai's body, it was difficult for Yang Zhao to adjust his mentality and properly deal with the situation in front of him. He had also been affected. As a Yang family young lord, he was the second eldest of the younger generation, but at this moment, his own achievements were far inferior to Yang Kai's, so he couldn't help feeling envious and jealous. This kind of negative emotion was magnified, causing Yang Zhao's eyes to become slightly red. "Second young lord, if you don't act decisively, you will suffer," Xianxia coldly shouted, striking while the iron was hot. Yang Zhao finally made up his mind and nodded firmly, waving his hand towards the sky and coldly shouting, "Stop him at all costs." The two blood warriors next to Yang Zhao were startled, both of them showing a slightly awkward expression. As one of them had said before, all the blood warriors in the blood hall were very grateful to Yang Kai, but at this moment, Yang Kai was ordering them to stop Yang Kai's breakthrough, causing them to suddenly not know what to do. Yang Kai was now at a very critical juncture. If he was really disturbed during his breakthrough and failed, it was very likely he would die, his soul dissipating. Even if such a result didn't occur, it was likely his achievements would be halted at the Yuanqi ninth stage. How would the two blood warriors bear to do such a thing? Both of them couldn't help feeling a little disgusted. However, in the end, Yang Zhao was still their young lord and their master. So when they heard this order, they had no choice but to act. Do you think this old master doesn't exist? The old demon snickered, watching the show from the sidelines. The old demon's blood had long ago been boiling with murderous intent. So when he saw Yang Zhao issue such an order regardless of the consequences, he immediately shouted coldly and joined forces with Tang Yuxian to block the two blood warriors. Yang Zhao, you're insane. Qiu Yimeng was also enraged, and with a shout, she led everyone in the house into the sky and surrounded Yang Kai, vowing to protect his safety. Whoever dares block me will die. Yang Zhao's expression became ferocious as he issued an order to his cultivator to attack. After the evil in his heart had been magnified, Yang Zhao had no choice but to resort to any means necessary. At the back of the crowd, Xianxia grinned wickedly as he stared at Yang Kai, who seemed to be unable to move and could only accept the baptism of world energy, a look of pleasure appearing on his face. Yang Kai looked at him coldly and said, Nansheng is dead. You can't run away today. Xianxia couldn't help retreating a few steps before immediately steadying himself and shouting, Yang Kai, don't try to scare me. You need to get through this difficult situation first. The cultivator on both sides had already begun to fight. Old Demon and Tang Yuxian had joined forces to not only resist the two blood warriors around Yang Zhao, but also the dozen or so Immortal Ascension boundary masters in his mansion. Although Qiu Yimeng and the others were relatively few in number, they had gathered around Yang Kai to protect him. So for a short time, they wouldn't be able to break through the enemy's defenses. All kinds of artifacts and martial skills blossomed, illuminating the Dark War City. Violent energy fluctuations filled the air as the offensive and defensive battle instantly began. Inside the tea house, Yang Wei shook his head with some pain. Second brother has gone too far. Lu Qingyao also nodded gently. Although the inheritance war could be fought by any means necessary, this was Yang Kai's most critical moment. If an accident were to happen, it would affect him for the rest of his life. Saying so, Yang Wei slowly stood up and threw away his disguise, revealing his true face. Does eldest young lord want to take action? Lu Qingyao squinted at him and asked faintly. Yang Wei nodded. As the Yang family's eldest young lord, I'll take action. Saying so, his figure flickered and he took the blood warriors around him and rushed towards the battlefield. Lu Qingyao was stunned for a moment before suddenly laughing. Eldest young lord is really a gentleman. Yang Wei said that he would take action as the Yang family's eldest young lord, not as the young lord of the inheritance war, which meant that he was only acting on his own behalf this time. He could have mobilized the troops in his house and taken this opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Yang Kai's mansion or join forces with the cultivator in Yang Kai's mansion to attack Yang Zhao. But he didn't do so. Obviously, he didn't want to take advantage of this situation, which was worthy of Lu Qinyao's praise. A moment later, Yang Wei arrived at Yang Kai's side. When she saw him appear here, Qiu Yimeng immediately became vigilant, coldly asking, Eldest young lord, why are you here? Yang Wei saw her suspicion and fear, but didn't answer, instead just nodding to the blood warrior beside him. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Blood Warrior immediately rushed down and entered the chaotic battlefield. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help blushing slightly. Many thanks for eldest young lord's help. Yang Wei simply nodded, not bothering to claim credit. This scene was also captured by Yang Kai's eyes, and he couldn't help feeling a slight warmth in his heart, nodding to his eldest brother. The two brothers glanced at each other, understanding each other without words. Down below, Xianxia had been constantly provoking Yang Kai, trying to disturb Yang Kai's current state of mind. He didn't have the courage to rush up. so he could only use this despicable method to vent the uneasiness and anger in his heart. It would be best if he could destabilize Yang Kai's state of mind and cause him to fail his breakthrough. That was the scene he most desired to see. On Yang Kai's side, everyone's faces became ugly as they heard Xianxia's obscenities, but none of them could find the time to attack him, causing Xianxia to become more and more arrogant and unbridled. Yang Kai shot him a disgusted look before suddenly reaching out and taking out a small figure made of light blue hair and flicking it a few times. In the distance, among the crowd of onlookers, a petite woman wearing a black robe suddenly screamed, stretching out her hands and covering her forehead, looking towards the sky with an aggrieved and helpless expression. Up in the air, Yang Kai flicked his finger again. The woman no longer dared to hesitate and hurriedly rushed forward, shouting loudly, "I'm coming, stop!" Hearing her exasperated voice, Yang Kai's movements also stopped. Seeing that he didn't intend to continue, Shui Ling took a deep breath, her eyes filled with anger as she ground her teeth. "You bastard! What do you want to do? Help me this time, and I'll give this back to you." Yang Kai endured the tremendous pain and said while waving the small figure in his hand. "Really?" Shui Ling was overjoyed, looking at him excitedly and expectantly. Yang Kai waved his hand and tossed out the figurine made from her hair. Shui Ling snatched it up and hugged it tightly like it was some kind of precious treasure, unable to stop herself from laughing out loud. Ever since she had been tortured by this soul-capturing curse several times, Shui Ling had hated this thing to the bone and had always dreamed that one day she would be able to steal it from Yang Kai and regain her freedom. That was why she had stayed in War City, secretly looking for an opportunity. But after such a long time, Shui Ling had never found a suitable opportunity, not even daring to set foot in Yang Kai's house. However, she didn't expect that today's unforeseen event would allow her to easily achieve her wish. Shui Ling suddenly felt that the shackles binding her had disappeared as soon as the small figure appeared in her hand, and she had regained her freedom. Solemnly taking the little doll into her chest and patting it lightly, Shui Ling finally calmed down. Tilting her small head, she stared at Yang Kai curiously, grinning meaningfully as she asked, "Aren't you afraid that I'll take it and run away? Do as you wish. Without your help, I won't have any problems. However, those who dare to fool me have never had a good end." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Shui Ling spat disdainfully. "At this time, you're still in the mood to talk big, humph." After pausing for a moment, she added, "But you're lucky you didn't misjudge me. This lady isn't the kind of person who goes back on her word." Although Yang Kai had tortured her many times, each time he had done so, he had only made her feel a little pain and had never injured her. What's more, while the small figure had been under Yang Kai's control for such a long time, if Yang Kai really wanted to do something to her, Shui Ling would have been powerless to resist. It was for this reason that Shui Ling realized that this man wasn't too hateful. He was only controlling her because he was afraid of her. "Speak, what do you want me to do?" Shui Ling asked. "Grab that man for me." Yang Kai glanced towards Xianxia from afar. "A piece of cake." Shui Ling giggled, and with a wave of her hand, a nearly transparent stream of water suddenly shot out. This stream of water was like a sentient rope, bypassing the chaotic crowd and accurately wrapping around Xianxia, who was still yelling incessantly. Xianxia was shocked and quickly pushed his yuan qi to resist. But how could he resist the methods of an immortal ascension boundary 8th-stage cultivator? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't sever the binding of this stream of water. "Come here," Shui Ling shouted as she pulled Xianxia towards her. Xianxia screamed in panic as he was quickly pulled over to Shui Ling's side. "Be a good boy and don't move, otherwise I'll teach you a lesson." Shui Ling wrinkled her delicate nose, grabbing Xianxia's shoulder and tossing him over to Yang Kai. Her movements relaxed, as if she had just done something trivial. Looking at Yang Kai's indifferent face, Xianxia's face suddenly went pale as he desperately tried to escape. "Ninth young lord, please spare my life." Yang Kai sneered, regretting now. "It's too late." "Yes, From the dark clouds in the sky, another jet of black energy fell and blasted into Yongkai's body. Under this violent energy, Xianxia, who had just approached Yongkai, was immediately affected, his exposed skin quickly spreading a layer of black qi as his eyes bulged, as if a great force was about to erupt from his body. Asterisk Walla. Asterisk with a muffled bang. Xiangqi's entire body exploded into a bloody mist, not even his bones remaining. The fierce battle suddenly paused as everyone stared at the bloody light blooming in the sky, none of them having expected that the Xiang family's young lord would die so miserably. First, Nansheng was killed. Now Xiangqi's body was also destroyed. Yang Kai had really done what he said he would do. Even Yang Zhao couldn't protect these two people. We're even, Shui Ling said proudly to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and slowly closed his eyes. With his breakthrough imminent, he didn't have time to pay attention to the outside world. At this moment, all he could do was endure the baptism of world energy and wait for the opportunity to open his knowledge, to break through to the immortal ascension boundary. Chapter 524. After Xiangqiu was killed, the destructive energy contained in the dark clouds in the sky seemed to have been completely activated, and one after another, it continued to bombard Yang Kai, causing everyone to tremble in fear, wondering if the Yang family's youngest young lord would be able to obtain a new life in this baptism or be destroyed. Yang Zhao stared blankly at the sky and roared, "Big brother, are you also standing on Ninth Brother's side?" Yang Wei shook his head and coldly said, "It's not that Big Brother wants to stand on Ninth Brother's side. Second Brother, you've gone too far. Wake up and think about what you're doing now. In the inheritance war, there's nothing I can't do. Of course I know what I'm doing." Yang Zhao coldly snorted. Yang Wei's face filled with disappointment as he bitterly said, "If you want to protect Nansheng and Xiangqiu from Ninth Brother, Big Brother has nothing to say. But if you want to ruin Ninth Brother's achievements, Big Brother can't just sit back and watch. I think, if it was Ninth Brother, he wouldn't have disturbed you while you were breaking through to a new great realm." Yang Zhao was startled, his crimson eyes becoming slightly sober for a moment, a look of pain appearing on his face, but soon it was replaced by a ferocious expression, replaced by one of incomparable madness. He couldn't stabilize his state of mind now. If he was sober, he might have realized something, but right now, the only thought in his mind was to defeat Yang Kai, driving all of his willpower. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk while the two brothers were talking, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. Accompanied by this explosion, the incomparable demonic qi once again spread out from Yang Kai's body. This time, it was even denser than before, making it even more difficult to resist. Under the influence of this aura, all the cultivators found it difficult to suppress the evil in their hearts, even the immortal ascension boundary masters. The old demon laughed wildly, shuttling through this demonic qi like a fish in water, his own strength suddenly rising to a new level. "What's going on with this little brat?" In the distance, Meng Wuya muttered to himself with a dignified expression. He had never known that Yang Kai had gathered so much demonic qi in his body. So where had his true Yang Yuan qi gone? That should have been the nemesis of this demonic qi. "Is there any danger, Master?" Xiaoning Chang was so anxious that he was about to cry. Even though she was so far away, she was still affected by the evil energy. The light blue gem on her forehead was emitting a gentle light, dispelling the darkness around her. "I don't know." Meng Wei was also confused. His consciousness should be immersed in his mind right now. "I can't control the energy in my body at all." This time, he was promoted. Unlike the usual breakthroughs, this time, it was a breakthrough to the mental wander realm, which could open up the cultivator's own sea of knowledge. Right now, Yang Kai's consciousness was definitely in his mind. He couldn't control his body at all. He couldn't control the energy in his body, so the evil energy naturally surged out crazily. "It's not good if this continues." Seeing that the battle was getting more and more violent and bloody, Meng Wuya's face showed deep worry. He wasn't worried about whether Yang Kai could safely survive this tribulation, but rather about what would happen to all the people in War City after they were affected by this evil energy. If the tens of thousands of people in War City changed their minds because of Yang Kai's promotion, he would become a sinner for all eternity. Spreading out his divine sense, Meng Wuya's expression became more and more gloomy. He noticed that in all directions of War City, there were battles taking place. These people may have nothing to do with the inheritance war, but after Yang Kai's energy drew out their evil energy, they couldn't control their emotions. They were also unable to control their emotions. Even the slightest bit of disagreement could lead to a huge conflict. At this moment, the entire battle seemed to be a bit chaotic, with flashes of light and swords everywhere and blood splashed everywhere. And as time went on, the situation would only get worse and worse, unless Yang Kai could take back the demonic qi into his body. A single person's promotion could actually affect an entire city. This was truly a legend. Meng Wei was also deeply shocked. Suddenly, his expression changed. Staring towards the center of War City, he sighed. They've finally been alarmed. Who were they alarmed? Xianning Chong asked eagerly. A few old fools. Meng Wei took a deep breath and said, Disciple, you go back to the house first. I'm afraid it won't be safe here. I don't want to go back. Xianning Chong shook her head and looked towards Yang Kai's direction. Junior brother is still there. Go back. Meng Wei looked at her. Don't worry, I'll bring Yang Kai back safely. Xianning Chong hesitated for a moment before nodding gently. Master, if you can't bring him back, disciple might as well die. Saying so, she rushed towards Yang Kai's house like a whirlwind. She knew that if she stayed, not only would she not be able to help Yang Kai, but she would also become a burden to her master, so she didn't dare to linger. Looking at her disappearing back, Meng Wuya smiled bitterly, really wondering what he owed Yang Kai for him to go to such lengths. In the distance, 8 figures flew towards Yang Kai. Meng Wuya sighed lightly and also flew over. These 8 figures belonged to the 8 great families above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, each of them 100 or 200 years old. Normally, they would sit in the Seal Temple and pay no attention to external affairs. Today, they didn't want to get involved in this conflict. Yang Zhao and Yang Kai's life and death battle had nothing to do with them. But now they couldn't sit still. The entire War City was covered in demonic qi, affecting everyone to some extent, forcing them to come forward to deal with this matter. The expressions of these 8 people were indifferent, but some of them seemed to have been disturbed by Yang Kai and were not in a very good mood. Flying not far from Yang Kai, the 8 people came to a stop. No one had noticed the approach of these 8 people, so when they suddenly appeared, everyone was startled. Enough! Yang Li Ting shouted faintly. With this shout, the cultivator from Yang Kai's and Yang Zhao's forces who were fiercely attacking each other stopped, as if there was some kind of magical power contained in this shout that forcibly stopped their movements. Yang Wei's expression became solemn as he quickly bowed. Greetings, 8 seniors. Yang Zhao's eyes turned red as he quickly restrained the ferocious expression on his face, becoming docile as he also bowed respectfully. In front of these 8 people, he didn't dare act rashly. Lu Qingyao from the tea house also quickly flew out and took the initiative to greet them. Everyone behaved quite respectfully. Yang Li Ting glanced over at Yang Zhao lightly, his expression indifferent as he waved his hand and sent a burst of energy into Yang Zhao's body. Under the influence of this energy, Yang Zhao's eyes immediately regained clarity as he stared at everything in front of him in a daze, recalling his orders and actions just now, sweat dripping down his forehead. After waking up, Yang Zhao finally regained his senses. Unable to bear a trivial amount of demonic qi, how can such a person be qualified to become a Yang family young lord? Yang Li Ting snorted. Yang Zhao paled, lowering his head and cupping his fists. I've disappointed Grand Elder. Yang Li Ting snorted and didn't even look at him. Yang Zhao couldn't help going pale as he felt ashamed. This kind of disregard made him feel tormented in his heart, and he couldn't help feeling that he really wasn't as good as his ninth brother. As soon as this thought appeared, Yang Zhao quickly dispelled it, afraid that he would be affected again. If that really happened, he would no longer be able to stand out in the Yang family in the future. "You're not bad." Yang Li Ting glanced over at Yang Wei and nodded gently. Yang Wei remained calm and said, "Grand Elder is overpraising me." Yang Zhao, for various reasons, had been affected by the demonic qi, while Yang Wei had been able to maintain his composure. Naturally, Yang Li Ting was impressed. This little girl is also not bad. The slightly chubby old man looked at Xiao Yimeng and smiled meaningfully. She was also one of the few people who had not been affected by Yang Kai. "My Qiu family's people are naturally not bad." Qiu Daoren's face showed a trace of pride. Qiu Yimeng's performance also made him quite satisfied. "Greetings, Grand Elder." Qiu Yimeng stepped forward and immediately asked, "May I ask what purpose these 8 seniors have in coming here?" As she spoke, her face was filled with nervousness. The 8 of them had always kept a low profile and didn't care about worldly affairs, but now they had suddenly appeared. It was obviously because of Yang Kai. At this moment, Yang Kai's state was also somewhat abnormal. The 8 great families in the ash-gray cloud evil land were like fire and water, especially the elders, who abhorred the devil race. So how could Qiu Yimeng not worry when they saw Yang Kai in his current state? Qiu Daoren's expression became serious as he said, "What do you want to do?" "You'll have to ask Brother Yang. After all, this is his Yang family's fault." Qiu Yimeng immediately turned her eyes to Yang Li Ting. The latter didn't say a word as he stared at Yang Kai, who was being baptized by the violent world energy, his expression gradually becoming cold. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help feeling her heart clench as a feeling of uneasiness spread through her body. His expression right now was clearly one of extreme disgust, but Yang Kai was still a member of the Yang family, a junior of Yang Li Ting. If it had been anyone else in this situation, they would have long since been killed. "Old dog, you better not have any ideas about my young master. Otherwise, this old master won't agree." The old demon seemed to not know the difference between life and death as he grinned towards Yang Li Ting. Everyone's expression changed. Someone actually dared to speak such nonsense in front of an above immortal ascension boundary elder. When they heard the old demon's words, all 8 of them turned to look at him at the same time, their divine senses instantly locking onto the old demon. The old demon's demonic qi burst out fiercely, resonating with the demonic qi in Yang Kai's body, causing everyone to feel as if the end of the world had arrived. "His demonic secret art, did he cultivate it with you?" Yang Li Ting didn't put the old demon in his eyes at all and asked lightly. Hey, you're wrong." The old demon slowly shook his head, not showing the slightest fear. This old master's ability is not enough to teach the young master. His achievements are all his own. Your Yang family, being able to produce a person like the young master, is your blessing. You must cherish him. The future of your Yang family depends on the young master. Chapter 525. In front of everyone's eyes, the old demon spouted nonsense in front of these 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters, causing everyone to stare at him curiously. "Ignorant fool." Yang Li Ting coldly snorted, waving his hand and sending out a palm strike. Under this palm strike, the old demon couldn't help but shrink back, almost falling to the ground, but he still managed to hold on. On the other hand, the blood demon puppet not far from him suddenly exploded, just like Xianxia, disintegrating into nothingness. The old demon's eyes suddenly flashed a cold light as he glared at Yang Li Ting. The 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters all looked startled, none of them having expected the old demon to have such a strong ability to resist pressure. Even if Yang Li Ting hadn't used his full strength, it was still not something an immortal ascension boundary cultivator could resist. At the very least, the blood demon puppet should have spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. However, the old demon had only shrunk back slightly. This was not something an immortal ascension boundary cultivator could accomplish. Although Yang Liting had long been dissatisfied with the old demon, he was still one of the top masters here. Since his first attack had failed, he couldn't bring himself to continue attacking the old demon, so he just coldly snorted and ignored him. The old demon grinned fiercely as he stared at Yang Liting with a dangerous look in his eyes. The blood demon puppet was not easy to refine, but it had been smashed to pieces by Yang Liting with a single palm strike, so he was naturally annoyed. Considering Yang Kai's current state and situation, the old demon could only swallow his anger, not daring to tangle with him any further. Senior Yang, Xiao Meng called out cautiously, her heart uneasy. Pursing her dry lips, she whispered, Yang Kai is currently in the process of breaking through. If you have any advice, can you tell this junior first? Junior will definitely pass on your message later. She could tell what Yang Liting was thinking, but she didn't dare confirm it, so she could only use such words to buy some time for Yang Kai and hope that Yang Liting wouldn't be too harsh on him. However, Yang Liting didn't care about her at all. His eyes were still staring straight at Yang Kai, who was receiving the baptism of the power of heaven and earth. His expression was as cold as before. Ever since Yang Kai's consciousness had entered his mind, the evil energy within the unyielding golden skeleton had been continuously pouring out. At this time, not only did it not show any signs of stopping, it was actually becoming more and more intense. Yang Liting's brow furrowed, while the expressions of the other 7 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters also became ugly. Brother Yang, I'm afraid that this kid has really become the demon race. The fat old man sighed. What a pity for such a good seedling. He had already asked Yang Liting to stop Yang Kai's riot, but Yang Liting didn't listen. It had been delayed until now, and there was no turning back. But why is there such a huge amount of evil qi in his body? The other person frowned and was puzzled. It was impossible for a 9th stage Yuan Qi cultivator to possess so much Yuan Qi. Yang Kai's Dantian and Meridians were not bottomless pits. Such a huge amount of energy was almost comparable to that of a peak Immortal Ascension boundary master, and it was still bursting out. It seems that he has been cultivating this evil secret art for quite some time. An old man with a dark red face said, turning to look at Yang Liting, Brother Yang, what are you going to do? Hurry up and make a decision. If we let him continue like this, I'm afraid the tens of thousands of people in War City will fall into the demon path. Although he is a descendant of your Yang family, we can't allow him to cause so much suffering. I don't need you to tell me. Yang Liting coldly snorted, apparently having a plan. Senior, what are you going to do? Xiao Yimeng quickly stepped forward and asked, her heart becoming more and more uneasy and worried. Xiao Yimeng frowned and slowly stretched out his hand. Xiao Yimeng suddenly felt herself being bound by an invisible force and pulled towards Xiao Yimeng. Grand Elder, Xiao Yimeng's beautiful face paled. This is the Yang family's business. Don't interfere. Xiao Yimeng slowly shook his head, and as he spoke, he sent a wisp of energy into Xiao Yimeng's body. Xiao Yimeng suddenly froze in place, unable to move or speak, only able to watch helplessly, her eyes filled with panic and anxiety. You little brat, shut up for me. The above Immortal Ascension boundary master from the Hua family saw Hua Stars act recklessly and quickly pulled him to his side to imprison him. Hua Stars couldn't help rolling his eyes. The 2 young lords and young ladies from Yang Kai's 8 great families instantly lost their right to speak, causing the rest of the people present to immediately realize that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. These 8 people obviously wanted to do something to Yang Kai, otherwise it would have been impossible for them to do so. Brother Yang, there's no time to lose. If you want to act, then act quickly. Someone urged, his face filled with impatience. They had all been sitting in the sealed temple, and only cared about their own cultivation, hoping to pry into a higher realm while they were still alive. But now that they had been disturbed by Yang Kai, they had no choice but to act, so naturally some of them were unhappy. Not everyone was like the fat old man. Si Qing sympathized with Yang Kai's situation and felt sorry for his poor aptitude. Yang Liting nodded gently and glanced at the leaders of the younger generation gathered not far away from Yang Kai. "Get out of the way." At this critical moment, Dong Qing Han stepped forward, his slightly chubby face filled with nervousness. But he still firmly stood in front of Yang Kai, cupping his fists in a neither servile nor overbearing manner as he asked, "What does Senior want to do? Can you tell us?" The Hu sisters also stepped forward and stood beside Dong Qing Han, staring towards Yang Liting seriously. The four girls from 10,000 Flower Palace, Luo Xiaoman from Purple Fern Valley, Zhuafang from Pure Heart Palace, Chu Jingshan from Soaring Feather Pavilion, and the 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Duan Mu family. Everyone stepped forward and lined up in a line. The 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters couldn't help feeling surprised. None of them had expected Yang Kai's popularity to be so good. Even at this critical moment, there were still people who dared to speak up for him. They believed that if Qiu, Yimeng, and Xing Hua hadn't been imprisoned, they would definitely have been one of them, and would have even been the 2 leaders. Yang Liting didn't become angry, just nodding gently and patiently saying, "I want to stop him from breaking through." Hearing this, Dong Qing Han asked in amazement why. If Yang Kai's breakthrough was stopped here, his cultivation may be completely crippled, and he would be reduced to an ordinary mortal, falling from the clouds and to the lowest level of the world. Such a blow was likely unbearable. Yang Liting slowly shook his head. He has already become the demon race. Once he breaks through to the Immortal Ascension boundary, he will become an existence like him. Saying so, he pointed to the old demon and continued, "My 8 great families are sworn enemies of the demon race. We cannot allow such a person to appear in our family." "Is this just Senior's conjecture?" Dong Qing Han frowned. Yang Liting's expression suddenly became unpleasant, coldly snorting. "This is the experience of this old master and others, something that has happened before. Among the 8 great families, it wasn't as if there had never been someone who cultivated an evil cultivation technique. Every person who cultivated an evil cultivation technique would grow as their strength grew. The stronger they were, the more evil they would become. Once such a person appeared, the 8 great families would take advantage of the time when they were still young to destroy them or cripple their cultivation to prevent future troubles. Just because it happened before doesn't mean it will happen this time." Dong Qing Han's mood also became agitated. Because of this reason, these 8 people actually wanted to kill Yang Kai, who was at the peak of his cultivation. In any case, he couldn't accept this. "This old master didn't come here to reason with you. You don't have the qualifications." Yang Liting's patience had reached its limit. The only reason he had explained so much was because he had seen how loyal they were to him, so his heart had been moved. Now, a group of young people were actually standing in front of him, not allowing him to clean up the sect. How could Yang Liting not be angry? "I believe that Yang Kai will control his own heart and will not fall into the evil Tao," Dong Qing Han shouted. "We also believe," the Hu sisters shouted in unison. "So do we." Hearing these 2 voices in unison, everyone couldn't help but feel slightly moved. Yang Zhao was momentarily stunned. The forces he had gathered were several times greater than Yang Kai's. However, Yang Zhao felt that if he were in Yang Kai's position right now, the people he had gathered wouldn't be as determined to protect him as Dong Qing Han and the Hu sisters. His relationship with these forces was only a matter of future interests. On the other hand, his 9th brother seemed to be sincere friends who could share weal and woe with him. Perceiving this, Yang Zhao's mouth filled with bitterness as he stared at the unconscious Yang Kai wrapped in black qi, a look of envy flashing across his eyes. Yang Zhao also wanted such a friend. Yang Wei frowned and bowed. Grand Elder, just now 9th brother was also surrounded by demonic qi, but Disciple saw that his consciousness was quite clear and he had not lost his mind. How about, there's no place for you to speak? Yang Liting shouted coldly. Yes. Yang Wei helplessly shut his mouth. If Senior really wants to destroy Yang Kai, he will first have to pass through us. Dong Qinghan took a deep breath and calmed his expression, showing an unflinching expression. The others also did the same. Qiu Yiming, who had been imprisoned, couldn't help but shed some tears as she stared at these people with satisfaction. Huastars also looked excited, his blood boiling. It was more appropriate to describe the current situation as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But for some reason, this seemingly overconfident confrontation had won the favor of the eldest son of the Hua family. It made him wish that he could stand on the other side himself. He was excited and knew that he was courting death, but he still did not turn back. The Hua family young lord suddenly felt like he was being cheapskate. Just with you lot? Yang Liting slowly shook his head, his expression indifferent. He was an above immortal ascension boundary master, so although these people had a lot of people, wanting to stop him was nothing but a fool's dream. If they aren't enough, what if we join in? A voice suddenly called out, and 7 figures quickly flew over. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk these 7 people were like meteorites falling from the sky, bringing with them a violent aura, landing in a line in front of Dong Qinghan and the others. Dong Qinghan's eyes lit up and his tense mood couldn't help relaxing. Because these 7 people were none other than Yang Kai's 7 blood warriors who weren't qualified to participate in the inheritance war. Led by Tu Feng, Chu Gao Yi, Xiao Shun, Luo Hai, Yin Ling Xing, Wu Ju, Fu Tsong, all of them had come. Chapter 5:26. The appearance of these 7 masters suddenly made Dong Qinghan and the others relax a lot. Just relying on a group of young people to fight against an above immortal ascension boundary master was enough to frighten them. But now that 7 masters had appeared, they couldn't help feeling like they had a backbone. Tang Yuxian also flew over to Tu Feng's side. In addition to Ying Jiao, who was currently missing, the remaining 8 were gathered here. Facing 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters, none of them showed any fear. 8 against 8. Although the number was equal, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. The 8 people facing them were all above immortal ascension boundary masters, the grand elders of the 8 great families. Of the 8 blood warriors, 4 were immortal ascension boundary 9th stage masters, while the other 4 were immortal ascension boundary 8th stage masters. Mad Tyrant blood skill. As soon as Tu Feng and the others arrived, they didn't hesitate and directly used the Yang family blood warriors' forbidden technique. A violent energy fluctuation spread out, causing a red glow to appear on each of their faces as their vitality rapidly soared. Yang Zhao and the spectating cultivator were all dumbfounded. 7 blood warriors using Mad Tyrant blood skill together. What kind of spectacular scene was this? Blood warriors were synonymous with powerhouses and were basically invincible within their own ranks. When they fought, unless they encountered some special circumstances, they would only use their forbidden techniques, otherwise they wouldn't use them. It could be said that seeing a single blood warrior use Mad Tyrant blood skill was already a feast for the eyes, but now 7 of them were simultaneously using it. The combined momentum and energy almost caused the entire War City's world energy aura to become chaotic. The 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters were also slightly shocked, none of them having expected them to be able to achieve this level. Impudence! Yang Liting roared. Do you know what kind of status you have? Grand Elder, please forgive us. Tu Feng's face flushed red as his vitality soared. Although Grand Elder is a Yang family Grand Elder, we are also Yang family blood warriors. But since the Elder Hall has ordered us to follow the Little Lord, we are his people. At this moment, naturally we must protect him. In your eyes, his safety is more important than the family's honor? Yang Liting looked ahead with a cold expression. The 8 blood warriors nodded at the same time, Tang Yuxian quickly saying, "Grand Elder, according to the Elder Hall's orders, we are now only loyal to the Little Lord. His safety is naturally more important than the family's honor. If anything happens to him, even if we die 10,000 deaths, we cannot absolve ourselves of blame. If this Jin Ri has offended you in any way, I hope Grand Elder can forgive us." "How dare you?" Yang Liting laughed in anger, his face twitching slightly. With his status and strength, no one had ever dared to disobey him. The Yang family's blood warriors were the Yang family's golden signboard, synonymous with loyalty, but he had never expected that today, the blood warriors who were regarded as the Yang family's right-hand men would actually go all out to oppose him, especially under the watchful eyes of so many people. Yang Liting suddenly felt that his dignity had been violated. Foolish loyalty. The above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elder who had previously urged Yang Liting coldly snorted, somewhat disdainful of the blood warriors acting so foolishly. In his opinion, although the masters of the Yang family blood warrior hall were powerful and loyal, in certain situations they appeared somewhat stubborn, such as the current situation. "We have no intention of rebelling, but if seniors want to embarrass the little lord, we won't agree." Tu Feng stared at the 8 people in front of him and slowly shook his head. "Even if you add on, you aren't qualified to stop this elder." Yang Liting shouted angrily, seemingly determined to clean up the sect here. "What if you count this old man in as well?" A voice that seemed to be faintly discernible came from afar as it approached. Hearing this voice, the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders couldn't help looking towards the source of this voice. From the darkness, there seemed to be a figure floating like an immortal, leisurely walking over, his expression calm and confident. This figure didn't walk very fast, but after only a few steps, he arrived in front of the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders. Whether it was intentional or not, the position this figure stood mid-air was higher than the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders. Standing still, this figure looked down at the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders with a calm expression. Yang Liting's expression became dignified as he stared at Meng Wuya, his brow gradually furrowing. Although this person in front of them was only a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator, they felt that he wasn't simple. The few steps he took seemed to be taken casually, but they were actually in harmony with the heavenly way, impossible to trace. This kind of mysterious feeling was difficult even for these above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders from the 8 great families to comprehend. How could a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator have such a profound understanding of the martial Tao? Everyone was secretly shocked. Regarding the existence of Meng Wuya, the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders were well aware. After all, he had been in War City for some time now, but their understanding of him was limited to his cultivation. All of them thought he was just an ordinary peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator. But now that they saw him, the 8 of them realized that this peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Elder was not ordinary. Facing him, even someone as strong as Yang Liting felt a sense of crisis and pressure from the bottom of his heart, as if they were to fight one-on-one, he wouldn't be his opponent. "There's also this old master." Another voice called out. This time, the above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders from the 8 great families couldn't help feeling a little frightened. When Meng Wuyu appeared, they were more or less aware. The powerful divine senses of the 8 Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders permeated every corner of War City, so naturally they were able to detect his aura. However, the person who spoke now seemed to have appeared out of thin air, not leaking the slightest bit of his aura. If he hadn't taken the initiative to appear, the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders absolutely wouldn't have been able to detect him. Being able to hide from them, there was no need to guess the cultivation of this person. An above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elder. Only an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elder could accomplish this. An above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elder had actually been hiding in War City. If this person had the intention to harm the younger generation of War City, the consequences, the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, this person didn't seem to have any malicious intent. Turning their heads, the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders saw an old man with white hair and beard walking out from the other side. Just like Meng Wuya's appearance, his appearance was eye-catching and shocking. What made the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders slightly puzzled was that the heavenly way this old man's footsteps seemed to be somewhat similar to the one who had just appeared. The old man stood a few dozen meters away and stared at Meng Wuya with a smile. Treasurer Meng smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I knew you were in War City, but now you finally couldn't hold back, right?" The old man smiled apologetically. "I've troubled Brother Meng this time. It was really inconvenient for me to appear." "I know." Meng Wuya nodded slightly. "I must also thank Brother Meng for discussing the martial Tao with me these past 10 years. Since breaking through, I've benefited greatly. Many things I didn't understand before are now clear to me." "No need to be so serious." Meng Wuya smiled lightly. "There's no need for the two of us to be so polite." Seeing these two disregarding all the heroes in the world, instead reuniting here and chatting happily, the faces of the above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders from the 8 great families suddenly became ugly. These two clearly didn't put them in their eyes at all. Although they were annoyed, from the brief conversation between these two, the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elders also heard something unusual. These two seemed to be old acquaintances, and this above Immortal Ascension Boundary Elder seemed to be quite polite to the one who had appeared first. What was going on? In terms of cultivation, shouldn't the latter be lower? What qualifications did he have to discuss the martial Tao with the former? Why should the former be so grateful? Yet he still acted as if this was a matter of course, not taking credit for himself. Everyone couldn't help feeling confused. "Dare I ask for your honored names?" Xiao Daoren asked with a dignified expression. Although they were certain that these two had no malicious intentions and had only come out to protect Yangkai, facing such powerful masters, they still wanted to know their identities and origins. Meng Wuya smiled lightly and said, "High Heaven Pavilion's Contribution Hall Treasurer, Meng Wuya." This self-introduction made all those who didn't know Meng Wuya's background feel like their cheeks were cramping. Treasurer, a trivial treasurer, actually had such an imposing aura and cultivation. Was this High Heaven Pavilion really a sect filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers? And this one, taking a deep breath, Xiao Dao Run turned to the other old man. The old man nodded lightly. "High Heaven Pavilion Sect Master, Ling Tai Su." The faces of the 8 great families' masters all changed dramatically. High Heaven Pavilion's Sect Master, Ling Tai Su. The only master from a second-class sect who was able to break through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. In all of the world's historical records, this was a unique distinction. There had never been a record of an above Immortal Ascension boundary master from a second-class sect. Even the Liu family's Liu Si had only broken through to the above Immortal Ascension boundary after the Liu family had been promoted to a first-class family. It was also thanks to the guidance and promotion of the Chiu family's masters that he was able to achieve his current achievements. Ling Tai Su. These 3 words represented a legend, a living legend. Moreover, he had an apprentice. His apprentice was the current demon lord of the Ashgray Cloud Evil Land. He controlled a 10 million kilometer radius and had 6 great evil kings as his subordinates. When the demon lord was enraged, the heavens and earth would change, and countless lives would be lost. So when they heard Ling Tai Su's name, the 8 of them couldn't help feeling tense up, especially Qiu Daoren. His Qiu family had led people to High Heaven Pavilion and burned down their sect. Now that their sect master was standing here, it was clear that there was some enmity between them. If a fight really broke out, War City would likely be finished. However, what the 8 of them couldn't understand was that this Ling Tai Su had clearly broken through not long ago. So how could his comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao be even deeper than theirs? If not for this, how could they not have noticed the existence of Ling Tai Su? These 8 people, each of them had been promoted for at least 50 years. In these 50 years, it could not be said that their strength had not improved at all, but compared to Ling Tai Su, that little bit of improvement was simply insignificant. How'd he do it? So, it is Brother Ling. Xiao Daoren calmed his expression and nodded gently. I have long heard of your great name. I wouldn't dare. Ling Tai Su smiled gently, not intending to pick a fight, instead acting extremely humble. If we really want to talk about it, all of you are this Ling seniors. I am indebted to seniors for thinking so highly of me. Calling me Brother Ling is this Ling's honor. Chapter 5:27. Seeing Ling Tai Su's attitude. The masters from the 8 great families couldn't help smiling. The fat old man quickly saying, Brother Ling is too modest. The above immortal ascension boundary doesn't have seniority. All of us treat each other as equals. Speaking of which, the seniority of the 8 of us is quite chaotic. Yes, yes, yes. Someone chimed in. After a few words of courtesy, the atmosphere suddenly eased a lot. For what reason has Brother Ling appeared here? Yang Liting still wore a cold expression, asking a question he already knew the answer to. Naturally, it's for this little brat. Ling Tai Su smiled lightly, pointing to the position where Yang Kai was standing and saying, No matter what, I'm still his grandmaster. At such a critical juncture, when my disciple is breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary, I naturally have to take care of him. And you also want to protect him? And Ling Tai Su nodded lightly. Yang Liting suddenly felt a bit awkward. The above immortal ascension boundary Ling Tai Su, Meng Wuya with his strange aura, the old demon with his demonic chi, and the 8 blood warriors using their mad tyrant blood skill. The combined strength of these people was not something he could ignore. After an immortal ascension boundary 9th stage blood warrior used their mad tyrant blood skill, they would be able to exchange a few blows with an above immortal ascension boundary cultivator. The strength of 8 blood warriors couldn't be underestimated. Ling Tai Su's strength was obvious to all. Yang Li Ting estimated that if he were to fight him one-on-one, he would be at a disadvantage. That Meng Wuya was even more mysterious. Even Yang Li Ting didn't know how to evaluate his combat effectiveness. On top of that, the old demon was also eyeing him covetously. This battle, if they really fought, even if they could win, it would lead to the destruction of War City. Yang Li Ting's eyes, which had always been as sharp as an eagle's, finally trembled as they pierced through the endless darkness towards Yang Kai. He couldn't understand how this young man from his family could actually gather so many powerful experts to speak up for him and help him deal with the situation. Friends, may I speak a few words? Ling Tai Su's expression became solemn. Please speak, Brother Ling Xiao Daoren nodded. Facing an above immortal ascension boundary cultivator like Ling Tai Su, these people no longer had any status or status. Ling Tai Su was qualified to speak to them as equals. The reason several of you want to prevent my grand disciple from breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary is because you are afraid that after he obtains great strength, his temperament will change and he will fall into the demonic path, becoming neither human nor ghost and wreaking havoc everywhere. Everyone nodded, admitting that Ling Tai Su was right. The old demon rolled his eyes and muttered discontentedly. Those who can't control their own power and are enslaved by their own power are the true disciples of the evil devil. What's the big deal about practicing the evil arts? So what if you're full of evil chi? It's just that everyone's way of pursuing power is different. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths should not conspire together. Cultivate your own path. Why deny and suppress others? A bunch of short-sighted people. Speak louder. At some unknown point, Shui Ling had run over to Old Demon's side and urged him, If you speak so quietly, they won't be able to hear you. The old demon glared at her and grinned strangely. You little girl, don't try to fool this old master. Don't think this old master can't see through your origins. Shui Ling was startled and asked in surprise, "You know?" "Humph, of course this old master knows. Not only does this old master know, that old fart Ming, Wuya also knows." "We all come from the same sky," the old demon coldly snorted, his face filled with pride. Shui Ling's eyes suddenly lit up as she grabbed onto old demon's arm. Her face filled with tears as she excitedly asked, "Senior, do you know how to go back?" The old demon swept his eyes over her for a moment before chuckling meaningfully. "What's wrong? You can't go back?" I've been trapped here for a long time and haven't been able to figure out how to go back. If Senior knows how, can you tell me?" The old demon laughed proudly, his harsh laughter causing Shui Ling to feel as if her heart was being scratched by a cat, making her feel extremely uncomfortable, but she couldn't help putting on a pitiful appearance and begging for sympathy. "I won't tell you." The old demon suddenly waved his hand. Shui Ling was startled, her red lips curling in disappointment as she asked, "Why?" The old demon shrugged his shoulders. "Because this old master wants to wait for young master." "Wait for him?" Shui Ling was stunned. "Do you think he can break through the shackles of this world?" The old demon snorted. "If young master can't, then no one can." Shui Ling's expression became dignified as she stared towards Yang Kai, nodding softly after a long time. "If it's this man, then it really is possible. Just wait and see. The longest is 10 years. The shortest is 3 or 5 years. Young master will definitely reach that point," the old demon said confidently, clearly looking forward to Yang Kai's future. Shui Ling's face went black and her body couldn't help softening. "That long? If you want to go back, you can wait, but whether young master wants to take you with him or not is not something this old master could decide. After all, you had some disagreements with him before. Young master is someone who holds grudges." The old demon glanced over at Shui Ling and slowly shook his head. Shui Ling thought about it carefully and suddenly felt that with this man's cruel temperament and realistic personality, he probably wouldn't be kind enough to take her with him. So she quickly bowed and respectfully said, "Please enlighten me, Senior." The old demon laughed. Good, good." After a pause, he whispered, "Young master, although he holds grudges and his methods are fierce, he is also very kind to his friends. You've been in War City for so long, you should be able to see through his temperament." Shui Ling nodded gently, her eyes becoming slightly blurred. What happened this time was the best example of that. Shui Ling didn't know the specifics of what had happened, but she could roughly guess. For the sake of a single High Heaven Pavilion disciple, Yang Kai was willing to go to such great lengths, even giving her the soul-capturing curse in exchange for her help in capturing Xianxia. From this, it could be seen that this young man was a man with a true temperament, cruel and bloodthirsty to his enemies, but generous to his friends. Since you've seen through this, don't you know what to do? The cultivators from Yang Zhao's mansion also couldn't help retreating a certain distance. A moment later, only Ling Tai Su, Meng Wuya, and the 8 masters from the 8 great families remained beside Yang Kai. Just now, everyone had either been negotiating or watching the show and hadn't paid much attention to Yang Kai, but now, everyone's eyes were focused on Yang Kai. Only now did they realize how terrifying the baptism of world energy he had just endured was. A huge amount of energy poured down from the clouds and bombarded Yang Kai's body. This kind of world energy was enough to cause any peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master to faint, but Yang Kai had been quietly floating below the clouds, his body producing a crazy suction force, like a bottomless pit, absorbing all of this world energy. There was no waste, nor was there any hardship. His body was able to cope with all of this with ease. Chapter 528. Not only that, but his body was also constantly exuding an evil energy. This absorption and release of energy caused the energy in his body to strangely reach a state of equilibrium. Everyone present paled, secretly shocked. None of them could figure out how a mere Xianxia cultivator breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary could cause such a magnificent phenomenon. Good seedling, good seedling. The fat old man's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself, seemingly very annoyed that such a character had never appeared in his family. But when he thought about Yang Li Ting's previous attitude and actions, the fat old man couldn't help feeling a little sorry for Yang Kai. The indifference of the Yang family's affection. He didn't know if this little brat would be bitterly disappointed. If this little brat was one of his descendants, he would definitely take good care of him, teaching him everything he had learned in his life and providing him with all the family's resources. The patriarch of the Yang family was nothing but a fart. Looking at this little brat's momentum, he would definitely grow to the peak of this world in the future. At that time, the patriarchs of the 8 great families, grand elders, and above immortal ascension boundary cultivators would all be nothing in front of him. Yang Li Ting, you're really stupid. The fat old man couldn't help cursing in his heart. Yang Kai's consciousness was immersed in his sea of consciousness, surrounded by darkness, as if War City was shrouded in demonic chi and dark clouds. It was even darker than War City at this moment, as if there was no light at all. Just like before the heavens and earth opened, in this darkness, there was nothing. However, some strange changes were quietly taking place. In the darkness, there seemed to be some kind of power gathering, like a seed buried in the soil, about to germinate and grow. After an unknown amount of time, a ray of light suddenly burst out from the darkness, as weak as a firefly's light, like a candle in the wind and rain, flashing and disappearing. However, this sudden flash of light dispelled all the darkness at this moment. Kai Yang's attention was focused on that spot, and he felt like there was something there that was attracting his attention. Concentrating on that spot, he could vaguely make out a vague outline of something. Another ray of light burst out, but the color of this light was slightly different from the previous one. The next moment, the light was annihilated, and Yang Kai's soul was no longer calm. With the appearance of this light, some mysterious fluctuations appeared. A third color appeared, followed by a fourth color, a fifth color. When all 5 types of light appeared, this process was repeated endlessly. Subtle and weak lights, like newly born spores after the rain, used their fragile bodies to push open the cover of the soil, wanting to tear apart the chaotic darkness. The frequency at which the 5 colored lights burst out became faster and more intense, and Yang Kai's soul fluctuations also grew stronger. The entire chaotic dark space seemed to be unable to support itself any longer as the 5 colored lights continued to illuminate the surrounding space. Suddenly, 5 different lights lit up at the same time. A 5-colored lotus flower, emitting a gentle light, appeared in front of Yang Kai out of thin air and spun around. Yang Kai was shocked. 5 colors, his soul-warming lotus. This supreme treasure that nourished the soul finally revealed its full appearance, spinning around. As it spun, strands of gossamer-like energy were released from its interior and spread around at an incredible speed. Soon, it filled the entire dark space, making this space no longer chaotic and empty, but filled with countless exuberant vitality. These gossamer-like energy were his own soul power. Yang Kai understood. When he was promoted to the Yuan-Chi stage, Yang Kai had already cultivated soul power. But soul power was invisible and formless. Like Yuan-Chi, it needed a place and carrier to store it. Yuan-Chi was stored in the Dantian and meridians, while soul power was stored in the Sea of Consciousness. But Yang Kai's Sea of Consciousness had not yet been formed, so the 5-colored soul-warming lotus served as the carrier. Now, Yang Kai was relying on the soul power that he had cultivated over the years to open up his Sea of Consciousness. A series of subtle, almost imperceptible threads of soul power were being released in a steady stream. With the release of these threads of soul power, Yang Kai felt as if he had broken free from some of his shackles, and his soul power was growing several times faster. Although the soul-warming lotus was rare, in the end, it was only a foreign object, a carrier that carried Yang Kai's soul. Through this carrier, Yang Kai could also use his soul, but he couldn't display its full power. Now that this carrier had completed its task as a transition station, Yang Kai's soul power could be fully improved. Extremely strong spiritual energy fluctuations suddenly spread out from Yang Kai's sea of consciousness and instantly filled the entire war city. The masters gathered around him all paled as they felt the strength of this divine sense, all of them raising their eyebrows. The masters from the 8 great families all wore dignified expressions while Meng Wuya and Ling Tai Su were both surprised and excited. The fluctuations of Yang Kai's soul power had completely exceeded the level of his current cultivation, leaving behind any other cultivator in the same realm. Inside Yang Kai's mind, the 5-colored soul-warming lotus was still rotating, and the spiritual energy stored inside, it was constantly being released into the outside world. Time passed by. At a certain moment, the spiritual energy stored inside the soul-warming lotus finally burst out. The originally chaotic and dark space was now filled with threads that exuded a soft light, as thick and viscous as a swamp. Yang Kai clearly saw that these spiritual energy threads, under the influence of some kind of mysterious force, were suddenly changing. The spiritual energy threads began to shine brightly and gradually converged into a more powerful one, then converged again, gradually becoming stronger and stronger. This cycle repeated over and over again, never stopping. Yang Kai couldn't help but recall the scene in Tang Yu Xian's knowledge sea when he saw her display the opening of her knowledge sea. Compared to his current situation, it was very different. Tang Yu Xian's opening of her knowledge sea had been done bit by step, difficult but slow. But at this moment, Yang Kai's knowledge sea was blossoming rapidly and fiercely. In the entire chaotic space, spiritual energy was converging in every corner, causing a qualitative change to occur at an extremely rapid pace. Asterisk walala. Asterisk suddenly, the sound of flowing water could be heard. Looking around, Kai Yang saw that from all directions, there was a clear stream of water that was gathering towards the center of the cave. That was the position of the soul-warming lotus. The converging water turned into a small stream, which in the blink of an eye became a river, and soon a lake, and then a sea. The wind rose, rolling up waves 3 meters high. Inside this sea, Yang Kai's terrifying spiritual energy was hidden. The soul-warming lotus floated quietly above the sea, exuding a soft, multicolored light that enveloped the entire sea. The sea was so clear that one could see the bottom. With a single thought from Yang Kai, many reefs suddenly appeared in the monotonous sea. The waves hit the reefs and scattered into spray. In the sea, a variety of strange fish suddenly appeared and swam freely. Birds flew across the sky, and this world suddenly became wonderful. The sea breeze brushed against his face, refreshing his mind. Yang Kai's soul avatar floated mid-air, quietly watching all this, unable to help his mood fluctuating. Stretching out his hand, the soul-warming lotus suddenly became an isolated island in the sea, its whole body exuding a multicolored light, as eye-catching as a treasure island. Everything here could be transformed at will by Yang Kai, as they were all created by his spiritual energy. In the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt that in the depths of his soul, something was immersed in the sea. Secretly examining it, Yang Kai discovered that it was actually the memories in his mind. Inside his knowledge sea, there was Yang Kai's entire life, filled with traces of his life, his experiences and insights, his cultivation methods and martial skills, as well as the tribulations he had suffered. Everything, big or small, was recorded here. Glancing around casually, Yang Kai saw several past events, as if they were replaying in front of his eyes, as if he was experiencing them again. A cultivator's knowledge, C, contained all their secrets, so unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would open their defenses to others and allow others to enter their knowledge, C, to spy on them. That was tantamount to presenting oneself completely naked in front of the other party. Shanxing Luo had let Yang Kai see it that day, so it could be seen that she really did not put up any defenses against Yang Kai. His knowledge, C, had been formed. At this moment, Yang Kai's heart gave birth to a strange feeling. In the dark, he seemed to see himself climbing up the rugged mountain road of the martial Tao by a large margin. Suddenly opening his eyes were shining brightly, as sharp as an eagle's. Everyone was shocked, their expressions dignified. At first glance, Yang Kai saw Ling, Tai Su, and Meng Wuxia looking at him with gentle eyes, smiling with gratification. Nodding to them, Yang Kai's face was full of gratitude. Although he had just broken through, Yang Kai could still feel their arrival and knew what kind of efforts they had made for him. His heart was filled with warmth. Sure enough, Grandmaster supported him unconditionally and believed in him. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai withdrew the fluctuations of his divine sense. His whole person suddenly became ordinary, like an ordinary person who had not cultivated at all, except for the evil energy that was still emitting from his body. The dark clouds in the sky had not yet dispersed, and the terrifying power of heaven and earth continued to baptize Yang Kai's body. Although his knowledge, C, had been formed, the baptism of his body had not yet ended. "Are you a human or a demon now?" Yang Liting asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai glanced at him faintly and answered his question with practical actions. After taking control of his body, under Yang Kai's guidance, the unyielding golden skeleton's devouring ability had become countless times stronger than before. All of War City was suddenly swept up by a gust of wind. With Yang Kai's body as the center, a huge suction force spread out, sucking in all the evil energy that had been released. Even the power of heaven and earth hidden in the thick dark clouds in the sky couldn't escape. A violent tornado took shape, with Kai Yang standing in the center of it all. The dark clouds in the sky swirled and were sucked into the vortex, disappearing into Kai Yang's body. After a quarter of an hour, War City suddenly became clear. The sky was clear, and the evil aura that had been suppressing everyone's heart had disappeared. An invisible shockwave rushed out from Yang Kai's feet, rolling up a cloud of dust. Chapter 529. Countless pairs of eyes stared at Yang Kai, their expressions extremely strange. The shock Yang Kai's breakthrough this time was simply indescribable. Everyone's heart was filled with great doubts as they stared at Yang Kai in a daze. Could breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary cause such a terrifying heavenly manifestation? How could a cultivator who had just broken through to the immortal ascension boundary and opened up his own knowledge possess such a powerful spiritual energy? Those who witnessed all of this were almost unable to comprehend it. The central capital's first young lord, Lu Qingyao, who had always been as calm as an ancient well, finally smiled bitterly. He found that at this moment, Yang Kai was giving him a tremendous pressure, making him feel as if he couldn't stand up to him. It was as if with his current strength, he wasn't even qualified to touch the corner of this young man's clothes. With a bitter expression, Lu Qingyao whispered to Yang Wei, who was standing next to him, "Eldest young lord, you were right. Your ninth brother's achievements are much greater than mine." Saying so, he shook his head. "He's really a monster." Yang Wei's face filled with pride. The masters from the 8 great families all frowned, their expressions extremely dignified. If they hadn't known that Yang Kai had just broken through to the immortal ascension boundary first stage, they wouldn't have been able to see through his depths. His tyrannical spiritual energy had completely isolated them from prying eyes. This discovery made all of them tremble. Being able to isolate them from prying eyes meant that Yang Kai's spiritual energy at this moment wasn't any worse than theirs, at least on par with them, possibly even stronger. How'd he do it? How did he cultivate? Each of them was over 100 years old and had cultivated their spiritual energy for countless years. Yet now their spiritual energy was actually comparable to that of a 20-year-old boy. No matter who it was, all of them couldn't help feeling a sense of shame. Whether this little brat is a cultivator or a demon, I think Big Brother Yang should be able to tell, right? Ling Tai-su smiled and said to Yang Liting. At this moment, Yang Kai's aura was very ordinary. There was no sign of Yuan Qi flowing out, nor was there the previous state of being full of evil. His eyes were clear, black and white, clearly distinguished. He couldn't be more normal, except for his abnormal power. Yang Liting was truly blind if he still wanted to force the misfire to become the demon race on his head. Coldly snorting, Yang Liting said, "I'm afraid the fact that he was able to regain his consciousness now is only due to luck. There will be a day when he can't control his own strength. At that time, don't blame this old master for not showing mercy." After saying that, he turned into a streak of light and rushed toward the conferred god temple. He didn't want to stay here any longer. As the Yang family's grand elder, this time he felt like he had become a villain. He was only thinking about the honor of his family. He didn't want the Yang family to have an evil disciple appear. However, not only did he fail to clean up the family, he was also hated by many. No matter how good Yang Liting's mentality was, he was still somewhat unbalanced. As soon as Yang Liting left, the other 7 elders also had no reason to remain and quickly left. Before leaving, Qiu Daoren frowned at Yang Kai and said lightly, "Don't cultivate that evil secret art anymore." The fat old man also reminded Yang Kai, "Listen to me, cultivating that evil secret art is not good for you. With your aptitude, no matter what secret art you cultivate, you'll have a great future. There's no need to pursue some kind of quick method." The fat old man obviously thought that the reason Yang Kai was so strong at such a young age was because he cultivated that evil secret art. Although this wasn't the case in the end, he was just being kind, so Yang Kai could only nod gently and not explain anything. He had never cultivated an evil secret art, and the evil qi in his body was only because of the unyielding golden skeleton. What's more, he didn't want to distinguish between good and evil so clearly. It was just that everyone followed a different path. Strength was always cultivated by oneself, and where this strength was used was the most important. Yang Kai, congratulations. Qiu Meng stepped forward with a smile and said. The other blood warriors also quickly stepped forward and congratulated Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled at the crowd and said sincerely, "Thank you all." Even though he was still in the process of breaking through and his consciousness wasn't very clear, Yang Kai could still feel how much effort these people had put in for him. Facing Yang Kai's thanks, everyone felt at ease. Looking across the crowd, Yang Kai also nodded gently to the 8 blood warriors. The 8 blood warriors, who were originally awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant, now all looked pale and weak. This was the price they had to pay for using their Mad Tyrant blood skill. Although they had paid a great price and were unable to fight with Yang Liting and the others in the end, their unwavering determination to protect Yang Kai to the end had played a big role in their success. If they hadn't acted so tough, Yang Liting and the others would not have backed down. Although they were weak, the 8 blood warriors still smiled happily. Finally, Yang Kai turned to Ling Tai-su and Meng Wuya and respectfully bowed. "Grandmaster, Treasurer Meng, rise, rise." Ling Tai-su stretched out his hand and stroked his long beard. "It's good that you're safe." Treasurer Meng snorted, "Smelly brat, don't cause this old master any more trouble in the future." Of course. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. During this time, he had also troubled Meng Wuya many times, making him feel a little guilty. Turning to Ling Tai-su, Yang Kai asked, "Grandmaster won't be leaving, right?" Yang Kai didn't know that Ling Tai-su was hiding in War City, nor did he know when he had arrived. It was likely that only Meng Wuya knew a little about this matter. After such a long time, there had been no news from him. Seeing him now, Kai Yang felt relieved. Ling Tai Su nodded. I don't plan to leave for the time being. Good. Yang Kai smiled. Disciple has already found Su Yin and the others. I'm afraid they will arrive in War City soon. With Grandmaster here, I can rest assured. The disciples of High Heaven Pavilion will need Grandmaster's guidance. Don't be afraid of my flattery. This old master will stay behind to accompany Brother Meng. Ling Tai Su smiled lightly, turning his head to look at Xioi Meng and suddenly saying, I remember your aura. It was you who set fire to my sect. Xioi Meng was so embarrassed that she couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into. In a moment of desperation, she pulled Luo Xiaoman over and blushed. She also had a part in it. Luo Xiaoman was about to cry, and for a moment she didn't know what to do. Ling Tai Su just laughed and didn't continue to pursue the matter. Xiao Yiming finally understood that the other party didn't intend to settle accounts with her at all and was just casually speaking. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully before turning his head and glancing off into the distance, taking a deep breath and saying, Second brother, I'll be taking my leave. On the other side, Yang Zhao's face was completely ashen, as if he had lost his soul. Even after Yang Kai and the others had all left, he still didn't show any reaction. Yang Wei glanced over at him and slowly shook his head, knowing in his heart that his second brother had suffered a terrible blow this time and probably wouldn't be able to accept such a result in a short time. Nansheng and Xianxia, he couldn't protect them. Yang Kai had killed them right in front of his mansion, right in front of his eyes. This was secondary. The charm and potential that Old Ninth had displayed this time was what made people feel the most terrified. Once someone fell into trouble, countless people would stand up for them. But who could do such a thing? Even when facing an above Immortal Ascension boundary master, no one had taken a single step back from beginning to end. The cultivator in Yang Zhao's mansion wouldn't do such a thing for Yang Zhao, and Yang Wei felt that the people in his mansion wouldn't either. This time, it wasn't just Yang Zhao who had suffered a blow. Yang Wei had also suffered a severe blow, but in comparison, his ability to withstand such a blow wasn't bad. At least he hadn't collapsed directly. This inheritance war, is it really necessary to continue? Yang Wei's expression, which had always been firm, suddenly became confused. After 8 to 9 months, from the looks of it, Old Ninth is far ahead in terms of methods, strength, aptitude, and connections. None of his other brothers were qualified to be compared to him. Perhaps, in the early days, his brothers were still ahead of Yang Kai and had more cultivator allies than him. But as time passed, his mansion had grown into a behemoth, and under his leadership, his cultivator allies had an unparalleled cohesive force. The Yang family needed such a person to be its patriarch. In the current environment and contrast in strength, there was really no need to continue the inheritance war. With a sigh, Yang Wei suddenly felt a little disheartened, saying goodbye to Lu Qingyao before hurriedly leaving with his blood warrior. Second young lord, let's go back. The blood warrior who had fought with Tang Yuxian before pursed his lips and tried to persuade him. Yang Zhao remained motionless, his face extremely pale. Second young lord, please forgive my sect for not being able to participate in this inheritance war. A young blood warrior walked up to Yang Zhao and said with a look of shame on his face. Nansheng and Xianxia had only wounded one of Yang Kai's subordinates before being killed. What was the point of participating in this inheritance war? Who would dare become an enemy of Yang Kai again? The two blood warriors' expression became cold, but just as they were about to open their mouths and shout, they suddenly restrained themselves. From their standpoint, the two blood warriors could understand how difficult it was for them to make such a choice. After such a long time of hard work, withdrawing at the last moment, not only would they not obtain any benefits, they would also be forced to bear the consequences of their actions. However, compared to their own lives, what did this matter? The two blood warriors could look down on them for being weak, but they couldn't accuse them of adding insult to injury. In Yang Zhao's current situation, they had chosen to leave. Goodbye. After the young blood warrior finished speaking, he didn't have the face to remain and hurriedly led his subordinates away. Second young lord, I'm sorry, we won't be able to participate. Another blood warrior stepped forward, apologized, and immediately left. In less than a cup of tea's worth of time, Yang Zhao's cultivator force had shrunk significantly, about half of them leaving. Before each of these forces left, they would inform Yang Zhao, but he didn't say a word, as if he hadn't heard them at all. Who else wants to leave? If you want to leave, then leave quickly. One of the blood warriors suppressed his anger and shouted coldly. Immediately, a few more forces who had been hesitating left. Is there no one else who wants to leave? The two blood warriors swept their eyes over the crowd coldly. Everyone stood ramrod straight. Good. The two blood warriors nodded lightly, a look of satisfaction appearing on their faces as they looked at those who were willing to stay with a new light. However, Yang Zhao still had a dazed look on his face. Chapter 530. Today he had to go out and wouldn't be able to return at noon, so there was no need to wait. Among the crowd, Xianxia's eyes were filled with disappointment as she stared at Yang Zhao. She hadn't expected that the Yang family's second young lord would become like this after experiencing such a setback. For no apparent reason, she couldn't help feeling a burst of irritation and resentment. In order to win Yang Zhao's favor, she had paid a lot, but now she couldn't see any hope of him winning the inheritance war. Looking up in the direction of Yang Kai's mansion, Xianxia's eyes flashed a strange light, her pretty face filled with excitement as she bit her thin lip, seemingly thinking of something, her cheeks blushing slightly. In Yang Kai's mansion, less than half a day after everyone returned, someone came to report that more than 100 people from High Heaven Pavilion had arrived. Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly went out to greet them. Su Yin and the others had already arrived. After Xianxia received the news, her face flushed red with excitement as she ran out of the pill room. The two girls hadn't seen each other for a long time, and now that they were reunited, they naturally had a lot to talk about, especially since there was a common man between them. As they talked, the topic gradually shifted to Yang Kai, whispering and laughing while pointing at Yang Kai. Xianxia of Medicine King's Valley quickly chased after them. He wanted to grab Xianxia and take her back for alchemy, but after seeing her happy expression, he decided to go back alone. He also didn't have the heart to disturb Xianxia's conversation with her acquaintances. In his memory, this young martial ant of his seemed to have few friends. Besides spending her days in the pill room performing alchemy, she had nothing else to do. Such a young girl, in addition to alchemy, she should have more important things to do. Xianxia sighed. The mansion was lively, and the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall were familiar with High Heaven Pavilion, so everyone quickly became friends. Yang Kai secretly glanced at Su Yin and Xianxia, who were standing nearby and talking, suddenly feeling a little pleased and satisfied. Brother-in-law. Sassafras rushed over. After taking the myriad drug milk, his injuries were quickly healed. Quietly approaching Yang Kai, he asked in a low voice, "Why do I feel like senior sister Xia's relationship with you isn't ordinary?" Yang Kai snorted and cast a sidelong glance at him. Children shouldn't ask about these things. This is the master's world. Sassafras pursed his lips. You're not that much older than me. Yang Kai straightened his face and said lightly, The people who hurt you are all dead. If you encounter this kind of thing again in the future, bear with it as much as you can. Do you understand? Sassafras chuckled. Got it. Shaking his head, he said, It's a pity. Originally, I wanted to cultivate hard and personally find them to take revenge, but now it seems that there is no chance. Those two guys don't look very powerful. Did you obtain some kind of opportunity in the Heaven's Cave inheritance? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him with a smile on his face. He and Su Yin obtained the final inheritance in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. The Hu sisters also obtained the twin spirit shared spirit divine art. Even Lan Chudai had some gains. If Sassafras didn't obtain any kind of opportunity there, Xianxia wouldn't believe it. His cultivation speed in the past few years had been very fast, making him seem like a completely different person. Sassafras chuckled a few times, scratching his head and nodding. A little. I also told elder sister about it. Xianxia nodded lightly, but didn't inquire too much. Work hard. Don't waste your opportunities. The opportunities in the Heaven's Cave inheritance are not ordinary. What do you mean? Sassafras didn't understand. It's nothing. Just remember it. Xianxia shook his head and didn't explain. He also faintly felt that the things in the Heaven's Cave inheritance seemed to have transcended the level of this world. Whether it was his and Su Yan's joyous unification art, or the Hu sisters' twin spirit-shared spirit-divine art, they shouldn't have been created by this world's cultivator. Moreover, during this time, Xianxia had also seen a lot of unexpected things, greatly broadening his horizons. Naturally, he was able to judge some extraordinary information. The people from High Heaven Pavilion were arranged to stay in Xianxia's house by Qiu Yimeng. In War City, Ling Tai Su wasn't the only one. The remaining 4 great elders of the sect were also in War City. Under Ling Tai Su's protection, they had not been discovered. After Ling Tai Su's appearance, the 4 great elders also came to Xianxia's house. After 2 or 3 days of hustle and bustle, Xianxia's house gradually calmed down, and everyone went about their duties in an orderly manner. After experiencing the hardships of a few days ago, the forces in Xianxia's house had become more and more cohesive. Even though they belonged to different sects, they all got along peacefully like brothers and sisters. There was no such thing as unequal distribution of benefits. In some situations, such as when a new batch of pills came out, everyone would give in to each other, and the atmosphere would be harmonious. In the past few days, Kai Yang had only done one thing: clean up the Bamboo Knot Gang. The news of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples' hiding place was leaked by the Bamboo Knot Gang. After Pang Qi returned to the central capital, he immediately found the culprit, Mu Nando. The next day, Mu Nando's head was personally delivered to Xianxia's house by Pang Qi, according to Pang Qi. The reason why Mu Nando had sold out was only because the Yi family's Xi and Ro had promised him some benefits and sent him 2 young and beautiful maidservants. Because the 2 maidservants were from the Yi family, Pang Qi didn't dare act rashly and simply sent them over for Xianxia to deal with. For a short-sighted person like Mu Nando, Xianxia didn't want to waste too much effort. Since he had already killed him, naturally there was nothing to say. As for the 2 maidservants, Xianxia didn't kill them and simply kept them in the house. After all, they had no choice but to be used as a bargaining chip for Mu Nando in this whirlpool of right and wrong. Pang Qi immediately returned to the central capital to gather supplies for Xianxia. After Pang Qi left, Qiu Yimeng found Xianxia, pulled him into his room, closed the doors and windows, and wore a dignified expression. Looking at her nervous expression, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. If this was seen by others, they might misunderstand. Qiu Yimeng had also been busy for several days. After the war, there were many things that had to be dealt with, such as counting the casualties, comforting the injured, arranging accommodation for the High Heaven Pavilion members, and so on. After the 2 of them sat down in her room, Xianxia reached out and poured a cup of tea for his niece. Qiu Yimeng gulped it down and let out a sigh of relief, seeming to relax a lot. "What do you want to say?" Xianxia asked softly as he sipped his tea. Qiu Yimeng sighed and said, "About Nansheng and Xiang. Do you think I went too far?" Xianxia interrupted her. Qiu Yimeng nodded gently and said truthfully, "After all, they're the future heirs of first-class families. If you kill them so carelessly, how do you plan to clean up this mess? Do you think the Xiang and Nan families will give up?" "They won't." Xianxia shook his head. Before killing Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng, he had already expected this, but he still killed them. "But the Xiang and Nan families can't do anything to me." Xianxia chuckled. "If they really dared to take action against me, I would admire their courage, but they don't dare." Not to mention that the Yang family was a behemoth that the Xiang and Nan families could not compete with. Even with so many masters gathered in Yang Kai's house, the Xiang and Nan families were no match for him. 8 blood warriors, an above Immortal Ascension boundary master, and 2 peak Immortal Ascension boundary masters. Even if the Xiang and Nan families wanted to avenge their dead heirs, they still had to consider whether they had enough weight. Xiao Yimeng stared at Yang Kai with a look of both love and hatred, smiling lightly. But to tell you the truth, Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng were killed by you. I also feel very good about it. Those two were truly insidious and despicable. If the Xiang and Nan families had really been inherited by them, they would never have been able to rise again. Yang Kai snorted. Those two, even if I didn't kill them this time, they would have been killed by others in the future. That's true, but the problem is that the Xiang and Nan families absolutely won't compromise now. The Yang family will probably be put under some pressure. In the inheritance war, there has never been a loss of a first-class family's heir, so this matter could be a big deal. However, in my opinion, with the Yang family's domineering arrogance, they may not care about them, but it's also impossible for them to cover up for you. In other words, the Yang family will not intervene in the grievances between you and those two families. I naturally understand that. Xiao Yimeng's expression became dignified. If I were them, I would wait for an opportunity to strike. When you're down, I'll hit you when you're down. Do you think you'll fall? That's hard to say. Yang Kai shook his head. Xiao Yimeng raised her head and stared directly into the depths of Yang Kai's eyes, whispering softly, "It looks like we're both worried about the same problem." Yang Kai smiled lightly. Women who are too smart aren't very likable. Do you like stupid women? Xiao Yimeng stood up and turned around. Xiao Man is stupid, but that doesn't mean you like her. I like her. Her breasts are so big, twice as big as yours. Yang Kai said without hesitation. As he spoke, he stared at Xiao Yimeng's chest, suddenly sinking into contemplation, rubbing his chin and muttering, "If I bury my head in there, I wonder if I'll suffocate." Xiao Yimeng's face went black as she hurriedly crossed her arms in front of her chest, angrily shouting, "Be serious." Yang Kai's expression suddenly became solemn as he helplessly said, "This time's matter was beyond my expectations. I didn't expect that breaking through to the Immortal Ascension boundary would cause such a big commotion." Chapter 531. Unless Yang Kai could find a place far away from War City and avoid their eyes and ears. Now that the situation had developed to this point, whether or not the inheritance war would be affected, Yang Kai didn't know. If because of this, the family decided to deprive him of the right to participate in the inheritance war, it wasn't impossible. Xiao Yimeng was worried about this, so she pulled Yang Kai, closed the door, and quietly discussed this matter. However, no matter how worried she was now, the family's decision wasn't something Yang Kai could interfere with. Just like with the issue of the Blood Warriors before, if the family said he couldn't participate, then he couldn't. No matter how Yang Kai resisted or argued, in the end he had to compromise. Although he had obtained a lot of benefits at that time, things didn't develop as he had expected, which was really annoying. Discussing with Xiao Yimeng and Xiao Yimeng was fruitless, so he could only take precautions. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, I'll go first. Yang Kai hurriedly stood up and prepared to leave. Xiao Yimeng stared at him for a moment before suddenly snorting. Are you in a hurry to find that icy beauty? Her words were full of jealousy. Ignoring her, Kai Yang stepped out of the room. Pay attention to your body. Don't overwork yourself. The Chiu family's first young lady said sarcastically. Why do you care so much about me? Yang Kai grinned wickedly, pausing his steps, staring at Xiao Yimeng with a burning gaze. You don't really like me, do you? Xiao Yimeng blushed and snorted. So what? Yang Kai was stunned, not having expected her to admit it so bluntly. Suddenly, he didn't know what to do. Although he had repeatedly flirted with Xiao Yimeng before, that was only a verbal tease. Now that he had suddenly received such an answer, Yang Kai suddenly felt a little uneasy. Standing in place, he didn't know what to say. Xiao Yimeng, on the other hand, wore an indifferent expression and snorted, "Liking you doesn't mean I want to be with you. Unless you can marry into the Qiu family, then I can give up everything and follow you. Do you think you can marry into the Qiu family by being a good wife and loving mother?" Yang Kai shook his head. "That's right. So between the two of us, I only like you to this extent. In the future, I will marry one of the young lords of the central capital, and then my Qiu family will form a marriage alliance with his family so that we can help each other. We'll support each other and work together to bring down your Yang clan and trample it under our feet. At that time, we might become enemies." Xiao Yimeng said calmly, as if she was talking about someone else. "Perhaps she will marry someone like Stars Hua, In, Gao Rangfeng, Kong Zhan, Lu Qingyao, Meng Shan Yi. Anything is possible. They don't deserve you." Yang Kai shook his head, suddenly feeling a little bored. Xiao Yimeng giggled. The corners of her eyes overflowed with tears, but she didn't wipe them away, instead turning her head and whispering softly, "What does it matter if they don't deserve you? I'm not worthy of you, am I? You're so powerful, your future is bright, you have means, you have charm, and you're so strong. There's almost no woman who can match you. Before, I was a man who looked down on the world, but now, I can only look up to you." Yang Kai suddenly felt that he couldn't continue talking to her. If he did, this strong and wise woman would really cry. Grinning, he said, "Let's not talk about feelings, we could just play around." These words were worse than a beast, so Yang Kai couldn't help but despise himself for it. "Not now. Wait until the day I get married. I'll find you." Xiao Yimeng shook her head solemnly. Yang Kai stared at her blankly. "Are you kidding me?" Xiao Yimeng smiled charmingly. "What do you think? I'll take my leave first." Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly fled. However, he hadn't expected that Xiao Yimeng would arrange for her to live in the room next to his, obviously intending to personally monitor her. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, the night wind blurred. Yang Kai came to his little senior sister's room. Suyin was also here. In the middle of the night, suddenly seeing Yang Kai visit, the two young girls were a little shy. Suyin was fine, but Xianing Chang's face was red to the neck. During the time that Suyin wasn't here, she had often shared a bed with Kai Yang and Kai Yang. Although she had never done anything out of line, at this moment, Xianing Chang still felt ashamed. Lowering her head, she didn't say a word. Suyin glanced at Yang Kai and asked softly, "Why are you here?" "I've always lived here," Yang Kai replied frankly. Suyin suddenly had a look of understanding on her face as she pursed her lips and giggled. She didn't oppose the relationship between Yang Kai and Xianing Chang. It could even be said that in terms of relationships, she had never restricted Yang Kai or asked him to do anything. If it weren't for the joyous unification art, with Su Yan's cold temperament, she wouldn't have such needs. On the contrary, Yang Kai cultivated a Yang attribute secret art and was a hot-blooded young man, so his needs were definitely stronger than hers. Yang Kai's status wasn't low, so it could be said that he could have as many women as he wanted, especially in the house. Now that there were so many beautiful women, there were many who had a good impression of him. However, as far as Su Yin knew, Yang Kai had only had one woman, and that was her. For such a man, Su Yin wouldn't ask him to do anything. "Do you want to rest?" Su Yin looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "Dual cultivation, we didn't dual cultivate last time," Yang Kai said. "Oh," Su Yin blushed as she also remembered this. "I'm going to rest," Xianing Chang suddenly said, falling directly onto the bed and covering his face with the quilt, motionless, as if he had fallen asleep in an instant. Yang Kai and Su Yin glanced at each other and couldn't help laughing, recalling that Xianing Chang had often acted like this in the cave mansion under High Heaven Pavilion's coiling dragon stream. Shaking their heads, they didn't explain too much. Yang Kai and Su Yin sat down cross-legged facing each other and stretched out their palms. The joyous unification art had already reached the second stage, so there was no need for them to dual cultivate. The yuan qi in their bodies merged in a strange way in an instant, flowing from Yang Kai's body to Su Yan's body, then from Su Yan's body back to Yang Kai's body, an endless cycle. A few days ago, a great battle had caused the entire war city to boil over, and even now it had not completely calmed down. The Yang family's ninth brother, Yang Kai, had suddenly displayed his unparalleled strength, killing Xianxia and Nansheng in front of Yang Zhao's house, and openly breaking through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. This evil energy had spread throughout War City and finally attracted the attention of the 8 masters from the Seal Temple to stop it. But in front of Yang Kai's incredible connections and strength, the 8 masters had no choice but to compromise. After that, Yang Kai successfully broke through to the Immortal Ascension boundary, and the 8 masters from the Seal Temple retreated. The front of Yang Zhao's house was in ruins. The next day, eldest brother Yang Wei announced that until the end of the Inheritance War, he would not make any more moves. When this news came out, War City was in an uproar. Yang Wei's meaning was obviously that he felt he couldn't win the Inheritance War, so he had taken such passive measures. However, everyone understood and didn't blame or despise him. In the face of Yang Kai's overwhelming power, even if Yang Wei resisted, it would be useless. As long as Yang Kai wanted to, he could instantly defeat Yang Wei and eliminate him. Chapter 532. News of Yang Wei's passive response spread. Although there was no news from Yang Zhao's house, in the eyes of those with discerning eyes, his situation was undoubtedly the worst. Masters like Nansheng and Xianxia had been killed in front of Yang Zhao's house. After that battle, the forces in Yang Zhao's house had shrunk significantly. Many forces withdrew from the Inheritance War and left Yang Zhao's house. After only half an hour, Yang Zhao's house was completely deserted. At this moment, the remaining forces in Yang Zhao's house were less than half of what they had been at their peak. In terms of number of cultivator, Yang Zhao's house had instantly fallen from the most powerful to the last. Moreover, in terms of overall strength, Yang Zhao's house couldn't be compared with Yang Kai's house. There were even rumors that Yang Zhao himself had lost all of his former glory since that day, spending his days in a daze, almost like a walking corpse, a tragic sight to behold. The remaining cultivator in Yang Zhao's house were also listless and had no fighting spirit. The Inheritance War had lasted until now, and the outcome had basically been decided. Just as Yang Wei thought that day, there was no need to continue this battle for the position of future patriarch of the Yang family. Most people in War City, including those in the central capital, felt that Yang Kai would definitely be the next patriarch of the Yang family, leading the 8 great families and holding great power in his hands. These days, Yang Kai's mansion could be said to be bustling with noise and excitement. Guests came and went like a river, countless of them. These people all wanted to use this final moment to establish a relationship with Yang Kai, although they hadn't helped much in the Inheritance War, and some of them were even former enemies of Yang Kai's house. Seeing that the Inheritance War was about to end, they naturally wanted to take advantage of this final opportunity. They didn't really expect to reach an agreement with Yang Kai or form an alliance, but at the very least, they wanted to be acquainted with him. This way, when Yang Kai became the patriarch of the Yang family in the future, it would be easier to negotiate. These people all brought a lot of gifts, hoping to see Yang Kai and exchange a few words with him. There were also many people who came to act as matchmakers of these large and small forces. Which one of them didn't have a few young ladies? Yang Kai was also a man. Men liked beautiful women. This was an eternal truth. If Yang Kai were to take a fancy to one of her daughters, she would become the mistress of the Yang family when she marries him. Who wouldn't be jealous of such an honor? The threshold of Yang Kai's mansion was almost broken. In the face of these people's visits, Qiu Meng was once again overwhelmed with work. Originally, She wasn't prepared to entertain these people. Towards these opportunistic people who changed faces faster than flipping the pages of a book, Qiu Yimeng abhorred them. However, after Yang Kai heard the news, he actually asked her to entertain him. Although Qiu Yimeng didn't understand why, she could only comply. All the great forces who came with gifts were personally welcomed into the house by Qiu Yimeng. After a few words, they would leave their gifts behind and scram. As for the matchmakers, the Qiu family's eldest young miss had rudely blocked them outside the door and refused to receive them. In just a few days, the Yangkai prefecture had welcomed more than 100 forces and gathered a large amount of wealth and materials at an incredible speed. Qiu Yimeng was deeply shocked. Even if she was the Qiu family's eldest young lady, she was still shocked by the quantity and quality of these materials. 5 days later, Yangkai's mansion gradually calmed down. Everyone who was busy suddenly felt a tyrannical aura spread out from the depths of the mansion. This aura was mixed with energy fluctuations that caused everyone's heart to palpitate. All of them couldn't help but look towards the source of the aura with a slightly changed expression. A moment later, many people had gathered together. "What's going on?" Huixing shouted. He had just obtained a new artifact from Treasure Instrument Sect and hadn't had time to refine it before encountering this situation, so he couldn't help feeling a little surprised. "It seems that someone has broken through." Qiu Yimeng frowned slightly. "And it's not just one person. I also felt it. 2 people broke through at the same time." Dong Dong nodded gently. The aura that had spread out was intertwined and didn't belong to just one person. "But why do I feel young Lord Kai's aura?" Huixing didn't understand. Yang Kai had just broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary a few days ago. So even if his aptitude was outstanding, it was impossible for him to break through again in just a few days, right? How could others still survive? "Let's go take a look." Qiu Yimeng couldn't help feeling curious and led a group of young people over. After walking for a short time, they arrived at Xian Ningchang's room. But before they could reach out and knock, the door opened. Yang Kai walked out from inside, followed by Su Yin. Although the two of them looked calm, anyone could see the joy and excitement in their eyes. "What's going on? Why are there so many people here?" Yang Kai frowned. "Who broke through here?" Qiu Yimeng peeked into the room, but didn't see anything, so she couldn't help using her weak divine sense to sweep Yang Kai, her beautiful face suddenly changing color. "You actually, among this group of young people, in addition to Qiu Yimeng, there were also a few who had broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary." Noticing the abnormality in Qiu Yimeng's tone, they also used their divine senses to investigate and were immediately shocked. Yang Kai had actually broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary, 2nd stage. In other words, the aura that had spread out when he broke through was indeed caused by him. Pairs of eyes instantly bulged as everyone stared at Yang Kai incredulously, their faces filled with shock. "Breaking through a minor realm, what's all the fuss about?" Yang Kai snorted. "Fuss about nothing," Hua Xing screamed. "Young Lord Kai, do you know when you last broke through?" Who didn't know this question? The last time Yang Kai broke through, Dongmeng had been there to protect him and had even contradicted 8 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters. That was something that happened 7 days ago. 7 days. In just 7 days, he had broken through another minor realm. This kind of cultivation speed could no longer be described as abnormal. It was simply monstrous. "She broke through with you?" Qiu Yimeng stared at Su Yan. Yang Kai nodded. This time's dual cultivation had allowed both of them to make significant progress. Yang Kai had broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary 2nd stage, while Su Yin had broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary 4th stage. Moreover, both of their cultivations had directly stabilized. In terms of gains, Su Yan's was even greater than Yang Kai's. After all, Yang Kai had just broken through a great realm not long ago. Huixing suddenly said, "You've been staying in your room these past few days, shouldn't you be?" Before he could finish his words, Su Yan's cold eyes stared towards him. The Hua family young lord suddenly went silent. Although he was quite interested in women with cold temperaments and noble appearances, towards this Su Yan, Huixing instinctively felt some fear. This woman was extraordinary. Perhaps even the Liu family's Liu Qingyao was not her opponent. For some reason, Huixing was extremely confident in his guess. What's more, she was Yang Kai's woman. Towards Yang Kai's women, even those who had a good impression of Yang Kai, Huixing had always consciously avoided them, never daring to have any improper thoughts. If you have time to ask this and that, just go and cultivate. Yang Kai scolded. Although his breakthrough this time was too abrupt, it was the result of a long period of preparation. Everyone was embarrassed by this, and they hurriedly scattered like birds and beasts. All of them hardened their hearts and swore to enter into closed-door cultivation to break through their current bottlenecks. Xiao Yiming also blushed slightly. She had the heart to cultivate, but after all, she had many things to do and didn't have much time. "Little Lord, I have something to say." Xianxia didn't leave and instead stared at Yang Kai with a serious expression. Since the end of that day's battle, Xianxia had been looking for an opportunity, but Yang Kai had been so busy that it wasn't until now that he had a chance to speak. Glancing at him, Yang Kai nodded gently. "I'm going to find junior sister Xia," Suyin said, turning around and leaving. Suyin didn't want to intervene in Yang Kai's affairs. Only Yang Kai, Xiao Yiming, and Xianxia remained. The atmosphere suddenly became a little dignified. Xiao Yiming seemed to realize what Xianxia wanted to say and quickly said, "Second young master Xiang, I hope you can carefully consider what you are about to say." Xianxia's expression was indifferent as he nodded slightly. "What is it? Speak." Yang Kai looked at him. Xianxia took a deep breath and said concisely, "I want to leave here and withdraw from the inheritance war." Xiao Yiming sighed deeply. Although she had already warned Xianxia, he still said this sentence, making her feel a little sad. "Have you thought about it?" Yang Kai didn't seem too surprised, as if he had already known. Since you've thought about it, then go." Yang Kai didn't try to persuade him to stay. Xiao Yiming was shocked and stamped her foot. Yang Kai." Yang Kai turned to look at her and said lightly, "No matter what, I killed his eldest brother. If second young master Xiang still stays in my house and works for me, I'm afraid he will be criticized. Leaving here is the best choice." Xianxia's expression changed, and he couldn't help showing a trace of gratitude. Although Xiangchu was his eldest brother, the struggle between the two brothers was no secret. In order to get rid of his younger brother, Xiangchu had done everything in his power, but in the end, the two were still brothers. Xiangchu died at the hands of Yang Kai, so it was really inappropriate for Xianxia to remain here. Even if the people in the house understood him, and those who knew what happened to him understood him, with so many people in the world, how could they all understand him? Listening to Yang Kai's words, Xiao Yiming's expression froze, not knowing how to persuade him to stay. Others were now desperately trying to squeeze into Yang Kai's house, but none of them had the opportunity to do so, nor could they. However, at the moment when victory was imminent in the inheritance war, Xianxia chose to leave. At first glance, such a choice was quite irrational. However, Yang Kai knew that Xianxia had his own principles and wasn't the kind of person who was driven by personal gain. If he was such a person, he wouldn't have joined him when he was at his lowest. The number of people Xianxia had brought with him was indeed not many, and their strength wasn't high, but after many battles, they had put in all of their efforts. Many thanks for this half a year. Yang Kai nodded gently to Xianxia. Xianxia's face, which had always been expressionless, suddenly showed a smile. During this time, I was also indebted to Little Lord for taking care of me. The pills in the pill room and the artifacts refined by Treasure Instrument Sect had also been divided among the Xiang family cultivator. Thanks to such good fortune, the standards of the Xiang family cultivators had risen by several levels. Xianxia's smile gradually converged, and he restored his usual cold expression, his voice becoming low. "Little Lord, when we meet again, we will be enemies. When that time comes, I won't show any mercy. Farewell. I'll send you off. Chapter 533. Outside the mansion, Xianxia led his family's cultivator to bid farewell to Yang Kai and Qiu Yimeng. As the sun set, Xiang's second young lord's back was straight as he strode forward. He had a clear conscience. Behind him, there were less than 10 people following. When he came to Yang Kai that day, he had brought 4 boxes full of supplies and more than 20 cultivator, but after so many battles, his number had dwindled. Everyone else had died in battle, using their own flesh and blood to forge Yang Kai's glorious victories. Watching his second young lord and the Xiang family disappear, Yang Kai withdrew his gaze. Of those people, he only knew the name of Xianxia. As for the others, he hadn't even spoken a word to them, but this still couldn't erase the respect and gratitude in his heart, not only for the Xiang family, but also for the cultivator from the other forces in the mansion. Yang Kai was very grateful to all of them. If these people hadn't gathered together, even if he was strong, he wouldn't have been able to make any waves in the inheritance war. Qiu Yimeng suddenly felt a little sad. This was the first group of cultivator to leave Yang Kai's mansion, not because of a dispute of interest, not because of a life or death grudge, but because of morality and family constraints. With Xianxia leading the Xiang family, things should be much better. Yang Kai took a deep breath. At the very least, he was more reliable than someone like Xiangchu. If he were to inherit the Xiang family in the future, Yang Kai wouldn't mind forming an alliance with the Xiang family and turning weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk. Qiu Yimeng brushed her hair back behind her ear and chuckled. So you're right. You've done a good deed for the Xiang family. Unfortunately, the Xiang family won't appreciate it. Yang Kai laughed self-deprecatingly. Let's go back. Turning around. But before she could enter the mansion, her expression suddenly became cold, and she reached out to the side. That hand seemed to have unknowingly lengthened, and an energy invisible to the naked eye shot out like a rope. A soft cry rang out, causing Qiu Yimeng to be startled. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help frowning. Dozens of feet away, there was a person wrapped in a black robe. Her body was suspended in the air, and she was struggling. Her neck seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, and her legs were flailing wildly. However, she couldn't escape Yang Kai's grasp. Qiu Yimeng was surprised. Just now, when this person's exclamation entered her ears, she felt a sense of familiarity, but when she couldn't see her face, she couldn't help feeling curious. Yang Kai coldly snorted. With a wave of his hand, he sent out a beam of energy that blew away the bamboo hat that covered the face of the captive. After seeing her true face, Kai Yang couldn't help but narrow his eyes, a cold light flashing across them. However, Qiu Yimeng's expression, she calmly looked at the struggling posture of the person in front of her and giggled. Why is it you? Mengji, Meng, ignoring Qiu Yimeng's teasing. She glared at Yang Kai, her face flushed red, her towering chest heaving up and down violently, sending out waves of seduction. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't want to go too far. He just felt someone approaching him without warning, so he suddenly acted. Waving his hand, Yang Kai released the woman, causing her to cry out in alarm and fall to the ground. After standing up, she glared hatefully at Yang Kai. There was a trace of hidden resentment in her eyes. She had never been treated like this before. Eldest young Lady Yi. Qiu Yimeng gracefully stood beside Yang Kai, looking at Yi Xenro across from her and saying in a strange tone, "Why aren't you staying in Yang Zhao's house and serving the second young lord? What are you doing here?" Hearing her words, Yi Xenro's heart was filled with resentment, but she didn't show it on her face, simply smiling softly and saying, "Elder sister Qiu, what are you saying? Little sister is just an ally of second young lord. How could I serve him? That's a matter for the servants. There's no need for me to intervene." "Really?" Xiao Meng looked surprised. I heard that since little sister and second young lord formed an alliance, your relationship has been getting better and better to the point of even discussing marriage. Xin Ro giggled, covering her mouth as she said, Elder sister must have misheard. Little sister isn't someone who casually marries off. Elder sister, on the other hand, you're not young anymore. Shouldn't you consider finding a good home? If elder sister is interested, little sister can speak a few words on behalf of elder sister to second young lord. Recently, second young lord has been quite depressed. If he hears this news, won't he be able to cheer up? No need. Xiao Yimeng chuckled, turning her head to look at Yang Kai. If I want to marry, I already have a candidate by my side. Xin Ro was stunned. She hadn't expected Xiao Yimeng to be so bold, directly expressing her love in front of Yang Kai. After a moment of silence, she said with a look of admiration, Elder sister is really extraordinary. Little sister is too embarrassed to say such words. Little sister's face is quite thin. Xiao Yimeng's expression was warm, and Xin Ro smiled faintly. The two women's eyes met, creating a series of invisible sparks. At the entrance of the mansion, there were two guards from an unknown faction standing there. Hearing the two of them calling each other elder sister and younger sister, they were more affectionate than anyone else. Their tone was also very gentle, as if they were really harmonious sisters. However, for some reason, they still felt an illusion of swords and blades. They couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. If you have something to say, then say it. I don't have time to listen to you bickering here. Yang Kai impatiently interrupted their verbal confrontation. He had something on his mind, but didn't have time to deal with it. So naturally, he was a bit anxious. Why is little lord so cold? Xin Ro said with some dissatisfaction. But since I've come here, I must have something to say. Yang Kai just stared straight at her without saying anything. Xin Ro was stunned. You wouldn't want me to say it here, would you? What's inconvenient about that? Of course it's inconvenient. Xin Ro said with a depressed expression. She had come here in secret, so if someone really saw her contacting Yang Kai here, it wouldn't be a good thing for her. After all, she was on Yang Zhao's side. Xiao Yimeng obviously also considered this point and stood on her tiptoes, whispering something into Yang Kai's ear. She was worried that if news of her meeting with the Xin Ro were to spread, she would be used by others. If that happened, not only would it be bad for Xin Ro, but it would also be bad for Yang Kai's reputation. After listening to Xiao Yimeng's words, even though Yang Kai was somewhat reluctant, he could only say, then let's talk inside. As soon as he finished speaking, Xin Ro, wrapped in a fragrant wind, rushed into the house, and when she passed by Yang Kai, she giggled and threw him a flirtatious glance. Yang Kai's expression became strange, suddenly feeling that this Xin Ro was completely different from what he had imagined. Do you think she's a pure woman? Xiao Yimeng coldly snorted. I think so, Yang Kai nodded. Whether it was Xin Ro's name, appearance, or the few times he had met her, Yang Kai felt that although she was an enemy, she wasn't bad at all. Now it seemed that he had misjudged her. Be careful. Don't let her eat you until there's nothing left of you. Xiao Yimeng warned with a sour tone. Am I that kind of person? Yang Kai glanced at her indifferently. Xiao Yimeng couldn't help laughing, feeling that she was overthinking things. If Yang Kai was really a perverted hooligan like Starzhua, she might have to worry about being unable to resist the temptation of Xin Ro, but although Yang Kai was somewhat hateful and lecherous, in the end, he was still a very principled person. If she tried to seduce Yang Kai, she estimated that Yang Kai would not refuse and would eat her up, but Xin Ro, she didn't have that ability. Xiao Yimeng's heart suddenly filled with pride. Walking into the house, outside the side hall, Xiao Yimeng stopped and chuckled. You can talk to her yourself. I don't get along well with her. If we meet, we'll definitely quarrel, so it's better not to see her. Yang Kai nodded lightly. He had just experienced this and knew that what Xiao Yimeng said was not false. The two of them were both young ladies from the central capital's 8 great families, so naturally, they would compete with each other, but Xiao Yiming's fame was undoubtedly overwhelming, so Yi Xinro simply couldn't compare. Inside the side hall, Yi Xinro had already taken off her disguise and was gasping for breath, her face relaxed. It was clear that she had put in a lot of effort to dress herself up. She was beautiful to begin with, so at this moment, she gave off a radiant feeling. Her two snow-white arms were exposed, her skin white as snow, her chest full, not too big nor too small, just right. Her waist was graceful, her buttocks were round and perky, and her legs were long and slender. At the ankles of her two jade feet, there were also some bell-like ornaments, and although they didn't make any sound, they were small and lovely. Moreover, the first impression she gave off was that of a little bird, docile and delicate. However, when Yang Kai looked at her at this moment, he could see the charm hidden in her clear eyes. "If you have something to say, just say it," Yang Kai said impatiently. "Little Lord really is an indifferent person." Ro smiled sweetly. "Then you're wrong." Yang Kai grinned wickedly. "I'm not an indifferent person. I'm also interested in beautiful women, but I have something to do right now, so I don't want to waste time." "Is Little Lord praising me as a beautiful woman?" Ro's face lit up as she bit her lip and asked. "Everyone has their own preferences. In my opinion, you're a beautiful woman." Yang Kai nodded, "But even if you're a beautiful woman, you can't waste my time. If that's the case, then I'll speak frankly." Ro didn't want to be entangled. She understood Yang Kai's character and knew that he was a strong person. Strong people didn't like to be led by the nose by others. So if she tried to change the subject, she was afraid the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Yang Kai put on an expression of listening attentively. "In the battle 7 days ago, Second Young Lord has completely lost his will to fight. Although I am Second Young Lord's ally and should support him at this time to restore his confidence, I think that even if I try, there is nothing I can do. In other words, Second Young Lord is destined to be eliminated from the inheritance war." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai smiled playfully. "Could it be you want to abandon my second brother and join me?" Chapter 534. Inside the main hall, Ro blinked her big eyes and stared at Yang Kai for a moment before suddenly covering her mouth and giggling. As she laughed, she said, "Little Lord is looking down on me too much. How could I possibly betray Second Young Lord and seek refuge with you? If I really did so, what kind of person would I, Ro, be? What would the world think of my Yi family then? It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously." Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. He also knew that it was impossible for Yi Ro to do such a thing. The inheritance war was hosted by the Yang family in order to select the next patriarch. Many forces in the world, large and small, were participating, most of them wanting to take this opportunity to latch onto the Yang family's thighs. However, the other 7 great families of the central capital didn't have such intentions. They had a strong heritage and powerful strength. Even if they weren't as strong as the Yang family, they weren't far behind. Moreover, they shared an inextricable connection with the Yang family in the central capital, so there was no need for them to curry favor with the Yang family. The young lords and young ladies of the 7 great families participating in the inheritance war were mainly honing themselves and honing their abilities. They didn't care much about winning or losing the inheritance war. If they won, they would be happy, but if they lost, it wouldn't be a big loss. Therefore, although the current situation in Yang Kai's house wasn't very optimistic, Ro couldn't betray him and instead seek refuge with him. Doing so would cause a great loss to her Yi family's reputation. "Then what do you want to do?" Yang Kai stared at Ro with burning eyes. "If I'm not mistaken, you should have been waiting outside for a few days, right?" It didn't make sense that she would find him so soon after he left the house. The only explanation was that this woman was waiting for him to show up. "Actually, I don't want to do anything." Xianxia shook her head. It's just that the current situation is clear. It's only a matter of time before Little Lord wins. It can even be said that if you want, you could defeat the other two opponents right now. Yang Kai remained silent, but a trace of vigilance flashed across his eyes. He didn't know if this Xianxia was here to inquire about information. The future patriarch of the Yang family will undoubtedly be Little Lord. Xianxia's beautiful eyes flashed as if she could already see Yang Kai's domineering demeanor. Her breathing quickened slightly as an intoxicating blush appeared on her face. It just so happens that I'm more interested in Strong. The Little Lord is such a person. You're really boring. Yang Kai curled his lips, his face full of disdain. A cold light flashed across Xianxia's eyes, but she quickly restrained herself and giggled. Let's get straight to the point. This time, I only came to ask for one thing. What is it? When the little young lord becomes the head of the Yang family, please take care of my Yi family. Yang Kai's expression became strange, squinting at Xianxia. Your Yi family is still one of the 8 great families. You don't need me to look after you, do you? Xianxia slowly shook her head and said with a sad expression, Little Lord may not know, but the 8 great families are now going downhill. Many of the family's masters are nearing the end of their lives, and the strength of the new generation of young lords is mixed. Most of them are domineering and incompetent. In the last battle with the ash-gray cloud Evil Land, our side suffered heavy losses but was unable to eradicate the Evil Land. The prestige of the 8 great families was also greatly damaged. I don't know how long this kind of glory will last. I have always felt that Little Lord is a person who can bring about miracles. The entire Inheritance War is a battlefield where you repeatedly create miracles. The Yang family, under your leadership in the future, is very likely to become even stronger than it is now. As for the other 7 great families, I don't think anyone has this ability. When that time comes, your Yang family may really dominate the central capital and control the world, not just in name like it is now. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, suddenly realizing that he had underestimated this woman's ability to see far into the future. Worthy of being a descendant of the 8 great families. Regardless of her character, she was still quite perceptive. Although the current 8 great families were led by the Yang family, the other 7 great families weren't weak either. Each of them wanted to replace the Yang family. Unfortunately, there was no such opportunity. However, no matter which family it was, they were all going downhill. The problem Xianxia mentioned was something Yang Kai had occasionally thought about, but he didn't think too much about it because he felt that this kind of thing had nothing to do with him. Now that he listened to her analysis, he suddenly felt that it made sense. The 8 great families have been enjoying prosperity for far too long. The so-called riches could not last more than 3 generations, and sooner or later they would decline. Now, there were already signs of this. Each of the young lords and young ladies of the central capital thought they were superior to others, forgetting the hardships and dangers their ancestors had faced in order to create such a prosperous world. A person like Qiu Zira might become the Qiu family's leader in the future, so what hope did the Qiu family have? Gao Rang Feng, Kong Zhan, Meng Shan, Lu Qingyao, and the others all had some ability, but under their leadership, wouldn't their families decline? This was something no one could predict. Perhaps we won't be able to see this happen in our lifetime, but I'm just preparing for a rainy day. It's always better to be prepared than not, right? Xianxia looked at Yang Kai confidently. Yang Kai gently nodded. In any case, I feel that Little Lord isn't an ordinary person. Under your leadership, the Yang family will definitely be better off than it is now. If I don't take advantage of this opportunity to establish a good relationship with you, I'm afraid I won't have another chance in the future. Xianxia spoke the truth, her expression and tone not the slightest bit of falsehood. It was obvious that she really was sincere. I admit that what you said makes sense. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Kai looked up at her and grinned. But what benefits do I get from doing this? Xianxia bit her lip and said softly, What benefits does Little Lord want? When she said this sentence, her eyes became blurred and her face filled with a seductive light. Her meaning was self-evident. Yangkai looked at her calmly and slowly shook his head. I don't know, it depends on what you can offer. Xin Ro giggled, got up, and walked towards Yangkai step by step. When she was half a foot away from Yangkai, she stood still, turned around, and sat down on Yangkai's lap, her arms around Yangkai's neck as she whispered, Little Lord, whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. Really? Yangkai's eyes lit up, a look of fascination appearing on his face as he stretched out his hand and pinched Xin Ro's plump breasts. With a soft snort, Xin Ro stared towards Yangkai and pouted, Little Lord, be gentle. You're going to break my skin. Her lips were bright red and extremely seductive. Seeing this, a trace of pride flashed across Xin Ro's eyes. Even if Yangkai was outstanding, in the end, he was still just an 18-year-old boy. Yang Zhao had already been reduced to a subject under her skirt, conquered by her with his body. How could Yangkai be spared? Xin Ro coldly snorted. Saying so, she quickly left Yangkai's arms. Xin Ro was an expert at playing hard to get. She knew that if she wanted to whet a man's appetite, she couldn't let him get what he wanted too easily. She wasn't a pure woman. How could she not understand what a man was thinking? Yangkai didn't try to stop her and just stared at her with a smile, his face full of expectation. Although his eyes were lustful, there was no sign of him being aroused. Just as she stood firmly, Xin Ro's clothes suddenly turned to shreds. Her perfectly proportioned snow-white body was suddenly exposed to the air. It was as exquisite as silk, and it flickered with an alluring luster. It was a breathtaking sight. Xin Ro exclaimed, never having expected such a thing to happen. Suddenly, she realized that when Yangkai had pinched her a moment ago, he had used some kind of trick, but she hadn't noticed it at all. Panicking and frightened, Xin Ro hurriedly raised her jade arm to protect herself while covering her lower body with her other hand. Her face flushed red as she glared at Yangkai. Spitting out a single word, Xin Ro quickly suppressed her anger and stamped her foot. Little Lord, how can you be like this? You delivered yourself to my doorstep. Yangkai snorted, slightly raising his head and saying in an arrogant tone, Take your hands off me. Xin Ro suddenly wore an embarrassed expression and hesitated. Didn't you just say you could pay any price? Yangkai sneered. What? Were you just joking? Of course I was serious. Xin Ro's heart was filled with resentment as she bit her thin lip. She really didn't care about her relationship with Yangkai. In fact, she even longed for it, but before she obtained any tangible benefits and Yangkai's promise, she didn't want to let Yangkai take advantage of her. But now, she had no choice but to do so. Hardening her heart, Xin Ro said softly, Then, Little Lord, please don't laugh at me. Yangkai didn't comment, still looking down at her with a somewhat superior expression. Xin Ro slowly released her hands and lowered her head, looking very shy. Yangkai's eyes were full of aggression, not bothering to hide it as he stared at her with a burning gaze. Her plump, flat, and smooth lower abdomen without a trace of excess fat. Her private area was covered in fragrant grass. Her snow-white body exuded an alluring light that would make any man's blood boil. She was so beautiful that it made people linger and forget to return, making them drool. Xin Ro was completely naked, standing in front of Yangkai like a work of art, allowing him to appreciate her exquisite curves and body. Yangkai had to admit, this woman really did have a lot of capital, especially with her current shy appearance. It made him want to push her to the ground and savor her futile struggle. Seemingly aware of Yangkai's gaze, Xin Ro's pure white body gradually glowed with a strange red light, and her breathing gradually quickened. Although she wasn't pure, she was still a woman. Standing in front of a man like this, she was somewhat shy. Am I beautiful? Xin Ro allowed his eyes to wander over her body as she raised her head and asked softly. Yang Kai nodded heavily, breathing heavily. As long as you give me a promise, this is all yours. At this point, Yi Ro could no longer play hard to get and could only throw out the bait. Moreover, looking at Yang Kai's appearance and state, it was obvious he couldn't refuse such a temptation. So she was full of confidence. Chapter 535. Inside the side hall, facing Yi Ro's blatant seduction, Yang Kai stood up and walked straight towards her. Yi Ro raised her eyes and glanced at him shyly, her heart beating violently as a faint trace of expectation appeared on her face. Towards Yang Kai, Yi Ro was indeed quite interested in him. Being able to share the pleasures of fish and water with such a young overlord would certainly be a joyous occasion. As Yang Kai approached, Yi Ro's breathing gradually quickened. A moment later, Yang Kai brushed past her, and a low voice filled with sarcasm entered her ears. "Sorry, I'm not interested in broken shoes." The expectation on Yi Ro's face quickly converged, and her charming face suddenly became gloomy, her tender body trembling as she turned her head and shouted, "Yang Kai, stop right there." Yang Kai ignored her and continued to walk out. Yi Ro was furious and quickly chased after him. But before she could get close to Yang Kai, she was blown away by an invisible wave of qi. When she landed on the ground, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. "Yang Kai, you dare treat me like this. I'll make you die a horrible death." Yi Ro roared hysterically like a madwoman. Outside the side hall, Choi Ming stared at Yang Kai strangely. Her face flushed red as she said, "Aren't you going too far? Treating a woman like this? What's too far?" Yang Kai snorted lightly. "Not calling Xianxia over is already the most benevolent thing she can do. I've always been kind to women. And she's yours now." "Hee hee." Choi Ming giggled, a look of expectation appearing on her face. Although with Yi Ro's status, Choi Ming couldn't do anything to her, but she could still make her suffer a little. The two women were already at odds with each other, and now Yi Ro was brazenly seducing Yang Kai, causing Choi Ming's heart to burn with anger. After Yang Kai left, Choi Ming gently clapped her hands. Immediately, a few bodyguard-like cultivator rushed over, respectfully asking, "Sister Chio Xiaoyu, what orders do you have?" Choi Ming's lips curled into a devilish grin as she shouted, "Stand guard outside the hall. Without my permission, no one is allowed to enter." "Yes." Inside the side hall, Yi Ro's beautiful face turned pale. She couldn't help but cry out, Elder Sister Chio, please spare younger sister this time." Younger sister was wrong. Elder Sister Chio. Chio Ming muttered to herself, "Huh, I'm getting old, my ears aren't that good. Did you hear anything?" The guards outside the side hall shook their heads solemnly. "Then I must have misheard. I thought someone was calling out to me." Choi Ming giggled and walked away. The guards immediately felt a chill run down their spines. All of them suddenly discovered that Choi Ming also had such a black-bellied side to her. Glancing towards the side hall, they couldn't help showing a look of sympathy. Inside, there was also a fully clothed Yi Ro. Inside the room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, his mood fluctuating slightly. Not because of Yi Ro, but because of what he was about to do next. 7 days ago, when he had just broken through to the immortal ascension boundary, Yang Kai hadn't noticed, and by the time he did, there were many things he had to do, so he hadn't had time to deal with them until now. The wordless black book had reacted. With a single thought, the wordless black book made from soul calming stone appeared in Yang Kai's hand. Since obtaining this wordless black book, Yang Kai had made great strides on the road of martial Tao, his momentum unstoppable. This was partly because of the wordless black book's help each time it was unsealed, but more importantly, Yang Kai's own efforts were the result. Even now, Yang Kai still remembered it clearly. On the first page of the wordless black book, he obtained the unyielding golden skeleton. On the second page, he obtained the unyielding golden skeleton secret art. On the third page, he obtained the magical incense burner. On the fourth page, he obtained the true Yang secret art, which established his Yuan Qi secret art. On the fifth page, he was guided to Medicine King's Valley, where he obtained the peerless treasures under the myriad drug pond. At the same time, the sixth page was unsealed, opening up the wordless black book space. Until now, the wordless black book hadn't shown any signs of activity, but after breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary, Xianxia felt that the seventh page's restrictions could now be explored. Being able to explore meant that with his current strength and cultivation, he could break through its restrictions, unseal it, and unearth the secrets hidden on the seventh page. It could be said that every page of the wordless black book that was unsealed had greatly benefited Xianxia. Now that he had reached this point, how could Xianxia not be excited? Taking a deep breath, calming his fluctuating mood, Xianxia held the wordless black book in his hand, opened it, and poured his Yuan Qi into it. But soon, Xianxia discovered an unusual situation. In the past, whenever Xianxia poured his true Qi into the wordless black book, the wordless black book would completely swallow it, and once it reached a certain point, the restrictions would be undone. However, this time, the wordless black book refused to accept Xianxia's true Qi and instead rebounded it all back. Xianxia fell into contemplation. Was the way he poured his Yuan Qi in was wrong? Or was the amount of Yuan Qi he poured in not enough? Or perhaps it wasn't done that way at all. The seventh page's restrictions were only discovered after he broke through to the immortal ascension boundary and opened up his knowledge sea. In other words, his knowledge sea and divine sense were the biggest keys. Considering all this, Xianxia suddenly had an idea. No longer pouring his Yuan Qi into the wordless black book, he instead condensed his own spiritual energy and sent it towards the seventh page. The moment his spiritual energy entered the wordless black book, a faint light appeared, and at the same time, his spiritual energy was completely swallowed up. Seeing this scene, Xianxia immediately affirmed his own inference. In order to unlock the seventh page's restrictions, he must use his spiritual energy. In for a penny, in for a pound, Xianxia madly condensed his divine sense and continuously attacked the wordless black book. Every time his divine sense attacked, it would be completely swallowed up by the wordless black book, but Xianxia could clearly perceive that the wordless black book's restrictions were gradually becoming weaker and weaker, like an iceberg that had been exposed to the scorching sun, slowly melting away. It was slow, but it was noticeable. Time passed, and the sun rose faintly. I'm fine. Xianxia shook his head, knowing that these people were worried about him. His heart couldn't help feeling warm. It's good that you're fine. The old demon breathed a sigh of relief and retracted his head. Wait, Xianxia suddenly called out. What other orders does young master have? Go call Lung Shan over. Yes. A moment later, Lung Shan of Ghost King Valley was led into the room by the old demon. Looking at Xianxia curiously, Lung Shan asked, What's the matter? Sit. Xianxia didn't get up and simply motioned to her. Lung Shan froze for a moment, not understanding Xianxia's intentions. In the next moment, Xianxia's divine sense invaded the old demon's knowledge sea, searching for a soul thread that belonged to him. A moment later, Xianxia and the old demon opened their eyes at the same time, the former with a strange expression and the latter with a look of embarrassment. Haha. Xianxia looked at the old demon with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. I seem to have seen something incredible. Just now, when he invaded the old demon's knowledge sea, all he saw was a blood-red color. The old demon's knowledge sea was formed from blood and was filled with an incomparable evil qi and demonic qi. Even with Yang Kai's current strength, he still felt a little uneasy inside. While shuttling through the blood-red knowledge, Yang Kai faintly saw some of the old demon's distracting thoughts, including his previous thoughts of harming him. However, they were both men after all, so Yang Kai didn't dare to pry too much, otherwise it would be too disgusting. So after finding his own soul thread, he hurriedly withdrew. The old demon was embarrassed to death. "Young master, please calm your anger. Those were old servant's thoughts a long time ago. Now, old servant is loyal to young master. Heaven and earth can testify to this." "Enough." Yang Kai stood up. "You don't need to show your loyalty to me. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have let you go free. Young master is wise." The old demon was moved. From now on, old servant will still serve young master, without any disloyalty. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said no more. The old demon didn't show any intention of leaving immediately, rubbing his big hands as if he had something to say. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him, waiting for him to continue. "Young master, old servant must apologize to you." The old demon chuckled awkwardly. "If you're referring to your previous thoughts, there's no need to say anything." "No," the old demon shook his head. "It's about your methods of controlling others." "That's your method?" Yes, it's old servant's method." The old demon nodded repeatedly. Whether it was himself, Lung Shan, or ZMO, it was the old demon's doing that allowed Yang Kai to control the three of them. During this process, Yang Kai was only responsible for providing his own soul thread and reaping the fruits of others' labor. The old demon did all the work. At that time, Yang Kai's strength was still relatively low, so he couldn't use his spiritual energy to plant a brand in others' minds. How should I describe old servant's method? There are advantages and disadvantages. Old demon quietly glanced over at Yang Kai, but seeing him remain silent, he couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat, continuing, "The good side of this is that it's much more convenient. Young master has probably already experienced this. With old servant's help, all you need to do is release a thread of your soul to easily control others." And the disadvantage? Yang Kai felt that this was the main point. He had never heard the old demon mention this before. The old demon awkwardly scratched his head for a long time before saying, "The disadvantage is that if one is damaged, everyone is damaged." "Speak clearly." Yang Kai frowned. "If the controlled person's soul is destroyed, young master may also be injured." The old demon gritted his teeth and explained. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he understood. "Because my soul thread is still in someone else's mind, right?" "Exactly, but fortunately, whether it's old servant or Miss Lungshan, both of us have been safe these past few days." The old demon wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and whispered, "But it seems there is also a little girl called ZMO. Yang Kai grinned, knowing what the old demon wanted to say. "If young master is still worried, old servant will immediately go to Tianlang dynasty and bring her here," the old demon quickly said. "Do you have such ability?" Yang Kai glared at him. Although Tianlang dynasty's territory was not as vast as the Great Han dynasties, it was still a place where cultivators gathered. Sun Luo Temple, where ZMO was located, was a super force in Tianlang dynasty with an above immortal ascension boundary master presiding over it. Even if the old demon was powerful, he couldn't snatch someone from Sun Luo Temple. The reason he hadn't told him this before was probably because he wanted to use it to bring him down. Yang Kai understood and didn't pursue the matter further. The fact that old demon was willing to tell him this already showed his sincerity and loyalty. Moreover, in Yang Kai's opinion, this wasn't a big deal. As long as ZMO didn't die, he wouldn't be harmed. "When I have time in the future, I'll make a trip there," Yang Kai sighed. "Yes, young master." The old demon looked guilty and could only nod. His divine sense thread being planted in someone else's mind wasn't a good idea. Yang Kai could only wait until the inheritance war was over and see if he had free time to find ZMO. Thinking of that bold woman, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling strange. In that isolated world, she had almost been plucked by him. Young and inexperienced, Yang Kai shook his head again and again. 2 days later, early in the morning, a group of uninvited guests arrived at Yang Kai's house. The guard outside the house hurriedly reported, and when Yang Kai rushed to the main hall, he found that Elder Yang Zhen of the Yang family elder hall had actually arrived in person and was sitting at the head of the table. Along with him were a number of people Yang Kai had never seen before, all of them possessing extraordinary strength, at least at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8 stage. There were about 4 or 5 people in total. Frowning, Yang Kai stepped forward and saluted. "Greetings, Elder." Yang Zhen nodded lightly, his expression solemn. "Elder, these are—" Yang Kai looked at the other people and asked. "They are all elders of my Yang family." Yang Zhen explained. The members of the Yang family elder hall weren't just a few old men Yang Kai had seen before. These people had worked hard and made great contributions to the Yang family. As they grew older, they had been arranged to sit in the elder hall, and in addition to dealing with some chores, they spent the rest of their lives enjoying themselves. There was another group of elders who really managed the affairs of the Yang family. These people were the ones who held the most power in the Yang family, just like the people in front of him. Yang Kai nodded slightly and greeted them one by one. Those people all had lofty expressions on their faces and did not respond. Yang Kai didn't care. Most of the Yang family's elders were like this. Not only the Yang family, but the 8 great families were also like this. "May I ask why Elder has come to my house this time?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice, a bad premonition in his heart. Last time, because of the Blood Warrior issue, Yang Kai had been summoned back by the family, but this time, several elders had come in person. Obviously, the problem was more serious than last time, otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. "You already know the answer." Yang Zhen coldly snorted and shouted majestically, in front of tens of thousands of people in War City, "You killed the heirs of the Nan family and Xiang family. Do you really think you're some kind of character? Just because of this?" Yang Kai stared at Yang Zhen in amazement, chuckling lightly. "Aren't elders making too much of a fuss over nothing?" "Making too much of a fuss over nothing?" A man in a blue robe on the left suddenly shouted coldly. "Those were the heirs of 2 first-class families, not some random cat or dog you could kill." Chapter 537. To me, they're no different from cats and dogs. Yang Kai turned to look at the man who spoke, a sneer on his face. "Arrogant." The man coldly snorted, the others also slowly shaking their heads, disappointment filling their faces. They had been in the central capital all this time, but they had also been paying attention to the situation in War City every day. From Yang Kai's performance in the past, these people had regarded him as a reliable candidate to inherit the position of patriarch. But now that they had met him, they suddenly discovered that he was actually a little brat who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. It was inevitable that they would feel disappointed. Although the Yang family was arrogant and domineering, they wouldn't do anything that would provoke public anger. Yang Kai killing the heirs of 2 first-class families in the inheritance war was undoubtedly a violation of this taboo. As a result, when the Yang family hosted the inheritance war in the future, which family would dare send someone to participate? It was precisely because the young lords and young ladies of great families participating in the inheritance war that there was no danger to their lives, and they could hone themselves as well as have investment value. So every time the inheritance war was held, countless forces would rush to participate. Now that Yang Kai had done this, if the Yang family didn't give the world an explanation, no one would dare to participate in the inheritance war in the future. Relying on your status as a Yang family direct descendant, you dare to kill the heirs of other families. Your approach has made the family very disappointed and passive. A middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 40s or 50s stared coldly at Yang Kai and said in a hoarse voice. She wasn't ugly, and although she was a middle-aged woman, she was still quite charming, but her voice, for some reason, made those who heard it feel particularly uncomfortable. Even if I'm not a Yang family direct descendant. If those two had provoked me, they would have died. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light. The several elders kept shaking their heads, the middle-aged woman saying, "It seems that you can't be reasoned with at all. Elder Zhen, you speak." Yang Zhen nodded gently and said, "Yang Kai, you really went too far this time. You're young and impetuous, I understand. This old master also had such an experience, so I'm not going to criticize you. But as a man, you must be responsible for what you've done." "How do you want me to take responsibility?" Yang Kai laughed. "Don't tell me those two families want me to pay with my life?" Yang Zhen nodded lightly. The people from the Nan family and Xiang family arrived in the central capital a few days ago and entered the Yang family's residence. "What's the family's opinion?" Yang Kai's lips curled into a playful smile. "Naturally, the family will not agree to such a rude request." Yang Zhen coldly snorted. "They don't even know their own weight, actually wanting my Yang family's young lords to pay with their lives. What a joke." Yang Kai was expressionless. His family did not reject their request to protect him. It was about the honor of the family. How could Yang Kai not know this? If it wasn't him, but another Yang family junior who committed such a crime, the Yang family would also protect him. Therefore, Yang Kai had no intention of thanking him. However, this matter still has to be dealt with. Otherwise, the Yang family won't be able to maintain a foothold in the outside world. Yang Zhen quickly said, "The family orders you to apologize to those two families." "Apologize?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "Not bad. What if I refuse? This is the family's order." The man in blue shouted in a deep voice, "You dare refuse? So what if it's the family's order?" Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at him. "You're rebelling." The man sneered again and again. "I've long heard that you're arrogant and unruly, but I didn't expect you to be even worse than the rumors. We've already given you enough face by specially coming here today, so don't play with fire." While speaking, his aura suddenly spread out as he glared at Yang Kai. In the next moment, countless divine senses and powerful auras attacked from all directions. The entire side hall was enveloped. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk the side hall shook, and a lot of mud and sand fell from the roof. The aura emitted by the man in blue was instantly shattered under these divine senses and pressure like spring snow under the scorching sun. The several elders' faces paled. They seemed to suddenly remember that Yang Kai had gathered many powerful cultivators in his house. Using force to demonstrate their strength here was a bit like showing off one's slight skill in front of an expert. "All of you, back down," Yang Kai shouted angrily. The terrifying pressure dissipated in an instant, and the divine senses were all withdrawn. The man in blue couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat as he looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. He was an elder of the Yang family and held great power in his hands. His status could almost be described as second only to one person and above tens of thousands. He thought that coming to Yang Kai's house to deliver his orders would be an easy task, but now it seemed that it was a very dangerous thing. The prestige of this boy in front of him in the hearts of the masters in the house seemed to have reached a level that no one could match. No wonder the patriarch ordered several elders to come together. Originally, he thought it was a bit of a fuss, but now it seemed that the patriarch was far-sighted. If he had come alone to deliver the order, this boy might not have paid attention to him. "How should I address you, elder?" Yang Kai stared at him and asked. "Wei Qing." Unconsciously, the elder followed up with Yang Kai's words, but after regaining his composure, his face suddenly flushed red. The other elders couldn't help rolling their eyes, their evaluation of Wei Qing greatly reduced. "Elder Wei." Yang Kai's eyes flashed a trace of disdain as he coldly said, "Please don't show your subtle strength in my house. The people in my house are all dangerous, you know that." Wei Qing's expression kept changing, a particularly interesting one. "Enough!" Yang Zhen shouted angrily as he stared coldly at Yang Kai. "Although Elder Wei is not from my Yang family, he has made many great contributions over the years. Otherwise, he would not have been able to sit in the position of elder. It is not up to you to slander and despise him. Slandering and despising him is tantamount to slandering and despising the elder hall. Can you bear this responsibility? Xianxia no longer spoke, his expression indifferent. Let's get to the point, the woman hurriedly reminded. Originally, on the way here, everyone had already discussed how to put pressure on Xianxia. Some people were playing the role of the good cop. Others were playing the role of the bad cop. So with several elders acting at the same time, how could they not achieve their intended goal? She hadn't expected that after 2 or 3 sentences, Kai Yang would change the topic to another direction. If this continued, it would be difficult to wrap things up. This little brat really knows how to lead others by the nose. The woman couldn't help glancing over at Xianxia with some interest, but his attitude was really irritating. No wonder Wei Qing couldn't hold back. As a Yang family disciple, he actually dared to ignore the family's orders. Daring to contradict an elder of the family. Was he still a Yang family disciple? Yes, let's get to the point. Yang Zhen was also shocked and immediately became vigilant, calmly saying, "Let's not talk about the Xiang and Nan families first. Xianxia, let me ask you, is there a powerful demon lord in your house?" "Yes." "Is he from the ash-gray, cloud, evil land?" "No, that's not it. I've already informed that Supreme Elder of the God Conferment Hall." Yang Zhen nodded. "I naturally know this. We have also sent people to the ash-gray cloud evil land to inquire about this matter. Although from the information we received, it seems that he is not a true demon lord." "You say he is not from the ash-gray cloud evil land, but information can be falsified and cannot be taken seriously. If you say he is not from the ash-gray cloud evil land, where does he come from?" "I don't know." Xianxia shook his head. Wei Qing no longer said anything, but another man in yellow robes coldly snorted. "You don't know, yet you still accepted him? I heard that you and he have a master-servant relationship. I don't like to pry into others' secrets. Everyone has secrets in their heart. Do you think Elder doesn't? If I were to ask you now, would you be willing to tell me everything about yourself?" "Impudence!" The man roared angrily. He slapped his chair angrily. Yang Zhen stretched out his hand and gestured. He could see that none of these elders were Xianxia's opponent in a verbal confrontation. As long as this little brat said 1 or 2 words, he would be able to cause these Yang family elders to lose their composure. "Let's not talk about this for the time being. Xianxia, are you really from High Heaven Pavilion?" "Yes." Xianxia's brow furrowed. Now he realized what Yang Zhen wanted to do. "The remnants of High Heaven Pavilion. Cough. Are those people in your house now?" "Yes." High Heaven Pavilion is an evil sect, and there are so many evil sect members gathered in your house, including some from Ghost King Valley, but I won't mention them for the time being. Let me ask you again, have you ever cultivated an evil secret art?" As he finished speaking, Yang Zhen's eyes gradually became dangerous as he stared at Xianxia aggressively. Xianxia's mouth curled into a smile as he playfully asked, "If I said I had never cultivated an evil secret art, would elders believe me?" All the elders slowly shook their heads. Less than 10 days ago, when Xianxia broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, the evil energy that burst out from his body had spread throughout War City, causing countless people to tremble in fear. Everyone believed that Xianxia had cultivated an evil secret art, so even if he denied it now, it would have no effect. I don't need to answer. They had already determined that he cultivated an evil secret art, so saying anything more would only be a waste of saliva. I'll take it as your acquiescence. Yang Zhen took a deep breath, his expression somewhat gloomy as he said, "Xianxia, to be honest, in the Inheritance War, this old master wasn't very optimistic about you at first because the strength you showed was too little, but you have repeatedly created inspiring miracles." This old master is more and more convinced that the next patriarch of the Yang family should be inherited by you. The Yang family is huge, but it is also bloated. Only in the hands of outstanding people can it go further, and you are such a person. Elder's praise is too high. Xianxia nodded slightly. But now this old master has to ask, Yangjin took a deep breath and asked, Yangkai, what exactly do you want to do? Yangkai looked at him calmly, not saying a word. Yangjin stood up and walked towards Yangkai step by step, saying, You took in a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, have a close relationship with Ghost King Valley, and have an unknown demon servant by your side. You cultivate an evil secret art that nearly caused you to become the demon race, but you still remain stubborn. A few days ago, you just broke through, but now you've already reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary second stage. Your evil secret art is truly amazing. Yangkai, tell this old master, what exactly are you trying to do? Do you want to turn the central capital upside down and overthrow the 8 great families? Yangjun walked over step by step, counting one by one, and when he arrived in front of Yangkai, his eyes flashed like a hawk's as he stared at him. Chapter 538. Turning the central capital upside down. Turning the 8 great families upside down. Yangkai had never considered this. Although he didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the family, and had participated in the inheritance war simply because he wanted to restore the sect's reputation, he hadn't thought to rebel to such an extent. Listening to Yang Zhen's harsh questioning, Yangkai quickly realized something. Does the family think of me like this? Yangkai stared at Yang Zhen in front of him and asked in a deep voice. Yang Zhen's face filled with grief as he shook his head. Don't blame the family for thinking too highly of you. It's your performance these past few years that made the family think in such a way. It's undeniable that you are indeed a good seedling. But if such a good seedling were to become an evil monster, the family wouldn't mind purging you to maintain the family's purity. After a pause, Yang Zhen sighed again. If it's just the family's concern, it's easy to discuss. At worst, we can ask the family's elders to use their secret arts to help you resolve the demonic qi in your body. However, do you know that it's not just my Yang family that's worried about this? Yang Kai's expression became cold. I might as well tell you directly. After you broke through, the 7 great families all sent people to contact the Yang family. They are all very worried that you will become like the Demon Lord. Yang Zhen sighed deeply. Learning from the past is a good lesson for the future. The sect you came from is High Heaven Pavilion. You cultivate an evil secret art. Your aptitude defies the heavens. But before that, High Heaven Pavilion produced a Demon Lord. That Demon Lord is still roaming the ash-gray cloud evil land. His strength is unfathomable, and his secret arts are profound. In this world, no above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master is his opponent. You and the Demon Lord come from the same source, so your relationship with him is that of martial uncle and martial nephew. A single Demon Lord is enough to make the 8 great families somewhat helpless if a second one appears. Yang Zhen slowly shook his head, a deep sense of dread filling his face as he stared at Yang Kai. With all these factors combined, how could they not be worried? Worried that I will become a second Demon Lord? Yang Kai's expression became cold. Yes, and your aptitude is even greater than that so-called evil lord. If you really reach that step, huh? Yang Zhen smiled bitterly, his eyes filled with confusion. If things really came to that point, with 2 demon lords descending upon the central capital, how could the 8 great families resist? The other elders present were also filled with dread and fear, as if they could already see the central capital being destroyed and the earth groaning. At the end of the day, this is merely your own conjecture. Yang Kai suddenly lost interest in defending himself as he calmly replied. The members of the 8 great families were all inflexible and stubborn, living high and mighty all year round, making them think that they were always right. No matter what he said, he would never be able to change their views and suspicions. Even if they could change the minds of the 1 to 2 teams, it would not affect the overall situation. Prevention is better than cure. This is how the 8 great families have been able to stand in the central capital for so many years without falling. Yang Zhen said frankly, the 8 great families must guard against you. My path, I will walk it myself. Yongkai's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. Back then, my innate talent was lacking, and I had no strength to even truss a chicken, let alone cultivate. My father wanted me to enter the Yang family's dragon transformation pond, hoping that its miraculous effects would be able to cleanse my body. But even after so many years of hard work and submitting so many applications to the Elder Hall, none of them were accepted. Even if he had made enough contributions to the family, the Elder Hall only gave my father one response: a waste, not qualified to waste the efficacy of the dragon transformation pond. Yang Zhen's expression suddenly became awkward. He was the one who had rejected the application submitted by the fourth Master Yang. So now that Yang Kai had brought it up again, he naturally felt a little embarrassed. Now, with my current achievements and cultivation, the family actually wants to point fingers at me. Elder Zhen, don't you think it's ridiculous? Yang Zhen's face went pale, too embarrassed to answer. Yang Kai continued. A few days ago, when I broke through to the Immortal Ascension boundary, if not for the help of my friends and elders, I would have been crippled by the Grand Elder on the spot. Even if I didn't die, I'm afraid I would have been reduced to an ordinary elder. Does the family want to prevent me from entering the Immortal Ascension boundary? Elder, don't you think the family has gone too far? Impudence. Yang Zhen couldn't help becoming angry. The family is supreme. For the sake of the family, what does it matter if you sacrifice yourself? Elder's sense of righteousness and noble character is something this disciple cannot compare to. This disciple is a relatively selfish person. Yang Kai suddenly took a step forward, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he coldly declared, "Since this is the case, this disciple will fulfill the wishes of several elders. After killing several elders, this disciple will ask for forgiveness from the family and allow the family to deal with him. This way, all of you will be sacrificing yourselves for the family." Everyone present suddenly stood up and stared at Yang Kai in horror, secretly condensing their strength. Yang Kai laughed loudly. The elders seemed to be quite selfish. The elders couldn't help blushing, feeling ashamed of their performance just now. It was easy to say these words, but when it came to doing them, they found that they were not as simple as they seemed. Let's get down to business. Get down to business. The woman with the hoarse voice quickly changed the subject. Yang Zhen stared at Yang Kai and smiled bitterly, shaking his head. Dealing with you is very tiring. This old master won't beat around the bush. Asking you to apologize to the Xiang and Nan families is just a pretense. My Yang family's young lords have never bowed to anyone before. Even if you want to do this, the family will not agree and will even try to stop you. Then what does the family want me to do? When we return to the central capital, several of the family's grand elders will work together to dispel the demonic qi in your body. From now on, you'll no longer have to worry about falling into the devil's path. The family and the 7 great families will no longer guard against you. Yang Kai remained silent. He didn't think that the Grand Elders would be able to expel the demonic qi from his unyielding golden skeleton. If he didn't use this demonic qi, no one would be able to detect it. Moreover, this demonic qi wasn't harmful to him at all, so Yang Kai didn't feel the need to expel it. You can continue with the inheritance war, but the Yang family's future patriarch position cannot be inherited by you. The patriarch said that after this inheritance war is over, he will come forward to rectify High Heaven Pavilion's name. I hope you can understand the family's painstaking efforts. The family was already wary of Yang Kai, so naturally they wouldn't allow him to sit on the patriarch's seat. If one day Yang Kai were to become the demon lord, wouldn't the Yang family lose all face? Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. The family has another reason for doing this. Yang Zhen took a deep breath. What reason? It's related to the secret of your cultivator's rapid increase in strength. Yang Zhen said in a low voice as he stared towards Yang Kai. The breathing of the other elders also quickened a lot. Do you think you can hide it from us? Yang Zhen smiled. Although no one knows why your cultivator's strength can increase so quickly, everyone knows it has something to do with you. The Blood Warrior Hall's disciples actually breaking through to the Immortal Ascension boundary ninth stage one after another. This phenomenon is too unusual and has attracted a lot of attention. In addition, there's also your parents. A cold light flashed across the depths of Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Yingfeng has a chronic illness, and his strength has been stuck at the Immortal Ascension boundary third stage for many years. But now, he's already an Immortal Ascension boundary 8th stage cultivator, and all of this happened after you returned to the central capital. In less than a year, his strength has increased so rapidly. Do you dare say it has nothing to do with you? Although the growth of Dong Suju's strength is not as terrifying as Yang Yingfeng's, it is still many times faster than before. Do you really think our Yang family is blind? Yang Kai remained indifferent. Before giving his parents the myriad drug liquid and myriad drug liquid, he had already considered this issue, but he had still given it to them because they were his own parents. What you cultivate is an evil technique. It's a quick way to increase your strength. We can understand that. But what method did you use to make those who follow you, including those who are close to you, increase their strength so quickly? This is not something we can understand. My Yang family cares about this, but so do the other 7 families. Yang Zhen said thoughtfully, why else do you think those 7 families would join forces to put pressure on my Yang family to deal with you? You only have the potential to become a demon lord. Your strength isn't too high. They aren't idle enough to target you. The Central Capital's 8 great families had a keen sense of smell. When they made a move, it meant there were benefits to be had. As for the myriad drug liquid, it was what attracted all of them. What family wouldn't be jealous of a method that could rapidly improve a cultivator's strength? Letting you return to the Central Capital is also the family's consideration. Only when you return to the Yang family, under the protection of the family's masters, can you sit back and relax. What the family wants most is that secret right. I won't deny that. Yang Zhen nodded calmly. But this time, the family has done its utmost because we came to find you, not to send you a letter to return. The difference between these two approaches, you should understand. Yang Kai nodded gently. They had come to find him and told him all this, obviously hoping he would cooperate and obediently return to the Yang family to hide, offering up the secret and bringing good news to the family. If they sent him a letter to return and directly used force to suppress him and imprison him, it would be absolutely impossible for him to compromise. At that time, it would only be a matter of life and death. The Yang family was also aware of Yang Kai's temperament, so naturally, they hoped to resolve this matter peacefully. Think about it clearly. Yang Jin finished and no longer said anything, waiting quietly. Yang Kai shook his head. Since I know this, it's even more impossible for me to return to the Central Capital. The family wanting the myriad drug liquid didn't matter. There was so much of it. Yang Kai could just casually take out some. Although he didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the Yang family, it was the Yang family who provided him with a stage to display his talents in the inheritance war. So giving the family some myriad drug liquid would be considered a thank you gift. However, after returning to the Central Capital's Yang family, he was afraid he would never be able to leave again, and his strength would certainly be crippled. This was a consequence Yang Kai couldn't accept. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.